You haven't heard that old saying, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you want benefits, you don't want to take risks, how can you do such a good thing in the world? Lin Shen sneered and said, to be honest, that's a big man from the immortal court. Now he is seriously injured and has unknown life and death. He has been lying there for a long time without any sound. He must have something unimaginable on him. Now he just wants you to see if he is dead and get the things on him back. If you go, you should remember your first merit and take the good things at will. If you don't go, I'll find someone else to get the things back, and then you won't have your share. After hearing what Lin Shen said, Xiao Yu's face changed. He hit the surroundings like Lin Shen, but he did not find any problems. Is that really a person from the immortal court? Xiao Yu asked hesitantly. Chapter 963 Space Capsule. Xiao Yu finally compromised, but he asked him to choose something good first. Xiao Yu was even more careful than Lin Shen. Although he was able to walk here with his special talent and ability, he still lay on the ground and climbed forward little by little, slower than the one who was a turtle, just one step back 3 steps away. Every time he climbed forward twice, he had to look around vigilantly. After climbing for a while, he was still a long distance away from a duo, and Lin Shen was a little anxious when he saw it. If you continue like this, even if there is no danger at all, you will wait for the terrifying creature. Lin Shen lowered his voice and shouted to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu ignored him, but he still accelerated the speed a little bit, and it was still outrageously slow. After finally waiting for him to climb to a duo, he carefully threw the Shura knife and smashed it on a duo. Seeing that a duo had no reaction, he crawled over again. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. A duo really seemed to be dead and had no reaction at all. Xiao Yu groped on him, and soon she found a lot of small things, plundered them all, and then ran back quickly. What are these things? Lin Shen looked at the things Xiao Yu plundered back, and there were all kinds of messy things. The most of them are things like pet capsules, red, green, blue, and purple. They are not real pet capsules, and they don't know what they are. Others are things that seem to be used daily, and no electronic devices are found. Why didn't you take the watch on his wrist? Lin Shen pointed to the watch on a duo's left wrist and said. Most of the things were communicators, and maybe even transmission devices. Maybe that thing can connect to the network of gods, and even if it cannot be connected, it should have some valuable information. It's locked, I can't take it down. I'll try it. The strap is constantly being used, and I can't even hurt it. Xiao Yu said helplessly. Forget it. Lin Shen picked up a capsule to study, and carefully studied it for a while. He found that the top of the capsule seemed to be a switch. After pressing it, the capsule dripped, making an electronic sound. Not bound or verified that the space capsule cannot be opened. This thing turned out to be a space device? Lin Shen was overjoyed. He couldn't open it, but a duo's body was there. In the past, he used a duo's body to unlock it, so he could open the space device. Lin Shen first pressed all the space capsules, and most of them were bound, and others could not open them at all. But there were 2 people's space capsules. Lin Shen opened them after pressing them. You could see that there were white vortexes inside the capsules, and you couldn't see anything. Lin Shen fell outside and something suddenly fell out of it. But it was all a few miscellaneous items, such as clothes, boots, and socks, and the more they were, the more and more clothes were about to bury Lin Shen. I kept pouring out everything, and there were only these things. Then Lin Shen went to pour another space capsule, and then various ingredients appeared, as well as various fruits, which looked very fresh. The gods are really luxurious. Such a good thing is actually used to hold clothes and food. Seeing that there was nothing useful here, Lin Shen had to take it back. Knowing that there was no danger, Xiao Yu could not be used. Lin Shen went over by himself and came to a duo's side. A duo's face was pale, and he looked like a dead body placed in the funeral home. He should have been completely dead. This thing is so smart, and I don't know if the corpse can be opened. If it can determine whether the binder is dead, it will be troublesome. Lin Shen took a purple capsule and pressed it with a duo's hand. Lin Shen pressed a duo's fingers and pressed the button of the space capsule. Then, with a light click, the space capsule opened. Lin Shen was overjoyed and was thinking about holding a duo's hand and pressing other space capsules, but suddenly he felt a duo's fingers move. When I turned my head and saw that although a duo's eyes were still closed, the eyeballs under his eyes were turning, as if they were about to wake up. Isn't dead? Lin Shen was shocked, his mind turned, and he quickly stuffed the things in his hand back to a duo. Only the capsule that had just been opened was quietly taken down by him and put it into his pocket. Adwa, Adwa. Lin Shen patted Adwa's cheek and screamed twice. A duo's eyes slowly opened and he actually came to life. Adwa, you finally woke up. It's great that you're fine. I thought you were dead. Lin Shen looked at Adwa and sat up by himself, squeezed out a smile and said, Who are you? A duo looked at Lin Shen with his eyes, as if he was a little confused. It's me, my god, you and Uncle Shui saved my life, have you forgotten? Lin Shen said. A duo looked at Lin Shen, and after watching for a while, he didn't say anything. Lin Shen was a little furious, and then he said, It seems like I have a little impression, but I can't remember some things very clearly. Uncle Shui and I were attacked by a deformed species. I was injured, and my brain seemed to be hurt, so I can't remember it very clearly. What was you injured? Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Looking at a duo's appearance, it seemed that it was not as simple as not remembering clearly. His confused eyes seemed to be unable to remember many things. It's not that I'm amnesia, right? Lin Shen was delighted. It was just right. If he hadn't lost his memory, Lin Shen would be afraid that he would see that his origin was incorrect. This is not a place to talk. If you hurt your deformity, it will be troublesome. Let's find a place to hide first. Lin Shen reached out to help a duo, but a duo subconsciously reached out to block it. I can do it myself. A duo stood up by himself, looking at his ability to move. It seemed that his body was not seriously injured, and he walked much faster than Lin Shen. Wait for me. Lin Shen couldn't keep up with him from behind. A duo frowned slightly, slowed down, and waited for Lin Shen to walk together. When I walked to the corner, when I saw Xiaoyu, an innocent expression appeared on Xiaoyu's face. Hello, my name is Xiaoyu, and it is his own son. A duo looked at Xiaoyu in surprise, then looked at Lin Shen again, and then said, It seems that the variability of genetic inheritance is getting higher and higher. Such an ordinary person can give birth to such an excellent child. Xiaoyu was immediately happy and glanced at Lin Shen with a proud little look. Lin Shen coughed lightly and said, After talking about that, let's find a safe place to hide first. Chapter 964 Baby. Lin Shen took a duo to the place where the 4 little milk tigers were hiding, and a few of them were temporarily hiding here. Lin Shen found an excuse, went outside alone, found a hidden place, took out the space capsule, poured out the things inside one by one, and wanted to see what was inside. He is not really that greedy. He wants to lose a duo's things, mainly because his current identity is too embarrassing. If he can get some useful information, it is easier to pretend to be a god. Otherwise, if the flaws are seen, it will be life-threatening. He couldn't leave a duo, and he wanted to use a duo to escape from this planet. Now Lin Shen only hopes that this capsule can contain information about the Immortal Court, but he doesn't care much about other treasures. It's better to have a communicator or something. Lin Shen thought in his mind while pouring things out. There seemed to be not much in this space capsule. Lin Shen poured it several times before pouring out a book from it. This book was made of paper. Why can there be paper books with such an advanced scientific and technological civilization? Lin Shen was delighted. If this was a history book in the Immortal Court, then he would be more sure of pretending to be a god. He didn't bother to pour out other things. Lin Shen picked up the book and looked carefully, and saw that the book had the words "The Great Way of Chasing the Sun" written on it. Why does it look like an evolutionary technique? Lin Shen was slightly disappointed. He opened his eyes and only looked at the previous paragraph, which made him open his mouth in surprise. Kaofu, the ancestor of the Zhuri clan, created this worldly magical skill. He practiced the ultimate skill and could break through the long river of time and go upstream, return to the past, reverse the future, and change the laws of reality. It is the most powerful magical skill in the world. Going back to the past and reversing the future, this tone is too great, and Lin Shen actually doesn't believe it. Because time is an immortal law, and immortal law is unchangeable, he has never heard of anyone who can really go back to the past. If there were really time travelers, the world would have been in chaos. Since the world is not chaotic, it means there is no time traveler. Lin Shen doesn't believe it anyway. However, what really surprised him was not these bragging words, but the ancestor of the Sunju clan was actually called Quafu, and the name Juri made Lin Shen think of the great Quafu who chased Sun in the legend of human beings. Is it true that some of what Lin Wan said is that Quafu, a great god in mythology and legend, is really a human of the past civilization, who has really broken through the death catastrophe and entered the immortal court? But unlike what Lin Wan said, Quafu did not sacrifice his body to rush into the immortal court, but entered the immortal court with his body, and continued his bloodline in the immortal court, leaving behind the gods of the Juri clan? Lin Shen felt that this should be true. Lin Shen thought of his son's shooting bow again, as if he heard that it was owned by a general under the king of the ancient realm. The general was called the Sun Shooting General. Could it be that he came from another ancient god's race? If that were the case, Lin Shen would think that this was not simple. How could there be a godly man under the king of the ancient realm? Now that I didn't care about this, Lin Shen continued to pour things out, wanting to see what else is inside the capsule in this space. He poured out something again, and it turned out to be another book. Don't practice the exercises again. It's useless to give me something like this now. Lin Shen prayed in his heart. If you are afraid of anything, you will come to whatever you want. Lin Shen saw that the 4 words written in this book were actually the great method of shooting the sun. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. If a duo was from the Sunju clan, it would be understandable that he owned the Sunju Dafa. But how could he have another Sunju Dafa? Shouldn't this thing belong to the Gadi? Thinking of this in my heart, Lin Shen opened it and looked at it. Sure enough, the content of the opening article was very similar to that of Juri Dafa. The ancestor of our clan, Dei, created the sun shooting method. Lin Shen looked at it for a while and knew that it was indeed the same as he thought. This sun shooting method was indeed created by that great god. He also established a lineage of gods in the immortal court. Lin Shen had no idea what the race left by that great god was called the Etion clan. So he didn't know what the difference was from the Juri clan, so he didn't know which clan this duo was from. Lin Shen Wuxin watched these techniques, put them aside, and continued to fall out. Soon, another thing fell out. It was a small jade bottle, which was only as big as a palm. It looked very rough, as if it was the kind of rough embryo polished by the primitive tribe. But under such strong gravity, there was no sign of cracking, which shows that the material of this thing must be a bit special. This is not the point. The point is that outside this little jade bottle, the words immortal medicine are actually engraved. I'll go, what is this thing? Is this thing the immortal medicine that Chang'e stole? Lin Shen's expression became more and more strange. After hesitating for a moment, he pulled the plug of the little jade bottle. Suddenly, a fragrance came into Lin Shen's nose, which made his spirit suddenly feel refreshed. The pores in his body seemed to be opened at this moment, which was so comfortable that it was indescribable. Lin Shen quickly covered the bottle cap again to prevent the medicine from rushing out and being smelled by a duo and found it. He could see clearly that behind this little jade bottle, there was indeed a red blood-like pill. Lin Shen is in a very complicated mood now. If this thing is really the immortal medicine that Chang'e has taken, then after he takes it, can he ascend directly in the sun? Obviously this matter is not very reliable. If this is really such a magical medicine, how could Adwa himself not use it and put it in the bottle? Lin Shen first put away the little jade bottle and continued to pour things outside. Until now, he still hasn't found what he really needs. Something fell out. Lin Shen only took a look and immediately turned his head. The thing poured out this time turned out to be a white thong. I didn't see that a duona's gentle appearance actually has this kind of hobby. Lin Shen was amazed, and then continued to pour things outside. When a heavy object fell to the ground, which scared Lin Shen. He immediately looked at it in a blink of an eye and found no movement nearby. This place is still a bit far from the hiding place, and a duo may not be able to hear it. Lin Shen looked carefully and saw what was falling out. This thing is black, like a black iron, and looks like a clock, but it is too small, only as big as a slap. The clock was engraved with rows of small words, almost covering the entire outer wall. Chaos Little Bell. Lin Shen couldn't help pronunciating 4 larger words when he saw a row of vertical lines on the clock wall. Buzz. The little clock in Lin Shen's hand suddenly vibrated. Chapter 965. Everyone has their own devils. The Chaos Xiaozhong actually started to shake himself, which scared Lin Shen. If this thing has an independent consciousness and can recognize its master, wouldn't it be possible for the owner, Adwa, to sense its existence? If a duo came over to see this scene now, even if Lin Shen had a mouthful of his body, it would be difficult to argue. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the chaos bell, clenched it tightly, trying to stop it from vibrating. Originally, Lin Shen didn't have much hope, but who knew that Xiaozhong really stopped shaking? Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, let go of his hand and wanted to wipe a cold sweat that did not exist. When he lifted his hand, he found that the chaos Xiaozhong seemed to be stuck to his hand. Lin Shen shook it for a moment, but he was unable to shake the chaos Xiaozhong away. He used the other hand to pick it up and took it off gently. However, when he wanted to put Xiaozhong down, he found that Xiaozhong was stuck to his hand again. Lin Shen tried every possible way, but he was unable to get rid of Xiaozhong. The chaos bell stuck to his body like a dogskin plaster. He could use any part of his body to get the chaos bell and could easily move it. But there was no way to throw it away, and there was no way to pry it off. Lin Shen was so anxious that he was sweating heavily. Lin Shen even used the piggy dragon clipper to cut the chaos bell, but it was useless if he couldn't hurt it at all. After gritting his teeth, Lin Shen was determined to pinch the flesh that was in contact with the chaos Xiaozhong. Anyway, he only pinched the chaos Xiaozhong with 2 fingers, and just cut off the flesh on his fingers. There should be no problem. Chupalong cut the place connected to the chaos Xiaozhong, cut the flesh on his fingers, and really cut the flesh open. After a little blood was bleeding, it was nothing serious for Lin Shen. Using the super basic recasting skill, the injury he suffered in a blink of an eye was already repaired as before. Lin Shen went to cut the belly of another finger and cut it off very quickly. Chaos Xiaozhong, who was stuck to 2 pieces of flesh, finally left Lin Shen's body and fell to the ground. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to deal with it, he saw that his flesh and some blood on his flesh melted strangely. It just melted, like snow melted into water, flesh and blood transformed into liquid, and the chaotic small clock, which was obviously like pig iron, sucked the liquid in like a sponge. The next second, Lin Shen saw that the text on the chaos bell turned into blood. The original black iron-like material also drifted with a bloody smell, giving people a feeling of evil and bloodiness. Suddenly, the chaos bell disintegrated instantly, turning into countless black and red particles, flying towards Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen had condensed his shell to resist, but the black and red particles still rushed into his body and disappeared in a blink of an eye. It's a hell, what's going on? Lin Shen felt his body, and could not sense where the black and red particles had gone, and his face suddenly became unstable. Chaos Xiaozhong saw that it was not a serious thing. When this thing entered his body, he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a disaster. Lin Shen tossed and turned around and used many tricks, but he still couldn't figure out where the black and red particles transformed by the chaos bell went. He could only go through the space capsule again, wanting to see if there were any instructions or something inside. If you can know the origin of the chaos bell, maybe you have a way to deal with it. What made Lin Shen depressed was that there was nothing else in that space capsule, and there were only a few things in such a large space. Lin Shen studied the use of space capsules, but did not find out the reason. It is estimated that only the bound person can turn on and close this thing. He can only put away the space capsules and the things inside. The space capsule could not be put into his own space device, so he could only put it in his pocket. Lin Shen first put the other things into his own space device. When he was about to go back, Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, took out the space capsule, and stuffed it into a gap. This area is already very familiar with the deep forest. Although the gap is not big, it is a bit deep below. If it is stuffed in, it should not be found again. After doing all this, Lin Shen went back as if nothing had happened. In fact, he really didn't want to take these things, and it seemed useless. He didn't get the information he wanted at all. After returning, I saw Xiaoyu teasing the little white tigers. The little white tiger was having fun with him, as if he was very happy. A duo sat alone on a stone, dazed intently, not knowing what he was thinking. Hearing the footsteps, a duo raised his head, saw Lin Shen, and said with a complicated expression, Tian, I have something I want to ask you for help. What's the matter? Lin Shen asked. I think we should leave here as soon as possible, but due to the injury, there was something wrong with my memory, so I need your help. I want you to accompany me back. Adwa paused and said, Of course, I won't let you go for a waste. I will give you enough rewards, or you can just raise any conditions. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he heard this. He was worried that he would not know how to speak and follow a duo. Unexpectedly, a duo would take the initiative to speak and take him back. This is a great thing. As long as he leaves the planet with a duo, without such a powerful gravity constraint, he can use his mechanical watch to teleport away. You have saved my life. What kind of reward is not rewarded? Don't mention it to me. Your business is mine. I will definitely help you. Lin Shendao said hypocritically. That's great, you're such a good person, I think we should be able to be good friends, right? That's certainly, we are already very good friends now. Lin Shen and a duo looked at each other and smiled, with some incomprehensible meaning in their eyes. Lin Shen thought he had a huge benefit, and he was a little sad about using a duo. But he didn't know that Adwa also had similar thoughts at this time, but he didn't feel sorry for it at all. At this time, a duo was no longer the same a duo. There seemed to be a faint purple color in the depths of his eyes. It was the purple color of the purple butterfly woman, and her body was still Adwa's body, but the soul that controlled this body was no longer Adwa. So now Adwa has no memory of Adwa at all. She knows nothing about Adwa and doesn't know much about the gods and man. She wins over Lin Shen so much, just wants to use Lin Shen to speed up her understanding of the gods and man. But she never expected that Lin Shen was more ignorant than her and knew less about a duo and the gods than her. The two guys with their own ulterior motives thought they had taken a huge advantage. Chapter 966 Chrysanthemum Number. Adwa, do you still remember the way out? Lin Shen asked Adwa next to him naturally as he walked. Don't you know the way out? A duo stopped and stared at Lin Shen and asked. I've been lost long ago, otherwise I wouldn't have been here for so many days. Lin Shen said the truth, very sincere. I'll try it, but I can't remember it very clearly. Let's follow my feelings. A duo withdrew his gaze and said as he identified the direction. Of course she knew the way out, and no one should be more familiar with the way here than her, but she didn't want to reveal it. Lin Shen frowned when he heard this, but there was no choice but to follow a duo's feelings. Under the leadership of a duo, I walked the wrong way several times and took several days to finally find the exit of this underground cave, but it was not the place where Lin Shen came in before. The purple light outside had long disappeared. After Lin Shen walked out of the cave, he found rows of volcanoes with huge diameters around him. Volcanoes were arranged neatly, extending to the end of the horizon. It was impossible to tell how many of them were. Lin Shen secretly wondered in his heart, how could such a protruding volcano be under such strong gravity? This is not very scientific. What's even more strange is that these volcanoes are arranged too neatly. How can the natural volcanoes be so neatly located? Even the distance between them looks similar. While Lin Shen was thinking, he saw a duo walking towards a place next to him, where there was a very strange device parked. The reason why Lin Shen thought it was a device, not a spaceship or something, was because its appearance did not match the appearance of a spaceship or warship he had in his impression. The body of the entire device is a standing elliptical black metal body, and there is also a huge blue crystal ring outside the elliptical body. Seeing that a duo had already walked over, Lin Shen quickly called Xiaoyu and the 4 little milk tigers to follow. A duo walked to the device. She knew that this was the spaceship a duo and the others were on when they came, but she didn't know how to turn it on. I wanted to ask Lin Shen, but I felt that if I even forgot such a thing, it would seem a bit too much. Advanced technology saved her. There was no need for a duo to do anything. The device sensed her arrival, automatically started, the hatch opened, and a ladder was extended. A duo walked up calmly, and at the same time he arrived at the voice inside the spacecraft. Master, welcome you back to the chrysanthemum. Lin Shen followed him to the stairs and his expression changed slightly strange when he heard the name of the device. He stepped on his feet and tried to walk up the steps, but was blocked by a light screen that suddenly appeared. Master, some creature wants to break into the chrysanthemum. Will it launch an attack to clear the invaders? The voice of the smart brain sounded again. It's my friend, let them come up. A duo said. I understand. Jinao responded, and the light screen blocking Lin Shen suddenly disappeared. Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh that the technology of the gods and humans is indeed stronger than that of the ancient realm. After getting on the spaceship, Lin Shen looked around and saw a light and shadow appearing in front of a duo, which was an elegant image of a housekeeper. Master, where are we going now? Asked the butler Guanying. Go home. A duo actually didn't want to go back now. She still had too little knowledge of a duo's background. But in this situation, if she does not go home directly but goes to other planets, it will only make a duo's family more suspicious. Uncle Shui died, he was injured and had amnesia, but he did not rush home immediately, anyone would feel suspicious. Okay master, please drive carefully. The butler responded, and then saw a driving seat floating in front of him. A duo looked at the driver's seat, but he felt a little embarrassed. She can't drive such things at all. If she was a real person, even if she was not a duo herself, she should have known to change the butler to the autonomous driving mode at this time. Unfortunately, she is not only not a human being, but also doesn't know much about this kind of thing. Although a duo didn't know anything, she had her own way. She turned her eyes to Lin Shen and said, I feel a little uncomfortable, come and drive. Lin Shen was a little confused. How could he do this thing? However, since a duo asked him to open it, Lin Shen instinctively thought that every god should be able to open this thing, otherwise how could a duo let him open it directly instead of asking him if he could open it? If Lin Shen said now that he would not drive, or asked for autonomous driving, he would be somewhat worried that he would be suspected by a duo. Both rookies thought that the other party should know a lot, but they never thought that they were both the same ignorance. While Lin Shen was thinking about how to deal with it without revealing his flaws, he saw Xiaoyu actually sitting on it and turned on the driving mode very familiarly. Lin Shen was surprised and happy, and was glad that Xiaoyu had relieved himself, but he was a little confused. He knew that he could drive such a spaceship and looked so skillful. Seeing that Xiaoyu was able to fly the spacecraft skillfully, a duo believed that he could get a lot of information from the gods and men from Lin Shen. Xiaoyu blinked at Lin Shen while Adwa was not paying attention to him, and then issued many orders to the butler. After asking for a duo's authorization, the butler followed Xiaoyu's instructions and the juicy number began to be activated. The crystal ring outside splits, forming 3 crossed crystal rings, and then the crystal ring slowly starts and rotates quickly. The speed of the crystal ring is getting faster and faster, and the blue light is getting stronger and stronger, and finally a white light ball is formed, like a vortex. The next second, the chrysanthemum disappeared like a teleportation, forming strange space ripples on the planet. It takes more than 600 hours before we can return to a duo's home. You can rest first, Xiaoyu said to a duo and Lin Shen while driving the chrysanthemum. Adwa, you are feeling uncomfortable, go and rest first, I'm here, Lin Shen said. A duo nodded and said to the butler, you go with me, I need some things to ask for you to help me inquire about. She had no idea where she should go to rest, so she could only let the butler lead the way. After a duo and the butler left, Lin Shen came to Xiaoyu's side, but did not say anything. He suspected that there should be panoramic surveillance in the chrysanthemum number, and that his every move should be visible and no flaws could be revealed. Xiaoyu smiled and said, driving is boring. Let's take a look at the news online. As he said that, Xiaoyu called the butler out, and another butler's light and shadow appeared beside him, accepted his order, and opened the Juhua number network. Lin Shen had no expression on his face, but he was overjoyed. Xiaoyu is really meticulous and understanding, it's worth it. I treat him, well, it's pretty good. Chapter 967 6 Star Zones. On the internet of Xianting, Lin Shen saw many things that surprised him. The immortal court is much larger than he imagined. The ancient realm area where he is located is just the edge of the South Star District, one of the 6 major star areas of the immortal court. There are countless ancient areas like this on the edge of the immortal court. The immortal court is the center of this universe, and the ancient realm area can only be regarded as scraps. Xianting is divided into 6 major star regions: the Zhongtian Star Region, the Hosaturn Zone, the South Star Region, the North Star Region, the East Star Region and the West Star Region. Each star area has an ultimate strong man as the master of the star area, and the master of the Zhongtian star area is also the master of the entire immortal court. Lin Shen is not unfamiliar with the name of this immortal court, because the lord of the immortal court is the Jade Emperor who actively becomes Lin Shen's guardian spirit, but cannot be called it. Immortal creatures can basically be said to be the lowest creature in the fairy court. Even a newborn baby can have the power of law. However, here, the power of law is not called this name, but is called distortion characteristics. All the gods and men in the immortal court are descendants of those ancient gods and men. Those gods and men born from the unparalleled combination of existence have the strong bloodline that is not something that Lin Shen can imagine from the ancient realm. However, there are also advantages and disadvantages between gods and humans. Overall, they are divided into 3 levels of gods and humans. Most gods are only inferior gods and humans when they are born. By practicing magical skills, they can improve their ranks. The same lower-level gods have some differences depending on the distortion characteristics. For ordinary gods, earth-level gods and heaven-level gods, Lin Shen roughly learns about the so-called 3 different levels of gods and men discovered, which are actually the corresponding 3 different laws of heaven, earth and man. The ordinary gods and men correspond to the immortals of human laws, the earth-level gods and men correspond to the immortals of earth-level gods and men correspond to the immortals of heaven-level gods and men correspond to the immortals of heaven-level gods and men correspond to the immortals of heaven-level gods and men correspond to the immortals of heaven-level gods. The middle-level god is another level. Lin Shen has not yet understood what is the qualitative difference between them. Like the ancient realm area, ordinary gods are the most common, and there are more earth-level gods, and heaven-level gods are very rare. Strangely, among these levels, there is no level corresponding to the Dharma King, and it is not known whether there are any existences like heavenly art among the inferior gods. The level of the deformed species is also corresponding to the gods and man, and is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower, and there are also subdivisions, but it is not the heaven, earth and man. The deformed species are divided into 3 levels, ordinary, mutated and divine beasts, which are actually corresponding to the 3 methods of heaven, earth and man. Above the superior gods and beasts, there are higher-level living bodies, that is, the ultimate gods or the ultimate gods or the ultimate creatures. However, the number of ultimate gods is extremely rare. Apart from the masters of the 6 major star areas, there are not many ultimate gods in the immortal court, and they rarely appear in the 6 major star areas. The ultimate creature a duo is looking for is just the legendary ultimate creature. There is no video information at all. I don't know if anyone has actually seen it. Lin Shen roughly estimated that his own strength should be quite good among the lower-class gods. If he really fights, he should still have some chance of winning against the upper-class gods. No wonder after Tian Shu rushed into the immortal court, he was able to injure the god who led him. I think that should be just a lower god. While Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the news. It's a duo. Lin Shen was a little surprised, and he didn't expect to see a duo on the news. Soon Lin Shen learned about a duo's true identity. He is the 6th son of the leader of the Zhuri clan, one of the 2 great gods in the Zhongtian Star District. The news is a scene where a duo meets with another god family with the clan leader. Lin Shen is also familiar with the other god family. He is the Etienne clan who possesses the sun shooting technique. The reason why Adwa attended the meeting with the patriarch was not because Adwa was favored by other children, but because he was chosen to marry the Etienne clan. The marriage between 2 major families in the Zhongtian Star District was a major event that alarmed the entire immortal court. All major star districts were talking about this matter, so Lin Shen could easily see it. Lin Shen saw that a duo was a person with status, but he didn't expect that his identity was so awesome. According to the news, the Shuri tribe and the Etion tribe were originally two major forces that restrict each other. In the past, there were often conflicts of interests and constant friction between them. This time, the two major families suddenly got married, which made everyone secretly guess whether the pattern of the Zhongtian star zone would change. Lin Shen's understanding of the immortal court and the gods was only superficial, and he had no way to guess what was going on. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to find an opportunity to teleport away, but found that while the spaceship was flying, the mechanical watch was still interfered and could not be used. He could only wait until the spaceship stopped before finding a way to teleport away. When Lin Shen was watching the news, a duo was also watching the news. She was the same as Lin Shen's thoughts, afraid of being seen, so she did not actively search for the information she wanted to know, but just obtained information from the news. The two fakes had their own thoughts on the spacecraft, and the chrysanthemum continued to march towards the Zhongtian star zone, which also led them to an unpredictable future. It didn't take long for Xiaoyu to ask the butler to switch to autonomous driving. He was watching the news on his own and was very dedicated. Lin Shen saw it too much and found that it was not as difficult as he imagined to be a god. Among so many ancient realms, few people can rush into the immortal court with their physical bodies, so Lin Shen, who has physical bodies, is almost no different from the gods and humans. As long as he does not reveal himself, others will not be able to see that he is a human from the ancient realms. This made Lin Shen feel like he was invading the enemy's army as an undercover agent. He understood the immortal court as much as possible. Even if he returned to the ancient realm area in the future, he would have to solve the big trouble of the immortal court. He himself does not need to worry about the death disaster for the time being, but Tianquan is already an immortal and must go through the death disaster. If you can't survive after one day's search, you can only choose to rush into the immortal court. That's not a good thing. Those who entered the immortal court from the ancient realm are basically the lowest level of the immortal court, who are as strong as the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Heaven. Now they don't know how to live or die. Tianquan is not as strong as the Emperor of Heaven and Heaven. If she comes in, she is afraid the situation will be worse. Lin Shen is a little lucky now, glad that he came to the immortal court first, and glad that he knew this. He had to find a way for Tianquan and his relatives and friends, and he couldn't let them come up and serve the mermaid meat. It's a pity that my destiny and rebellious bones have not been collected yet. The information about destiny and rebellious bones says that if you have the opportunity to evolve to the ultimate state of life, I don't know if it refers to the ultimate creature. Lin Shen thought that his destiny and rebellious bones are not far from it now. After returning, he will take back the fire on Longyue and Ouyang Yudu no matter what. Chapter 968 Deng Family. The more than 600 hours of time are not particularly long for Lin Shen and a duo, and it can even be said to feel a little short. They are all trying to absorb various information and knowledge from the immortal court and make plans for the future. What surprised Lin Shen was that the advanced technology of Xianting is a very conservative place. The hierarchy of the immortal court is very rigorous. The lower-level gods, middle-level gods and superior gods have different authority in the immortal court, and the planets assigned to them are also different. That's right, the planets inhabited by the gods are allocated by the immortal court, and the resources are also allocated by the immortal court. The planets and resources that the lower gods can allocate to are far from comparable to the middle gods, and the resources of the middle gods are far from that of the upper gods. Therefore, the immortal court is also a place where the strong prey on the weak. The stronger you are, the more resources the immortal court will give you. The more I understand the immortal court, the more I feel that the immortal court is too strange. The cosmic civilization with such developed technology is a distribution system. Everything can only be obtained by distribution, and there is basically no war here. If someone tries to provoke a war, he will be punished by the master in the star area. At the least, he will be seriously injured, and at the worst, he will be directly erased. There are usually only two ways for gods to obtain resources. One is to rely on the rations of the immortal court, and the other is to go to the star domain outside the 6 major star areas to adventure. The rationing methods of Xianting are actually very diverse, with various competitions and rankings. If you can get the ranking, the rationing resources will be relatively rich. Various competitions and rankings are also very interesting. Normal games include battles between lower-level gods and men, battles between middle-level gods and men, battles between upper-level gods and men, etc. There are also many battle matches between pets, and these battle matches are relatively normal and the resources provided are quite good. There are some strange competition rankings, which seem very strange. There is actually a beauty pageant in the Xianting court, and it is divided into men's and women's groups. Gods of all levels can participate, only compared to beauty but not strength. If you can get a ranking in the beauty pageant, the resources you will get are also very rich. Lin Shen was extremely moved to see it, thinking about whether to bring Ouyang Yu over to participate in the competition. Maybe he could achieve resource freedom immediately. There are so many various competitions that Lin Shen suspected that this place was not an immortal courtyard, but a large super competition venue. Anyway, in places like Xianting, there is no idle person. You can get resources, but you have to participate in the competition and get the ranking to obtain a lot of information. If you really don't participate in any competition, the immortal court will not let you starve to death. The planet will still give you resources and benefits, but those are the most basic guarantees, and they can only maintain the most basic living conditions. The more Lin Shen looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong in this immortal courtyard. It was really wrong. He only saw a lot of resources and benefits sent by the immortal court, but he did not see the origin of these resources. The resources in Xianting are allocated and there is no need to pay taxes at all. It is naturally a good thing not to pay taxes. The problem is that the immortal court has no income. So where do these resources allocated by the immortal court and the rewards given by the competition come from? This is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. The immortal court has a very long time. I don't know how many trillions of years it has been distributed like this. Not to mention the planets that have been allocated, so many resource rewards cannot be transformed out of thin air, right? What's even more strange is that the masters of the 6 major star regions, including the Jade Emperor, the Lord of the Immortal Court, have never appeared in their true body. Lin Shen has been watching the news for so long, but he has never seen these people in the news. All the information about them is obtained from others. No wonder I can't call out the Jade Emperor. Not to mention me, even the gods in the Immortal Court are not those top figures who can get in touch with the Lord of the Immortal Court. I'm afraid I don't even know what the Jade Emperor looks like. Lin Shen thought to himself. These days, Lin Shen and a duo have also had a lot of communication. A duo's recovery seems to be very good, and it seems that he has remembered a lot of things. How could he know that the things that a duo remembered were actually all the things she came back from reading the news? In order to determine whether she had any omissions, she deliberately chatted with Lin Shen and Xiaoyu to see if they could see the flaws. The result made her very satisfied, and Lin Shen and Xiaoyu didn't see any problems at all. She didn't know that Lin Shen and Xiaoyu didn't know more than her, so how could she see any flaws? By chance, Lin Shen and a duo came to the Sunju Nian group in the Zhongtian star zone. The Sunju Nian group was given to Quafu, the ancestor of the Juri clan, by the Immortal Court, and has been inherited and passed down to a duo's generation. I don't know how many generations it has been passed down. However, no matter how you inherit or how you divide it, the Sunju Nebula group belongs to the Sunju clan, which is unchangeable. A duo's father is Deng Xian, who is the leader of the Juri tribe. He lives in the place where he lives is the best galaxy in the Juri Nebula group, and the planet he lives in is naturally the best among the Juri tribe. As Deng Xian's son, although a duo himself received a planet assigned by the Immortal Court, he did not live on his planet and had been living with Deng Xian on Quafu Star. The rules are fair, but people have different backgrounds. With a father like Deng Xian, he naturally doesn't need to compete with others for many things. Even if competition is needed, with Deng Xian's help, his peers will not be able to compete with him. However, a duo seems to rarely participate in various competitions and does not rely on his background in cultivation to participate in competitions to plunder resources. Apart from following Deng Xian to attend the meeting with the Etienne clan, there is almost no matter what is related to a duo on the internet. Even if it is such a big marriage between the two tribes, a duo, as one of the protagonists, has little information dug out. Most of them are about how talented he is, how hard he learns, how fast he practices, and how fast he practices. There is no substantial content at all. In contrast, a duo's brothers, sisters and younger brothers are much more interesting than him, and at least there is a lot of black material to dig. If it weren't for this marriage, almost few people knew about Deng Adwa, the sixth son of Deng Xian's family. When the chrysanthemum descended on Quafu's star, Lin Shen and a duo were both equally nervous. Lin Shen was afraid that someone would see through his identity, and a duo was also afraid that someone would see through his identity. The spaceship entered the skyport, and Lin Shen followed a duo down. From a distance, he saw a man and a group of people greeting him. Looking at the person coming over with a fierce momentum, Lin Shen felt extremely weak, but he had to pretend to be calm. Chapter 969, I recognized the wrong person. The people who came were dressed in black, with hundreds of people following behind them, all wearing black clothes. Coupled with their aggressive appearance, Lin Shen felt like they were gangs who would slash people with a disagreement. Did I say? I'm exposed, these people are here to get me. Lin Shen felt a little upset. He had just quietly tested whether he could use a mechanical watch to teleport out of here. For some reason, he still couldn't start it. If the fight starts now, he doesn't think he has the ability to escape. Lin Shen looked at a duo and found that a duo seemed a little nervous. He probably guessed in his heart that a duo might not have remembered who this person was, and his mind was not completely good. This person is not a duo's enemy, right? Lin Shen was thinking, but saw that the man actually walked straight towards him and did not go to a duo. It's over, it's really discovered. Lin Shen's mind was running wildly, but he couldn't think of any way to get out. Try it out? Quafuxing is the base camp of the Zhuri tribe, and there are many superior gods. If he lends 3 lives to Lin Shen, he will not be dead enough. But what can I do if I don't fight? You can't sit still, right? Various possibilities flashed through Lin Shen's mind, and he even wanted to take the guy who looked like a gangster in the front as a hostage. In the end, Lin Shen gave up this idea and planned not to resist, and then pulled a du into the water. After thinking about it, he could survive only by pulling a du into the water. Just as Lin Shen was thinking, a man like a gangster brother had already walked in front of him, and opened his hands and came towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen had decided not to resist and decided to let the other party capture him, but who knew that the man like a gangster brother hugged him and said, "Lao Lu, we finally meet. Second brother misses you to death." Lin Shen was stunned and didn't react at once. What was going on? A duo was also confused, and she didn't know what was going on. According to her understanding, the person she seized the body should be Deng Adwa, the sixth son of the Deng Xian family. What's going on now? What's wrong? Are you unhappy when you see your second brother? After hugging Lin Shen, a man like a gangster stepped back and looked at him. Seeing that his face was a little strange, he couldn't help but frown and said, "That, you seem to have recognized the wrong person. I'm not Deng Adwa," Lin Shen said carefully. Although he felt that this man could not even know his younger brother, he could not think of other possibilities besides this possibility. "You are not Lao Lu? What a joke! You are not Lao Lu. Who else can I say here is Lao Lu? You don't want to tell me that he is Lao Lu, right? Lao Lu, you are really naughty, and you are joking with your second brother, right?" The second brother of the Deng family, who was like a gangster, put one hand on Lin Shen's shoulder and said with a smile. Lin Shen is nearly 1.9 meters tall, but he still looks a little thin next to the second brother of the Deng family. The second brother of the Deng family seems to have a good relationship with a duo. But of course Lin Shen could not be his sixth brother. The relay duo stood in front of him, but he couldn't recognize him, which was a bit embarrassing. Seeing that Lin Shen had not laughed, a duo on the opposite side kept looking at him. The second brother of the Deng family seemed to feel something was wrong. He slowly let go of his hand holding Lin Shen, looked at him with his eyes, and asked in confusion, "You are really not the sixth brother? Second, you are getting older and older. Even your own brother can admit his mistakes. You are really the one." A voice that is neither yin nor yang sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a man in white shaking a folding fan and walking over. His face was as handsome as a crown and his posture was upright, and he looked very chic while shaking the folding fan. But for some reason, Lin Shen always felt that this man was a bit too feminine. He was also holding a folding fan, but he was more masculine. Behind this man in white, there were hundreds of people. They were wearing uniform white clothes, which was clearly arranged on both sides with the men in black brought by the second brother of the Deng family, which was particularly abrupt. "Boss, you don't have to worry about my business. Don't talk nonsense there." The second brother of the Deng family looked down on the man in white, turned around and through Lin Shen, smiled and reached out to hug Adwa's shoulder, and said, "Adwa, second brother, I've been too tired recently, and I miss you too much, and I think everyone looks like you, so I recognize the wrong person. I will take you to the immortal sect to be free and happy, and I think it's all for you to apologize." Aduo pressed the Deng family's second son's arm with one hand, and did not let him hug him. "I'm grateful for my kindness. I haven't recovered from the injury and want to go back and rest first." The second son of the Deng family was quite thick-skinned and didn't care at all. He naturally withdrew his hand, looked at Aduo nervously and said, "Aduo, where are you injured? Tell me quickly, I'll find someone to treat you now." Before Aduo said anything, the boss of the Deng family, dressed in white, sneered and said, "Second, don't act there. How could you not know about the injury of the sixth brother? Aduo just came back, how could I know?" The second child lowered his face. "Didn't you keep monitoring Lao Lu's chrysanthemum number? Uncle Shui hasn't come back together, so you don't know what happened?" The boss of the Deng family sneered. "Boss, don't swear. Who is monitoring Aduo's spaceship? Are you talking about yourself?" The second son of the Deng family retorted immediately. The boss of the Deng family ignored him and looked at Aduo and said, "Sixth brother, Uncle Shui has not come back with you. Something must have happened in your work, right? We met Zixia Mingdai on a planet. Uncle Shui sacrificed to save me," Aduo said with a sigh. Both the eldest son of the Deng family and the second son of the Deng family changed their faces. The eldest son of the Deng family said, "The Zixia Mingdai is a superior beast. It is already a great fortune to be able to come back alive. Uncle Shui wants to be kind and dies. You don't have to be too sad. You just said that you were injured. Was he injured by the Zixia Mingdai? If so, you must be treated immediately. The injuries left by the Zixia Mingdai butterfly cannot be solved so easily. If it is not treated in time, it may leave endless troubles. The wounds of Zixia Mingdai are not ordinary healing techniques to solve. I have a person with the extreme yang divine skills under me, and they are the nemesis of Zixia Mingdai." The second son of the Deng family immediately said, "If I were really injured by Zixia Mingdai, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for you two to show your kindness here, and I'd already died on the road." A woman in green came over, gave a blank look at the boss of the Deng family and the second child of the Deng family, and then took Aduo's hand without saying anything, and left. "Sixth brother, go back with me." Lin Shen saw that the boss of the Deng family and the second son of the Deng family were not very good looking, but he did not stop the woman. Lin Shen kept staring at the woman's hair. There was something between her hair that was not sure whether it was a hairpin or a hairpin. There was a thick mosaic on it. There is actually a mosaic in the immortal court? Lin Shen was shocked and hurriedly followed. Chapter 970. I won't admit my mistake. Lin Shen was about to follow, but he was blocked by the second brother of the Deng family in black. "Boy, your name is Atian, right? Come with me." The second brother of the Deng family snapped his fingers, and immediately two gods in black came over, one on the left and the other on the right, sandwiched Lin Shen in the middle. "Young Master Aduo saved my life, I have to follow him," Lin Shen hurriedly said loudly. These days, he and Aduo have had a good chat with each other. Although he has used the other party's intentions, he feels that Aduo should have a good impression of him and should not ignore him. The woman and Aduo both turned their heads to look at Lin Shen when they heard the sound. The woman looked at Lin Shen and turned her eyes to Aduo again. Although she said nothing, the meaning was very obvious. She was asking Aduo whether she needed to take Lin Shen away. "You don't have to take it seriously. See you again if you have the chance to do it in the future." Aduo waved his hand to Lin Shen very casually, then turned around and left. Lin Shen was stunned. When a duo chatted with him before, his attitude was not like this. Why did he suddenly become like this? It was like destroying a bridge across the river. This bastard. Lin Shen scolded a duo for being shameless in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he didn't expect a duo to be a good person, but just wanted to use a duo to escape from the huge neutron star. The woman glanced at Lin Shen with some confusion before turning around and leaving with a duo. Boy, no one can take you away from me now. Let's go honestly. The second son of the Deng family said and walked forward. Lin Shen knew that he had no choice but to take Xiaoyu with him and follow the second son of the Deng family. There is nothing we can do about this. If he is not decent, the second son of the Deng family will definitely ask someone to help him decent. After leaving the airport, the second son of the Deng family took them on the aircraft and took them directly to a place that looked like a warehouse. The second child of the Deng family sat on a big chair, staring at Lin Shen without blinking. Second young master, I have never offended you, have you? Lin Shen asked. No. The second son of the Deng family shook his head. Have Mr. Adwa offended you? Lin Shen asked again. Lin Shen originally thought that a duo must have a bad relationship with him. If the second son of the Deng family wanted to target him because of this, he could say that he hated a duo to death and wanted to abandon the darkness and turn to the light. Unexpectedly, the second son of the Deng family thought about it, shook his head and said, no. Lin Shen was stunned. Fortunately, he had been with the people of the Tianchi Academy for a long time and had a more flexible mind. He immediately said, since we have not offended you, Mr. Adwa has saved my life again. The Deng family has been kind to me. If the second master gives me any instructions, it will be said that. In order to repay the great kindness, I will definitely not let the young master down. The second son of the Deng family looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, I didn't expect that your personality would be so cowardly, which is a bit unexpected. Lin Shen smiled awkwardly, being a person should be grateful, this is my motto. The second son of the Deng family laughed and laughed happily, very good. I like people who know how to be grateful. Since you are a person who is grateful, then you should know the kindness of a drop of water and repay it with a spring of water, right? Should this be the case? Lin Shen said seriously. Okay, I'm very happy today, so you can have fun with me. As he said that, the second son of the Deng family waved his hand, and the younger brothers standing on both sides quickly retreated. When Lin Shen was wondering what the second child of the Deng family meant, he saw some men in black coming in. Not only did they come in, but they also moved in a lot of things. What are you going to do? Lin Shen looked at the things they put down, his expression changing extremely strangely. Lin Shen originally thought that the second son of the Deng family was a violent maniac and wanted to use various criminal detentions and force him to tell the truth. Who knew that the things that were moved in were not torture instruments, but all kinds of things that looked like wine, as well as various delicacies. Seeing this situation, Lin Shen really thought that the second child of the Deng family wanted to find someone to drink with him. But what we moved in next completely overturned Lin Shen's idea. The man in black behind actually brought in a white bathhouse with water, and petals were placed inside the water. There were actually romantic candles on the table, but the wood placed next to it made Lin Shen unable to associate the candles with food, but instead had a very bad association. Until a round waterbed was moved in, Lin Shen could almost be sure of his guess. This second son of the Deng family turned out to be a dead pervert. Lin Shen bit and decided to fight to the death. Lin Shen is a pure man who stands tall and does not suffer such insults. He would rather die while standing than live while lying on his back. Today I will let me learn what the great things are about gods and man. Lin Shen secretly activates his strength and wants to use the Samsung system. Suddenly, the Deng family's second son sitting on the sofa clapped his palms, and suddenly, figures came into the outside, standing in a row behind Lin Shen, blocking Lin Shen's route of escape, and forming a pincer attack with the Deng family's second son on the other side. But Lin Shen turned his head and looked at the row of people coming in carefully, but his chin almost fell to the ground in surprise. The row of people in front of them were all white-skinned and beautiful long legs, wearing cool bikini, and each one was in a charming posture. Some were affectionate, some were cold and pure, some were coquettish and some were flushed in their cheeks, as if they did not dare to look at Lin Shen, lowering their cute little faces. Beauties of various styles are dazzling to Lin Shen. The key is that these beauties have their own characteristics and outstanding temperaments, not the kind of multi-breasted beauties who will make them blind at first glance. I'm not calling anyone yet. The second son of the Deng family sat on the sofa with wide open arms and said to the beauties. Hello, young master. My name is Shi Qing. My name is Wanner. My name is. The beauties reported their names in a charming way. Lin Shen was full of doubts, not knowing what the hell was doing with the second son of the Deng family. What's wrong, Lao Lu, didn't like these goddesses? These are the beauties who can enter the ranking of 10,000 in the previous world. If you don't like them, I'll change them to you. The second son of the Deng family said with a smile. Second young master, you really recognized the wrong person. I am not Deng Adwa. Lin Shen was a little confused. Why was it that time? The second son of the Deng family could still recognize the wrong person. This is too strange. Of course I know you are not Deng Adwa, and I am not interested in entertaining him. The second son of the Deng family sat upright and looked at Lin Shen and said seriously, your brother and I are brothers, and they are friends of life and death. He has saved my life. What he said, I will not remember a word wrong. He said that he has a younger brother, and his younger brother is naturally my younger brother. Although I have never seen you, you can tell at a glance that it is you. Your brother's temperament is different from others, and you will not admit it wrong. You are the little sixth master of the Lin family, right? Chapter 971 The God of Heaven. Lin Shen looked at the second son of the Deng family and didn't know what to say for a moment. If you say he is talking nonsense and want to cheat Lin Shen, how can ordinary people know that his surname is Lin, that he has an older brother, and that his name is called me? Lin Shen has never mentioned these things on the Juhua No. Chryson, and he was from the ancient world. Even if the second son of the Deng family wanted to investigate, he would not be able to find out his origin. But if you want to say that he really has something to do with the Lin family, his name is Lin Shen Xiaolu Master. Where did the elder Lu come from the Lin family? Including the elder sister, there are only 5 siblings. Where did Xiaolu Master come from? If it really doesn't matter, how could the second son of the Deng family dare to say these things confidently, as if he was serious? Looking at the second son of the Deng family, Lin Shen was really confused by him and didn't know what was going on with him. Xiaolu Master, don't be stunned. Choose. If you don't like it, let's change another batch. The second son of the Deng family said carelessly. I have no interest in these things, so let's go out and let's talk alone. Lin Shen didn't know who he mistakenly recognized himself for, so he had to figure it out first. Otherwise, when the second son of the Deng family finds out that he is not that person, the consequences will be more troublesome than explaining them clearly now. The second son of the Deng family waved his hand and asked all the beauties to go out. Lin Shen waited for them to be exposed, and the door was also pulled up. Only he and the second son of the Deng family were left in the warehouse. Lin Shen said carefully, second young master. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted by the second son of the Deng family after just 3 words, what's the second son? You are my brother's younger brother, that is, my younger brother and the second brother. Brother Deng, you said I am your brother's younger brother, then what's your brother's name? Lin Shen asked. Lin Shen knew that it was very simple to explain this matter clearly. As long as you know the name of the second brother of the Deng family, you can naturally tell whether the person he was talking about had anything to do with Lin Shen. Of course, it is best to have photos. Xianting's technology is so developed, and the second son of the Deng family has such a good relationship with that person. They have already called each other brothers. They must have acted together. It should be normal to be recorded. I don't know. The second son of the Deng family answered, but Lin Shen's surprise. I'm asking you the name of that brother. Lin Shen thought he didn't hear it clearly, so he repeated it again. Yes, I don't know. The second son of the Deng family answered for granted, and even his expression did not change at all. Lin Shen looked at the second child of the Deng family, with a very strange expression. The second child of the Deng family kept saying that the man was his brother, but he didn't even know what the man was called. The second son of the Deng family didn't care about Lin Shen's eyes and said intoxicatedly, "A gentleman's friendship is as light as water. If the friendship lasts for a long time, how could he care about the other person's surname and who is from? Although I came from a famous family, my brotherly friendship with your brother cannot be interfered with by any other external object. Don't worry, stay here with me. With me here, no one can do anything to you." Lin Shen looked at the Deng family's second son and felt that this person was so fucking. After he said so much, he actually just expressed one meaning. The second son of the Deng family was not familiar with the Lin family he mentioned. Lin Shen guessed that the man might have just passed by and helped him, and he didn't take it seriously at all, but he was regarded as his confidant brother. Of course, it is possible that even such a person was fabricated by the second son of the Deng family, just to deceive Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought about it carefully and found that he had never leaked his surname and relatives on the chrysanthemum number, and he had never even mentioned the topics related to him. How did the second son of the Deng family know that his surname was Lin and that he had an older brother? Lin Shen thought about it all the time, but no matter how he thought about it, he felt something was wrong. The second son of the Deng family was not so entangled. He stood up and patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and said, "Stay safe and feel free to stay here. Even if you tell me, there are few things on Quafuxing that I can't do." As he said that, the second son of the Deng family left the warehouse. When he walked to the door of the warehouse, he turned around and said to Lin Shen, far away from a duo, "That guy looks harmless on the surface, but in fact he is very scheming. The kind that can kill people is not worth their lives. If you get too close to him, you will suffer a loss." "Brother Deng, are you really that sure? Am I your brother's brother?" Lin Shen couldn't help asking again. He naturally knew that a duo was not good at making friends. He just returned to Quafuxing and cheated him. Fortunately, the second son of the Deng family has other plans, otherwise Lin Shen would definitely not have a good life. That bastard a duo actually broke the bridge across the river. I will settle the accounts with him sooner or later. Lin Shen was secretly ruthless in his heart. How could he know that the reason Adwa brought him back was to make him a witness and prove that he was injured and had a brain problem? People from the Deng family have to ask Lin Shen a question, which is exactly what a duo needs. Lin Shen doesn't need to lie, and he can help her if he says anything. But a duo didn't expect that the second son of the Deng family would know Lin Shen, and he didn't ask anything, which made her previous plans go to nothing. In fact, a duo himself was thinking too much, and no one in the Deng family suspected that a duo had a problem. Or in this critical period of marriage between the two tribes, even if Deng Adwa has problems, they will not let this problem become a problem. While a duo was still dealing with the Deng family carefully, Lin Shen was already flying happily. This warehouse was originally the second child of the Deng family's own entertainment home. It not only contains various high-tech products, but also many top collectibles. Lin Shen did not touch those collections, but just used an ordinary intelligent brain to complete many incredible operations. The technological development of Xianting far exceeded Lin Shen's imagination. Because the immortal court does not allow the gods and humans to harm each other, nor does it allow wars to be launched, otherwise the disaster will be caused. However, the gods and man have such strong strength and nowhere to vent, which will sooner or later become a hidden danger. The so many rankings created by Xianting are also to solve this problem. Lin Shen was still wondering before, the immortal courtyard is so big, almost boundless, and how so many gods gathered together to participate in various competitions? Even if they teleport through the teleportation array again and again, who can teleport like this often in such a big universe? There is too much time, energy, and resources. Now Lin Shen finally figured out what was going on. There was actually a device called Xinyu Taishu Cabin. Through this device, thinking can enter a world called Taishu. The world of Taishu is similar to the world of game, where death has no effect on the body. But in the Taishu world, you can do anything that cannot be done in the immortal court world, where you can fight wildly or kill infinitely. The real level of that world makes many people suspect that the Taishu world is not a virtual world. The Xinyu Taishu equipment can replicate everything about you 100%, which is no different from yours in reality. Even clothes, electronic devices, pets, distortion artifacts, etc. can be complicated. Some people suspect that Taishu is simply another parallel spacetime. Various rankings of the Immortal Court are carried out in the Taishu world. Chapter 972 Virtual or Real? Lin Shen used Xinyu Taishu equipment to enter the Taishu world and found that this place was indeed no different from the real world. When he entered the Xinyu Taishu device, he felt like he had experienced a teleportation and came to this magical place. Everything on his body had not changed, making it difficult for Lin Shen to believe that this world did not actually exist. This place is definitely not a virtual world. After checking for a while, Lin Shen found that he had brought in a lot of things. If you want to be virtual, you need at least data to be able to be virtual. How can you virtualize the same thing without data? It is normal for other things to be virtualized through the Xinyu Taishu device, but one thing actually entered the Taishu world together, which is abnormal. Strictly speaking, it is not something, but a pet, not a pet, but two pets. That is Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. These two pets. Lin Shen has never dared to let them show up. When I got them, the information left in the box was very clear. Taking the things in the box was equivalent to being enemies of the whole world. So, Lin Shen has never dared to release Xiao Yi and Xiao Na, let alone make people discover their existence. This time I entered the Taishu world, Xiao Yi and Xiao Na actually copied it together. If the Xinyu Taishu device can scan Xiao Yi and Xiao Na's information, it would be normal to copy them together. But now their attributes are still here? Looks like. In other words, the Xinyu Taishu device is not able to scan out their data, so how did they virtually come in? After thinking about it, Lin Shen could only draw one conclusion: Taishu is not a virtual world at all, but a real place. It is not the thought that enters here, but the body transmits it. Lin Shen thought while looking around and found that this was a not-so-large island, with endless seas outside. There is nothing on the island except some plants. Lin Shen couldn't help but frowned. He came in after reading the instructions of the Xinyu Taishu device. Theoretically, after entering the Taishu world, he should appear in a random city. The upper gods, the middle gods and the lower gods will be randomly assigned to different cities. There is no concept of a planet in Taishu, and there is only one continent in the entire Taishu world. All those who enter the Taishu world are on this continent. But no one knows how big this continent is, and no one has reached the end of the continent anyway. The reason why the gods and people of different levels are separated is that outside the city, a large number of deformities will appear, and even attack the gods and people in the city, and the city massacres will occur frequently. If a lower god appears outside in an area where all the upper deformed species are above, there is nothing else to do except death. Lin Shen originally thought he would be assigned to a city with a lower-ranking god. After all, his strength had reached that level. But not only does there not have any city here, there are not even individuals. Lin Shen flew up from the sky. He wanted to know where this was, but he guessed that this might be a certain ocean area on the mainland. Because the continent of Taishu world has almost no end, the ocean is just a pool in the continent. Lin Shen kept flying high altitude, the earth kept shrinking in his eyes, and soon the small island was so small that it disappeared in his eyes. At such a high position, he still did not see the end of the ocean. All he could see was the ocean, and there was no continent at all. Lin Shen could only continue to ascend and then ascend until the ocean under his feet was almost as vast as a galaxy. What he could see was the ocean, and there was no trace of the continent at all. No, I haven't heard of such a big ocean in the Taishu world, nor have I heard of anyone entering the Taishu world and appearing in such a place. What is the situation? Lin Shen was shocked and puzzled. Lin Shen was afraid that he would be lost in this boundless ocean, so he could only follow the route. He flew up and landed vertically, and it took him a long time to return to the isolated island. He looked in the sky for so long, but he didn't find the mainland, nor did he find a second island. Lin Shen was full of doubts. It seemed that this place was really different from the Taishu world that he had learned about after reading the information. While thinking, Lin Shen chose to withdraw from the Taishu world and his consciousness returned to the Xinyu Taishu cabin. He checked the Xinyu Taishu cabin and found no problems. The equipment was normal and his operation was not wrong. After Lin Shen checked some information online again, he confirmed that there was indeed no problem with his operation and that there would be no errors. The problem is that no matter how he searched, he did not see such a big ocean in the Taishu world. Lin Shen re-entered the Xinyu Taishu cabin and wanted to try it out. Will he be sent to a normal city if he enters again? As a result, after the teleportation disappeared, he appeared on the island again. What's going on? Lin Shen could only walk around the isolated island first to see if he could find something. The isolated island is not big, and it doesn't take much time to turn it around. Lin Shen quickly looked around the isolated island, and then he found incredible that there was a Suwanio temple on this isolated island. This Suwanio temple is a bit different from the ordinary Suwanio temple. Rather than saying that this is a cave, it is a cave, but the three words Suwanio temple are engraved above the cave gate. Lin Shen walked into Suwanio temple and found that although the things here were simple, the layout was very similar to the Suwanio temple in the ancient boundary area, but it looked more primitive and simple. Lin Shen used Suwanio temple to see if he could use Suwanio temple, but found that it was really possible. He used Suwanio temple to enter Shangxing in Taishu world, and then saw the familiar trading areas and various rankings. No. How could this happen? Lin Shen looked carefully at the trading area, commodity area, and various rankings, and his eyes gradually widened, feeling more and more incredible. In Shangxing's rankings, Xiaoyu and Kiwi's names are still on it, which is normal. In addition to these rankings, Lin Shen also saw another separate Immortal Court ranking area, which contains various rankings. The names and things on it are all unfamiliar with Lin Shen, and they should be various rankings of the 6 major star areas. The various rankings of the Ancient Realm Zone and the Taishu world actually appeared in Shangxing. What's going on? Lin Shen tried to ask the Shangxing spirit, but the Shangxing spirit here did not answer his questions, and only could execute orders mechanically. Chapter 973 Strange Thing. Through Shangxing's operation, Lin Shen can trade with people from the Ancient Realm area or with people from the Immortal Court, and everything can be normal to Lin Shen's hands. This is the conclusion that Lin Shen came to after buying and selling some small things, and after Lin Shen withdrew from the Taishu world, the small things he bought also appeared in reality. The Taishu world is indeed not a virtual world, it is a place where real existence. Lin Shen became more and more sure that the Taishu world really exists. This made Lin Shen very happy. For some reason, the mechanical watch was still unavailable on Quafuxing, which made his idea of taking the opportunity to escape. Now that he discovered the abnormality in Taishu world, there was Shangxing there. Lin Shen was thinking about whether he could copy the previous routine again and sell himself as a commodity in Shangxing trading area, so that he could go back. After doing it, Lin Shen entered the Xinyu Taishu cabin again. The Xinyu Taishu cabin is completely closed. When the gods enter it, they think that they are sleeping in the Taishu cabin, and their consciousness is teleported to the Taishu world. Lin Shen now believes that there is no such thing as wandering in Taishu, but his true body has gone to that place. I entered the isolated island of Taishu world again. I originally wanted to go straight to Lin Shen, or Suwanio temple, but suddenly I found that there was something more on the isolated island. A creature who came from didn't know where it fell on the beach, as if it was dying. Lin Shen suddenly saw that the creature looked weird and didn't know what it was. After a closer look, I was shocked. It turned out to be a creature similar to a mermaid, with a human body, snake tail, and face. If it were just like this, it would not be surprising. The main reason is that the hair of this creature is composed of poisonous snakes, which is very similar to the legendary Medusa. What is this? Is the mermaid and Medusa mixed race? Lin Shen looked at the strange thing lying on the beach with a strange look. Seeing her lying on the ground motionless, Lin Shen summoned Xiaoyu and asked Xiaoyu to check what was going on. He didn't dare to go there himself. The thing looked like Medusa. If he walked over and opened his eyes and petrified him, wouldn't he beg for death? After hearing what Lin Shen said, Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, "What are your strengths?" "What are my strengths? If you don't go to me, you will let me do everything. Are you still an individual? Didn't you say that you are my own son?" "I have something to do, so of course I have to let my son go," Lin Shen said with a smile. Xiaoyu was trembling all over, and she stopped talking in anger. looking at the strange thing on the beach. He did not immediately rush up and summoned the Shura sword and Shura fork, and first tentatively used the Shura fork to pierce the void. The thing suddenly moved the sound of the Shura in Xiaoyu's hand. Left, right, front, back and forth, Xiaoyu quickly discovered that the thing should not be alive. If it were alive, he would have to get up and fight for him as long as he had a breath. After confirming that there was no danger, Xiaoyu walked over. Lin Shen also saw that there was no danger, so he followed Xiaoyu and walked over. The two of them squatted down to study the strange corpse. The strange thing that had just squatted down and closed her eyes suddenly opened. The two of them were so scared that they jumped up and flew directly into the air, throwing all kinds of skills and techniques over. Various attacks hit the strange thing's body, almost smashing the beach, but the strange thing had no reaction at all, and was still lying there with his eyes open. Lin Shen and Xiaoyu's bombardment attacks did not cause any damage to her body. This thing is so strong, but why can't she move? Lin Shen was shocked and suspicious when he looked at the strange thing that was still moving. This is the Taishu world. Lin Shen doesn't look like a god or a man when he sees it. It may be a deformed species in the Taishu world. Seeing that she didn't move, Lin Shen thought for a while and pulled out the dead fans, hoping to let the dead fans kill this deformed species so as not to have another accident. The dead fans rushed over very quickly, unlike Xiaoyu's thoughts. Dead fans are now immortal creatures, with double laws and extremely destructive power of nirvana. Its attack power was enough to easily destroy the body of any lower deformed species, but Lin Shen watched the dead pink's purple tail till it on the strange thing, leaving only a red mark on her body, and it was unable to penetrate it at all. This body strength is too strong. Is this not a lower-level deformity species, but a median or even upper-level deformity species? Lin Shen was suspicious. He studied it with Death Fan and Xiaoyu for a long time, and finally he could only use the scum knife to saw the strange thing at the neck. The slag knife is indeed a good thing. Its hardness and toughness are surprisingly strong, and it is also extremely difficult to wear. All the big and small have experienced so many battles, and there is no gap in the size of rice grains. Those small slag spots like slags did not fall due to long-term wear, and there was no sign of wear for such a high-strength body. Lin Shen kept grinding the strange thing's neck again and again, and could only grind a little bit of debris each time. It's strange that this strange thing opened her eyes and could even sense the fluid like blood flowing in her body. She was obviously alive, but she didn't move. Her eyes were dull, just straightforward, not angry at all, like an inflatable doll. Lin Shen sought her for a long time, and finally sawed her neck a small hole, and the liquid inside flowed out. Lin Shen thought about how this would take, and he didn't know how long it would take to saw her head off. It would be better to just put her blood and dry it. Maybe she would die. He took out a water bag. While collecting the liquid flowing out of her body, Lin Shen used a slag knife to keep sawing it. On the one hand, it prevented the wound from healing, and on the other hand, it could also expand the wound and allow the liquid to flow faster. After all my efforts, I don't know how much time has passed. There is no liquid in the wound and it is flowing out further. However, the wound is only a shallow layer, which is still far from sawing off her neck. Kill the ultimate creature at the lower level, the evil goddess, discover the ultimate distortion source. Lin Shen was finally stunned, his heart full of doubts. Don't it be the ultimate creature or the advanced creature above the upper level? Why are there any lower level ultimate creature? Could it be that the ultimate creature is not a level, but a level? The deformed species have 3 levels, ordinary, mutated, and divine beasts. Could it be that the ultimate creature is another level above the divine beast? This is the Taishu world, and I wonder if it is consistent with the outside world? Chapter 974 The Ultimate Artifact. While Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly saw gray light floating out from the body of the evil goddess, forming a gray crown in the air. A series of order light chains extend out of the void, wrapping around the gray crown, absorbing the energy inside the crown. Immortal crown. Lin Shen suddenly realized something. The ultimate creature actually has an immortal crown, so the lower ultimate creature should be an immortal at the level of the Dharma King. While Lin Shen was thinking, the dead pink had already flew out of his body. Like last time, it turned into a huge state and bit the gray immortal crown. The teeth in his mouth were constantly grinding, trying to grind the immortal crown and swallow it. Now it is at the immortal level. With the blessing of the law of force and the law of speed, the rotation speed and force of the gear teeth are far better than before. In the flash of red light, the dusty gray crystals were ground down and kept swallowing into the belly of dead powder. It was not until the immortal crown was about to be pulled into the void that Dead Fan reluctantly let go of his mouth and watched the immortal crown being pulled into the void. The mechanical watch on Lin Shen's wrist vibrated, and the information on it was jumping. The power attribute, which was gradually increasing in recent times, has been constantly jumping out of the prompt of power +1, and the power attribute is growing rapidly. It is obvious that the Dead Fans have increased their weight again, because of the infinite contract of strength. Lin Shen's power attributes have been improved again. In a blink of an eye, the power attribute had already exceeded 14,000 mark, and the growth rate gradually slowed down. The dead pink flew back, and Lin Shen quickly checked its attributes and found that its power attributes had not changed, but there was a solidified rule in the law. This guy can actually learn any rules. Lin Shen was a little jealous and became aware of the fans. He could easily get started with the rules after eating them casually. This is too simple, and in comparison, he himself is much more difficult. Lin Shen was a little worried that the laws of Dead Fans would be more and more eaten, but these laws were just incomplete after all, not real immortal laws. Dead Fans are not considered immortal kings now. Compared with the true immortal kings, they should still suffer some losses. With the departure of the immortal crown, the strange thing's body was obviously not that hard, and Lin Shen didn't have that much difficulty when he sawed her head again. After a while, the head of the angered goddess was sawed open, and a gray distortion source was caught by Lin Shen. After the distortion source left the body of the evil goddess, it immediately vibrated violently, and automatically left Lin Shen's palm and flew up, constantly expanding, twisting and changing in the air, and finally turned into a gray shield. Immortal Shield, the ultimate inferior distortion artifact. System, Curing System. Requirements for use, Curing System Immortal Rule. Distortion rate, 100%. Hardness, 20,000. Toughness, 20,000. Distortion characteristics, Immortal Guard. Lin Shen's eyes were straightened when he saw this attribute. The attribute of 20,000 was much stronger than the distortion artifacts he had obtained before. It is estimated that the attributes of the lower distortion artifact, 20,000, should be the end. The requirements for using the Immortal Shield are very simple, only the immortal law of the solidification system is required, without any attribute requirements. However, this simple requirement is more difficult than any attribute requirement. The true immortal law can only be possessed by the Dharma King level, and only one Dharma King can obtain another immortal law. This immortal shield can be said to be the exclusive artifact of the solidified immortal king, and others cannot use it even if they want to. I don't know if my law matrix can handle this. Lin Shen tried to use the law matrix to activate the distortion characteristics of the immortal shield. As a result, Lin Shen was overjoyed. A gray light appeared on the immortal shield, which coated Lin Shen's body with a layer of gray luster. The law matrix is really surprisingly useful. Lin Shen himself felt a little surprised. It is a law matrix extracted from the immortal land of Jade, but it is a bit too magical why even the exclusive distortion artifact of the immortal law can be activated. Lin Shen said in his heart, since even the exclusive artifact of the immortal king can be activated, that is, the system requirements of the distortion artifact are invalid to me. As long as I can meet the attribute requirements, I can use any system other distortion artifact. This is an unexpected surprise. The Dead Fans were obviously not satisfied. In the huge form, they swallowed the body of the evil goddess, and then turned back to the pet capsule form to digest and rest. Lin Shen immediately left the Taishu world. He wanted to know whether such changes would disappear after leaving the Taishu world. The result will naturally not disappear, and all changes still exist. His own attributes and the changes of Dead Fans are real, and they did not disappear just because they exited the Taishu world. The Immortal Court is indeed a magical place. There are too many incredible things here. Lin Shen seemed to suddenly understand where so many resources in the Immortal Court came from. The Immortal Shield's defense effect is very powerful, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for the lower gods to break its defense. But how strong the defense is, it still needs a stronger opponent to verify. In addition to studying the Taishu world, Lin Shen is also studying what is the reason that makes the mechanical watch lose its teleportation ability. After studying on Xianting's network for a long time, Lin Shen probably understood what was wrong. For humans in the ancient realm, a planet is extremely great, and the power of human beings itself is difficult to shake the planet. However, for the gods in the immortal court, many planets are relatively fragile and no different from the houses at home. If a fight occurs, it will easily be destroyed. So basically all planets that already have a master have covered powerful prohibitions, and all kinds of forces will be greatly suppressed on the planet. Not to mention using space teleportation devices, even a strong man in the space system will be difficult to use space teleportation capabilities on the planet. If you want the space transmission device to work, you can only leave Quafu Star. Will the Deng family let me leave Quafuxing? Lin Shen felt that the second son of the Deng family said it nicely, but in fact he was putting him under house arrest. He could do anything he wanted, but once he left the warehouse, there would be 2 gods of unknown level following him closely, and he would not even leave him in the bathroom, so he could not get rid of it. Under such circumstances, Lin Shen did not believe that the second son of the Deng family would let him go. What is the second son of the Deng family planning to do? Lin Shen couldn't guess what the second son of the Deng family wanted to do. He was placed under house arrest, serving delicious food and drinks, but he was not allowed to leave. Every time Lin Shen proposed to leave and follow Lin Shen's godly man, he would use the excuse that the second son of the Deng family was no longer there and ask Lin Shen to wait for him to come back and tell him in person. But except for the day he just arrived, he never saw the second son of the Deng family again. Chapter 975 The Law Ghosts and Gods. Since he is inseparable, Lin Shen tried his best to understand the various knowledge of the immortal court. The more he knew about the immortal court, the more helpful he would be to the future. Lin Shen suddenly discovered a problem. Although his theory of evolution has been modified by himself, it is very consistent with his own situation. However, the effective evolution theory can only reach the level of nirvana. Originally, Lin Shen felt that the theory of evolution was enough to reach the nirvana level. After all, if you want to be promoted to the immortal level, you rely on your understanding of the immortal laws, and it has no longer had much to do with evolution. In fact, this is not the case. After Lin Shen studied the skills of the gods and man, he found that the immortal level actually requires practice. The immortals in the ancient realm area do not need to practice, because they have no subsequent skills at all, and they think that the immortal level is already at the top. However, the immortal level of the divine and man's martial arts is just the beginning. The lower-level gods can improve their rank by practicing magical skills. A earth-level god can be promoted to the heavenly level by practicing various techniques, or even promoted to the middle-level god and the upper-level god. In fact, it is similar to the immortals of human law to promote earth law and heaven law, but the immortals of ancient realms basically rely on their own understanding to gain enlightenment. However, the gods only need to practice the corresponding magical skills to reach the realm of heavenly law. At this point, Lin Shen felt that the immortals in the ancient realm area were actually stronger than some gods. Unfortunately, the peak of the ancient realm area is the immortal level, and the upper limit is too low, but this does not mean that the people in the ancient realm area are worse than gods. 2 Dharma kings like heavenly art are probably rare among gods and men. Moreover, there is no distinction between past laws, real laws and future laws, because they hardly need to understand them themselves. The laws cultivated through magical skills are basically past laws, and there are few situations where they understand the real laws and future laws themselves. This makes Lin Shen feel more and more that people in the ancient realm area are actually only at a low level and at a low starting point, and their abilities and brains are not worse than those in the gods and men. Judging from the information Lin Shen could find, general magical skills can only allow lower-level gods to cultivate to the heavenly level, and if they practice, they can only be promoted to the middle-level gods. Only a few magical skills can make the gods go further without being promoted to the middle level of the gods on the basis of the heavenly level, but it is only possible, not everyone can achieve it. The most famous ones are the 9 magical skills, including Lin Shen's Dafa shooting and Dafa chasing. A duo himself is the Sun Zhu clan, and he practiced the Sun Zhu clan, and he is the candidate to marry the Tian clan. It is estimated that his ability to obtain the sun shooting Dao is also related to this matter. In any case, the second of the 9 magical skills of the Immortal Court is already in Lin Shen's hands, and Lin Shen naturally wants to observe and practice. His understanding is quite average, and it is too difficult to understand the laws by himself. Since there are shortcuts and paths that predecessors can take, why not do it? Lin Shen found a place that could not be monitored, and then found out the sun-chasing Dafa and the sun-shooting Dafa to verify and watch each other. He still has the name of self-knowledge. Judging from his previous experience, it is almost impossible to fully learn this top magical skill, but he can learn from it and maybe he can get the subsequent parts of the theory of evolution. While looking through these 2 magical skills, Lin Shen thought about the general logic and principles they talked about. These 2 magical skills seem profound and complex, but simply put it simply, the sun-chasing Dafa is actually a method of practicing the law of time. This involves the 2 factions of the law. Lin Shen had already thought about this question when he saw Wei Er being killed by the heaven and God and man technique. There are 2 factions of the law, one is the rule faction and the other is the ghost faction. Most of the people in the ancient world have understood the rules and factions, while the heaven and gods and humans are ghosts and gods. All the magical skills practiced by gods and men basically originated from the ghost and god factions. From the perspective of the ghost faction, all rules are controlled by the corresponding ghosts and gods. To put it simply, electricity has electric mother, and thunder has thunder. These laws are the power of ghosts and gods. Therefore, the first step in the magical power of gods and humans is to sense the existence of ghosts and gods. Since gods and humans are born immortal, they can easily sense the corresponding laws and ghosts and gods, and absorb the power of laws and ghosts to strengthen themselves. The Sunju Dafa is actually the law of time. According to the book, the corresponding laws of the Sunju Dafa ghosts and gods are the gods of time. The god of time lives in the long river of time, and the superior gods practice the sun-chasing Tao. If they can sense the existence of the long river of time and can use the power of the long river of time, then they can be considered an entry. If you want to truly feel the existence of God of Time and gain the power of God of Time, it is not something that ordinary lower gods can do. But it is not absolute. It is mentioned in Juri Dafa that the ancestors of the Kwafu clan were able to directly talk to the God of Time at the stage of the lower gods and even earlier. Lin Shen only looked at the part of the cultivation of the lower gods. The content behind it was even more mysterious and was of no use to Lin Shen's current situation. The situation of the sun-shooting Tao is similar, except that the sun-shooting Tao is not a magical skill of the time-based law. Lin Shen doesn't know what other magical skill is, and it is not written in the book. It only says that practicing the sun-shooting Tao requires being able to sense the existence of the sun to be considered as entering. Being able to sense the sun is just getting started. Only when you can sense the same space on 10 days is the real threshold. If you can sense a bow or an arrow, it is already a natural posture, and it is no less than the existence of the ghost of the time. Lin Shen looked at the cultivation methods of 2 magical skills, and there were cultivation methods to enhance communication skills with ghosts and gods, which was exactly what Lin Shen needed. He could not understand the general laws. Now these things that can communicate with ghosts and gods sounded so interesting. He didn't need to have a high level of understanding. Maybe he could do it. Lin Shen wrote down the contents of both books first. Even if he couldn't practice it himself, he could still use it for Lao Wei and the others to practice in the future. Of course, before that, Lin Shen still wanted to try it out by himself. The first step in the cultivation method of both is actually quite similar. Both require entering a meditation state and then visualizing the appearance of ghosts and gods in your mind. However, the sun-chasing Dafa requires visualization of the god of time or the long river of time, while the sun-shooting Dafa requires visualization of the sun, a bow, and an arrow. Lin Shen thought for a while and he had never seen the god of time, nor did he know what the river of time looked like. It was a bit difficult to visualize these 2 things. The sun, bow and arrow are all 3 things he has seen, so it should be easier to visualize. Chapter 976 10 Days of Space. In the end, Lin Shen chose the visual bow. The reason why he chose it was because Lin Shen really had a sun-shooting bow in his hand. He suspected that the thing had something to do with the Etienne clan, and maybe it was something from the Etienne clan. In case of the sun shooting bao being created according to the bao visualized by the sun shooting method, Lin Shen has this reference object, so it should be easier to succeed. Lin Shenjing sat on the bed and began his first meditation, trying to get in touch with the ghosts and gods who control the laws. He relaxed his mind and allowed himself to enter a meditation state, as if intentional and unintentional, subconsciously thinking about the appearance of shooting the sun bao. The sun shooting bao really appeared in his mind. The thing was already on him, and it was normal for him to imagine the sun shooting bao. But Lin Shen did not feel that communication with ghosts and gods, nor did he feel that there was some kind of power rushing towards him. Just when Lin Shen was wondering whether he had failed in his cultivation and could not contact the laws and ghosts, the space device on his body suddenly opened itself, and something radiated with bright light and flew out of it. Lin Shen, who was already in a meditation state, did not notice this scene. He just felt that the bao he had visualized was actually emitting light. As the light of the bao bloomed, the dark thinking space gradually illuminated. Lin Shen vaguely saw that the bao did not exist alone, but was held in his hand by a majestic human-shaped light and shadow. Although Lin Shen could not see the human-shaped light and shadow appearance, he could see that he should be an extremely majestic man. He held the bao with one hand and placed the other on the bao string. As Lin Shen visualized, he made a bao shooting posture and slowly pulled the bowstring. A light arrow appeared between the bowstring and the bao body. The more the bao string was pulled, the more the light of the light arrow became stronger. When the human-shaped light and shadow pulled the bao into a full moon state, the light of the light arrow was so dazzling that it was difficult to see directly. Lin Shen felt that the bao and arrow in Guangying's hand seemed to be facing him. Under the terrifying momentum, Lin Shen felt that if he was shot by this arrow, he would be smashed to pieces immediately. Buzz! Lin Shen just thought about it this way, but who knew that the arrow in light and shadow actually shot at him? The light flashed, giving Lin Shen no time to react. The light arrow had already shot Lin Shen, or Lin Shen's consciousness. Lin Shen suddenly felt that his brain was in space, as if he was really shot, and his brain was down. When Lin Shen's brain went down, the thing flying out of the space device also emitted a strange light. This object is the sun shooting bao taken out by Lin Shen from the ancient temple. Apart from being able to emit light on the temple star, this bao is usually the same as ordinary objects. It is not easy to damage and has nothing special. At this moment, a strange light was emitted, and the next moment it suddenly dispersed, turning into countless particles and pouring into Lin Shen's body. As the sun shooting bao entered Lin Shen's body, strange spatial fluctuations actually occurred in the void of the Zhongtian star region. This spatial fluctuation immediately attracted the attention of the Deng family monitors, and thought that there was a distorted organism invading the Zhongtian star area, so they immediately reported it upward. But before they could arrive at the monitoring station, the fluctuations in the space in the void changed strangely. A sun emerged in the void, and its light passed through infinite light-years, allowing all major star areas, which were far away from many light-years, to see the sun like a mirage in the twisted space. Someone in the Etienne clan has practiced the sun shooting technique, which has also triggered a magical phenomenon of the sun. The Shen family is going to produce another person who is qualified to win the ultimate. In the Nanqing district, a young man looked at the vision of the sun in the void inside. The Shen family has actually produced a genius again. The Etienne clan is really prosperous. How long has it been after there has been another person who can trigger a vision of the sun? Shen family, it's really a difficult threshold. When people were amazed that the Shen family was born, the Shen family was full of confusion, and no one in their family caused a strange phenomenon. But the area where this strange phenomenon is located should be the Zhongtian star area where they are located, but it is not the main star of the Shen family, Dei star. The Shen family was a little confused. The head of the family had ordered an investigation to know if it was the Shen family's bloodline on other planets that had learned the sun shooting method, which triggered a strange phenomenon in the sun. Just as people were speculating, another sun appeared in the vision. It's great to have a space together on 2 days. Another decent figure has appeared in the Shen family. A young man in a blue shirt in Dongxing district looked at the vision of the two suns in the sky and curled his lips. What's the difference between the 2 days of the same heir? That guy Shen Yunhe is still the same heir on the 8th day, so you can't help but be beaten like a dog. Among the younger generation of the Shen family, only Shen Nanqing, who caused the 10-day air vision, is barely qualified to be compared with you. Another black-shirted god-man next to him said disdainfully. The young man in green clothes smiled and said, "Don't praise me like this, it seems that Shen Yunha can beat you." The young man in black also laughed. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the strange phenomenon in the void regenerate and change, and another sun appeared. "Hey, there is actually some, it's not bad. It's been empty for 3 days. I don't know if there is any." The man in black shirt was slightly surprised. The vision of living with 3 days was no longer so easy. Just as they were guessing, another vision of the sun appeared in the sky. "For wheels are here." Many people's hearts were thrilled, and the senior executives of major families in the Immortal Court couldn't help but start paying attention to this matter. Round after round of sun abnormalities continue to appear. When the 7th round of sun vision appears, major families have to pay attention to this matter. Such a genius may already affect the balance of major families in the Immortal Court in the future. "It's been 7 days since I was empty, and it seems that there is no sign of ending. The Shen family has really made an amazing genius," someone exclaimed. The man in black and the man in blue stopped talking at this time. Looking at the vision in the void, I wanted to know how many suns would appear. Round after round, there are more and more visions of the sun in the void. 8 rounds, 9 rounds, 10 rounds. When the picture of the 10-day sky appeared, the senior executives of various races looked a little complicated, even the senior executives of the Shen family. They didn't even know that the Shen family had such a genius that could trigger the 10-day vision of the same sky. Chapter 977 Unprecedented Vision. In a small courtyard of the Shen family, Shen Xingxue looked at the strange phenomenon of the sky that was in the sky for 10 days, her eyes full of joy and pleasure. "Aren't you going to send me to the Deng family for marriage? This is you who gave someone to someone else who can trigger a genius of the same space on 10 days. It's not that I don't want to contribute to the Shen family, but that you abandoned me." That's right, the person who caused the 10-day vision of the same sky was Shen Xingxue. During this period, Shen Xingxue kept breathing in her heart. Why did she marry into the Deng family? She would be the one who married into the Deng family? Is it because her parents died early, and because she has no support? Shen Xingxue knew that the Immortal Court was realistic and the Shen family was also realistic. If the Shen family, who lost their parents like her, does not accept the family arrangements, then when they become adults, they can only obtain a low-level planet according to the distribution rules of the Immortal Court and squeeze out some insignificant resources from their own planet. It is already a great luck to be able to advance to the level of a middle-level god and man in one's life. It is almost impossible to enter the ranks of a higher-level god and man. In fact, the possibility of the resources of such a planet being able to enter the middle level of god and man is slim. So Shen Xingxue obeyed the family's arrangements and agreed to marry into the Deng family in exchange for better resources to help her practice. Finally, when she advanced to the median god, it triggered a vision that she had never seen before. Most gods are already inferior gods when they are born, and some people can even cause strange phenomena when they are born. Shen Xingxue's talent is not enough to cause strange phenomena at birth, otherwise the family would not have chosen her to marry. But innately, Shen Xingxue finally caused a strange phenomenon when she was promoted to the middle-level god. Even Shen Xingxue himself did not expect that he could actually trigger a vision of the same space as 10 days. This was already a very advanced vision among the visions that could be triggered by the sun shooting method. Sometimes, the Shen family may not be able to produce one for decades or even hundreds of years. Of course, for gods and man, 100 years is not long. The breath that Shen Xingxue was holding in her heart was much more comfortable at this time. She had no idea of taking revenge on her family. After all, she agreed to marry her. She got the resources she wanted and achieved her goal. Now she only needs to report her to the family that caused the 10-day vision of being together. The family will most likely cancel her plan to let her marry, and will also entice resources to her in the future. This is what Shen Xingxue wants to fight for herself. So many years of hard work will finally be rewarded. Xinxingxue sat quietly, looking up at the void, and looking at the amazing 10-day strange phenomenon of the same sky. Suddenly, Xinxingxue felt dazzled. Why did she feel that there were more than 10 suns in the twisted void? Xinxingxue thought she had hallucinations, so she quickly counted again. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. It would be fine if Xinxingxue didn't count it. After counting it, he found that there were actually 11 suns in the void. How is this possible? I must have counted wrongly. How could there be a vision of 11 suns, and a vision of 10 days of space are already the limit of the sun shooting method? I must have been too excited and counted the number wrongly. Xinxingxue counted it silently in her heart. After counting this time, Xinxingxue was a little stunned. Not only did she not count clearly, but she counted one more sun. Now there are 12 suns in the vision. Xinxingxue's face was strange. She didn't know what was going on for a moment, and she felt a little secretly happy. Can I say that my efforts over the years have made my cultivation and realm exceed the limit of the sun shooting Tao, causing unprecedented visions? When Xinxingxue was thinking this way, the sun in the sky was still increasing, and another one was added. At this time, the entire immortal court was shocked. 10 days of space were already a very rare vision, a vision that could only be encountered in decades or hundreds of years. Although the sun shooting technique also has the vision of bows and arrows, the vision of the same space as the 10 days is actually not the same way. Gods and people who practice the sun shooting method generally choose to visualize the sun or the bow and arrow, but rarely do they visualize the two together. Therefore, the vision of bow and arrow and the vision of 10 days of space can be said to be two different factions. There have been many gods and humans who visualize both at the same time in the Shen family's history, and they will not surprise the high-level gods and humans in the immortal court. But when the 11 suns appeared, everyone was shocked. Since the introduction of the sun shooting Dafa and the Shen family, I have never heard of such a strange phenomenon as the 11th day of the same sky. At most, the people of the Shen family will cause a 10-day vision of being in the same space, and even the ancestor of the Shen family is no exception. Of course, the ancestor of the Shen family not only triggered a vision of 10 days of space, but also triggered a vision of shooting the sun. At this time, there were actually 11 suns appearing, which was a bit too strange. Investigate, you must find out, who caused this vision. When the 12 suns appeared in the void at the same time, all the big families issued a death order to find out the person who caused the vision. The Shen family itself is even more anxious. Such unprecedented visions mean that the person who triggers the vision must be extraordinary. The Shen family produced such talents, but they actually missed them. Now they are more anxious than any family and want to find the people immediately and give him the best resources and protection, so as not to die prematurely by other families. The 12 days are together. This unprecedented vision is really too amazing. The man in black and the man in blue who were still joking before are now looking at the vision with a look of surprise, without any joking attitude. What kind of strange phenomenon is this? It has been empty for 13 days. When the 13 suns appeared, the man in green felt that his eyes were about to pop out. The man in black also looked strange. I haven't heard of the Shen family's sun shooting method that can trigger such a strange phenomenon. Isn't it the limit to 10 days of space? Is this not a vision caused by practicing the sun shooting method at all? It is a vision caused by another magical skill, the man in green said again. There are many magical skills that can trigger visions of the sun, but I have only heard of the magical skills that can trigger visions of multiple phenomena of the sun in the same space, said the man in black. The man in green thought about it, but he couldn't think of any magical powers that could trigger such a strange phenomenon besides the Tao of shooting the sun. Here comes again. If it is really a vision caused by the Tao shooting the sun, then the person who practices Tao shooting the sun is so terrifying that will trigger such an vision. Chapter 978 Still? When the wonder of the sky appeared on the 15th day, almost all the gods and people who could see the vision stopped and looked up to see the incredible vision. Even the patriarchs of major families began to pay close attention to this strange phenomenon. In the immortal courtyard, strange phenomena are not rare, but no one has seen this strange phenomenon before. At this time, Xinxingxue realized that the sun vision that appeared later was not triggered by her, because she could not connect with those suns at all, nor could she resonate with them, and could not absorb the power of those suns. Xin Xingxue also felt suspicious at first, and after thinking for a while, she thought of the only possibility. Since she only triggered the vision of the same sky in 10 days and could not resonate with the vision that appeared later, it was only possible that there was another person who practiced the sun shooting method, which also caused the vision at this time, which caused this strange scene that had never been seen in the ages. 15 suns appeared in the vision at the same time. Who in the family will trigger a vision at this time? Since it triggers a vision at a similar time, it is also fate. I have triggered a vision of the same space for 10 days. How many visions can you trigger a sun? After understanding the causes and consequences, Xin Xingxue suddenly had a comparative thought in her heart. However, Xin Xingxue's mentality was still very good at this time. Her 10-day vision of being in the air has reached its peak. No matter how powerful the other party is, she can only be in the air for 10 days at most, so she has already established an invincible position. So at this time, Xin Xingxue was still examining the newly emerging vision in a condescending manner. She didn't think it would be so coincidental. There was a genius who could trigger a 10-day vision of homospatiality with her. After all, this kind of vision can only be produced in decades, and I have never heard of a situation that will occur at the same time. The head of the Shen family, Shen Wubing, and several core figures of the Shen family, were also watching this strange scene. Great Elder, what do you think? Shen Wubing looked at Xin Yutu, whose hair and beard were white on the side, like an old god. The great elder Xin Yutu said with a smile, the head of the family does not need to worry too much. The reason why such an odd phenomenon occurs is not because of a talented monster, but because there are two people who also practice the sun shooting dharma, which also triggers a strange phenomenon. After hearing this, the Shen family suddenly realized it. Shen Wubing smiled and said, I thought something strange happened. So that's it. Who would have thought that such a coincidence would happen? I just said that the vision of the same sky in 10 days is not so easy to appear. It was originally the vision of two people overlapping. 15 days of being in the same sky, it is estimated that it should be a 7-day vision of the same sky and an 8-day vision of the same sky. It is also quite good. 2 future mainstays have emerged in our clan. It's not bad. Although it's not a top talent, it's already very valuable. While everyone was talking, they suddenly saw another sun emerging from the sky. It's been 16 days. Are there 2 8-day strange phenomena? Shen Wubing was slightly stunned. The other senior executives of the Shen family were also a little surprised. The double vision overlapped, and the 16th day was already quite amazing. But what surprised them was still behind. The 16th day was far from the limit. After a while, the 17th sun emerged again. Everyone in the Shen family was shocked. This is the effect that can only be achieved by a 9-day vision and an 8-day vision. The senior executives of all major races also thought of the possibility of overlapping visions, but they were all shocked when they saw this situation. On the 17th day, the Shen family had at least one 9-day vision and one 8-day vision. It is possible that one of them was a 10-day vision. Are you still continuing? The second child of the Deng family sat on the large open-air sofa, delighting in the strange phenomena in the sky while drinking. Deng Quang, 2 amazing geniuses have emerged from the Shen family. The pressure has reached your Deng family again. A beautiful woman standing next to her said with a smile. Genius? Genius is everywhere. Let's talk about it if you can survive. Deng Quang didn't care at all and continued to drink himself. The vision in the sky continued. When the sky was in full swing on the 19th, the great elders of the Shen family could no longer sit still. This is a 10-day strange genius and a 9-day strange genius. If the Shen family adds 2 more talented figures, there will definitely be great potential in the future. But until now, they still haven't found the Shen family that caused the strange phenomenon. There are too many planets under the Shen family and too many people. It is difficult for them to find people in a short time unless they report them themselves. They never thought that the person who caused the vision was on Dai Star. Because they knew too much about the direct lineage of Dai Xing, they knew who had a level of strength in their hearts. Among some of the younger generations who are focusing on, there are no ones who have been promoted at this point in time. So when they were looking for it, they always focused their main energy on the Shen family outside. Will it be double 10 day? The Shen family looked at the space nervously. If it appeared on double 10 day, it would be 2 talents of the 10-day vision level. This is undoubtedly a sign of prosperity for the Shen family. It is absolutely an unprecedented miracle that 2 10-day strange geniuses appeared at one time, and they overlapped together so coincidentally, causing strange phenomena at the same time. When the 20th wheel of sun appeared in the sky, the Shen family breathed a sigh of relief, and the great elder Shen Yutu's eyes showed a hint of excitement. The sky will be together on the double 10 days, and the sky will revive my Shen family, said the great elder excitedly. They don't know yet that one of the protagonists who caused the double 10 day to be together was not from their Shen family, and the other one was about to be sent away by them. When Shen Xingxue saw the 20th tide of sun, she couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook her head. She finally practiced to this level, which triggered the vision of being in the same sky on 10 days. Unexpectedly, someone like her also triggered the vision of being in the same sky on 10 days. This made her presence feel a little lower, but she was still a very substantial bargaining chip. After the vision was over, she would go to the patriarch Shen Wubbing to explain the situation, so as to avoid the trouble of marriage. Waiting for his vision to end, Shen Xingxue looked at the vision in the sky, but her eyes gradually widened, her eyes full of incredible. The strange phenomena in the sky actually changed again, and a large bow shining with light gradually emerged in the sky. When the Changbao vision appeared, even the head of the Shen family, Shen Wubbing, could no longer remain calm. The double 10-day vision was not enough, and there was another vision of the sun shooting bow, which made them unable to tell whether there were 3 people who practiced the sun shooting dharma at the same time caused the vision, or whether one person caused multiple visions. Chapter 979 Explosive Shooting. Not only the Shen family, but also the senior executives of other families were confused at this time. 3 people who practiced the sun shooting art also triggered strange phenomena, and there were 2 of them on double 10 days. This probability was too low. After all, it is almost uncontrollable to cause vision, let alone 3 people together trigger vision. But if it weren't for the vision caused by 3 people, how many people would it be? 1. 2. If it was a vision caused by 2 people, it would be very amazing. There must be a genius with a 10-day vision, who also had a vision of shooting the sun. Such a genius is rare in the history of the Shen family. No one dares to think that this is a vision caused by one person, and that situation should not happen, so this option is directly ignored by them. When the sun shooting bow shone in the void, illuminating the surroundings, and holding a hand on the sun shooting bow lighted up, all the senior officials of the Shen family could no longer speak and looked at the strange scene in the sky in disbelief. Is Ishan's strange phenomenon going to appear? Everyone had only such a thought left in their minds. The strange phenomenon of Ishan has not appeared for thousands of years, and the ordinary Shen family can only trigger the strange phenomenon of bows and arrows, which is difficult to trigger the strange phenomenon of Ishan's original deity. The picture of God and 10 suns being in the same space is even more of a long-lasting memory. At this time, no one guessed what was going on, they were all irritated. Now it is no longer a problem that causes visions by a few people. The vision of the god of E and the 20 suns is in the same sky. This kind of thing has never appeared since the ancestors created the method of shooting the sun. This requires too many coincidences and too many opportunities, and it cannot be triggered by one person. Now the Shen family is very complicated. If this situation is caused by 2 people, then one person will inevitably trigger the vision of Shiri and Ishan at the same time. So is it possible that the vision of E shooting the sun that has not appeared in many eras? A big question mark was left in their minds. There will definitely not be more than 10 people who can trigger the vision of E shooting the sun in history, and naturally there will not be more than 10 times. If this miracle reappears now, it means that a person who may win the ultimate will appear in the Shen family. Now it is not just the Shen family, but all families are paying close attention to this vision. If the vision of E shooting the sun really appears, then this person's future may affect the distribution and pattern of the interests of the entire immortal court. All families realize that the problem is serious. The vision in the sky continued, and the light and shadow of God gradually revealed, holding the long bow in his hand, shining in the void. That unparalleled powerful aura is not the kind that people can't breathe, but instead makes people feel excited, as if the blood in their body is boiling. Here. The moment the god of Yi raised his bow, Shen Wubing's eyes lit up. The great elder slapped the table with excitement, as if he could not speak a word, and his eyes stared at the light and shadow of the Yi Shen who was holding his bow and condensed the light arrow. The Shen family has different mentalities. Some are excited about the appearance of such talents in the Shen family, while others are not very good-looking. The emergence of such talents often means the redivision of family interests, and some of the interests that originally belonged to them may be given up. Whether they want it or not, the vision continues and will not change with his intentions. Shen Xingxue looked shocked. She thought the other party was the same as her at most, but now she found that the other party's glory was much more shining than she had imagined. Yi Shenjiao's vision of shooting the sun. Shen Xingxue felt a little bitter in her mouth. This level of vision means that her light will be obscured a lot. With such talents, it is hard to say whether the family will choose to change marriage because of her 10-day vision of being in the same space. When a person only has 10 yuan, he will cherish the 10 yuan in particular. But when this person has 100,000 yuan, will he still care so much about 10 yuan? Before Yi's magical vision of shooting the sun, Shen Xingxue was flawless jade, but when placed next to this person, the beautiful jade that originally looked flawless suddenly seemed less perfect. There is no harm without comparison, and Shen Xingxue still understands this principle. People all raised their heads, looked up at the light and shadow of God Yi, waiting for the appearance of the wonder of God Yi shooting the sun. It is said that the ancestor of the Shen family triggered the wonder of Yi shooting the sun, and finally fired 9 arrows in a row and shot down 9 suns. The number of suns shot down by Yi Shen's powerful men in later generations also caused by the wonder of the sun shooting down by the powerful people of the Shen family. Judging from their achievements later, naturally, the more suns they shoot down, the greater the potential. However, even if only one sun is shot down, its potential is already the top spot in the fairy court. The great elder Shen Yutu naturally hopes that the more suns they shoot, the better. It is best to be able to shoot 9 arrows in a row and shoot 9 suns like the ancestor. If such a person really appears, no one can let the Shen family shone rise. People were waiting, but time passed by minute, and the bow was already full, and the light on the light arrow was already earth-shaking, but the light and shadow of the god Yi had not shot the arrow out for a long time. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled, wondering what was going on now. Even the old antiques who had seen the vision of Yi shooting the sun were a little confused about what the situation was. Yi's shooting of the sun did not require any hesitation. He connected the arrow and shot the sun. For Yi's god, it was just a small task, so what could hesitate? Some people wonder if the degree of vision caused by this person is insufficient, the energy is insufficient, and the vision of Yi shooting the sun is insufficient, so this situation occurs. That means that although this person triggered the vision of Yi shooting the sun, his potential should be the worst among those who can trigger such vision. Most of the Shen family think so, some regretful and some gloating in their hearts. People with all kinds of thoughts are watching the light and shadow of the Yi Shen who was pulling their bows and pointing straight to the sky. The 20 suns in the vision were constantly moving until their movement position reached a certain node, and all the suns seemed to be connected into a straight line in that instant. At this moment, the bow and arrow in the hand of God Yi exploded, and an arrow light rushed straight into the sky, shot into the first sun vision and disappeared instantly. The next second, the entire universe lost its original color, and the light explosion vision generated by 20 suns being blasted at the same time turned the entire sky into dazzling brilliance. Chapter 980 Ghosts and Gods. Puff! Shen Xingxue spewed out 3 feet high in her mouth, dyeing all the snow-white pear blossoms planted in the yard with red spots. It was not because Shen Xingxue had a small amount of energy and was angry when she saw the other party's vision stronger than her, but because the 10-day vision of the same sky caused by her was shot through by the god Yi. When the chi and the chi were connected, her own chi became chaotic in an instant. As the chi and blood churned, blood spurted out as the mouth was sweet. Shen Xingxue stared at her eyes, regardless of the ignorant light, letting the dazzling light hurt her eyes, but she still couldn't blink, her eyes full of incredible expressions. There were obviously 10 suns among them that were the visions she had produced, and it had nothing to do with the other visions of Yi shooting the sun. It was obviously 2 different visions, so why did the god Yi shoot down the 10 days she caused together? Shen Xingxue had never heard of such a thing, nor had she ever thought that such a thing would happen. Things like vision have no entity at all, and it can be said that they do not exist in reality. They are just an illusion, and it is impossible to connect two visions. It's like two TV stations playing different films and TV works at the same time. It happened that there were two TVs in the mall, and these two different war films were played at the same time. As a result, the bullets in one drama killed the people from the other drama, which was too outrageous. This is the case now. Even the person involved, Shen Xingxue, could not believe that such a thing would happen, let alone other people. There was a dead silence in the conference halls of all major families. All the previous speculations turned into jokes after this arrow. No three people caused a vision at the same time, nor did two people cause a vision, but only one person caused all these visions. This makes many people feel terrifying. Although it is unbelievable, it seems that this is the case. It is impossible to connect between visions. The vision that exploded 20 days with one arrow must have come from the same person. One person triggered the vision of God shooting a 20-day shot. Not to mention people from other families, even the Shen family itself felt unbelievable. The ancestor of the Shen family only triggered a 10-day strange phenomenon, and Gotti only shot 9 of them, but he still shot one by one. This man actually caused a 20-day strange phenomenon and shot an arrow directly. When he saw this scene, the Shen family felt like they were going crazy. The great elder Shen Yutu couldn't believe his eyes, his whole body was trembling, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. A single arrow shot down for 20 days. What a terrifying potential. If the Shen family has this person, it is almost impossible for them to decline in the future. Find out this person and do your best to protect him. This is the future of my Shen family. Tu Wubing stood up, his expression as solemn as never before. He knew that there would inevitably be a bloody storm. Other families would definitely not watch a monster-level talent appear in the Shen family and ignore it. They would definitely try their best to make him die prematurely. As Tu Wubing thought, all the major families have tried their best to investigate who the Shen family was who caused the strange phenomenon. It is necessary to destroy this person before he grows up, otherwise the Shen family will be dominant, and the resource allocation of the Immortal Court will be severely tilted in the future. This is a situation that all families do not want to see. They were all looking for the person who caused the vision in the Shen family, but they never thought that the person who caused the vision was not from the Shen family at all. At this time, Lin Shen was looking at the mechanical watch in surprise, and there was some more information on the mechanical watch. User, Super Nirvana Creature, Evolutionable. Strength, 14547. Speed, 4388. Hardness, 4655. Toughness, 4790. Basic variability, 100%. Life theory activity limit, 1600. Basic transformation talent, hyperplasmic, hyperplasmic, hyperplasmic recast, hyperplasmic form. Fate base, a fan of fate, inheritance. Nirvana attribute, none. At this point, there is no problem with the attributes. These are the basic attributes of Lin Shen, and there are doubled additions in the hyperbase form. However, below these attributes, there is another attribute that originally did not exist. Distortion characteristics, Superbase sharpshooter. The magical shooting, the blessing of divine power is invincible and unstoppable. Lin Shen studied the distortion characteristic of sharpshooting and found that this thing is indeed a kind of law power. Under the law of sharpshooting, no matter how hard the target is or how strong the strength is, it cannot stop the arrow he shot out. Lin Shen was ecstatic. With the blessing of this law, he was not afraid of his lack of destructive power, and he could not kill those creatures when he looked at them. But Lin Shen didn't quite understand how powerful this characteristic is, and whether it can have an effect on the middle and upper gods. This has to be tested in practice, and Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for a while. This distortion characteristic does not mean that you must use a bow and arrow to count, right? I wonder if using a pistol is okay. Lin Shen took out a pet pistol from the space device and tried to fire it. The gun contained a low-level basic biocapsule. Unexpectedly, after the gun went down, it actually pierced a hole in a metal plate. Although the PET capsule burst after piercing through the metal plate, it still made Lin Shen overjoyed. The building materials in this warehouse should be all distorted biological materials, and the strength can be equated with immortal materials. It is incredible that a basic PET capsule can penetrate this thing. The blessing of the Superbase sharpshooter is even more powerful than Lin Shen imagined. Lin Shen tried it for a while and found that this characteristic can only be applied to bows, crossbows, guns and other things. When Lin Shen used weapons such as swords and fans, the Superbase sharpshooter's characteristics were useless at all. The distortion characteristics are still somewhat different from the law of immortality, and they are much worse in terms of flexibility and extended use. Lin Shen frowned slightly. Although he himself had not understood the immortal law, he had seen the battle of the Zenstar, Tianshu Emperor, and Tianju and Tianzhuo, and even the powerful people of the Creation Clan would have various changes when using the law. One law could deal with various situations. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is ever-changing. The distortion characteristics are very rigid and the characteristics themselves have little expansion. Why do I think that except for the high level, gods and people are nothing better than people in the ancient realm? Lin Shen murmured in his heart. Inducing strange phenomena to contact ghosts and gods is only the first step in practicing the sun-shooting dharma. After getting in touch, the next step is to use and absorb the energy of ghosts and gods for your own use. Lin Shen discovered that the following content was very similar to the heaven and the magic of God. Next, we need to achieve the unity of man and nature. However, after the unity of man and nature, the next step is not to control ghosts and gods in turn, but to communicate with ghosts and gods through the unity of man and nature, so that ghosts and gods will come, which is equivalent to the power of ghosts and gods, so that man is the god and gods are the human beings. At this point, he is already a middle-level god. Chapter 981 Attribute Enhancement. No, Lin Wan's heaven and gods and human skills are not like this. Heaven and gods and human skills are not to let the power of ghosts and gods be supported, but to control ghosts and gods in turn. Such a state is obviously stronger than ghosts and gods be supported. Could it be that Lin Wan's level is still above the middle level of gods and gods? Lin Shen's doubts are getting more and more. He felt more and more that Lin Wan was not simple anymore, and he was definitely not as she said, knowing nothing about the immortal court. You should know that her heavenly and gods and human skills, the means of controlling ghosts and gods, is simply a blasphemy to the immortal court. Lin Shen even suspected that even the superior god would not have such a way of defiance. Lin Wan, what exactly did she want to do? Why did she send me to that planet? What was she calculating? Lin Shen was a little suspicious for a moment. Is it also within her calculating if he could meet a duo and come to the Deng family with a duo? Thinking about it, I feel it is unlikely. How could she know that she will definitely meet Deng Adwa, and something will happen to Deng Adwa? There are too many uncontrollable factors in this. No matter what she wants to do, I have already gained benefits. The cultivation method of this ghost and god faction is more suitable for me. Maybe I can directly cultivate to the level of a higher god. Lin Shen sat down again and entered a meditation state. It is strange to say that Lin Shen clearly visualized the sun-shooting bow and practiced the sun-shooting dharma, but the power in his body was operating in the way of evolution and did not change much. With the operation of evolution, Lin Shen entered a meditation state again and easily saw the light and shadow holding a long bow in the void. Lin Shen felt that there was an endless stream of energy, which emanated from the light and shadow, rushing towards him, allowing his body and mind to be baptized by energy. This step with the help of the power of ghosts and gods is a relatively difficult step for gods and people, and they can be easily achieved with good talent. If the talent is worse, there are many people who cannot use the power of ghosts and gods for decades or hundreds of years. Lin Shen did it directly. Such talent is also extremely rare among gods and men. It is not possible to just reach the level of a god or a man if you want to reach the level of a middle-level god or a man. You must let the ghost or a god come to you. Lin Shen has been trying it all the time. Obviously this is not an easy task, and he has never been able to induce the light and shadow of the goddy in the illusion of nothingness. Lin Shen himself didn't know how outrageous he was. He could trigger strange phenomena and obtain distortion characteristics by practicing the sun-shooting method for the first time. This is something that most gods and people dare not even think about. He actually wanted to complete the arrival of ghosts and gods within this day. Although it was not possible to allow ghosts and gods to come, the energy obtained from the light and shadow of the goddess slowly increased Lin Shen's attributes. This made Lin Shen feel a little surprised. The magical skills of the gods and man can actually increase their attributes by just practicing, which is much more advanced than evolutionary techniques. Evolutionary arts mainly rely on external energy to transform itself. Although magical powers also rely on external energy, this energy comes from the vain ghosts and gods, as if they are inexhaustible and useless, which is really magical. Lin Shen just happened to practice the sun shooting method to enhance his own attributes, especially the speed attribute. If he can increase to 5,000 points, with the blessing of the Superbase form, he can reach the requirement of 10,000 points of speed attributes and use the demon cloak. While Lin Shen was studying the method of shooting the sun, the major families almost turned the fairy garden upside down. I originally thought it would be easy to find the Shen family who caused the strange phenomenon, but even the Shen family itself could not think of who could cause such a strange phenomenon. No one came to find Shen Wubbing on his own initiative. For a moment, even the Shen family couldn't find this person, let alone other families. Shen Xingxue didn't dare to say a word now. She didn't dare to find Shen Wubbing now. First, she couldn't explain it clearly now, and second, she was afraid of causing trouble. If someone else thinks she is the one who triggers the vision of shooting the sun, then she will be in trouble. If it was just a 10-day vision of being in the air, she could enjoy the family's resources and cultivation, and other big families would not be very willing to target her deliberately. But now this vision is so scary. If it really involves it, the family will do their best to cultivate her, but she herself has to take too much risk. Maybe when a person is careless will be gone. Of course, the most important thing is that Shen Xingxue knows that she is not the one who caused the strange phenomenon. She also secretly guessed in her heart who caused the vision of shooting the sun and shot her 10 days together. Shen Xingxue dared not say that she had caused a 10-day vision of being in the same space, so the marriage between the two families could only continue, and she had no choice but to do anything about it. Is this God's will? Shen Xingxue sighed long and decided to give up her previous plan and leave the Shen family's place of right and wrong. Deng Adwa, the sixth son of the Deng family, heard that he is not bad. He is one of the few people in the Deng family who can practice Dafa through the sun. But he seems to be relatively low-key and has a cowardly personality. He is not very conspicuous among the Deng family's brothers, and rarely exposed to others' sight. Shen Xingxue only met him in a hurry at the last meeting, and the impression was pretty good. Unlike the Shen family's Dao Shun, the threshold of the sun-chasing Dao is too high. Unlike the sun-chasing Dao, as long as it is the Shen family's bloodline, even if the bloodline is impure, it can be easily obtained. Even the pure bloodline of the Deng family may not be able to learn the Dao of Zhuri, and even fewer people will succeed in practicing. Although it is the ancestral magic of the Deng family and one of the 9 magical skills of the immortal court, most of the Deng family are not practicing the Dafa of Zhuri. A duo was selected to marry, and he practiced the Dafa of Zhuri, which is also a very important factor. At this time, Deng Adwa was lying on a stone bed. Several old men from the Deng family were looking around his body, and from time to time reached out to touch him. A duo's body is not a problem. It may be just contaminated with the dark energy of Zixia Mingdai, which has rushed into his brain, so this situation happened. Deng Yongxin looked at Deng Xian and said, "Is there a way to treat it?" Deng Xian asked calmly. "It's a bit troublesome. If you are just hit by the dark energy, it's difficult to find out where the problem is. Fortunately, the problem is not big, but you just lose some of your memory and it doesn't affect anything," Deng Yongxin said, thinking. After hearing what he said, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it did not affect their marriage with the Shen family. The marriage between the Deng family and the Shen family itself is a relatively disadvantaged position. Now there are monsters that can trigger that kind of vision in the Shen family. Their voices will inevitably be better than before in the future, and marriages must not be missed. Deng Xian did not comment, walked to the table, leaned down and looked down to check Deng Adwa's body. Chapter 982 Pluto Heaven. Deng Xian reached out and opened Deng Adwa's eyes, lowered his head and looked closer and looked carefully. Suddenly, a purple light flew out from Deng Adwa's eyes and shot directly into Xian's eyes. Everyone saw the purple light flying out of Deng Adwa's eyes. It was an elf-like butterfly woman. But because the distance is too close and the speed is too fast, no one can react and stop it. Deng Xian emitted strange ripples of power, but they could not stop the zimming butterfly girl. The butterfly girl flashed and rushed into Deng Xian's eyes. Everyone was shocked. The thing was obviously extraordinary. It was not an ordinary Zixia Mingdai. She was attracted to her. Who knew what would happen? What's even more terrifying is that the purple butterfly girl lurked in Deng Adwa's body. After checking for so long, they didn't find it at all. This is enough to illustrate the horror of the purple butterfly girl. Deng Xian, the person involved, was not too surprised. His expression remained calm, and the ripples on his body continued. The next second, something incredible happened. Time seemed to have retreated on Deng Xian's body. How did the purple butterfly girl get in just now? Now she looks like a video is being played backwards, and she retreats from Deng Xian's eyes. Deng Xian stretched out his slender fingers and clamped them with his own wings of the purple butterfly girl and clamped them between her fingers. The purple butterfly girl who wandered between nothingness and reality now looked like a bound butterfly. After struggling for a few times, she could not break free from Deng Xian's fingers. Who are you? Why do you want to use my son to kill me? Deng Xian asked faintly at the purple butterfly girl who was sandwiched between her fingers. Who is coming to kill you? I just want to need a body. He happened to be here at that time. Who knows he is your son? Ziming butterfly girl seemed to have a grievance. Deng Xian said nothing, but ripples spread out on his fingers. The purple butterfly girl, who originally looked delicate and powerless, suddenly had a purple light burst out on her body, forming a deep purple vortex. Her body disappeared from the vortex. When she appeared again, she had already reached the air. Everyone in the Deng family was shocked and could escape from Deng Xian's hands. Such methods were no longer comparable to ordinary gods and men. Deng Xian, you can't take your life today, and you will not be so lucky next time. Ziming butterfly girl said with a cold face. I have a grudge against you? Deng Xian asked at the Ziming butterfly girl. Deng Xian, have you even forgotten the affairs of the big king? The purple butterfly girl snorted coldly, her wings fluttered, and the purple light on her body turned into purple clouds butterfly all over the sky, sweeping the entire room like a blizzard, scaring everyone subconsciously retreating. Deng Xian stretched out one hand, and the purple butterfly in the sky flew towards his palm. Thousands of butterflies overlapped in his palms into a purple butterfly that was about to fly. As his hand grasped it, the purple butterfly disappeared. And the location where the Ziming butterfly girl was just now was gone. Head of the family, what kind of distorted creature is that butterfly girl? Why is it so terrible? The Deng family looked at Deng Xian. Being able to come and go freely in front of them, especially in front of Deng Xian, not many creatures in the immortal court can do it. Deng Xian said lightly, she didn't say it just now, she comes from Pluto heaven. The Deng family had some speculation just now, and when they heard what Deng Xian said, their faces looked a little ugly. The 6 major star regions have their own masters, but besides the 6 major star regions, in addition to countless ancient realms, there are many strange and unpredictable unknown star fields. Pluto heaven is one of the unknown star fields. Many gods have once entered Pluto heaven to explore and find resources. Not many people can come out alive, and there are often a large number of deformed species in Pluto's sky rushing into the Nanqing area connected to it, which has a significant impact on the Nanqing area. It is said that there is an ultimate creature in the Big One, and there is more than one, otherwise Big One would have been wiped out by the gods. When I saw the purple butterfly girl today, many people in the Deng family knew that the rumors might be true, and there was actually an ultimate creature in the sky of the Big King. Master, do you have any grudges with Pluto heaven? Someone couldn't help asking. That's right. I've been to Pluto sky once before and killed some deformed species. Deng Xian ignored them and walked to a duo and began to check a duo's body. Seeing this, everyone remembered a duo. If there is something wrong with a duo, what can I do if my marriage with the Shen family is done? Head of the family, is the sixth young master okay? Seeing that Deng Xian's inspection was over, a man couldn't help asking. If you don't have consciousness, it may be difficult to wake up again. Deng Xian sighed lightly. What should we do? Now it's time. Where can we find someone who practices the Sun Dafa to marry the Shen family? The people in the Deng family suddenly became a little panicked. That's your business. Deng Xian ignored their gaze and picked up the vegetable like Deng Adwa and left. Everyone in the Deng family looked at each other, and Deng Xian obviously didn't want to care about this matter anymore. In fact, from the beginning, Deng Xian did not agree to marry the Shen family. Although the family meeting forced this plan, now without a duo, the plan could not continue. What should I do now? I have reached this point, are you just giving up, said an elder. What can we do if we don't give up? Where can we find someone who practices the sun-chasing Dafa, said another elder. It's not a question of whether we give up or not. The Shen family has been preparing for so long and will soon get married. At this time, we say that a duo has a problem. Can the Shen family agree to end it like this? Everyone was very troubled, and some people couldn't help but start to complain, why did a duo go out to take risks at this time, but ended up harming others and himself? It would be fine if he became a vegetable, but he also caused the Deng family to fall into such a difficult situation. Of course, they only dare to think about it in their hearts and dare not really say it out. There is another person who came back with a duo? Will there be a problem with him? Someone suddenly raised this question. The Shen and Deng family were in a mess, but Lin Shen didn't know so many things. He practiced the sun shooting method every day to increase his attributes. At the beginning, the attributes increased quite quickly, but the attributes increased later became slower and slower. If this continues, I don't know when I can practice to the point where ghosts and gods come. Lin Shen has always been a person who is not patient. He doesn't like boring repetitions and wants freshness. After practicing the Tao of shooting the sun to this extent, the rest is accumulation day after day, which is really boring for Lin Shen. Jing was extremely moved, and Lin Shen thought of the sun-chasing Dafa. Since I can practice the sun-chasing Dafa, I wonder if I can practice the sun-chasing Dafa? Chapter 983 Are you a fairy? Lin Shen practiced for a while and found that no matter how much he meditated, he could not imagine what the long river of time looked like, so naturally he could not contact him. Soon Lin Shen discovered that he was able to get started with the sun shooting method so quickly, not because of his strong talent, but because of the sun shooting bow. The disappearing sun shooting bow is the fundamental reason why he was able to practice the sun shooting technique and trigger a strange phenomenon. Without the blessing of those magical objects, he would not have been so smooth to practice the sun-chasing Dafa. Lin Shen was greatly disappointed and thought he had extraordinary talent in the laws of ghosts and gods, but he didn't expect that this was the case. When Lin Shen took back the sun-traveling Tao, he was planning to give up his practice when he suddenly saw a purple light flashing in front of him. What is this? Lin Shen looked at the purple butterfly woman who looked like a dream and like an elf in front of her. Her face changed, she stepped on the waves, and her body bounced back like a shrimp. The wave step that combines the footwork of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals can be said to be strange and unpredictable. Whether it is backing or moving horizontally, it is not only faster than moving forward, but also the blessing of the wave step, which will be faster than the other. Unfortunately, Lin Shen was fast, and the Ziming butterfly girl was faster. Before he could take the second step, the Ziming butterfly girl's figure shook violently and rushed towards Lin Shen's eyes at an incredible speed. Seeing the Ziming butterfly girl's figure quickly enlarge in his eyes, Lin Shen subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, although he knew that closing his eyes was useless. Unfortunately, his eyelids closed at a speed that was not as fast as the Ziming butterfly girl. His eyelids received instructions from his brain. Before he could close them, the Ziming butterfly girl rushed in. Lin Shen suddenly felt a burst of pain coming from his brain. It was not the eyes, but his brain seemed to be stirred up. Hee, my cute little brother, your body belongs to me. A charming voice echoed in Lin Shen's mind. Lin Shen's head became more and more painful. In his imagination, it seemed as if he saw the purple butterfly woman appearing in his consciousness and was smiling evilly. Buzz! Lin Shenxiang calmed down and endured his headache and thought about countermeasures. Before he could come up with a reason, a bell suddenly sounded in his consciousness, and a gray bell came out of nowhere, covering the purple butterfly woman who was giggling evilly. "What is this?" The purple butterfly girl was frightened and angry. The power from the netherworld exploded forcibly. The power like the nether purple aura resisted the power of the gray clock and was not suppressed by the power of the gray clock. It turns out to be the ultimate artifact. There is the ultimate artifact in your body. It's so great. You are giving me a huge gift. To thank you. I will try my best to let you die without pain. Ha ha. The purple butterfly girl let out an evil and charming laugh again. The purple light on her body became stronger and stronger, and purple light patterns also emerged on her wings as thin as a cicada. She was still murmuring something softly, but she couldn't hear it clearly, but the sound seemed to have magical magic, making people feel dizzy and confused when they heard it. The purple aura that rose from the purple butterfly girl actually mixed with the gray air of the chaos bell, with a gray and purple. The butterfly girl and Chaos Xiaozhong were in a stalemate, and Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. The Chaos Xiaozhong that accidentally entered my body is so powerful. Fortunately, it is there, otherwise I would probably not be able to escape this disaster. While thinking about it, I suddenly sensed in my consciousness that a strange shadow rose from the butterfly girl. It was an indescribable light and shadow, like the demon king in the depths of hell, and also like the god of the underworld in the netherworld. The demon-like light and shadow fell on the butterfly girl, and her power suddenly increased. The purple air became significantly stronger, and it continued to penetrate the gray air, and even penetrated into the chaos small bell, causing purple fine lines to appear on the chaos small bell. Lin Shen had a premonition that if the chaos bell was completely penetrated by the purple air, he would probably be taken away by the butterfly girl. The butterfly girl smiled and said, "What a baby, but unfortunately you are too weak and you don't even have the qualifications to use it. Without the help of your master, it can't beat me. It's really a waste of such a good baby. But that's fine. If I accept your body in the future, I will use it on your behalf and will not continue to bury it." The butterfly girl said, her arms slowly raised, and the chaotic little bell covering her was actually raised by the purple air, and she was lifted over her head. Buzz. Another buzzing sound, and in Lin Shen's consciousness, a simple long bow shone brightly and shot out a light arrow like a rainbow. The butterfly girl was fighting against Chaos Xiaozhong with all her strength, and she was unable to deal with it any longer. She could only barely stretch out one hand to grab the light arrow. However, her hand touched the light arrow, but she could not catch the light arrow, which penetrated directly through her body. The butterfly girl screamed, and the purple light on her body dissipated, and the Chaos Xiaozhong also suppressed her again. The gray gas wrapped the injured butterfly girl, bound her body like countless chains, and completely locked her in the clock. There are two ultimate artifacts in your body. Who are you? The butterfly girl who was locked in Xiaozhong made a sharp sound. Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me? Lin Shen had never seen the Z-Ming butterfly girl, and he didn't know what her origin was. I am the fairy of the Z Mansion. I am here to save you. Why don't you let me go quickly? Z-Ming butterfly girl said immediately. Lin Shen curled his lips disdainfully. Who are you coaxing here? If you are a little fairy, then I am the Jade Emperor. Should I save me? You should save yourself. I was attached to a duo's body before and was discovered by the Deng family. You came back with a duo. What do you think the Deng family would think of you? If I expected it, they are on the way here. If they were allowed to notice that I was in your body, would they let you go? Said the fairy of the Purple Palace. Lin Shen's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he immediately understood a lot of things. Why did Adwa lose his memory? Why did he bring him back? And all the behaviors along the way felt a little strange. Lin Shen thought it was because of a duo's amnesia, but now he understands it. It turns out that a duo is no longer the same as before. While Lin Shen was thinking, he heard footsteps in his ears, as if many people were coming towards the warehouse gate. If you cooperate with me, I can help you through this disaster. The fairy of the Purple Palace said while confronting Chaos Xiaozhong. Chapter 984 God's Mirror. Shut up. Lin Shen frowned and thought. He didn't know if the Deng family had the ability to get out the purple house fairy that invaded his body. Even if he had the ability, it would probably take a lot of effort. Will the Deng family spend so much effort on him, an outsider? Obviously it is easier and more efficient to kill him directly. Besides, there are chaos bells and sun shooting bows in his body, so the Deng family cannot discover these things. Lin Shen still understands the principle that every man is innocent and has a treasure. The fairy of the purple mansion said that the chaos bell and the sun shooting bow are the ultimate artifacts. I think it is definitely not bad. If the Deng family discovered it, wouldn't they feel greedy? Lin Shen doesn't want to test human nature. Boom! The warehouse gate was pushed open directly, without even saying hello. Deng Yangxin, who was in charge, walked directly to Lin Shen with his people, without giving Lin Shen a chance to speak. His eyes were filled with divine light. The robe on his body was free and a ray of lightning like a god of thunder emitted bursts of lightning, rising up on his body. Deng Yangxin's eyes shot out of lightning, trying to blow Lin Shen's body into slag. If he simply dealt with Lin Shen, Deng Yangxin would not have used such power at all. This is because Lin Shen's body has a strange thing, and he wants to erase Lin Shen and the things in his body. Damn, this old guy. Lin Shen was shocked. The old guy came up and wanted to kill him. The Deng family was even more amazing than he had imagined. They wanted to kill him once and for all, and did not even give Lin Shen a chance to prove his innocence. This is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Lin Shen used his fingers to spear-shaped eyes, and he wanted to use the sand between his fingers toward Deng Yangxin. His handmade gun technique can also trigger Superbase shooting, and now he can only fight to the death. It depends on whether Lin Shen died first, or whether this old guy's head was blown out by the sand between his fingers first. At the critical moment, a black light rolled in from outside the warehouse and turned a corner in the air, blocking the lightning light from Deng Yangxin's eyes, blasting the lightning light away. For a time, lightning and lightning were flying in the warehouse, and Lin Shen did not hurt. It was because several people around Deng Yangxin were accidentally injured by the lightning and lightning. Deng Quang, what are you doing? Deng Yangxin turned to look at the warehouse gate and saw the Deng family's second son wearing black clothes and sunglasses, who was like a gangster brother, walking in carelessly. Great elder, I should ask you this. You run to my place and kill my guests. What are you doing? Deng Quang walked to Lin Shen in a few steps, turned around and blocked Lin Shen behind him, and looked at Deng Yangxin and asked. This matter is of great importance. I can't explain it clearly in one sentence or two. I will explain it to you later. Deng Yangxin said as he was about to push Deng Quang aside. Deng Quang reached out to block his hand. Since it is important, you should explain it clearly, elder. Deng Quang, a junior, dared to connect and hit him like this, which made Deng Yangxin look a little ugly, but he also knew Deng Quang's ability and temper. He knew that it was useless to be tough, so he had to suppress his anger and said, Do you know that your sixth brother a duo is possessed by a deformed species? We just drove away the deformed species on a duo's body. A duo is still unknown now. This person comes back with a duo, and he may have problems with him. He cannot keep this disaster. After hearing this, Deng Quang turned to look at Lin Shen, looked up and down for a while, and then asked, Do you have any deformities in your body? No. Lin Shen replied. After hearing this, Deng Quang nodded slightly, then turned to Deng Yangxin and the others and said, You have also heard that there are no deformities in his body, so there is no problem. Grand Elder, you can go back first and stop disturbing my guests. After hearing Deng Yangxin and his friends said, they thought Deng Quang had a problem with his brain. If he said nothing, he wouldn't have it. Can he believe this? The deformed kind of evil and cruel. We did not find Adwa parasitized by the deformed kind of parasitism before. Now Adwa is still unknown in life and death. From this we can see the deformed kind of cunning. How can you trust his words? Deng Yangxin said patiently. Believe it or not, it's your business. He is my guest, and I believe it is enough. Deng Quang said lightly. Deng Yangxin was almost furious when he heard this. Deng Quang was so angry that he believed it was enough. He really didn't take these elders seriously. Deng Quang, it's a big deal, you can't make trouble. This person and the deformed species in his body must be removed. Another elder stood up and said, "Okay, you said there are deformed species in his body. Do you want to kill him?" "Yes, but if you kill him, there are no deformed species in his body. You have to pay my friend's life and pay one life. Whoever wants to kill him, just come," Deng Quang said as he stepped back and gave up the space before them and Lin Shen. But those elders looked at me and I looked at you, but no one dared to take action. They all knew Deng Quang's temper, and he could do it if he could say it. If there was no deformity in a Tian's body, Deng Quang would definitely kill the person who took action. Deng Quang had done this before, but he still risked the removal of the immortal court and killed an elder of the Deng family. This is a lawless and ruthless person. Since that's the case, let's first confirm whether there are any deformities in his body. Deng Yongxin saw that no one dared to go up, and it was not a solution to continue like this, so he had to speak. Among Deng Xian's many children, Deng Quang is the most troublesome, and this is a person who is an unusual path. It's better for the great elder to understand the truth. Deng Quang praised sarcastically, and then asked, "Great elder, how do you want to be sure?" Deng Yongxin seemed not to understand Deng Quang's ridicule, and thought for a while and said, "It is not difficult to know whether he has been parasitized by deformities. He just needs to use our tribe's magic weapon to look in the mirror and you will know it." Everyone nodded and praised the great elder for his thoughtful thoughts. As long as he looked at the mirror with God, the deformed species would be invisible. The divine mirror is a special distortion artifact. Although the divine mirror is a mirror, it cannot reflect human figures or ordinary matter. The only thing that can be illuminated is blood inheritance. The Deng family is Quafu's bloodline. When the Deng family stands in front of the mirror, Quafu's light and shadow will appear in the mirror. Of course, if the bloodline is not pure, the ancestor light and shadow of various bloodlines may appear. Depending on the bloodline concentration, those lights and shadows will be dark and bright. The brighter the bloodline, the stronger the bloodline of this series. The divine mirror is generally used to determine whether the bloodline of the descendants is pure and what magical skills are suitable for practicing. However, it is also effective if used to reflect deformities. Deformities will not show blood shadows in the mirror, but will instead reflect their own appearance. Chapter 985 Exposed. Deng Yongxin ordered people to take the divine look in the mirror. As long as he took a look at Lin Shen, he could not only know if there were any deformities in Lin Shen's body, but also what kind of bloodline he was. Deng Quang believed that Lin Shen was not parasitic by deformity, so he didn't care. He walked to the sofa and sat down, waiting for Lin Shen to prove his innocence. But Lin Shen was uneasy in his heart. He just asked Deng Quang what the hell is like. After understanding the role of the hell, Lin Shen began to worry. It is only one of the reasons why the purple house fairy in her body is photographed. Lin Shen was still a little scared whether he could shine the light and shadow of the ancestor. He is not a descendant of the immortal court god, so he has no bloodline inheritance. If he could not tell anything, his identity as a person in the ancient world would be exposed. According to Lin Shen's understanding during this period, the immortal court has always been not very friendly to people from the ancient realm area. The strangest thing is that I only heard that people from the ancient realm entered the immortal court, but no one could tell where these people went later. Even the gods themselves couldn't explain clearly where those who broke through the disaster and pushed the door went. Some people say that it was because people in the ancient realm area were too poor and were not suitable for surviving in the immortal court, so they were sent to a special star field. Some people also say that those who came into the ancient realm were taken to be cannon fodder and renovated the land. These are just speculations, and no one has ever seen them. This is the strangest thing. So Lin Shen is increasingly reluctant to be discovered by others. He suspects that those who entered the immortal court may not have a good ending. The time when this situation occurred was probably after the king of the ancient realm, and before the king of the ancient realm, there were still traces to those who entered the immortal court. It can be seen that they have integrated into the gods and men. Lin Shen has not found any specific whereabouts of a person who was pushed to the ancient world after breaking the catastrophe after the king of the ancient realm. While Lin Shen was still thinking about it, someone had already taken the divine mirror to look at it. It was an ancient bronze mirror, but the polished light was measurable. What's strange is that the bright mirror cannot reflect any shadows, but can only reflect the color of the starry sky. The man brought the divine mirror to Deng Yongxin. Deng Yongxin glanced at Deng Quang and saw that Deng Quang spread his hands indifferently. He no longer hesitated and activated the ancient bronze mirror in his hand. The next second, the ancient mirror became more and more transparent. It originally looked like metal, but now it was as crystal clear as crystal. In order to prove that the function of the divine mirror is normal, Deng Yongxin also took a special look at a Deng family guard next to him. The figure of the guard did not appear in the mirror, but instead a giant-like light and shadow appeared in the mirror of the god. Although the light and shadow were very dim and could not see clearly, he could still see his extraordinary origin from his majestic momentum. Although the bloodline inheritance is relatively weak, judging from the light and shadow of Quafu in the mirror, the bloodline of the Deng family guarding is very pure and there is no other bloodline mixed with. Seeing that everything was normal for the god of mirror, Deng Yongxin slowly moved the god of mirror to Lin Shen, and the light of the god of mirror gradually fell on Lin Shen. Lin Shen did not choose to escape. He had just received news from Deng Quang, knowing that the divine mirror could only reflect the blood inheritance of the divine human and the body of the deformed species, and could not see anything else. Since that's the case, Lin Shen decided to take a gamble. The fairy of the purple mansion is covered in the chaos bell. If the divine light cannot see the chaos bell, then the fairy of the purple mansion cannot be seen. If the divine mirror can't reflect Lin Shen's bloodline inheritance, Lin Shen still has something to say. Instead of refusing to look in the mirror with guilt, it is better to take a gamble. Everyone's eyes were staring at the mirror, wanting to see what could be reflected in it. When the light of the God Survey mirror shrouded the deep forest, an image actually appeared in the God Survey mirror. This made Lin Shen's heart skip a beat. Can the fairy of the purple mansion covered by the chaos bell be illuminated? Lin Shen stared at the images appearing in the mirror, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief after seeing it clearly. The images that appear inside are not the fairy of the purple palace. He could actually illuminate the light and shadow of the bloodline. Lin Shen wanted to know who the light and shadow he illuminated belonged to, but when Lin Shen saw clearly what the light and shadow were, he became full of doubts. Not only Lin Shen was confused, but all the Deng family members present were full of suspicion. The light and shadow reflected in the mirror of the gods were exactly the same as the light and shadow reflected by the Deng family guards. They were both the image of a giant and their momentum was exactly the same. They were obviously the ancestor of the Deng family, Quafu. The difference is that the giant's light and shadow photographed by the guard was dim and almost like a shadow. The giant light and shadow shining from Lin Shen was dazzling, and the light on the light and shadow became stronger and stronger. What's going on? How could he shine the light and shadow of Quafu, the ancestor of my clan? Could it be that he is the blood of my Deng family? It's impossible. If there was this person in the Deng family, how could I not know? And the brightness of the light and shadow. Deng Yongxin looked at Lin Shen, his eyes full of suspicion. He moved the light of the god-looking mirror away from Lin Shen and then looked at the people next to him, but there was no problem. The bloodline inheritance of their bodies can be clearly reflected. Many people's bloodlines are relatively mixed. Some can shine out 3 or 4 lights and shadows, some can even shine out 7 or 8 lights and shadows, and many more. In contrast, Lin Shen, who only illuminates Quafu's light and shadow, and is so bright, seems to be the purest member of the Juri tribe. The atmosphere was a little strange, and the eyes of others looking at Lin Shen also became extremely complicated. Not only did he fail to photograph the deformed species, he also found that this person was more pure than their bloodline and looked more like the Deng family than them. The scene was a little awkward for a moment, and no one knew what to do, so they couldn't help but turn their attention to Deng Yongxin. Deng Yongxin looked at Lin Shen again without believing it, and the result was the same. The light and shadow of the great god Quafu appeared in the mirror, and it seemed to be brighter than before. Such brightness is relatively rare in the history of the Deng family. The Deng family looked at Lin Shen more and more strange, and they all secretly guessed in their hearts which illegitimate child Lin Shen was. Lin Shen knew very well in his heart that he had no Quafu's bloodline at all, and could illuminate Quafu's light and shadow, and it was all the fairies of the Purple Palace who were doing it. Now Lin Shen knew that he could not see anything in the mirror of God. So, you are not a god, giggle. The smug laughter of the fairy in the purple mansion was in Lin Shen's mind for a long time. Chapter 986 The Little White Rat Stolen from the Laboratory. The people from the Deng family didn't know what to do with Lin Shen for a while. After Deng Yangxin took people away, Deng Quang patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and said, "Have you safe? I'm here, I won't let you bully." After a pause, Deng Quang said again, "I am looking for someone to help you apply for the identity certificate of the Immortal Court. This is the matter of the past 2 days. If you wait a little longer, you will be assigned by the planet. It will not be too late to leave when the identity certificate is completed." Lin Shen stared at Deng Quang in a daze, not expecting that he would say this to him. Judging from his meaning, he seemed to know that he had nowhere to go, and he might even know that he was not from the Immortal Court. "Ha, don't look at me with that look. I said, your brother and I are friends of life and death. You know what's strange about these things. Just wait." Deng Quang patted Lin Shen's shoulder and said, "I have something to do, so let's go first. You know my message number. Remember to contact me if you have something to do, don't carry it alone." Lin Shen watched Deng Quang leave and muttered in his heart, "What's going on with this Deng Quang? Is it really related to whom? We can have a good talk, we can cooperate." The voice of the butterfly girl in the purple palace sounded in Lin Shen's mind again. "Cooperate?" Lin Shen asked calmly. "You are from the ancient realm area. You have entered the Immortal Court privately. Once you are discovered, what will happen? I think you should know in your heart, otherwise you would not hide your identity and come to the Deng family with me." The butterfly girl in the purple palace said hatefully, "No wonder the people from the Deng family can easily discover my flaws. It turns out that you are not from the Immortal Court at all. I have told you so much, but I have made myself more flaws. What will happen if you are discovered?" Lin Shen asked in his heart and asked in reverse. "Do you really don't know, or are you acting with me?" The fairy of the Zifu said coldly, "If you act, you don't have to. You can hide it from the gods and look in the mirror because I helped you reflect the light and shadow of Quafu. Otherwise, you would have been discovered by the Deng family. How could you tell me so much? You haven't said yet, what will happen if you find out?" Lin Shen said lightly. He, do you really don't know what the consequences will be if you enter the Immortal Court privately? If that's the case, it would be even more interesting." The fairy demon in the purple palace said with a wicked smile, "If you can enter through the gate of the Immortal Court, you may even become an experimental product of the Immortal Court. If you have no use value and can't even be an experimental product, you will eventually become garbage cannon fodder, or you will go to mine for the Immortal Court until you die." Lin Shen was frightened when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. He didn't want to interrupt the fairy of the Z mansion and asked her to continue talking. "A person like you who are not coming in from the gate of the Immortal Court, once you are discovered, there will be only one fate, and that is death." The fairy of the purple palace said with a smile. "Why?" Lin Shen couldn't understand. It was different from where people from the ancient realm area. Those who come in through the gate will be treated as experimental items of mice, cannon fodder, miners, etc. Why do those who come in through the gate have to be killed directly? Are they not even qualified to be mice? The fairy of the purple mansion said with a smile, "It seems that you really don't know anything. As the basis of cooperation, I will explain it to you so that you can know what your situation is now. Although I don't know which ancient area you come from, it doesn't matter. All ancient area is the test site of the Immortal Court, and the creatures in the ancient area are all test objects of the Immortal Court." The fairy of Zifu sneered, "You can understand this way that the test objects that come out of the gate are guinea pigs that complete the test according to the experimental process. Everything is under the control of the Immortal Court, and the risk assessment is normal. And people like you who smuggle into the Immortal Court are equivalent to the experiment. No one knows what harm you have on you, nor do you know whether it will be transmitted to people outside the laboratory. The risks cannot be evaluated and cannot be controlled. If you find them, you will naturally destroy them immediately. The ancient realm zone is an experimental field? What are they testing in the ancient realm zone?" Lin Shen couldn't believe the words of the fairy in the purple palace. Although the ancient realm zone is not as vast as the immortal court, it is also an extremely huge universe. A universe like this is actually just an experimental field, which is really unbelievable. I don't know, I'm afraid only the masters of the immortal court know. The fairy of the purple palace said, I know you don't believe it, but you can think about it carefully. The civilizations in the ancient realm are actually not that weak. Many people already have the ability to survive in the universe. Why are civilizations destroyed again and again? Why are there civilizations dynasties? What do you mean is that all this is controlled by the immortal court in secret? Lin Shen was frightened. He didn't know from Lin Wan before that human civilization had experienced many destruction. At that time, I was a little confused. According to Lin Wan, the humans of ancient civilizations were all extremely powerful, and many of them had the ability to break through the gate of the immortal court. What kind of disaster has happened in the universe that will directly intervene in such a human civilization? If it is a cosmic disaster, or even a Big Bang, then why is only the ancient realm area affected, but the immortal court itself not affected? If what the fairy in the purple palace said is true, then everything will make sense. The period of human civilization is not caused by some disaster, but is controlled by man. Many things I couldn't understand before seem to be able to explain. What Lin Shen still couldn't understand is why the immortal court did this, and what are the benefits of the immortal court. Theoretically speaking, the people in the immortal court used to come from the ancient realm area. They themselves are people from the ancient realm area, so why do they exclude the ancient realm area? If you are alone in the immortal court, it is easy for people to discover your true identity. Work with me. If you encounter this situation now, I can help you solve it. The butterfly girl of the purple mansion struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade, I extracted the bloodline of the Deng family from a duo, so that others can only see the light and shadow of Quafu, but not my existence. This is also your best cover. If we can work together, we will benefit from both sides, and if we divide, we will suffer from both sides. Seeing Lin Shen silent for a long time, the butterfly girl in the purple mansion seemed to feel that her conditions were not tempting enough, so she continued to say, I can also distribute part of the Quafu bloodline to you to help you integrate the Quafu bloodline. With this bloodline, you can practice the Zerijuan Dafa, and no one can see through your identity. If the bloodline can be transferred so easily, how could only a few people in the Deng family be able to practice the sun-chasing Dafa? Lin Shen said. Of course others can't do it, but I'm different. I'm a fairy in the purple mansion and have the method of reincarnation of yin and yang in the purple mansion. Otherwise, how can I extract the bloodline of a duo? This is the only ability in the universe. The fairy in the purple mansion said proudly. Chapter 987 Entering Taishu again. Lin Shen thought to himself, although the fairy in the purple house should not believe them all, they should not believe them either. If the immortal court really treats the people from the ancient realm as guinea pigs, then my current situation is indeed not very optimistic. Although Deng Quang would help him apply for an identity certificate, even if he was justified in the immortal court, it is still hard to guarantee that he would not be discovered. Seeing that Lin Shen had not spoken and had no intention of letting her out of the chaos bell, the fairy of the purple mansion said again, I don't know what the Deng family had to do with you just now, but he said he wanted to get your identity certificate, which means he didn't know that you came from the ancient world. How can I see it? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He thought Deng Quang knew his identity, so he helped him get an identity certificate. Judging from the fairy in the purple house, it seemed that this was not the case. If you want to have an identity in the immortal court, you must go through an inspection, just like the divine mirror inspection. You need to prove that you are an individual, and then which clan's bloodline is the way to give you an identity. That thing is more terrifying than divine mirror inspection. Most people cannot escape the inspection. The fairy of the Z Mansion said, only I can help you get through the inspection, our cooperation is a beneficial choice for both parties. Actually, there is no conflict of interest between us. You want to survive peacefully in the immortal court, and I just want to cause trouble for the Deng family. Cooperation is beneficial to you, but it is not good for me. Lin Shen said lightly. How come there is no benefit? I can help you through the identity verification of the Immortal Court. Isn't this a great benefit, said the Fairy of the Purple Palace. Even if I don't cooperate with you, you will still help me through the identity verification of the Immortal Court. Lin Shen said. The Fairy of the Purple Mansion originally wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, she suddenly realized that it seemed that it was indeed what Lin Shen said. If Lin Shen fails to pass the identity verification and is discovered by the Immortal Court, she will be discovered, and the outcome will be the same as Lin Shen. So even if Lin Shen doesn't cooperate with her, she can only help Lin Shen. I can give you the bloodline of Juri clan and help you practice Juri clan's Tao. Before the Fairy of the Purple Mansion finished her words, she was interrupted by Lin Shen. A duo just happened to this. I suddenly practiced the Sun Ju Dafa. You are not helping me, but killing me. Lin Shen said coldly. The Fairy in the Purple Palace suddenly changed her face. After all, she is not a human being. Even though she is the ultimate creature, it is still very different from the human way of thinking. She did not think of this before. She thought she could grasp Lin Shen's two resources, but it seemed to be useless, which made the Fairy of the Purple Palace very confused. Lin Shen didn't say anything, but the Fairy of the Purple Palace was suffering from the torment of the Chaos Bell. She must give some of her strength to fight against Chaos Xiuzhong in order to ensure that she will not be completely assimilated by Chaos Xiuzhong's power. But her power is not endless. If this continues, there will be the day when the power is exhausted. If Lin Shen cannot impress and let Lin Shen release her from the Chaos Bell, she will have problems sooner or later, although the process will be very long. The Fairy of the Purple Mansion still had a vague idea in her mind, but she was not willing to take that step until the last moment. The Fairy of the Purple Mansion stopped talking, and Lin Shen ignored her and took some things to feed the 4 little white tigers who followed her. The little white tiger grew very fast, and it had grown up in just a short while. Of course, this is because Lin Shen gave them good food, at least they were all deformed stock liquids and were not adulterated at all. The little white tiger, which was a bit particularly good, grew up very well, was obviously bigger than the other 3, and the metallic luster on the body was getting brighter and brighter. The little guys were tired of playing and they all habitually ran to Lin Shen and lie down, as if they were treating Lin Shen as part of them. Lin Shen called Xiaoyu over and looked at him and asked, "When are you planning to be promoted to immortality?" "Is this what I plan to do?" "I have to have resources. If I don't have resources, I'm promoted, what's the point?" Xiaoyu said angrily. According to immortality depends on the understanding of the law of immortality. You have already achieved nirvana, what resources do you need? Besides, even if you need resources, isn't the resources you gave you before and the distortion sources later? Lin Shen always knew that Xiaoyu was just selling miserable. Xiaoyu has already achieved nirvana and completeness. The resources are of no use to him. He has not been immortal for a long time, so there must be other reasons. Lin Shen didn't give him resources before because he knew this, no matter how much resources he gave him would be wasted. Seeing that she could not hide it from Lin Shen, Xiaoyu had to say helplessly, "I can sense that the immortal king of my series is still there. If I am promoted to immortal now, the sky is a future law and cannot become the immortal king." Lin Shen nodded slightly. He thought it was the same, otherwise Xiaoyu would not have been at the nirvana level all the time. "Can't you be promoted to immortal first and then kill the immortal king to seize the immortal crown?" Lin Shen said. "The immortal king is not that easy to kill. I can't do it anyway, so I can only wait for him to die first." Xiaoyu curled her lips. "I will help you in the future," Lin Shen said. "Why are you suddenly so urgent to get me promoted to immortality?" Xiaoyu looked at Lin Shen suspiciously, thinking whether Lin Shen was calculating about him again. This place is too dangerous, without immortality level abilities, it is difficult to survive, and I need someone to help. You still can't do without me. Now you know the importance of me? Xiaoyu curled her lips and said, "But why do you need me to help you?" "I just won't be promoted. If you have something to do, don't rely on me." After saying that, Xiaoyu ignored Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't force it. Xiaoyu wanted to wait, so he let him wait. How could the immortal king die so easily? In places like the Immortal Court, he will soon be unable to stand the promotion. The reason why Lin Shen wanted to get him promoted now was that he wanted Xiaoyu to try it out, whether he could practice the magical skills of the Immortal Court. Lin Shen was idle and planned to go to Taishu again. Maybe he would not appear on the previous island again. After entering Taishu, Lin Shen was disappointed to find that he was still on that isolated island, and there was still no one on the island except him. However, Lin Shen's eyes turned, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. On the white beach, another evil goddess appeared. Chapter 988 Set. How is that possible? Lin Shen looked at the angered goddess who was lying motionless on the beach, surprised and happy, with an incredible look on her face. Theoretically, the goddess of anger is the ultimate creature in the lower realm, and it should correspond to the immortal Dharma King in the ancient realm area. This level of creature must be extremely rare and may even be a unique existence in the universe. Lin Shen had just killed one before and got the immortal shield, the deformed artifact of the evil goddess. Why did another evil goddess appear so quickly? What's even more strange is why the evil goddess who appeared here remained motionless, as if she was being lit with a hole. There is nothing on the isolated island, so how could someone click her acupoint? Lin Shen couldn't understand why this happened for a while. This made Lin Shen have to doubt his previous judgment. Perhaps the Taishu world was not what he imagined, it was really just a virtual world. If the Taishu world is a virtual world, it will be easier to explain. The evil goddess may be an NPC monster that was refreshed, but because this area has not been opened yet, the program of the evil goddess is not designed intact, so the evil goddess will not move. After Lin Shen killed an evil goddess, the system refreshed her again, so a second one appeared. It seems that only in this way can the explanation be understood, but Lin Shen also feels that the Taishu world cannot be a virtual world, otherwise it will be impossible to explain why the things in the Taishu world can be brought into reality. Lin Shen looked strange and thought of another possibility: can even the real world be virtual, and the Taishu world is a virtual world in the virtual? This idea just flashed through his mind. He himself did not think he was virtual, so this idea would naturally not be true. Lin Shen didn't think so much. Even if it was a virtual world, it didn't matter as long as he thought it was fun. After rushing towards the evil goddess again, Lin Shen started his murder of the evil goddess again. With the experience from the last time, Lin Shen took a long time to kill the evil goddess. Kill the ultimate creature, the evil goddess, discover the source of distortion. The prompt for the mechanical watch finally came. With the death of the evil goddess, the solidified immortal crown actually appeared again, flew out of her body, locked by chains of order lights. Seeing the dead fans rushing out to bite the immortal crown, Lin Shen felt a strange feeling. This scene is so familiar, it's like playing a game and reading a file. Taking a deep breath and no longer cared about the dead powder, Lin Shen continued to saw the head of the angered goddess with a scum knife. Without the blessing of the immortal crown, the body of the evil goddess is not that difficult to damage. After a while, Lin Shen sawed his head open and dug out a source of distortion from it. As soon as the distortion source left the corpse, he vibrated himself and flew up. Lin Shen still looked very familiar in this scene. Another immortal shield. Lin Shen thought that the distortion source was about to become another immortal shield, but found that the distortion source was distorted and changed, not the style of the immortal shield, but looked more like a helmet. Sure enough, in a short while, the distortion source completely turned into the shape of a helmet. Immortal Helmet, the ultimate lower distortion artifact. System, Curing System. Requirements for use, Curing System Immortal Rule. Distortion rate, 100%. Hardness, 20,000. Toughness, 20,000. Distortion characteristics, Immortal Guard. Lin Shen checked the attributes of the Immortal Helmet and found that the attributes of the Immortal Shield are exactly the same, and there is no difference at all. While Lin Shen was waiting for the Immortal Shield to compare with the Immortal Helmet, he suddenly made a new discovery. There is no change in other attributes, but the deformed characteristic of Immortal Guardian actually has a difference. The original Immortal Guardian has become the Immortal King Guardian. After Lin Shen tried to activate it, he found that when he activated the Immortal Guard, there was only a gray light on his body. But now, using the immortal king's protection, a gray light and shadow appeared on his body, covering his whole body. The light and shadow looked like an angry goddess with a snake's tail. Can this thing still have a suit? Lin Shen was surprised. Now he can't care whether this is a virtual world or not, as long as he can get the benefits. If this thing is really a suit, then now he has got the helmet and shield. Is there any other thing? The helmet and shield are already so powerful. If you can get all the other parts, what effect will it be? Lin Shen couldn't wait to kill a few more evil goddesses to try it out, and whether he could get other parts. The dead powder grinds some debris from the immortal crown, but it still cannot bite the immortal crown and swallow it. After reassuringly, the dead fans were still unhappy and came back and swallowed the body of the evil goddess again. After taking back the dead fans, Lin Shen quickly left the Taishu world, and then chose to come in and out several times, but no longer found the shadow of the evil goddess. It seems that there should be a time limit. From the last time I saw the evil goddess, to the time I saw the evil goddess, how long is it? Lin Shen calculated carefully and planned to go in and take a look at it. Can he find the evil goddess again? While Lin Shen was planning to meet the evil goddess again, Deng Quang sent a message telling him that the identity certificate was almost done. He only needs to complete the final identity verification himself to obtain the identity of the immortal court. Deng Quang asked him to wait, and he would come back soon to pick Lin Shen to complete his identity verification. The fairy of the Purple Palace is right. I must complete the identity verification before I can get the identity of the immortal court, Lin Shen said in his heart. Not long after, Deng Quang came back and took Lin Shen to participate in the identity verification. On the way, Deng Quang said to Lin Shen, "Don't be nervous, it's just a routine test to determine what kind of planet you can get." The planets in the immortal court are divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. During the inspection, the higher the rating you get, the higher the level of the planet you get. If you can be assigned to a top-level planet, at least you don't need to worry about resources before you are promoted to the upper god. Deng Quang said to Lin Shen with a smile, "You have the bloodline of my Deng family, and the inheritance light and shadow are so bright, so the score will definitely not be too low, and at least you can be assigned to the median planet." How did this rating be calculated? Lin Shen asked in thought. He doesn't care what the rating is, but he's just afraid of being exposed. Chapter 989. It's not good either. The fairy of Zifu said that she could help Lin Shen pass the test, and Lin Shen thought she could give it a try. If he does not have an identity proof in the immortal court, he cannot go anywhere and can only stay on Quafuxing. If he wants to leave here and go to other places, he needs an identity proof. I came back with Deng Adwa before. It was because of Deng Adwa's identity certificate that I could pass many levels. Lin Shen could not go anywhere by himself, and it would be in big trouble if I was discovered by the immortal court, so this identity certificate must be taken down no matter what. There are testing institutions on Quafuxing, but the institutions themselves do not belong to the Deng family. Such institutions are directly under the Star Region's master, and all detection data are connected to the data of the Star Region's master's intelligent brain, and this cannot be faked no matter what. Deng Quang was able to allow Lin Shen to participate in the test as a Deng family, which was because he had already used his connections. Otherwise, people like Lin Shen who had unknown origins would not even be qualified to participate in the test. Following Deng Quang to the testing agency, Lin Shen found that except for the guards at the gate, the entire testing station was unmanned. Everything in the detection station is completed by the intelligent brain, and the authority of the intelligent brain is all in the star area. The people of Quafu Star have not even been modified, so they do not even have control permissions. Deng Quang had to send him outside the door. Lin Shen himself came to the inspection location of the checkpoint based on the instructions given by the holographic projection. Everything in the inspection station was very efficient, without any unnecessary procedures and steps. As soon as Lin Shen stood in the designated position, a beam of light shone down from the ceiling, covering Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen saw a mirror on the ceiling, which was not an ancient style like a divine mirror, and it looked very technological. Lin Shen estimated that the function of this mirror should be similar to that of the divine mirror, because he did not see his own shadow in that mirror. No wonder the fairy of the Purple Mansion is so confident that she can pass the test. This test should be a copy of the Divine Diagram Sutra, right? Lin Shen thought about it, and did not forget to call the Fairy of the Purple Mansion with her mind, so as not to use a duo's bloodline to pass the test in time. The Fairy of the Purple Palace did not respond, and Lin Shen was not worried either. If he was found out about the problem, the Fairy of the Purple Mansion could not escape. The two of them were now grasshoppers on the same rope. No matter how unwilling the Fairy of the Purple Mansion was found, she could not watch Lin Shen be found out about the problem. Sure enough, not long after the beam shone on Lin Shen, he saw Quafu's light and shadow appear in the holographic image projected from the opposite side. The light and shadow became stronger and stronger, and Quafu's image became more and more lively. Next to Quafu light and shadow, there is a black vertical line, with red at the bottom of the vertical line. As Quafu light and shadow appears, the red under the black rises higher and higher. There are ticks next to the vertical line, but there are no units marked on the ticks, and there are no corresponding numbers, and the distance between each line is not equal. Lin Shen didn't know what these scale lines represent. After counting, there were 9 scale lines in total. Counting from bottom to top, the red has now risen to the 7th tick and is still rising. Lin Shen watched the red rise to the 9th scale at the top, but the red still did not stop, and rose for a short distance, and then stopped. I thought the 9th scale was already the highest, but I didn't expect that I could continue to move up. Is a duo's bloodline talent too high, or is the effect of these scales different from what I imagined? Lin Shen couldn't judge for a while. The beam of light shining on Lin Shen's body suddenly disappeared, and the light and shadow of Quafu and the holographic projection also disappeared. The test is over, the bloodline is 100% pure, belonging to the Sunju clan, and the bloodline qualification is first class. According to your test results, the territorial planet is randomly. As the sound appeared, a star map also appeared in the holographic projection. The star map was dense and there was no way to see how many stars were. Then the star map suddenly appeared toward the microscope, and soon Lin Shen discovered that the star map he saw was not stars on it. The things that looked like stars were actually groups of nebula. A group of nebula contains unimaginable galaxies. As the star map continues to speed up, a blue planet finally appears in front of Lin Shen. Your territorial star is the first-class upper star crystal charm, and the information has been entered into the system. Jiwan continued. There was nothing, just a few words, not even a certificate. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the advanced level of the Immortal Court is indeed unmatched by the ancient realm area. There is no need for any certificate here. The person himself is a certificate. No matter where he goes, as long as he passes the system inspection, there will be no problem, and there will be no need for any certificate or something. Lin Shen followed the instructions and walked out of the inspection station, and everything was so smooth that it was unimaginable. How is the test result? How many weights? Deng Quang asked curiously. First time. Lin Shen replied. First class? Deng Quang was overjoyed. I am worthy of being my brother. In the past, a duo was only second class. With such a talent, he will definitely become a top-class god in the future. What level of planet is it assigned to? First-class star crystal charm. Lin Shen told Deng Quang the name of the planet he assigned to without hesitation. Deng Quang's face changed slightly after hearing this time, and he was not as happy as before. Brother Deng, what's wrong? Is the planet assigned is not good? Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Deng Quang's face, I was afraid that something was wrong with this planet. Okay, of course it's very good. The planets are divided into 9 grades, top 3rd grade, middle 3rd grade and bottom 3rd grade. The 3rd grade lower star is the worst, the 1st grade upper star is the best, and among the top stars, the 1st grade is also the best. Speaking of this, Deng Quang, who has always been generous, hesitated for a moment. It's just this crystal charming star. Are there any questions? Lin Shen asked. It can't be considered a problem, it's just too good. Deng Quang said with a wry smile. Is it a problem too good? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He thought there was something wrong with this planet, but he didn't expect that this was the answer. Yes, it's too good sometimes. Jing Meishing is also excellent among the first-class upper stars. There are a large number of superior deformities on that planet, and the quality is extremely high. Even ordinary deformities cannot be found, either mutated superior deformities or divine beast deformities. Median deformities and inferior deformities are harder to see on Jing Meishing than people in the ancient realm. Deng Quang shook his head and said, "The resources there are first class, but your current strength is not enough to develop resources there, so it can only be seen but not used, so it is also a problem to say that it's too good. But everything has advantages and disadvantages. Now you are not having a good time. After you are promoted to the top of the gods, Jing Meishing is a huge treasure house for you, and it is unparalleled." Deng Quang comforted Lin Shen again. Chapter 990 Opportunity to deliver to your door. Lin Shen understood that his planet was too advanced and he couldn't use it for the time being. If he goes, there may even be dangers. He really does not have the ability to survive in that kind of place. But this doesn't matter. Lin Shen now has the identity certificate and can use the teleportation device or spacecraft to leave Quafu Star. As long as he reaches a place where safety is not restricted by law, he will immediately use the transmission device to transmit it back. The teleportation devices of the Immortal Court can be much more developed than those in the ancient realm. Each planet has a teleportation device, and each teleportation device can be transmitted to any planet in the Immortal Court. Of course, the transmission device has this function, which does not mean that you can transmit it. In fact, there are many restrictions on planetary teleportation. For example, everyone's own territorial planet can only have the authority to teleport there. The master of the planet can also give others permissions, or even temporary permissions, which are freely adjusted. Therefore, the transmission device itself has very powerful functions, but there are many human restrictions. In fact, most planets cannot be transmitted without the permissions given by their masters. On the way back, Deng Quang told Lin Shen about Jing Meishing again. Lin Shen is not Jing Meishing's first master. In fact, before Lin Shen, Jing Meishing had been assigned many times. However, most of the masters before Jing Meishing were dead, and some of them were not dead had applied to change the territorial star. Among those who died, some of them did not know the danger level of Jing Meishing at first, but they died silently after they went there. Some people know the horror of Jing Meishing, but still don't believe in evil. They know that there is a tiger in the mountain, but they tend to go to Tiger Mountain, and then they lose their lives. There are also some who have a strong background and are strong people from the family who want to defeat the Jing Meishing resources. The most famous time, a small family elite emerged. Dozens of superior gods went to Jing Meishing, but they ran back 2 or 3 living people, and the family never recovered. Since then, few people have dared to make the idea of Jing Meishing. There are some big families like the Deng family, who want to get the permission of Jing Meishing, but unfortunately no one has been able to randomly get Jing Meishing. Xiao Lu Master, don't worry, you can continue to live in Quafuxing, or I will take someone to help you sort out Jing Meishing. It's not a big deal. Deng Quang said generously. Brother Deng, I want to walk around first, go to other places to see and gain some knowledge. Lin Shen politely rejected Deng Quang's kindness. Okay, please contact me if you have any questions, don't be polite to me. Deng Quang said with a smile. Back at the warehouse, Lin Shen packed up his own things and brought 4 little white tigers with him, intending to leave Quafuxing first. Lin Shen was preparing to bring all the little white tigers back to the ancient realm. Although they were small, with their strength, in the ancient realm, they could already walk sideways unless they met those top strong people. This is an immortal born, and in terms of innate levels, Dai's is far inferior to them. Lin Shen packed up his things and Deng Quang was about to take him to the teleportation station, when Deng Yongxin brought people to block the door. Great Elder, what do you mean? Last time was not enough. Do you want to do it again? Deng Quang stood in front of Lin Shen and said coldly as he looked at Deng Yongxin. Deng Yongxin just smiled slightly. Second young master, don't be anxious. I have no malicious intentions when I came to Atian this time. Not only is there no malicious intentions, but I also have a huge opportunity to give to him. There are any good things for you to find him? Deng Quang curled his lips disdainfully and teased. Deng Yongxin seemed to have not heard Deng Quang's ridicule, and said to himself, "Second young master, the marriage between our Deng family and the Shen family is imminent, but a duo had such a thing at this time, so we could only choose another person to complete the marriage. Do you want a Tian to pretend to be a duo?" Deng Quang understood what Deng Yongxin meant, looked at Lin Shen with some surprise and said, "He looks different from a duo, how can he pretend to be a duo? It's either impersonation or another person. What the Shen family wants is a Deng family who can practice Dafa through the sun. It may not necessarily be a duo." Deng Yongxin said. "He is not a member of the Deng family." Deng Quang said. "Why aren't it a member of the Deng family? We have tested it, and you have seen it with your own eyes. He is 100% pure Quafu's bloodline. Which family can our Deng family be from?" Deng Yongxin looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile, "The bloodline of our clan is 100% pure, and his talent is so high that he will definitely be able to practice Juri Dafa. As long as you practice Juri Dafa, no matter where you grew up, you will be the direct bloodline of our Deng family in the future. You and the descendants of the Shen family women inherited the bloodline of the Shen and Deng families at the same time. In the future, you can practice the magical skills of shooting sun and Juri Dafa together. That will be an important hub for the unity of our two families. What a noble status." Lin Shen understood that the Deng Shen family wanted to give birth to a group who could practice the magical skills of the two clans at the same time. It is estimated that this is just an experiment. If descendants who can practice the two great magical skills are really born, the cooperation between the two tribes will be closer in the future. There will be many children in the two tribes, and their strength will become stronger and stronger. Of course, it is a bit difficult for Chuaner to take power, at most it is just to be a senior thug. Lin Shen wanted to go home, and his wife was about to have a baby. He was not in the mood to make a baby with other women outside, nor was he in the mood to participate in the Deng Shen family's two misunderstandings. Now he wishes he could fly back to Tianquan immediately to take care of Tianquan and guard against his child's birth. That is the only descendant of the Lin family and the hope for the Lin family in the future. So Lin Shen didn't even think about it, so he directly rejected Deng Yongxin. Deng Yongxin said lightly, "Since you are the blood of the Deng family, you must naturally make due contributions to the family. If you do not obey the family's arrangements, you will not be able to stay in the Deng family again." Lin Shen thought to himself, "It's just my wish to leave the Deng family. Since that's the case, I'll say goodbye." Lin Shen said that, he took the four little tigers and left, leaving Deng Yongxin and others looking at each other. "Second young master, don't you persuade him?" Deng Yongxin looked at Deng Quang and said. "He is not stupid, why should I persuade him?" Deng Quang didn't care at all. "As far as I know, you took him to make an identity proof in the name of the Deng family, and he was assigned to Jing Meishing, right?" Deng Yongxin said. "So what?" Deng Quang frowned. "Since he is unwilling to contribute to my Deng family, he naturally cannot enjoy all the resources of the Deng family. Therefore, he cannot teleport to any planet of the Deng family. If he wants to leave, let him go back to his own planet." Deng Yongxin said. "You want to use this to threaten me and him?" Deng Quang frowned slightly. "As a member of the Deng family, he should contribute to the Deng family. Those who are unwilling to contribute to the Deng family have the qualifications to enjoy the resources of the Deng family? Do the second young master think there is something wrong with what I said?" Deng Yongxin said lightly. Deng Quang did not refute. Deng Yongxin said nothing wrong, and he had nothing to refute. After thinking about it, Deng Quang followed Lin Shen and advised, "Shen Xingxue is very beautiful and has the opportunity to learn the Dafa of Juri, why not do it?" Chapter 991 Crystal Star. Lin Shen knew that he did not have the talented bloodline of the Juri clan at all, and it was impossible for him to practice the Juri Dafa, so he naturally could not obey Deng Quang's advice. "Brother Deng, I still want to go out for a walk by myself." Deng Quang said worriedly, "Your identity certificate has just been activated. You have not obtained the permission granted by others and cannot go to other planets. If you refuse, you can only leave the planet of the Sunju clan and return to your own planet." Lin Shen knew what this meant. When he went back to Jing Meishing, everything was unpredictable for how long he could live in that dangerous place. But now Lin Shen has no choice. He does not have a real Quafu bloodline and it is impossible for him to meet Deng Yongxin's expectations. I know, then I'll go to Jing Meishing. Lin Shen took a deep breath and said calmly. Deng Quang didn't say anything else, and he had no choice but to do anything about this in this situation. After all, he is also a member of the Deng family. Deng Yongxin stood above the interests of the Deng family. He could not say that the Deng family's strong men helped Lin Shen sort out Jing Meishing. When Deng Yongxin saw that Lin Shen actually chose to go to Jing Meishing, he spoke again, "Stay here, you can not only bring the beauty back, but also get the care of the Deng family. You can get more resources than the real direct descendants of the Deng family. Why bother to gamble and ruin your future? Everyone has different choices, so I like to have challenges and difficulties." Lin Shen pretended to be chic and headed towards the teleportation station. Deng Yongxin snorted coldly, and did not stop him. "Brother Deng, thank you for your care. If you have the chance in the future, you will definitely repay this favor." Lin Shen and Deng Quang said goodbye and took 4 little white tigers into the teleportation device. He participated in the identity test as the Deng family. With his authority, he could choose to go. Apart from the public area planet of the Deng family, he was the only one of his own crystal star. Now that the Deng family has sealed his authority, the Deng family's public area planet can no longer go, so he can only choose to teleport to Jing Meishing. Idiot, why don't you agree to the idiot in the Deng family? What a good opportunity. The fairy of the Purple Palace was so depressed that she almost went crazy. Lin Shen clearly had the opportunity to stay in the Deng family, and even had the opportunity to break into the core circle of the Deng family. He actually put such a good road and wanted to go to a ghost place like Jing Meishing. Lin Shen had his own plans, ignored her and chose to teleport Jing Meishing. He had learned about the details of Jing Meishing from Deng Quang before, and Jing Meishing did not have no room to survive. At least in the area near the teleportation station, it is relatively safe. As long as Lin Shen does not walk out of the area near the teleportation station, the upper deformed species on Jing Meishing should not have rushed to the teleportation station to kill him, such a weak creature. Those who died before were mostly interested in the abnormal resources on Jing Meishing. They stayed away from the teleportation station and died in a bad life. Lin Shen made up his mind and stayed in the teleportation station and then tried to see if he could teleport back. Ignoring the complaints of the fairy in the purple mansion, Lin Shen and the 4 little white tigers came to Jing Meishing through the teleportation array. Lin Shen came out of the teleportation device and found himself in a blue crystal cave. The space of this cave is as big as an indoor basketball hall. In addition to the transmission device, there are also various instruments and devices, as well as the intelligent brain and Shinyu Taishu cabin, which looks very advanced. Although it is not as good as Deng Quan's collections, it is not much different. How come there are so many things here? Lin Shen thought for a moment and figured out the reason. Deng Quang said that the previous master of Jing Meishing mobilized the power of the entire family to capture Jing Meishing's resources. As a result, there were heavy casualties and only 2 or 3 people fled back. It is estimated that the things here should have been brought by people from that family at that time. Because the divine man who became the master of Jing Meishing at that time died, Jing Meishing returned to the state of masterlessness. The person who was previously given the permission to teleport to Jing Meishing was invalid. Those who escaped would not have the chance to enter Jing Meishing again, and these things would all fall here. Lin Shen was not very interested in those things, so he took out his mechanical watch first and tried to see if he could teleport away from this planet. The result is still negative, mechanical watches are still not available here. This was also expected by Lin Shen. So many upper deformed species of Jing Meishing will definitely have an impact on the legal environment here, and it is normal that mechanical watches cannot be used. Originally, Lin Shen did not expect to be able to teleport out directly. His plan was to fly away from the atmosphere of Jing Meishing and teleport out of space. Jing Meishing is too dangerous, and Lin Shen dare not go out directly. He came to the exit of the cave and stood there against the wall of the cave and looked outside. Although the gravity of this planet is not as strong as when it was in a neutron star before, it is much stronger than that of ordinary habitable planets. With Lin Shen's physical fitness and strength, when you move here, you will feel a little burden-bearing and may run much slower. The surface of Jingmeixing is full of various crystal structures, most of which are blue crystals, and a small number of places will have crystals of various colors. He just looked outside and saw a creature in the air with a crystal-like body, which looked like a pheasant, and its crystal feathers were colorful and very beautiful. It stood on a crystal mountain peak, scratching its claws at the blue crystal mountain below. The hundreds of meters high blue crystal mountain actually split into two under its claws, and was grabbed from the middle, and a valley was cracked in the middle. Is that chicken so strong? Lin Shen was surprised. These blue crystals were harder than ordinary immortal materials. The power of the pheasant claw could actually capture the mountain hundreds of meters high. What a terrifying power! When Lin Shen was amazed, he saw a deformed species in the cracked mountain, which was full of blue, like a centipede, drilled out of the rift valley. Its body is huge, and it must be dozens of meters long. It crawled up along the mountain wall from the rift valley and quickly reached the front of the golden pheasant. The back half of the body was wrapped around the mountain, the front half was raised, and the strange mouthpiece was opened, and the golden pheasant was about to swallow the raw. Lin Shen saw a terrifying blue light and shadow on it, like a demon god, covering the centipede's body, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. The power of the demon god's arrival is at least the median deformed species, but Deng Quang told him that it should be difficult to see the deformed species outside the upper deformed species on the crystal charm star. I think the blue giant centipede is not as simple as the median deformed species. The golden pheasant looked at the blue centipede that was biting like a devil, but it seemed that it did not take it to heart at all. It spread its wings and kicked its legs. On a planet with such great gravity, its figure was almost unaware of Lin Shen. When Lin Shen saw it again, the golden pheasant had already flew to the top of the blue giant centipede's head, tore the blue giant centipede's head with one claw, stretching its head to peck at some mysterious substance in its body. The pheasant seemed very picky, but just ate some mysterious substances, then flapped its wings and flew away. The corpse of the giant blue centipede fell down and hung halfway up the mountain. Blue particles emitted from the body, gradually condensed into one thing in the air. Sorry, I'm away from home, and I'm using a laptop to code words, the speed is much slower and I can't update it in time. I'm sorry, my friend. Chapter 992 Spiritual Soul. The blue particles actually condensed into the phantom of the giant blue centipede, hovering in the air, and it took a long time to turn into a crystal blue crystal and fall to the ground. There is only one blue crystal, like a drop of water, with an ancient mysterious symbol flowing inside. Lin Shen couldn't understand what the mysterious symbol was, but he could feel that the symbol was bred with incredible energy. What is that? Lin Shen was curious in his heart, knowing that it must be a good thing, but he didn't know what it was. It is definitely not a distortion source. The distortion source should have been pecked by the pheasant. So what are the water drops? The water drops fell on the ground, and the mysterious symbol inside flashed blue light, as if a blue fog of light rose on it. The blue light fog seems to be evaporating. The more it evaporates, the fainter the brilliance of the mysterious symbol. Lin Shen stood in the cave and looked for a while. The mysterious symbol in the water droplet crystal had faded so much that it was almost gone. Click. As the mysterious symbol completely disappeared, the water drop also shattered and turned into pieces all over the ground. From beginning to end, Lin Shen didn't dare to move in the cave. He knew that the water drop must be a good thing, but he did not dare to step out of the cave. Even though the blue giant centipede's body was still outside and liquid was still coming out of the wound, Lin Shen had no intention of going out. When several little white tigers saw food, they quietly wanted to walk out, but were roared by the unusual little white tiger, and immediately lowered their heads one by one, and fell down to the side and lying down. The dead fans have not made any noise at all. I am afraid they have realized the danger and have not even been so greedy. It can be seen that this matter is definitely not simple. Lin Shen thought for a while, turned around and returned to the cave, and prepared to try it out if the equipment left by the previous wave of people could still be used. Don't move, wait and look out. The fairy of the purple palace suddenly spoke. Lin Shen leaned against the wall and waited for a while. Suddenly, he saw that the colorful pheasant jumped to the top of the mountain on the cracked top of the mountain. His cold eyes actually stared at the cave, and then he jumped on the corpse of the blue giant centipede. His sharp claws tear open its corpse and tore the blue giant centipede into sections. From the joints, he didn't know what he had pecked at. Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart. The pheasant seemed to know that there was someone here, and it was like fishing, trying to use the corpse of the blue giant centipede as bait. But for some reason, the pheasant did not rush into the cave, nor did he know what's special about the cave. Luckily you are not greedy, otherwise you would have been pecked through your head now and sucked it into your head. The voice of the fairy in the purple house sounded. Do you know what kind of deformity it is? Lin Shen asked. The superior beast false phoenix, that thing likes to be the most enchanting. With it outside, you'd better not leave the teleportation station, otherwise there will be a disaster. I've said it a long time ago that you don't stay in the Deng family, but you're going to come to such a broken place. You can't get any resources here. How can you go further? The fairy of the purple house came up with the old accounts again. Lin Shen ignored her, walked to the devices, and began to study whether these devices could still be used. Because it was too old, Lin Shen could not be sure whether these things could still function normally. Fortunately, he already knows how to use various equipment in Deng Quang's warehouse, but it is not difficult to start. Although these devices are old, their performance is not bad. Lin Shen fiddled with them for a while and found that most of the devices can be used. Produced by Xianteng, it must be a fine product. It has been eroded by many years and can still operate normally. Lin Shen was overjoyed and hurriedly searched the internet for what the water droplet crystal I just saw. Soon he found the answer. The water droplet was not actually a crystal, but a distorted spirit transformed by the energy of the superior creature. Distorted artifacts, distorted souls and distorted souls are three types of distorted magical objects that can be nurtured by distorted species. Lin Shen already knows that the distorted soul can increase the distortion characteristics, while the distorted soul is a form similar to a pet. If you can contact the distorted spirit before it dissipates and establish a contractual relationship with it, you can get the help of the spirit pet. The immortal pet is immortal. The ability of the divine soul pet is the same as the aberrant species that nurtured it. It is a very powerful pet. Unfortunately, ordinary deformed species will hardly breed spiritual soul pets. Generally, only superior deformed species can breed abnormal spiritual soul. This is because the upper deformed species itself has a very close combination with the laws of ghosts and gods. It can be said that the distorted spirit is a living organism whose energy is combined with ghosts and gods. The superior deformed species can also use the spirit to attack, which is one of their most important abilities. Median deformities generally cannot give birth to distorted spirits, but can only give birth to distorted souls. The distorted soul itself is also the product of the combination of energy of the deformed species with ghosts and gods. The three deformed species of distortion source can be fertilized, the upper, middle and lower deformed species, and the quality is very different. The best distortion artifact is of no less value than the soul and soul. Unfortunately, the quality is uneven, both good and bad. Unlike the soul and soul, as long as you can get it, it is basically good. The number of divine souls is still rare, after all, it is something that can only be obtained by killing the superior deformed species. After death of a general upper deformed species, it is easy to dissipate immediately because the concentration of the spirit and soul is not enough, and it is impossible to contract with it. After the mutated deformed species and the deformed species of the divine beast, the solidity of the spirit is relatively high, so it is possible to complete the contract with them. If Lin Shen had known that the water drop was so precious, he might have been a little moved, but he would definitely not have gone out to take risks to gain spiritual power. There is the falling wind outside. My plan to rush out of the planet may be slowed down. Lin Shen opened one of the sets of Xingyu Taishu cabins and entered the Taishu world. I didn't see the figure of the angered goddess on the beach. I guess it was because there was not enough time and Lin Shen was not worried. He didn't come for the angered goddess. Lin Shen entered Suwanio Temple and then went to Shanxing. In the trading market here, Lin Shen is the only one who plans to use Shanxing to buy a must-have item for daily life and also sell some things. As soon as he opened the trading panel, he saw many messages. He kept hanging Kiwi's, Xiaoyu and Holy Shield Dragon on it, waiting to accept the challenge and make money. But because he hasn't come for a long time, he has never accepted the challenge. I didn't expect that after so long, there were so many people who wanted to challenge Kivas, Xiaoyu, and Holy Shield Dragon. Unlike before, no one dared to challenge them. Lin Shen ignored these challenging information. He was not interested in making money today. He had more important things to verify. Chapter 993 Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Skills. Lin Shen didn't plan to sell himself, so that he could indeed return to the ancient realm area, but it would not be that easy to come to the immortal court again. The resources in the ancient realm area can become the Dharma King at the top of the sky. Although the Dharma King cannot be said to be the bottom of society in the immortal court, it is indeed nothing. Lin Shen still wants to use the resources of the immortal court to go further. Only by becoming stronger can he fight against the power of the immortal court. Otherwise, when the people around him break through the disaster and come to the immortal court, the outcome will be unimaginable. Lin Shen had to make plans early after knowing that the people in the ancient realm had experienced such a tragic experience in the immortal court. Now that he has a formal identity in the immortal court, he can use this identity to do a lot of things and help many people. Lin Shen wanted to transfer the knowledge and things he had obtained in the immortal court to Tianquan and others in the ancient realm district. Unfortunately, the ancient realm district and the immortal court could not communicate normally, so he could only use Shangxing's commodity trading system. Lin Shen took a diary and wrote down the contents of the Tao of Shooting the Sun. He did not write about the immortal court, and he did not even write a word. It would not be beneficial for them to let them know about the immortal court too early. The heaviest thing now is to let them know that there is another way to immortality and there is even more powerful power above immortality. If people from the ancient realm can make breakthroughs in the ancient realm and achieve stronger power, they may have the opportunity to gain a foothold in the immortal court in the future and will not become a guinea pig. So, Lin Shen now wants to know whether the magical power of the immortal court can be achieved in the ancient realm area. The reason why I chose the sun shooting method instead of the sun shooting method is because the sun shooting method is relatively easy to get started, not as difficult as the sun shooting method. After Lin Shen wrote the Tao of Shooting the Sun, he did not name the Tao of Shooting the Sun. Instead, he wrote the words Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Art and then hung it in Shangxing's trading area for sale, with a price of up to 1 million Shangxing coins. The price of the $1 million Shangxing coin is so high that ordinary families can't afford so much liquidity. This was also deliberately designed by Lin Shen to prevent being photographed by others. Tianquan and the others should buy it when they see their names. Of course, the name is just one aspect. Lin Shen drew a mark on the cover, and only those close to Tianquan, Big Sister, Lao Wei and others can recognize it. As soon as the price of this diary was released, it immediately caused huge controversy in the ancient world area. Lin Shen's peerless magical skills? What kind of broken thing is this? With Lin Shen's level, he dares to call himself a peerless book. You're crazy about money. Can this be priced at 1 million? If I can sell this, I will write 100 books, and I will not sell 1 million or 100,000 books. I will make a lot of money if I don't sell this one. It's really a scam. You can come up with any trick to make money. You can use Lin Shen's reputation as a nonsense. At least you can find someone with a famous name, and you can also find someone with a certain Dharma King. Most people sneer at the $1 million price of this book. The main reason is that Lin Shen's fame is limited to the celestial race, and only some celestial beings from the celestial stars saw this shocking battle. The gods who saw that battle can be said to have regarded Lin Shen as a god, but they have never seen that battle with their own eyes. Even if they have heard some rumors, they will not take Lin Shen seriously, but will only think that the rumors are exaggerated. After Tianquan received the news, after reading the cover of the book with his elder sister, he immediately gathered funds and wanted to buy the book back. But after they had enough money, they found that the book had been bought by someone, and they felt a little cold. Because the purchases are anonymous, Lin Shen didn't know who was the one who bought the book. I think outsiders shouldn't spend a huge amount of money on buying a handwritten broken book, right? Lin Shen felt that there would be no problem, but there was a problem. Someone really spent a huge amount of money to buy Lin Shen's hand-copied Tao of Shooting the Sun. I'll go. Is there anyone really buying it? Is that okay? What Lin Shen wrote can actually sell for millions. Is this world crazy? Hyphon, bear hype. I think he bought it himself, and he will definitely sell the second one next time. That is the real hook, it's just bait. The guy who bought the book is coming out and said something. What is it written in the book? Some are curious, some conspiracy theories, and some are crazy about the forest. Lin Shen just wanted Tianquan and the others to see this Tao of shooting the sun so that they could have an understanding of the power system of the immortal court and try to see if they could go further. Unexpectedly, such a storm would occur. As Lin Shen's peerless magical art was sold at a sky-high price of 1 million, various handwritten magical art secrets appeared in the trading area, and the price ranged from 1 Shangxing coin to 1 million Shangxing coin. Some people copied Lin Shen's name, called Lin Shen's peerless divine art, while others found some more famous than Lin Shen, such as Doza's peerless divine art, XXX's peerless divine art, etc. Anyway, there are all kinds of things. Some people claim that they spent a huge amount of money to buy the authentic Lin Shen's peerless magical art, and then copied one, selling only 100,000 Shangxing coins to recover their blood, and guaranteeing only one copy. I can imagine, and I can't imagine that there are all kinds of demons and monsters on the Shangxing trading platform. There is no one who can't do the most, only more tricks. The person who actually bought Lin Shen's peerless magical art was holding a diary at this time, looking at the not-so-looking words on it, but he was enjoying it. Lin Shen has already explored the way ahead, so I must keep up as soon as possible. It is time to be promoted to immortality. I was still hesitating about which path I should take. Now it seems that there is no need to hesitate anymore. Dai's eyes gradually became firm. The person who spent a huge amount of money to buy Lin Shen's peerless magical art was the Dais of the Supreme Clan. Dais read it and believed it. Originally he planned to take the path of immortality, but after reading this secret book, Dais changed his mind and decided to take the path written in the book. However, Dais was not prepared to copy the Dafa of shooting the sun completely. He wanted to follow the path of ghosts and gods, but he was not the Dafa of shooting the sun. I am free and become a ghost and god by myself. Why do I need to visualize others? I am God, and God is me. Dais used himself to enter the spirit, wanted to create his own magical skills and embark on a path of self-visualization to become a god. On this day, a cosmic rainbow light suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The strange cosmic rainbow light actually transformed into the appearance of Dais in the starry sky, like a god, a demon, a saint, and a Buddha. The unparalleled pressure shocked the entire universe. Deus is immortal, but what is going on? Many people targeting Deus showed shock on their faces. Chapter 994 Chase. Chapter 993. Christine looked at the cosmic rainbow light that turned into Dais, with sharp eyes as sharp as a sword. He felt something strange. He knew Dais had taken an extraordinary path, but he didn't know which path he was taking. Christine stood up, stepped up in the air, and headed towards the teleportation station. He was going to meet Dais, see Dais with his own eyes, and see what kind of path he had taken. Many seniors from the Supreme Clan were also surprised and happy to see this wonderful scene. They originally thought that Dais would not enter immortality so quickly, because he had not found his own path to immortality and was not sure that he could achieve the true law of immortality. Everyone thought that Dais would definitely be able to become the Dharma King, but before that, the old Dharma King of that series had to die first. However, Dais unexpectedly entered immortality and triggered such a strange cosmic rainbow light, which made it difficult to guess whether he became the Dharma King. Most people believe that Dais should not have become the Dharma King, because although the vision of the universe's rainbow light is magical, there is no immortal crown. Without an immortal crown, it is naturally impossible to be the Dharma King. What a pity! Dais has such a good qualification. He is so anxious. He should wait, he first find out if there is this series of immortal king creatures. Some people feel sorry, and some people are gloating. Lu Ran also felt sorry for his disciple. Although there are few rainbow lights in the universe, they have no substantial effect, so how can they be the immortal crown? But since Dais has taken this step, there is no need to say anything else. Even if it is not the Dharma King, Dais will inevitably become one of the highest beings in the universe. Boom! When the cosmic rainbow light disappeared, everyone thought that it was over, but they saw a thunder suddenly falling in the middle. The position where the thunder descended was exactly where Dies was. Under the bombardment of lightning, everything turned into scorched earth. Dies rose into the air, stepped up against the lightning, and stood in the void, allowing lightning to bombard him. Death calamity. Everyone was shocked. Since ancient times, I have never seen such a thing. How could anyone have just been promoted to immortality and triggered a death disaster? No, the death light of the death tribulation is invisible, outsiders can't see it at all. This is not a simple death catastrophe. Lu Ran's eyes were like a ruler, staring at Dies in the void. Dies, dressed in white, stood in the void, with thousands of stars outside her body, holding something in her hand, which looked like a book, but under the flashing lightning, she didn't know what book it was. Boom! The cracks in the void became bigger and bigger, and an extremely majestic gate of heaven emerged, gradually emerging into the world with the entanglement of thousands of thunder and lightning in the void. The Gate of the Immortal Court. When many top-level powerful men saw the Gate of the Immortal Court, their faces showed incredible expressions. It is hard to overcome the death disasters again and again, and leading out of the Gate of the Immortal Court is something that only the top Dharma kings can do. Dies, a man who has just become immortal, not only triggered a death disaster, but also brought the Gate of the Immortal Court. This is simply unbelievable, and it is something that has never happened before. How is this possible? Lu Ran was also surprised. She couldn't believe that Dies could actually attract the Gate of the Immortal Court. You should know that Dies did not obtain the immortal crown, which means that he did not obtain the true immortal law, nor was he an immortal Dharma king. Such an identity would have caused a death disaster just after being promoted, but it was even unimaginable that the Gate of the Immortal Court was triggered. The Gate of the Immortal Court completely emerged from the void, and jade steps fell one after another, turning into a ladder to the sky, reaching the feet of Dies. Everyone was watching this scene, and some people were also broadcasting the scene of the appearance of the Immortal Court, almost allowing the whole universe to see this strange and bizarre scene. When Emperor Tianshu broke through the immortal sect before, the signals there were isolated, and not many people saw them. This time it was almost a live broadcast of the entire universe. Everyone was watching Dies and the Gate of the Immortal Court. Christine had also arrived at the Sublime Star, floating in the air, and shouted to Dies, "Dies, I don't plan on you yet, how could you just leave like this? Come back for me." Dies looked back at Christine, smiled slightly, said nothing, but threw out the things in his hand. The thing flew towards Christine in a star-like flash of light, and in a flash came to him. Christine grabbed the thing with his hand and grabbed it in his hand. When he took it back, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At this time, someone flying around Christine was broadcasting live, and everyone immediately saw clearly that what Christine was holding was actually the book Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Art. Oh my god, the person who bought Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Art turned out to be Dies. Dio suddenly became immortal, and also attracted the death disaster and the immortal sect. Could it be because of the book Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Art? What exactly did Lin Shen write in it? What is Lin Shen's peerless magical skill? Open it quickly and take a look. Everyone was anxious, but Christine had no intention of opening it up. She just stared at Dies in front of the jade stairs, as if she was confused about what he meant. After reading it, you will naturally understand that Lin Shen has walked far ahead of us. I will catch up with him along his footsteps. After Dies said that, he no longer had any nostalgia and stepped onto the jade stairs. Thunder and fire intertwined, swallowing the Dies in white. Flames rose and lightning bombarded, but none of this could stop Dies from moving forward. He walked up the jade steps step by step, and the stars on his body became brighter and brighter. He walked all the way to the Gate of the Immortal Courtyard, and the thunder and fire were already burning, and no one could see anything. Boom! The light and shadow like a demon god repelled the thunder and fire of the heavens, and opened the Gate of the Immortal Court with one punch. Dies, who was shrouded in the light and shadow, walked into the gate, without looking back, no nostalgia, and fearlessness. Boom! The door closed and gradually disappeared into the void until it finally disappeared, and the cracks in the void were also gone. Many people are still in shock. The shock brought by the gate of the immortal court is unimaginable to ordinary people. Some people turned their scorching eyes to the book Lin Shen's peerless magical art in Christine's hand. If someone had disdained this book in the past, no one would think that anymore. Dice just photographed the book, but in less than 2 days, he was promoted to immortality, causing death disaster, and breaking through the gate of the immortal court. These things are unprecedented. And the source of all this seems to be from this book Lin Shen's peerless divine art. The greedy eyes were all focused on this simple diary. Chapter 995, Fighting. Before those greedy people could take action, terrifying ripples of laws appeared in the sublime star. Those ripples of law did not hurt anyone, but invisibly shocked those greedy people. No one dared to attack Christine and seize the book Lin Shen's peerless magical art. If no one dares to take action, it does not mean that greed will disappear. There are greedy eyes everywhere in the universe staring at the book in Christine's hand. That is the magical skill that allows Dice to break the death disaster and enter the immortal court when he has just been promoted to immortality. Now those immortal antiques are regretful. If they had known that Lin Shen's peerless magical art had such an effect, they would have rushed to buy it if it was 1 million Shinshin coins, even 5 million and 10 million. If such magical powers can be obtained by them, how can they do anything to them if they die? At least in a short period of time, they no longer have to worry about the difficulty in surviving the death disaster. It is not that easy to take Lin Shen's peerless magical art from Christine. On the noble star, there are strong men from the Supreme Clan to protect him. When Christine returns to the Emperor Barbarians, he also protects him. It is impossible for ordinary immortals to steal things from these two clans. Christine knew the value of this book very well and was unwilling to test human nature, so he directly chose to teleport back to Dimangsing. As soon as Christine returned to the Emperor Barbarians, she saw that the greedy and arrogant kings of the Emperor Barbarians were standing outside the teleportation station, which made Christine's face change slightly. No one knows it better. These two kings who are usually hard to meet suddenly appeared here at the same time. They thought about it and knew what they came for. Christine, Lin Shen's peerless magical art is of great importance. I'll protect you and follow me back. The greedy king said as he waved his hand, and an unparalleled tornado formed in his sleeves, which was about to roll Christine over. The pink carapace wrapped around Christine's body, and the pink sword weapon also appeared in his hands at the same time, bursting out pink sword lights. Christine, who was only Nirvana, actually used the light of Nirvana to break the tornado of the greedy king. His divine light of separation is indeed too strong. In the Nirvana level, no one can surpass it except Lin Shen. Seeing that the power he swung was actually broken by Christine, although it was just a casual blow and he didn't even use the law, it still made the greedy king slightly stunned. In the eyes of a powerful Dharma king like the greedy king, immortals are no different from garbage. A mere Nirvana can be easily cleaned up. It is no wonder that Christine was a little surprised to break his casual blow. Seeing this, the arrogant king laughed with a cold face and said, "Greedy old ghost, you have the nerve to say that you can keep others safe. As the king, even I will blush for you. It's all your business." The greedy king looked ugly and swung another attack without saying a word. However, this attack was completely different from before. The law of greed is strange and unpredictable. The vortex formed is swallowing everything, and it is about to swallow Christine inside. The holy sword in Christine's hand slashed wildly, and the pink sword lights that could tear the void were of no use in the vortex, but were swallowed by the vortex. Seeing that Christine was about to be swallowed, suddenly a strong light gushed out, rushing over the vortex and swallowed it in by the vortex. But the light seemed endless. No matter how the vortex swallowed it, the light did not weaken at all, and it poured in endlessly. The vortex swallowed the endless light and had no more energy to swallow Christine. "Arrogant, do you have to fight with me?" The greedy king stared coldly at the end of the light, and the arrogant king stood there. "What does it mean to fight with you? Lin Shen's peerless magical art is not your thing. Why can you even get it?" "I won't," said the arrogant king arrogantly. "Okay, you have to decide the winner, then come on." The laws of the greedy king burst out, and the vortex that devoured everything became more and more terrifying. The arrogant king was not willing to be outdone. The light on his body burst out, and it seemed as if he had no beginning or end to swallow it by the greedy king. Christine was at the center of the showdown between the two big shots and was already desperately resisting, but she could not escape. If the two big guys were not afraid of damaging the secret book, I was afraid that Christine's current situation would be even more dangerous. Christine also knew in her heart that the feat of Dai's entering the immortal court with her body was too amazing. She raised Lin Shen's peerless divine art to an unimaginable level, and even the powerful man at the level of the Dharma King were drooling at this book. But Christine knew very well that this book must be a good thing, but it was definitely not as important as others imagined. Dais was able to reach that level after watching Lin Shen's peerless divine arts, because Dais himself is too strong, which does not mean that others can do it too. Lin Shen's peerless magical art is like a tiger with wings, but others may not have the effect of Dais. It's not that the greedy kings and the arrogant kings couldn't imagine these things, but that they were at their level. The death disaster was too difficult to overcome. If there was a glimmer of hope, they would not let it go. Christine gritted her teeth and took out Lin Shen's peerless magical art. Now, only by destroying this book can he have a glimmer of hope. The greedy king and the arrogant king saw Christine take out the book. Although he did not stop, he controlled his own strength and did not let their struggle involve the book, for fear of destroying it. Christine suddenly felt the pressure on her body greatly reduced, and she was delighted and quickly opened the book and started reading. There are two reasons why he did not destroy the book immediately. One reason is naturally that he is unwilling to destroy the book just like this. He wants to see how powerful the book that Dais admires for reading is. More importantly, Dais said that Lin Shen was already ahead, and he also wanted to know how far Lin Shen was from him. He may not practice this magical skill, but he must know what position Lin Shen and Dais are now standing. Another reason is that if he doesn't read this book and destroy it directly, he will be safe himself, but what about the future? Without this book, people related to Lin Shen are still there. It doesn't matter if Lin Shen disappears. People around Lin Shen are afraid that they will suffer. After Christine read this book, most people would only ask him for a book, rather than looking for someone who had something to do with Lin Shen. Christine quickly looked through it. With his ability, he could see 10 lines at a glance. It was simple to remember it all, and he could just remember it casually. Originally, Christine wanted to write down quickly and then destroy the book. In this way, the greedy king and the arrogant king could not do anything to him, which was equivalent to killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But as he watched, Christine slowed down. Lin Shen's peerless magical art opened up a new world for him that he had never seen before, and made Christine's world suddenly become widespread. Chapter 996, Unprecedented. What kind of world is this? 2 old antiques of the level of Dharma kings have to grab even the things of their own race's descendants. No wonder the emperor barbarians keep declining. Sophia, who worked in the fields and had dark and rough skin like a peasant woman, looked up at the sky and shook her head helplessly. It's because they have lived for so long, but they still can't let go. They know that Dais is strong, but because he is Dais, they still want to rob Lin Shen's peerless divine art. They are really afraid of death as they grow older, and they become more greedy as they grow older. As he said that, Sophia tightened her hoe, straightened her back, and exuded a faint sword intent on her body, and was about to step out. Christine was her last disciple, so how could she ignore Christine's life or death? So what about the 2 Dharma kings? They are her disciples of Sophia, and the Dharma king cannot take his life at will. Just as Sophia was about to go up against the sky, she suddenly saw a sudden change in the air. There were ripples of the laws on Christine, and the fluctuations of the laws became stronger and stronger. Will you be immortal? This time? Sophia was slightly stunned. She accepted Christine as her disciple when there was something wrong with her health. No one knows better than Sophia how difficult it is to go along. But Sophia never expected that Christine would be promoted to immortality at this time. No. Sophia frowned slightly. Christine's nirvana attribute is unique in the universe. Based on the separation method he created himself, he searches for 2 different nirvana places and completes the special nirvana power of nirvana in 2 times. This power is incompatible with any law known now, and Christine is walking a path that no one else has ever walked. For such a long time, Christine has been studying his own power of nirvana, hoping to find the corresponding law. No at all. Because when Christine was in nirvana, although he experienced 2 strengthenings of the nirvana land, his nirvana power had nothing to do with the attributes of the 2 nirvana lands. The power of nirvana cannot enter his body at all. Because of the separation method, no nirvana attribute particle can be combined with his power particle. The separation method made Christine successful and restricted Christine. So at that time, Christine just used the power of the 2 nirvana powers to squeeze his own power particles. It is an extremely amazing thing for a person to complete nirvana with his own particles without fusing other attribute particles. Because of the separation method, Christine did it. His power particles have no other attributes, and the only attribute or ability is just separation. No one knows what kind of difference is that separation of this attribute, and even Sophia, who has lived for countless years, does not know, and can only rely on Christine to explore it himself. As a result, there were naturally many difficulties. Christine had never been able to figure out which category his power belonged to and what laws he could resonate with. For this reason, Christine often asked Sophia for advice, but unfortunately Sophia didn't know, so she could only give him some advice. According to Sophia's estimate, if Christine wants to be promoted to immortality, she will inevitably have a long way to go. Only when he fully understands himself can he understand the mystery and resonate with the unknown laws between heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, Christine would actually cause fluctuations in the law now, which made Sophia a little surprised. Did Christine realize at this time because she read the book Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Art? What exactly is written there? Sophia, the swordsman who seemed to have no desires, felt a little curious in her heart at this time, and wanted to get a glimpse of what was written in the book. What kind of magical method is that it can actually make Christine take that almost impossible step? But now, no one knows the answer, only the ripples of the law rippling on Christine are constantly bursting with strange energy. Even the greed and arrogance of the Dharma King level felt something was wrong. After Christine's law fluctuations encountered the immortal law of the 2 of them, the power of the immortal law was actually weakened. This is almost impossible. The law of immortality cannot be changed. No power will have an effect on the law of immortality, even if it is the law of immortality. The 2 immortal laws can exist at the same time, but neither will be changed. Christine's law power actually weakened their law power. Although it only weakened the little bit of law power they deliberately controlled and did not cause any trouble to their subject power, this little change was incredible. The Emperor Barbarians on the planet were also watching this scene, and many young people from the Emperor Barbarians felt a little sad. The almost invincible existence in the clan actually wants to steal things from the younger generation. Although they are robbing Christine, it makes many young people in the Imperial Barbarian clan who have no way to rise and empathize with it. They hoped that Christine could escape this disaster, but they also knew that it was almost impossible to have luck in front of the 2 Dharma Kings. Until they saw the rippling law of Christine's body, they were both surprised and happy. Christine is going to be promoted to immortality. But the immortal level is still not good. Those are the 2 Dharma Kings. Wait. Look at the void, what is that? My God, that's the immortal crown. Christine is going to be immortal with the body of the Dharma King. Many young people from the Emperor Barbarians clenched their fists excitedly, as if it was not Christine who wanted to be promoted to immortality now, but themselves. The void cracked open, and a pink crown flew out of the void, shining with incredible light, slowly falling towards Christine's head. The greedy king and the arrogant king were both surprised and happy when they saw the immortal crown. What was shocking was that Christine was able to attract the immortal crown, which shows that the difference he realized was that there was no immortal king of deity, and it was likely that it had created a precedent for another. And such a change obviously happened after Christine read the book Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Art. They were originally skeptical about Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Arts, and they also knew in their hearts that Dais could achieve such a thing because he was too strong. Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Arts was just an auxiliary. But now after Christine read that book, he became the Dharma King on the spot, and it was unprecedented in his ancestors. This made them have to doubt that the book Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Art has incredible content. The two looked at each other, and the power of the confrontation was suddenly withdrawn, and they attacked Christine at the same time. They actually wanted to join forces to take away the book Lin Shen's peerless magical art before Christine became the Dharma King. Chapter 997 Swordcut Crown. It's so shameless, the two kings actually joined forces to seize the things of a junior. It's so shameless. Is this still a human being? More than 90% of the resources of the Emperor Barbarians have been taken away by those high-ranking beings. Now they don't even let go of such a thing, and they still let people live? It's really not a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, Christine has already watched Lin Shen's peerless magical art and has been promoted to the Dharma King, otherwise it would be really worth it. It would be fine if he was robbed by outsiders, but he was actually robbed by his own clan. It's so shameless. I really hope Christine can deal with those two old guys. Unfortunately, he has just been promoted. Even if he is the Dharma King, how can he fight against those two old guys who have been practicing for many years? That's not necessarily the case. The book that Christine reads is Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Arts. It is a magical skill that can make dies break through the immortal sect against the sky. Maybe, there is really a little possibility. Legendly, Lin Shen punched the patriarch of the God Clan. I didn't believe it, but now it seems that it's true. Lin Shen should have entered the immortal court, and that book Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Art should be what he learned in his life. It's hard to imagine what a peerless magical skill is like, and how could it have such magic power. The content recorded in it is definitely an existence that can shock the world and the earth and make ghosts cry. The Emperor Barbarians have been exploited by several kings for a long time and have long been resentful in their hearts. At this time, they all hope that Christine can create miracles. But they also knew very well that even if Christine was promoted to the immortal Dharma King, he might not be the opponent of the two old Dharma Kings. Seeing that the two kings of greed and arrogance were about to fall on Christine, the immortal crown was still some distance away from Christine. Suddenly, people saw a scene that stunned them. Christine actually reached out to take off the immortal crown that had not yet fallen on his head and put it on himself. The moment the immortal crown was worn over his head, the pink law power also rose from Christine like a volcanic eruption. The immortal laws of the two kings, greed and arrogance, hit the bursting pink laws and disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the blazing pink flame, Christine held the pink sword, stared at the two kings, and swung her sword fiercely. The pink sword light swept across the world, and the immortal law that could not be changed was instantly cut off under the pink sword light. The two kings were shocked and dodged in panic. After dodging the sword light, they found that the crown on their heads had been cut off by a corner, and they were extremely frightened and angry. The law of immortality cannot be changed. This is an eternal truth. This truth was actually broken by Christine, which shocked them. From now on, there will be no king in the Emperor Manxing. If there is any violation, my sword will kill him. After Christine said that, he returned to Emperor Manxing on his own, ignoring the two kings, greed and arrogance. The two kings were furious when they heard this, but they did not dare to step into the Emperor Manstar, but turned around and left. When people watched this incredible scene, the two kings actually retreated because of Christine and did not dare to enter the Emperor Manstar, which made them both feel like they were dreaming. That is a king, the supreme existence of the Emperor Barbarian clan, and even the Emperor Barbarian clan must lower themselves. Now, they actually bowed to Christine, which is really unbelievable. They don't understand Christine's laws. How valuable is it? It is the law that can break the immortal laws directly. It is the only one in the world, and you can never find a second one. Of course, Christine did not really break the immortal law. His law is separation. Immortal law cannot be changed, but it can be separated from those who use the immortal law. The laws after separation will naturally be useless without human control. Most people cannot understand these things. Even among the immortals, the only one who can understand them is Sophia. In the eyes of ordinary people, after watching Lin Shen's peerless divine arts, Christine was suddenly promoted to immortality, and was promoted to immortality as the Dharma King. He cut off the crowns of the two old Dharma Kings with one sword. Such divine power can be said to be an invincible existence in the universe. If a Dios is a coincidence, then what does Christine now mean? Lin Shen's peerless magical art has become a legend, as if anyone who gets it and learns the contents can become an invincible existence in the world, as powerful as Dies and Christine. More and more people want to get Lin Shen's peerless magical art, but that book is in the hands of Christine, and no one dares to make any idea of it for the time being. So some people set their minds on Tianquan of Giant Ring Star. Many people think that Lin Shen should have gone to the immortal court. With such a powerful evolutionary technique, he will definitely leave it to the people close to him. Tianquan of Giant Ring Star is naturally the first to bear the brunt. But when none of the people who wanted to go to the Giant Ring Star to threaten Tianquan came back, many people suddenly woke up. Lin Shen has such a powerful magical skill, so he must have taught him a lot. Tianquan must be as invincible as Christine, and there are even more such terrifying existences, so how could they provoke? The name of Giant Ring Star and Lin Shen's name have shocked the entire universe. Lin Shen himself did not expect that the sun shooting method, which he had originally made for Tianquan, would lead to so many things. Fortunately, Lao Tai and Demon Bone are there on the Giant Ring Star, so it is difficult for the immortals to cause trouble there, otherwise it would be a bit of trouble. Lin Shen's peerless magical art has also become the top evolutionary technique in the universe. However, no one has seen this evolutionary technique except Dies and Christine. Many people want to learn Lin Shen's peerless magical art, and various methods are emerging one after another. Some people want to join Christine's disciple, while others want to buy it at a high price. Even if they spend all their money, they just need to look at it. There are even many immortal antiques. In order to take a look at Lin Shen's peerless magical art, they are willing to worship Guristan. As long as Christine agrees, they can kneel down and call him Dad immediately. The same is true for the Giant Ring Star. Its fame is almost greater than the Zenith Star. Many people want to enter the Giant Ring Star to develop, including many powerful people of the immortal level. Especially the immortals of the Heavenly Man race have entrusted many connections, just wanting to go to Giant Gangstar, even if they go to sweep the floor and see the door. Of course, they didn't really want to sweep the streets and see the doors. They were all the peerless magical skills left by Lin Shen. Shangxing's trading area, various handwritten copies of Lin Shen's peerless magical art are also springing out like mushrooms after a rain. Some say it was the version written by Lin Shen himself, some say it was the copy version of Tianquan, and there were also the excerpts of Dies and Christine annotations. People were dazzled and didn't know how to choose. Chapter 998 Two Systems. Lin Shen didn't know that the sun shooting method he released had caused so many things, and he was still wondering whether Tianquan and the others had obtained the sun shooting method and whether they could figure out the reason. However, Lin Shen soon discovered something was wrong, because in Shangxing's trading area, Lin Shen saw many imitations of Lin Shen's peerless magical art, and there were a variety of them. Although I don't know what happened, but only reading the names of these books, Lin Shen knew that the Tao of shooting the sun might not be in the hands of Tianquan and the others. Du's version, Christian version, what's the situation? Lin Shen knew that the problem was big, and the Tao of shooting the sun should have been in the hands of Dios and Christine. But Lin Shen couldn't figure it out. These two people belong to different races and don't have much interaction in normal times. Some of them bought the Tao of shooting the sun. Can they still share it? I couldn't figure it out for a moment, but this did not affect Lin Shen's knowledge that Lin Shen's peerless divine art is very popular in the ancient world area. Just look at the number of pirated copies sold, you will know that what happened to the Tao shooting Tao in the hands of Dies and Christine, so there are so many pirated copies sold. Most of the pirated magical skills use the names of the two of them. It seems that the sun shooting method is not in Tianquan's hands. How is this good? Lin Shen had a headache. Unless he went back in person, it would be really difficult to pass the news back. Suddenly, Lin Shen's heart moved. The current situation is a great opportunity. The magical skills I wrote are so popular. Although they are not in the hands of Tianquan, they can be said to have met expectations. Now so many people want to learn the magical skills I wrote, so I might as well write another one and write the skills of the inheritance fan in it. If someone buys them and can learn them on a large scale, wouldn't it be of great help to me? After thinking about it carefully, Lin Shen was in a little trouble. Now, the name of Lin Shen's XX magic skill has been used badly in Shangxing's trading area. Now that he writes it in his own name, it is probably difficult for people to believe that this was written by him. And he wrote it in his own name, and was afraid that Tianquan and the others would make full preparations this time, so they bought it directly, which would lead to problems. But without using his own name and not being able to get the popularity of this wave made Lin Shen a little embarrassed. Lin Shen took out the inheritance fan and carefully looked at the inheritance text on it. As his own level improved, the above content also changed a little. Compared with other inheritance techniques of Nirvana level inheritance techniques, there is a lot more content. Lin Shen thought about it over and over again. After writing down the inherited skills, he added some ideas of ghosts and gods as gimmicks before, and wrote Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Arts Introduction, Japanese Update Edition on the cover. After Lin Shen finished writing it, he hung it in the trading area, and the sale price was only sold for 1 Shangxing coin. Originally, this peerless magical craft that only sold as Shangxing coins did not attract much attention. There were even fewer people who saw it. As soon as it came out, it was drowned in various XX magical crafts in the deep forest. Fortunately, there are too many people in the universe, and soon some people discovered that this book is different from other imitations. It is not only a handwritten copy, but also has very similar handwriting to the previous book Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Art, and it is suspected to be written by the same person. Anyway, I only need 1 Shangxing coin, and someone soon bought the introductory chapter, which is like a treasure when I look at it. Lin Shen was not in a hurry, and he hung up another book the next day, and the names were all used the same. After hanging the book, Lin Shen knew that he should have succeeded. Someone knew that the book was real. Lin Shen was not in a hurry, so he just hanged a book every day. Of course, the following books were not written by Lin Shen himself, but were copied by Xiao Yu imitating his handwriting. Lin Shen himself has not paid much attention to the trading area recently. To be precise, he should not pay attention to the trading area of the ancient world. Lin Shen had discovered before that this Shangxing actually has 2 sets of trading systems. One is a normal ancient realm district Shangxing trading system, and the other is a Taishu trading system. The 2 trading systems do not interfere with each other and have no intersection with each other. The Shangxing trading system uses Shangxing coins, but the Taishu currency is used on the Taishu side. In the Taishu trading system, the things in the trading area are obviously sold by people in the immortal court, including various distortion liquids, distortion sources, etc., and even people sell souls and spirits, but I don't know how they preserve them. This trading system is obviously connected with the Taishu world. Lin Shen is considering whether to sell the things from the immortal court to the ancient realm so that people in the ancient realm have an understanding of the things from the immortal court, or it is possible to use these things directly in the ancient realm to advance to a higher level. Of course, Lin Shen himself can also make some benefits in the middle by buying low and selling high. However, after thinking about it, Lin Shen gave up this idea temporarily. The Immortal Court seemed to have some special monitoring method for the ancient world area, just like the Death Disaster and the Cosmic Rainbow Light, both of which were like the way to monitor people in the ancient world area. Lin Shen suspected that he had really resold the goods to the ancient realm area and would be found out immediately by the Immortal Court, which might implicate the buyer. After temporarily giving up the idea of reselling, Lin Shen discovered another interesting thing. The 2 trading systems are not completely independent. Through the Shangxing platform, the currencies of these 2 systems can actually be exchanged. 1 Shangxing coin can be exchanged for 1 Taishu coin, which means that the $1 million money Lin Shen now can be exchanged for 1 million Taishu coin. Lin Shen has been studying recently about the purchasing power of Taishu coin, and whether it is worth buying things in the Taishu trading area by using Shangxing coin for Taishu coin. Actually, you don't need to look at it much. Basically, you can tell that it is definitely worth it at a glance, and it is still super value. The purchasing power of Shangxing coin itself is indeed very strong, but Taishu coin is obviously better. The things in the Taishu trading area are basically deformed materials, which is equivalent to things of immortality. A relatively ordinary lower distortion source can only sell a Taishu coin. This thing is in the ancient realm area, which is an immortal level powerful magic weapon. Lin Shen felt that it would not be a problem to sell some ordinary distortion artifacts to the ancient world area. It would be easy to sell tens of thousands of Shinshin coins, and it might even be robbed crazy. Of course, Lin Shen did not want to resell for the time being, but he had a huge sum of millions of dollars in his hand, so he had strong purchasing power in Taishu district. This exchange rate is decisively necessary to make money in the ancient realm area and spend it in Taishu area. Lin Shen browsed the products in Taishu area and planned to buy something useful to him. The soul needs to have the ability to be at the middle level of God or above to be used. The spirit is something that can only be used by the upper level of God or above. In fact, Lin Shen cannot use these two things now, and it is useless to buy them back. Therefore, Lin Shen mainly turned his attention to various deformed resources and distortion sources, that is, distortion artifacts. There are a variety of distortion artifacts, including weapons, armor, cloaks, necklaces, rings, etc., because of different characteristics and different abilities. Lower artifacts generally have no rank restrictions, but medium and upper artifacts generally have requirements for ranks. Lin Shen may not be able to use them if he buys them, so he mainly looks at lower artifacts. Chapter 999 The Useless Magic Weapon. Lin Shen also has another advantage in using the lower artifact, which is that his law matrix can meet the requirements of most law systems, which means that he can use various artifacts, which is something that ordinary gods cannot do. Generally, gods and people can only use their own magical artifacts, and it is difficult to be compatible with other magical artifacts in various types. Lin Shen is now looking for a pistol artifact with a fast enough fire rate. His current strength is stronger than that of ordinary lower-level gods, but his speed is much slower. If he can buy a pistol-type artifact with a fast enough fire rate, he can use his 7-step Ganj fire ability to increase his speed. There is also the distortion characteristic of the Superbase sharpshooter, which can also be completed by pistol-like artifacts. Lin Shen's goal is very simple, which is to have a fast enough fire rate, and the destructive power is not within the scope of consideration. With the blessing of Superbase sharpshooting, as long as it is hit by his bullet, it is difficult for ordinary gods to withstand it. Lin Shen discovered that among the weapons such as pistols are not particularly popular, and the prices are generally lower than those of the same level and quality. Of course, the best quality is still valuable, just to say that the same quality is slightly lower. After thinking for a moment, I roughly figured out what was going on. Because this type of weapon has its own rate of fire and destructive power limitations, unlike the cold weapon style artifact, its power is related to its own strength. For artifacts such as pistols, users have relatively low influence on their power, and are not as direct as those of cold weapons, so this situation occurs. The only advantage is that pistol-like artifacts generally have a faster firing rate. However, the speed of the lower artifact is at most 20,000, and the speed of the top-quality lower artifact pistol is at most 20,000, which cannot be higher. This is the cap attribute. So at this time we have to look at the distortion characteristics. What Lin Shen wants to find is a pistol artifact with distortion characteristics that can greatly enhance speed. The most ideal ones are naturally the light-based attributes or the time-based attributes, but these two are too rare in themselves. No one will sell the artifacts with this attribute, even the relatively unpopular pistols, at a low price. If you buy a common lower artifact, you can buy it with a Taishu coin, but those top-quality ones are often tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, and millions are not a few. The prices are really different. Lin Shen also saw a lot of top-quality gun artifacts, but his attributes did not satisfy him. Many of the distortion attributes were indeed very strong, but they were not what he needed. After browsing for a long time, Lin Shen suddenly saw a lower-level artifact gun priced at only 10 Taishu coins. The God of Practice's Sniper Ramp, the lower distortion artifact. Department, Space System. Usage requirements, Space Rules. Hardness, 11111. Toughness, 11111. Rate of fire, 14300. Destructive power, 9527. Distortion characteristics, Space Bullet. This thing is the most ordinary lower artifact, not even a mutated artifact, and its attributes are ridiculously low. Few lower artifacts have attributes less than 13,400. This sniper rifle of the God of Practice only has one attribute that exceeds 14,000, and the others are much worse, and even the destructive power is not even 10,000 points. Except for the rare system of itself, the space system, there can be said that there is no highlight. However, it is not completely unhealthy. Its distortion characteristics of the space bullet have special abilities in the space system, which can allow the shot bullet to jump through a piece of space and directly hit the opponent's body, making it difficult to avoid it. The problem is that the destructive power of the bullet is too poor. When hitting the Divine Man, it is like a rubber bullet hitting the bulletproof vest, which basically does not cause any damage. For other gods, this sniper rifle of the god of practice is a useless person. People who need it cannot use it, because it is not a space system, and the gods and people in the space system do not need this ability. Their own abilities are space capabilities, so why do they need to use space bullets? So this thing is obviously a rare space-based artifact, and it only costs 10 Taishu coins, but no one cares about it. But it would be different if this thing fell into Lin Shen's hands. He did not lack destructive power at all. As long as the bullet could hit the target, his Superbase sharpshooting attribute could play a role. For others, it is a useless sniper rifle, but for Lin Shen, it is a perfect match made by heaven. Lin Shen made a quick decision and directly used 10 Taishu coins to capture the sniper rifle of the god of practice. Apart from this gun, Lin Shen had never seen the distortion characteristic of space bullets. Hunting the deformed green wheel in the Taishu world, I suddenly received a message saying that the sniper rifle of the lower artifact of the god of practice for sale had been bought, and 10 Taishu coins had arrived, so I couldn't help but be stunned. Ah, everyone buys this? King Lunzi was overjoyed. Originally, he was just playing with it. Unexpectedly, someone really bought it. The attributes of the thing were too poor. Although the distortion attributes were not bad, the bullet hit the distorted species and it was tickling. It didn't even use it. I also knew what it could be used for. I couldn't really just use it as a practice gun, right? What's so happy? Long Xiaozi asked curiously. The sniper rifle artifact I consigned in the trading area was bought, 10 coins. King Lunzi said. Long Xiaozi widened his eyes when he heard this. The person who bought it didn't see clearly. Why did you buy that thing for 10 coins? It wasn't it for the children to buy it as a toy, right? Who knows what that stupid X thinks? Anyway, I have to thank him for these 10 coins. I think this thing can't be sold. Qing Lunzi looked happy. Long Xiaozi nodded. That deformed species that popped up from somewhere didn't know where it hit you, and it ended up being a broken thing. It was a waste of money to be sold for 10 Taishu coins. I'll treat you tonight. King Lunzi laughed. After Lin Shen took a photo, the sniper rifle of the god of practice appeared on the stone platform in front of him. This thing looks a bit like an AWP rifle, but it is dark gray all over and looks much better in texture. Why are you buying such a broken thing? The voice of the fairy in the purple mansion sounded in Lin Shen's mind. She obviously also saw the properties of the sniper rifle, which was really bad. Lin Shen ignored her and tried to activate it. He was not sure whether he could activate the space-based artifact. Fortunately, the law matrix is indeed powerful, so I directly activated it. Lin Shen tried to hit a far point outside the hole and shot a bullet out. This time he did not use his distortion characteristics, but relied on the destructive power of the sniper rifle itself. There was only a muffled sound, and the bullet hit the blue crystal stone, but the bullet was directly smashed and dispersed like pink mist, but the crystal wall was nothing. The fairy of the purple mansion couldn't help but say again, this garbage attribute can be used as a practice gun. Chapter 1000 Madam's Plan. No matter what the fairy in the Z mansion said, Lin Shen himself was very satisfied with this sniper rifle artifact. The bullet disappeared the moment it was ejected from the muzzle. With Lin Shen's eyesight, he didn't see how the bullet appeared and hit the blue crystal. The destructive power of the bullet is indeed not good. Fortunately, Lin Shen does not need the destructive power of the bullet. As long as the Superbase shooting is activated, the bullet that could not be penetrated by anything will become an invincible weapon. Ordinary planets may be able to penetrate with one shot, or even explode the planet. He looked outside and didn't see the pheasant. Even if he could see it, Lin Shen would not dare to use it to test the gun. Superbase shooting only gives the bullets an invincible feature, and does not mean that it can hit it, nor does it mean that it can kill people if it hits it. There are some gods who have similar abilities to a mortal body or super healing abilities. If they cannot hit the fatal key, it will be useless even if they penetrate their bodies. Fortunately, Lin Shen also has the ability to point acupoints, which allows him to see the other party's vital points, which is a bit fierce. Until now, Lin Shen has not figured out an important question: why the deformed species on Jing Meishing are not close to the cave where the teleportation station is located. This situation is not the case for all planets, and not all teleportation stations are treated like this. Jing Meishing's teleportation station is obviously a rather special place. But Lin Shen searched here many times, but he didn't find any difference here. He also searched for a lot of information online, but there was no result. No one knew that the deformity would not be close to the Jing Meishing teleportation station. The reason is actually not very important. Lin Shen just wants to know whether the deformed species will not approach the teleportation station under any circumstances, or after being stimulated, they will rush into the teleportation station regardless of the situation. If it is the former, then Lin Shen can use the sniper rifle with confidence and boldness and try to hunt down the upper deformed species outside. Even if he can't use the things he gets, he can still exchange them for money at Shangxing. This is a huge wealth. Thinking about it, I feel it is unlikely. If it is really so easy, how could the former owner of Jing Meishing not think of this method? Lin Shen didn't think that those gods would be stupider than themselves. On the contrary, their brains might be better used than Lin Shen. So Lin Shen did not dare to rashly attack the Jinji outside, thinking that if Jinji was really annoyed, he would definitely be able to rush in. The four little white tigers were hungry, interrupting Lin Shen's thoughts. Lin Shen took some distortion liquid for them to eat. Now he can see the difference between the special white tiger and the other white tigers with the naked eye. It is also white. The other three little white tigers are all white in color, but this very little white tiger is milky white and not particularly white. Looking at it alone, it is already very white, but when it is placed with the other three little white tigers, it looks like its hair has some warm colors and is not that cold. Eating the same thing, its size is about 1/3 larger than the other three little white tigers. According to this trend, its size must be greater than its parents. Because its parents are not big, in that gravity environment, the body size of the creature is indeed not big. Its parents are normal, and they are even considered to be too big. This special little white tiger is obviously an alien and grows very quickly. Let's give you a name, otherwise when you get older, you will be unfamiliar. Lin Shen looked at the four little white tigers and pondered inwardly: is it better to call it Damao, Ermao, Sanmao, Sameo? Or is it better to call it Dabai, Erbai, Sanbai, Sibai? Lin Shen has always believed in the famous saying that relying on his name is easy to support him, but after thinking about it, he really didn't listen to these names, and he felt uncomfortable listening to them. He gave up this idea and thoughtfully planned to give them a nice name. After thinking about it, I don't know what name to give them. When Lin Shen was thinking of names for the four little white tigers, Deng Yongxin was not having a good time. As the marriage with the Shen family got closer, the situation in Adwa did not improve at all, so he had to be a vegetable in the future. It is impossible to get him to marry the Shen family. There are no other candidates to be selected for a while. It is really hard to find candidates who can practice Dafa of the day. This matter may still fall on a Tian. No matter what, he must be brought over and let him marry the Shen family instead of a duo. Deng Yongxin was thinking about what could make Lin Shen submit. But with Deng Quang protecting, Lin Shen now has his own planet. Without his permission, others will be unable to teleport to Jing Meishing. He can't even see him, so it is impossible to catch him back. You can also go with the interstellar spaceship, but once you go back and forth, you will definitely not be able to catch up with the time, which makes Deng Yongxin more and more troublesome. Deng Quang is really ignorant of the general idea. If there is a problem with the marriage, our Deng family will probably not have a good life in the future. Deng Yongxin complained in his heart, but he was helpless. Among the four people who were able to practice Dafa of the Deng family, Deng Xian, Deng Quang and Deng Adwa, their family accounted for 3. Deng Quang had already stepped into the upper position with half his foot. Although he was not a real upper position, his real combat power was not worse than that of the gods and gods at the top, and Deng Yongxin was not sure to take him down. While Deng Yongxin was frowning, his wife Lei saw his worries and came behind him. While massaging his shoulders, he said, "Are you worried about marriage?" Deng Yongxin closed his eyes and enjoyed Lei's massage, and said helplessly, "The head of the family is indifferent and has no concern about the development of the family. He gave birth to 2 bastards, one who committed suicide by himself and the other who is lawless. Sooner or later, this family will be broken up by them. My husband has paid so much for the family, and has reached this point now. How can he watch the family fall down?" said Lei. "What's the use of my efforts? The Deng family's Sunji Dafa has too high requirements for qualifications, which is not as easy as the Shen family's Sunji Dafa, which has led to our development becoming less and less than that of the Shen family. Now we have finally had a chance to marry the Shen family. First, we can use the power of the Shen family to deal with all situations, and second, we can also improve the family bloodline. In the future, the Sunji Dafa will be included in the category of the bloodline magical skills of our clan. Such a great thing. Alas, who can understand my painstaking efforts? This hope of making the Deng family rise again. Is it a pity that the 3 of them are? Are you angry?" Deng Yongxin became more and more angry the more he said. "Didn't that Tian is also the bloodline of our Deng family, and his bloodline is very pure. Should he be able to practice the sun-chasing Dafa?" Lei said. "It was originally feasible, but Deng Quang had to make trouble, and now it's impossible." Deng Yongxin shook his head and said, "I have a plan, maybe it's possible." Lei said with a smile. "What's the trick of madam?" Deng Yongxin looked at Lei in surprise. He still knew his first wife very well. He was a powerful character with a good mind. Maybe she really had a way. "Cook the raw rice and cooked rice." Lei slowly said 6 words. Chapter 1001 Yu Hongyan. Deng Yongxin's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he couldn't help but feel happy and said, "Madam, it's amazing. After all, they are couples who have been together for many years." As soon as Lei said this, Deng Yongxin already understood what she meant. "It's just madam, this Tian is now on Jing Meishing." Deng Yongxin still had some joints that he couldn't figure it out. Lei smiled and said, "Husband still remembers Xiao Yuer." "Xiao where?" Deng Yongxin thought for a while, and suddenly realized, "You are talking about the little girl you like very much in Xianjiundu, right?" "My husband remembers it well, she is Xiao Yuer." Lei asked with his eyes blinking, "Do you know what her name is, husband?" "How do I know this? I was very busy at that time. I only knew that you were very close to her and had a good time. I also gave her a lot of gifts." Deng Yongxin knew that Lei's mention of this person must have her reasons. Lei nodded. "She was very cute when she was a child, and I really liked her very much. At that time, she also gave her many gifts, including the wonderful cicada Tiani, and her husband was reluctant to leave her." Deng Yongxin said, "Although Miaochan Tiani is just a low-grade artifact, its distortion characteristics are very rare and have many wonderful uses. Its value will not be lower than a high-grade artifact. I did find it difficult to understand a magical object to a little girl I met for the first time, but I believe that the wife must have a reason, so I did not stop it at that time. Xiao Yuer's surname is Yu, and her full name is Yu Hongyan." Lei said slowly. "Yu Hongyan. Yu Hongyan. Why does this name sound so familiar? Hongyan. The palace-level master of marriage. Yu Hongyan." Deng Yongxin widened his eyes in disbelief, never expected that the little Yuer would be the current Yu Hongyan. Lei nodded. "At the beginning, I only knew that she was from the Yu family. She should have a good background in the Yu family. She originally wanted to maintain some relationship with the Yu family through her. Unexpectedly, she had such talent. Now less than 20 years have passed, she has become a superior god and has become the beautiful woman in the universe. It is something I have never expected. Does madam still have any contact with that Yu Hongyan?" Deng Yongxin was overjoyed when he heard this. Although the people in the Yu family have never been known for their combat effectiveness, no clan dares to underestimate the ability and influence of the Yu family. The Yu family's magical power Yishur Tian is the supreme magical power of marriage and a unique magical learning in the world. Although it is not within the 9 magical powers, in some aspects, Esher Tian may be more magical than the 9 gods. I have been in contact with each other, and I have never stopped. Xiao Yuer gave me a hairpin before. Lei took off the hairpin between his hair and showed it to Deng Yongxin to see. Deng Yongxin saw it and said in surprise, "Is this a superior artifact? I can ask Xiao Yuer to ask her to bring a red line to a Tian in Shenxingyun. In this way, even if a Tian doesn't want to, it will be difficult to disobey this Tian Dao marriage. We don't need to find him, so he himself asked us to let him marry Shen Xingxue." Lei said with a smile. Is this possible? I heard that although the people in the Yu family practice the way of marriage, they never forcibly marry others. Their family precepts are also extremely strict. If they are forced to marry, they may even be expelled from the family. Can Yu Hongyan help us? Deng Yongxin pondered. How can I say that I have a strong companion? I don't know who in the immortal court is the marriage between Shin and Deng. I will lead a red line to them, just to ensure that their young couple can live happily together in the future. Lei said seriously. Deng Yongxin smiled and said, "Madam is really high. I can only ask my wife to go there for this matter. The marriage red line is 10% true. Then the kid will ask for it." Lei was in a happy mood, humble mouth, but also a little proud in his heart. If it weren't for the good relationship she had made back then, even if it was the face of the Deng family, the Yu family would not have given it. The development of Yuejia is not worse than that of the Deng family, and it is even better in some aspects. Lei set out to Yu Hongyan's planet. Yu Hongyan had a very good relationship with her and was open to the right to teleport to her planet. Lei soon arrived at Yu Hongyan's residence. When Yu Hongyan saw Lei coming, she smiled on her face. "Sister Lei, why do you have time to see me? Doesn't the house need to be taken care of?" "Xiao Yuer, you are complaining that your sister hasn't come to see you for so long. It's no wonder that, sister. You are not married yet and don't understand these things. When you have a husband in the future, you will naturally understand your sister's difficulties." Lei was not polite and walked to Yu Hongyan to sit down. Yu Hongyan shook her head and said, "You are not unaware that my Yu family is practicing the law of marriage. I have long seen through the so-called love theory in this world. How could I be trapped in it and bound by that useless thing? Who can tell the truth about the future? When I was a child, I didn't like coriander, but now I love it very much." Lei paused and said, "We won't talk about this. My sister is here to find you today. I want to ask you for help." "Okay, it turns out that I won't go to the 3 treasures hall without any trouble. I can help if I have anything. Sister, just say it." Yu Hongyan smiled. "Have you heard about our Deng family and the Shen family getting married, sister?" Lei asked. "I'm afraid even deaf people have heard of such a big marriage. How could I not know about it?" Yu Hongyan sighed and said, "If you two want to do something, just operate it in the laboratory. Why do you have to do such a thing?" Lei said, "Although it has a purpose, the 2 families still hope that they can live together well, otherwise I wouldn't beg you. Do you want me to help them lead a red line of marriage? Is this what you mean, or what the Deng family means?" Yu Hongyan looked at Lei in surprise. "I originally thought that the marriage between Deng and Shen families was just a deal, but I didn't expect that the Deng family would have such an idea." "Of course it's the Deng family's idea, but I think so too. It's not easy for them to get together. I hope they can live a better life. It's obviously a couple, but they can't live a difficult life like strangers." Lei sighed. Yu Hongyan nodded slightly. "What I said is that no matter what the reason is, since they can become husband and wife, they have already had a marriage destined by heaven, and it doesn't matter if they are tied to a red line for them. By the way, what is the name of the one who is in your marriage?" "A Tian, nickname A Tian, and his big name is Deng Anhua, but we usually call him a Tian," Lei said with a smile. "Give me a video or photo." Yu Hongyan didn't think so much at all. "Shen, everyone knows the marriage between the Deng family. If you see such a big event, you will never have any variables when you see the nearest thing. What else can you do if you ask her for her?" Chapter 1002 Marriage Redline. Yu Hongyan took two photos that Lei had prepared long ago, one of Lin Shen and the other of Xue. Seeing Yu Hongyan looking at Lin Shen's photos, Lei was still a little nervous. The Yu family is proficient in marriage and is also very good at judging people. If Yu Hongyan has carefully read Deng Anhua in the news, she should still be able to see some differences. Fortunately, Lei was ready to speak in his heart. Even if Yu Hongyan saw the difference, she could still pass it around, just to spend more time. Yu Hongyan obviously hadn't paid attention to it seriously. After watching it for a while, she didn't ask any questions, which made Lei breathe a sigh of relief. Yu Hongyan put down Lin Shen's photo, took Xue's photo and said, "I'll first see if there is a red line determined by him." After saying that, before Lei could react, Yu Hongyan suddenly pointed at the photo, and a red light between her fingers penetrated into the photo. Bang! Xue in the photo was like a ghost, and was beaten out of the photo by Yu Hongyan, and she was suspended in the air like a transparent ghost. Yu Hongyan's eyes flashed strange light, looking at Xue, who seemed like a ghost in the air. A red line ring was tied to Xue's ankle, proving that she had already become a marriage bond with others. It's someone who is already in a marriage bond. Yu Hongyan nodded slightly and waved her hand to disperse the ghostly light and shadow of Xue. If she had no marriage bondage, Yu Hongyan would never force her to add a marriage red line. The so-called red thread of Yuejia is actually just to connect but not pull. If there is, the Yu family will take it. If there is no, the red line will never be forced to be tied. This will hinder the Yu family's own cultivation, not just because of the family rules. After seeing Xue's red line, Yu Hongyan put down her photo, picked up Lin Shen's photo, and followed the method and pointed it out. The transparent ghostly forest light and shadow were also knocked out and suspended in front of Yu Hongyan. Lei didn't say anything, and she was a little nervous. When she talked with Yu Hongyan before, she actually heard Yu Hongyan talk about marriage. Knowing that if Lin Shen had no red thread on his body, Yu Hongyan would have no way to hold him. However, according to Lei's own calculations, how could a person as big as Lin Shen have no marriage bonds? Even if it is not a marriage bond with Xue, it should be a marriage bond with others. As long as he has it, no matter who it belongs, it is easy to say. The reason why Yu family's first line sky is that it can change the line and easily lead it, but it is afraid that there will be no red line bonds on it. As long as there is one, it has nothing to do with anyone. In fact, Lei also thought that they wanted to promote the marriage between a Tian and Xue. Logically speaking, a Tian should also have a marriage bond with Xue. Of course, having a marriage bond does not mean that you will definitely be together, and there are many types of red lines. Unfortunately, Lei's practice is not the method of marriage. Even if Lin Shen's light and shadow stand in front of her, she cannot see whether Lin Shen's red line is in her body. Yu Hongyan shining with strange and radiant eyes, looking at Lin Shen's ankles, wanting to see if there is a red line of marriage on his ankles. If so, how many are there in total, what color are they all? There is only one red thread on Xue's ankle, and it is still red, which shows that Xue is a dedicated and good girl. If there are several red lines on a Tian's body, or the color of the red lines is not correct, Yu Hongyan should consider whether to connect them to this red line. Of course, the scumbag should actually pull the red line and then cut off the other red lines. In situations like Xue and a Tian, they will inevitably become husband and wife, and forcing them to join forces is a good thing. Since the Deng family was willing, Yu Hongyan naturally had no worries and cut off all the miscellaneous threads on a Tian's body. Yu Hongyan just thought about it this way. Maybe this Tian is also a pure and dedicated person? Then she doesn't have to work so much. Thinking in his heart, Yu Hongyan looked at Lin Shen Guangying's ankles. After seeing it, Yu Hongyan couldn't help but be stunned. Originally, Yu Hongyan thought that the worst case was that Lin Shen had many red lines on his ankle, but after looking at it, he didn't even see a single one. Yu Hongyan rubbed her eyes unbelievably and looked at both of Light and Shadow's ankles carefully several times, but the result was the same, and the top was empty and there was not a single red line of marriage. It's strange, why didn't it? Yu Hongyan was suspicious, not knowing what the situation was. In theory, people who already have a marriage contract with a Tian and Xue should have a red line of marriage even if they don't have each other in their hearts. At most, the red line has an incorrect color, and may be light red, etc. But now there is no red line on Lin Shen's ankle, which is obviously too abnormal. Yu Hongyan raised her head and was about to look at Lei Shi and said something, but when she looked up, her eyes swept over the light and shadow of Lin Shen, and she was stunned for a moment. Yu Hongyan has practiced the law of marriage for so many years, and has seen countless people since she was a child, and she has always seen the red line of marriage only on her ankles. Today is the first time she has seen a red line of marriage in a person's hands. She has only heard of people with a God-given marriage. The red line of marriage will appear on their wrists, but that is just a legend, and she has never seen it. The problem is that the person in front of me is really in my hand, not the kind that is wrapped around my wrist like the one in my destiny of marriage. That's right, she saw Lin Shen holding a red line in his hand, not a red line tied to his wrist. Yu Hongyan was full of suspicion. After looking carefully, she was surprised to find that Lin Shen's hand was not only holding a red line, but also more than one. The reason why she didn't see so many red lines just now was because one of them was shiny red, and the bright red one was dazzling and dazzling, covering all the other lights. Now when you look closely, Yu Hongyan finds that there are many colorful red lines under the dazzling red lines. Yu Hongyan was a little shocked. This is not an ordinary scumbag. At most, others only have 2 or 3 red lines. This good guy, the red lines of various colors in his hands, makes people's eyes look a little dazed. The most outrageous thing is that Yu Hongyan actually saw a blue line in Lin Shen's hand. This discovery made Yu Hongyan's face look extremely ugly in an instant. She has seen the blue marriage line before. This line can only appear in one situation, that is, it can only appear when there is a special marriage between men. What the hell is this scum? It's not just a fickle carrot, but he also likes men. Yu Hongyan felt that if she connected Lin Shen's red line and Xin Xingshue's red line, it would be a disaster for Xin Xingxue. How could such garbage be worthy of such a pure girl? Chapter 1003 Dog Rope. Yu Hongyan counted carefully. In addition to the bright red line, Lin Shen also held nearly 20 red lines of various colors in his hand. Several of them are dim, which are ordinary pink and peach red lines. What puzzled Yu Hongyan was that a Tian's red line was so dazzling. In addition, there were 8 red-purple red lines, red weirdness, and red evil. The brightness was too dazzling. The red lines of ordinary people were far less bright than those lines, which was something Yu Hongyan had never seen before. If you look closely, the blue line is actually purple and has extremely high brightness. Why is this scumbag's marriage line so weird? The red line is already bright, so hard to believe. Why are there 9 lines so bright? Yu Hongyan had never seen such bright red lines, not to mention that one of them was a blue line. With that red line, Lin Shen had 10 red lines in his hand that were unusually bright. While Yu Hongyan was thinking about what was going on, her eyes suddenly condensed. She saw that among the 8 red and purple red lines, there was a red line that seemed particularly long, longer than the other red lines that were directly penetrated into nothingness, and seemed to extend towards this side. Yu Hongyan's heart skipped a beat and she quickly looked down the line. Within her eyes, she saw the red line constantly extending in her direction. No. 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 Yu Hongyan's face became increasingly ugly, and the red line she saw was getting closer and closer to her. Finally, Yu Hongyan stayed there, lowering her head, and her body trembled slightly. She couldn't accept everything she saw, and couldn't believe that this kind of thing would happen to her. The red and purple thread in Lin Shen's hand extended to her body, but it was not tied to her ankles or wrapped around her wrists. Yu Hongyan couldn't accept it. The red and purple thread was actually tied to her neck. Bastard! Yu Hongyan was almost going crazy inside. What is the reason for tied red thread to the neck? She had never heard of such a thing, and she had never said what this situation meant in her family's magical skills. But in Yu Hongyan's opinion, Lin Shen held the red line in his hand, and the other end of the red line was wrapped around her neck. This is not a fucking red line, it should be called a dog leash. Xiao Yuer, what's wrong with you? Lei saw that Yu Hongyan's expression was wrong. The girl who was usually cheerful like the sun never had the current mood. Although Lei could not see Yu Hongyan's face, just looking at her current form, it made people feel as if there was murderous aura coming out of her body, almost visible to the naked eye. No. What? Yu Hongyan raised her head and showed a smile, but that smile made Lei's look creepy. After saying that, Yu Hongyan ignored Lei, stretched out her 2 fingers, pointed to the inexplicable power of the law, and then cut it hard towards the void like scissors. Xiao Yuer, what are you doing? Lei looked at Yu Hongyan in shock and wondered if she had cut off the red line on Lin Shen's body. Sister Lei, please wait here for a while. Yu Hongyan said and stood up and left, giving Lei no chance to react. Turning around, Yu Hongyan's face turned gloomy as if black water was about to drip. She just used the power of the law of marriage, but she could not cut the red line tied to her neck. After leaving, Yu Hongyan came directly to the place where she usually practiced martial arts. Unparalleled terrifying energy burst out from her body. A light and shadow like a god appeared on her body, wrapping her body, and at the same time a shocking red light flowed out. A strange light suddenly flashed in the practice room, and strange power continued to burst out, and various lights and shadows shone one after another. After a long time, Yu Hongyan, who was panting heavily, collapsed on the ground. What the hell is going on? Yu Hongyan failed to break the red line tied to her neck. With her superior level of gods and her ability to control the law of marriage, she never thought that there would be a red line in this world that she could not cut. But this kind of thing really happened, and it happened to her. Yu Hongyan knew that the red line would definitely not be cut and could not solve the problem, so she could only solve the problem. Yu Hongyan went out of the practice room, and when she returned to the living room, she had a smile on her face. Xiao Yuer, are you okay? Lei sure couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that Yu Hongyan had a smile on her face, and she seemed to be fine. Sister, what can I do? I was just a little surprised just now. This Tian from your Deng family is not a simple person. Yu Hongyan said with a smile. Why is it not simple? Lei thought Yu Hongyan had discovered something, and she was a little worried, but she was not very sarcastic on her face. She smiled and said, if it is not simple, it is because his brothers are not simple. He is a little worse. Yu Hongyan looked at Lei and said, this person has more than one red line, but his heart is very colorful. I thought it was something. Young people, who hasn't had a little bit of fun? When I was young, I loved many handsome young men. Lei laughed, you just cut it off. When you get married in the future, there will naturally be no more things. Thank you for helping us a lot, otherwise if something happens at the marriage gate, our Dengshan family will not look good. The problem has not been completely solved. If it wants to be completely solved, I have to see him. Yu Hongyan took the opportunity to put forward her conditions. She must meet Lin Shen herself, so that she can't get rid of the red line on her neck, and she can get rid of the person holding the red line. She pretended to be nothing, just to ask Lei to bring Lin Shen over, or to see Lin Shen the same thing, to see if the problem can be solved. Unfortunately, Lei himself couldn't even see Lin Shen, so how could he take her to see Lin Shen? Sister, these are not big things. Now is an important moment of marriage. He can't come here, right? Lei also wanted to say, just ask you to connect the thread to them. Don't worry about anything else. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Yu Hongyan. I can go with you. If this problem is not solved, it will be difficult for the Dengshan family to continue the marriage. Yu Hongyan said with a serious face. This, sister, your identity is now, it may not be good to be known to others. We are open and upright. But will the Shen family think too much? Lei was embarrassed and had to find an excuse to shirk it. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Chapter 1004 The Fan of Inheritance takes off. Lin Shen once again entered Taishu Island. This time he saw the evil goddess again, which made Lin Shen ecstatic. If the evil goddess always appears, wouldn't she be able to get benefits from her all the time? I originally planned to kill her like I did before, but then I thought that it seemed a bit too cruel to grind her to death like this. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen took out his sniper rifle, activated his super basic shooting talent, and shot her in the head. With a bang, Lin Shen used the scum knife to be blessed with the law of solidification, but it took Lin Shen a long time to use the scum knife to leave a little injury on her body, but now he directly shot her head. The Superbase shooting is really too powerful. Lin Shen was ecstatic. When the sniper rifle cooperated with his Superbase shooting, the gods had to shake their heads when they came. After the evil goddess was beaten to death, the immortal crown left her body, and the blessing of the solidification law disappeared, making it much easier to cut. Lin Shen was surprised to find that there was a distortion source that could be turned into a magical weapon in the body of the evil goddess every time, and there was no exception once. The first time was the immortal shield, the last time was the immortal helmet, and this time it was an immortal armor. The gray half-body armor wrapped around his body and formed a pair with the immortal helmet, which was quite good. With 3 immortal artifacts in hand, when activate the immortal guard, the light and shadow of the evil goddess became clearer and improved to a certain extent. I don't know how many of this thing are there. Lin Shen actually began to look forward to what effect it would have when he got a set of immortal artifacts. Lin Shen is idle anyway. He studies things in the Taishu trading market every day, and it is easier to understand the immortal court from the real thing. Xiaoyu copied the inherited martial arts every day and sold 1 copy every day. What Lin Shen didn't know was that almost everyone in the ancient realm area now needs to get a copy of Introduction to Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Arts written by him. Because only 1 Shangxing coin is needed, and it is available every day, this thing was quickly snatched by someone who was interested and copied and sold. Then it started to flood in a few days. Almost everyone has an introductory book of peerless magical skills. Everyone wants to know what Lin Shen wrote, so there are as many people buying pirated copies. Although it is just an introductory chapter and it is definitely not comparable to the main chapter bought by DICE, it is better than seeing nothing. After researching it, many people were surprised to find that the introductory chapter of the Peerless Magical Craft was very similar to the strange technique that appeared in the previous Cosmic Rainbow Light, and some of the contents were even exactly the same, with almost no difference. However, the content of the introductory chapter is more complete, and some parts are slightly different, and there are more annotations for the cultivation method and some visualization methods. This makes many people wonder whether this introductory book is true or false, and whether it was written by someone who wrote Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Art before. After all, handwriting is easy to fake and may not be verified 100%. Moreover, the handwriting of the introductory article that appeared later does seem to be a bit problematic. Lin Shen really practiced the technique transformed by the rainbow light of the universe to achieve the peerless magical skill, right? Is this thing really that powerful? It's not a lie, right? I think it's very likely that it's really so strong. After all, that's a technique transformed from the cosmic rainbow light. How many kinds of techniques can be related to the cosmic rainbow light? Have anyone who has started practicing tell me what is this technique like? Is it effective? People are still skeptical about the entry-level chapter, but major families have begun to find people who have not practiced yet and have begun to experimentally practice the entry-level chapter of Peerless Magical Skills. After this trial, I found that the cultivation speed was unexpectedly good, and the progress speed was amazing, which was even faster than the top evolution technique. What's even more terrifying is that the introductory chapter of Peerless Magic Skills can actually be suitable for various laws and talents, and can even be mixed with the original evolutionary technique. Not only do those who have just started practicing have a good effect, but even those who have already practiced other evolutionary techniques can clearly feel progress after practicing the introductory chapter of Peerless Magical Skills, and even break through the realm that they had never been able to break through before, and their own evolutionary techniques have become stronger. How could they know that the introductory chapter was written by Lin Shen combining the inherited martial arts and the magical arts of the immortal court? The reason why they felt that their cultivation speed soared after practicing was that in addition to the effects of inheriting the skills themselves was mainly because they had never been exposed to the visualization of ghosts and gods before. Now they began to visualize ghosts and gods through the visualization of ghosts and gods, which is equivalent to the dual cultivation of law and ghosts and gods, and the progress is naturally extremely rapid. Inheritance techniques also play a huge role in this, because it is actually impossible for ordinary people to practice both the laws and ghosts and gods. The inherited martial arts laws perfectly solve this problem, allowing most of the people who practice the introductory chapter of Peerless Magic Skills to perfectly practice both Dharma and ghosts. Of course, the ghosts and gods they visualize can only be considered introductory, and are far from reaching the level of visualizing the true laws of ghosts and gods. However, the foundation laid in this way will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort if they enter the immortal court and practice ghosts and gods in the future, and it will not be so difficult. After many people discovered the wonderful uses of the introductory chapter of the Peerless Divine Arts, this thing soon became completely popular throughout the universe. At the beginning, some scattered people and small families began to practice the introductory chapter of the Peerless Divine Arts. At first, the big family was afraid of being plotted and did not dare to let their people practice introduction to the peerless magical art on a large scale. However, seeing those small families with ordinary talents, after practicing the introduction to the introduction, their strength suddenly improved by leaps and bounds, and they really couldn't hold on anymore, so they began to gradually relax restrictions. In fact, even if the restrictions are not relaxed, many children of the big clan have already started to practice secretly. Even Dies and Christine practiced the peerless magical skills written by Lin Shen, so what are they afraid of? The only thing they are worried about now is that they have only obtained the following content that is not available in the introductory chapter. Will Lin Shen take out the follow-up content in the future? If Lin Shen could sell out one book of the peerless magical skills every day, there would be no problem. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the peerless magical skills that Dies and Christine had seen were not the same as what they saw. Moreover, Dies and Christine did not practice the peerless magical skills written by Lin Shen, but only learned from the methods in it and took their own path. Lin Shen has found that the attributes of the inheritance fan are increasing in the past few days, and the increase is getting faster and faster. The inheritance talent has become more and more prosperous. In just a few days, the additional attributes of the inheritance fan have exceeded 5,000 points, and are still increasing. Chapter 1005 Set Forming. It seems that the introductory article I wrote played a role. Lin Shen was both surprised and happy. He knew that the entry-level chapter might be useful after it was released, but he didn't expect that the effect would be so obvious. It took only a few days to add so many attributes to the inheritance fan. Although the growth rate of additional attributes has slowed down now, at this speed, it is only a matter of time before additional attributes break through the 10,000 mark. It's scary to think about it. The Nirvana level life base has all the basic attributes of more than 10,000. What a scary thing that is, it's better than Lin Shen's own attributes. His attributes are only more than 10,000 in strength, and he may not be as good as the inheritance fan in the future. The life base in the later stage is finally about to start exerting force. Lin Shen thought in his mind that the inheritance fan will become stronger and stronger in the future, and may become his main combat power in the future. As time passed day by day, Lin Shen bought a lot of things through the Taishu trading area, brushed a lot of evil goddesses, and obtained a lot of other parts of the evil goddesses. The only regret is that Lin Shen never thought of a way to be beautiful in both worlds, that is, to return to the ancient realm and come to the immortal court at will in the future. Now Lin Shen has several parts in the immortal suit, such as shield, helmet, armor, skirt, handguard, boot, etc. In the past 2 months, he can use the evil goddess to beat the evil goddess every once in a while. The dead powder was soaked with oil. Every time he could chew off some debris of the immortal crown, and every time he could swallow the corpse of the evil goddess. During this period, the Deng family has been struggling and the date of marriage has arrived long ago, but the Deng family cannot find someone to marry the Shen family, so they can only find some excuses to delay. It's time to drag it down, and it's almost impossible to drag it down. Lei and Deng Yongxin were also speechless. They originally wanted to find Yu Hongyan to connect the red line to a Tian and Shenxingxue, but who knew that the red line was not connected, but Yu Hongyan kept trying to see Lin Shen, which made them feel extremely troubled. The Deng family can be said to be internal and external troubles, which made Deng Yongxin unable to sleep all night. As the head of the family, Deng Xian seemed to have nothing happened. He drank tea and fished every day, and was very relaxed and comfortable. When Lin Shen killed the goddess of rage again, he obtained a component of the immortal suit again, which was a necklace. The moment Lin Shen put the immortal necklace on his body, Lin Shen was surprised to find that the originally gray immortal suit turned into a gorgeous black and red, emitting a strong light. It looked like a crystal armor with a black background and red edge emitting black and red light. After activating the immortal guard, the light and shadow of the evil goddess almost condensed into substance, covering Lin Shen's body, and also exuded a strong black and red flame, like a demon god. Lin Shen discovered that the information and text of the immortal set turned black and red, as if some strange energy was activated. Can't it be that the immortal suit has been collected? Lin Shen secretly guessed in his heart. While thinking, a wind blew on the island that had been calm. The wind formed a huge tornado, which instantly enveloped the entire island. Lin Shen felt that the power of various laws was stirring up. This was not the wind, it was simply the turbulent flow of laws. He has been on this island for 2 or 3 months and has never encountered such a thing. I wanted to quit the Taishu world, but found that I couldn't do it at all. Fortunately, I heard that after dying in Taishu world, there will be no real death in reality, and there should be no big problems. Before Lin Shen could react, the turbulence of the law suddenly stopped and did not hurt Lin Shen's body. Why did you come suddenly like this? What's going on? Lin Shen was puzzled, subconsciously looked around, and suddenly his eyes widened. Originally, this was an isolated island, with nothing around it except the endless ocean. Moreover, there are no creatures in the ocean, not even microorganisms, and the ocean is like a pure water. Lin Shen has been on it for so long, and has only seen the evil goddess who appears inexplicably, and has never seen any other life form. But on the sea now, Lin Shen saw a scene of fish jumping out. There are fish! There are fish! Lin Shen was surprised and reached out to grab it. The suction force generated in his palm sucked the fish over. The fish struggled violently in the air, exerting a huge force, and easily broke free from the suction force in Lin Shen's palm, and fell back into the sea with a swing. Deformal species. Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly jumped up and flew into the sky. But after jumping up, he didn't jump too high, and then he fell down again. Not to mention flying, he couldn't even jump higher. Gratitude has changed, and it seems that it has been forbidden to fly. Lin Shen suddenly realized something and stared into the distance. Although he still couldn't see anything outside the sea, he saw waves appearing on the still sea surface. Can you say, the Taishu world I entered has returned to normal? Lin Shen jumped into the sky with his left foot on his right foot. He can be forbidden from flying here, but his fire ability cannot be resisted. Lin Shen's figure was rising higher and higher, and finally he saw the land scene appearing in a distant place, and it seemed that some buildings could be seen. This island is no longer an isolated island, and some islands that have never been seen before have appeared nearby. What's going on? Lin Shen couldn't figure out for a moment whether this was a virtual world or someone used his great powers to transfer the entire island to another sea area. No matter which possibility it is, Lin Shen can be sure that he seems to be able to enter the Taishu world normally. Because the distance is too far, Lin Shen cannot fly over with his left foot on his right leg, otherwise he will be afraid that his instep will be trampled to pieces. After falling down, Lin Shen directly used his light skills to float on the water and headed towards the mainland. He wanted to determine whether he had really come to the normal world of Taishu. However, because the distance is too far and the gravity here is too strong, Lin Shen walked on the sea for 3 days and 2 nights, but still could not see the coastline of the mainland. Fortunately, his talent and ability gave him endless energy like a perpetual motion machine. Lin Shen ran on the sea for more than 10 days, finally saw the coastline and also saw a white city. After getting closer, Lin Shen even saw humans moving on the beach by the sea. I can finally see people. Lin Shen was ecstatic. Although you can see the trading areas of the ancient realm and Taishu district on the isolated island and you can buy anything you want, it is still too difficult for Lin Shen to truly understand the immortal court without contacting the gods and people. Lin Shen was thinking about how to penetrate the divine man. When he heard the news he wanted, he suddenly felt the space shattered, and a flash of light came to him in an instant. Chapter 1006 Black Armored Turtle. King Lunzi and Long Shozi had just left Baishur City not long ago, and planned to try their luck on the coastline of the forbidden martial arts to see if they could hunt down some deformed species that crawled out of the sea. The forbidden martial sea is a relatively strange sea area in the Taishu world. Flying is prohibited on the forbidden martial sea and has a strong law of gravity. Gods and men cannot fly on the sea. It is difficult for gods and men with lower levels to keep swimming in the sea from sinking. Therefore, for the forbidden martial sea, for the gods, is basically equivalent to the forbidden zone. Two middle-class gods from famous families, like King Lunzi and Long Shozi, dare not go to sea to hunt for deformed species, and can only pick up some bargains at the beach. Today they have not gained much. They have been walking along the coastline for most of the day, and they have not even found a single deformed species that looks like a little. They have only seen a few inferior deformed species, and they have no quality. Just when he was depressed, Long Shozi suddenly pointed to the sea and said, "Qingluan, what do you think it is?" King Lunzi quickly turned his head and saw a black and red armor on the sea surface of the forbidden martial sea, looking at a creature like a demon, coming on the sea surface. The two of them looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. There are restrictions on flights on the forbidden martial arts sea, and the gravity is too strong. There are no islands nearby. What else can appear on the sea surface at this time? Judging from the appearance of the deformed species, it is still humanoid and looks like a variety that has never been discovered before. At that moment, King Lunzi took out a mutated medium-level artifact Moonblade without hesitation and threw it directly towards the creature on the sea. The forbidden martial sea is just a forbidden flight, not that it cannot move in the air. This mutated median artifact Moonblade has the characteristics of breaking the air and can cut the air faster and farther. At such a long distance, if it is another median artifact, under the influence of gravity, it may not reach the deformed species and it will fall down. But the Moonblade flashed with light and rushed to the front of the deformed species. It was about to hit the deformed species' neck and cut off his head. King Lunzi is still very confident about his Moonblade. After all, this is a mutated median artifact, and it is at the top level in all aspects. It is difficult for ordinary median deformities to block its power of one attack. Just as I was about to harvest the deformed species, I suddenly saw that the deformed species changed in shape and actually stepped on the waves to avoid the attack of the Moonblade. The deformed species came and went on the sea like a water god walking on the waves, moving forward and backward, moving easily, as if being pushed away by the waves. This made King Lunzi and Long Shozi more certain. It must be a deformed species, otherwise how could he be so familiar with the forbidden martial sea? Seeing the Moonblade circling and spiraling in the air, it could not touch the slightest part of the deformed species. Instead, the deformed species was getting closer and closer to the coastline. Long Shozi took out a magic weapon and was about to throw it out to help King Lunzi kill the enemy together. "What are my grudges and the two of you? Why do you want to kill me?" Long Shozi was about to throw the artifact out, but suddenly heard the deformed species speak, and he suddenly widened his eyes in shock and quickly stopped his hand that was about to throw the artifact out. "Fuck, it's not a deformed species, it's a god!" Long Shozi screamed in surprise. King Lunzi quickly put away the Moonblade, and then saw the person they mistakenly thought to be a deformed species coming to the shore. Then he spoke, "Brother, I'm sorry, I thought you were a deformed species just now, are you okay?" "It's okay." Lin Shen shook his head slightly. He thought the Taishu world was really so chaotic that he would fight to the death when he first met. "What do you call me, brother?" Long Shozi looked at Lin Shen and asked. The armor Lin Shen wore looked like a complete set of artifacts, and the quality seemed to be quite good. It is difficult to get a complete set of ordinary magical artifacts, especially high-quality ones, and it is even more difficult to get a complete set of tools. Long Shozi and the others have also heard of some more famous suits, but they have never heard of Lin Shen. Looking at the gorgeous dark style, the black and red glow on it before should not be an ordinary person. In addition, this person actually dared to enter the forbidden martial arts sea, and his identity and origin were not very simple. "A Tian," Lin Shen said casually. "In Xiaolong Shozi, this is King Lunzi. We are all disciples of the Nippon Patriarch. I wonder which clan my brother comes from." Long Shozi had never heard of this name, so he could only continue to ask. Before Lin Shen could answer, he suddenly heard the sound of waves churning violently from the sea. The three of them turned around and immediately saw the waves in the sea tumbling, and then a large black turtle rushed out with the waves, and a black light of water was sprayed out when they opened their mouths. The three of them quickly spread out, and Lin Shen had no intention of taking action. When he came on the sea, he encountered a deformed species on the road and avoided them from afar. He doesn't like fighting in the water very much, so it's better to avoid it as much as possible. When Long Xiaozi and King Wanzi saw the big black turtle, they were already overjoyed. That's the mutated black armor divine turtle. Maybe you have the chance to produce the mutated median magic weapon Xiantian armor. Qing Lunzi sacrificed the moon blade without hesitation. Long Xiaozi also took out a pen-shaped artifact and threw it out directly, turning it into a ray of ink light to kill the mutated black armor tortoise. Lin Shen retreated for a while, but looked from a distance, without any intention of taking action. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen did not take off the immortal shield fixed on his back. Judging from the strength of King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi, it seemed that there was no problem to take down the mutated black-armored tortoise. But the facts are a little different from what Lin Shen imagined. King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi's strength are indeed quite good. When Lin Shen saw that there were ghosts and gods appearing on them, he must have been the middle-level gods and men. However, their attacks fell on the mutated black-armored tortoise, but they could only cause some negligible scars to the black-armored tortoise, and the scars disappeared soon. It is obvious that the black-armored tortoise has strong self-healing ability, and it is not that easy to kill it. King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi spent just a moment and sacrificed more than a dozen magical artifacts, including swords, guns, swords, and halberds. Although their destructive power was amazing, they still couldn't do anything to the Xian armor turtle. King Lunzi couldn't fight for a long time, and seemed to be a little impatient. Suddenly, a magic weapon radiating green light, like a gear, was summoned, and threw the magic weapon towards the Xian armored divine turtle. The green light will slammed on the Xian armored divine turtle, with powerful destructive power that immediately twisted the turtle shell into ashes. Just when King Lunzi was proud, he saw a black light coming out of the black armored divine turtle, which turned into a dark turtle's ghost light and shadow, covering its body. The blue light wheel, which was originally somewhat lethal to the black armor tortoise, was useless no matter how it turned, but it was almost bitten by the black armor tortoise. King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi all had all kinds of magical artifacts and magical skills. Lu Feng fought fiercely with the Xian Gu turtle, but he couldn't do anything about the Xian Gu turtle that used the Xuanwu light and shadow. He was forced to retreat step by step. Several magical artifacts were bitten by the Xian Gu turtle. Chapter 1007, A Slight Test. The Xuanjia divine turtle showed great power and defeated King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi step by step. It's not because their skills are inferior to others, it's because the defense of the Xian armored divine turtle is too strong. They cannot break the defense and can only be beaten passively, which is very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, this mutated black armored divine turtle actually mutates towards the direction of defense strengthening. The turtle shell becomes hard and cannot be broken at all. Please withdraw it. If you continue to fight, it will only increase the loss. Long Xiaozi shouted. Although King Lunzi is unwilling to accept it, he also knows that things cannot be done, and if he continues, the losses will only become more and more serious. The light on the two of them was flickering, and they were about to take off and flee into the distance. There is a forbidden flight on the forbidden martial arts sea, but there is no such prohibition on land. Even the gravity is weaker, but the gravity is also not low. Bang! As soon as the two of them flew up, they saw the black throne's light and shadow covering the sky and the earth like a black sky. A thigh like a giant pillar of the sky fell from the sky, trampling the two of them directly from the air. Puff! Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi blew blood from their mouths. The mysterious light and shadow on their bodies became shaky under the huge black womb light and shadow, as if they could be broken at any time. Damn it, no, this is not a mutated black armored divine turtle, it should be a mysterious beast-level black armored divine turtle. Its black turtle is too powerful. We must break through its confinement as soon as possible, otherwise we will be afraid of escaping death. Long Xiaozi shouted and burst out with all his strength. One by one divine light rushed forward, and the mysterious dragon-shaped light and shadow on his body also turned red as blood, forcibly fighting against Xuanwu light and shadow, trying to break away the black thigh light and shadow on the black thigh that suppressed them. King Lunzi also knew that if he didn't fight to the death, he would have to die. The light and shadow of the green dragon on his body also turned into a flash of green light, and a dragon crazily hit Xuanwu's giant legs. But it was useless at all. The pressure suppression of the Xuanwu giant legs was so strong that it was unimaginable, as if it had endless weight, and the pressure of the green wheel and the dragon cultivator could not move. The Shen-armored divine turtle in Xuanwu light and shadow crawled step by step towards Qinjianzi and Longshuozi. Every time it climbed, the Shenwu light and shadow on its body was like a giant leg falling from the sky. It stepped hard on Qinjianzi and Longshuozi's dragon light and shadow, swaying the light and shadow of the dragon light and shadow, as if it would explode at any time. King Lunzi and Longshuozi have used many methods, but they are unable to escape the suppression of Xuanwu light and shadow. As the dragon light and shadow on their bodies are about to break, they are also going to be suppressed by Xuanwu's giant legs. It's over. Longshuozi saw Xuanwu's giant legs falling from the sky again, trampling on the dragon's light and shadow on their bodies, knowing that the deadline was approaching. Although I was unwilling to accept it and wanted to use the magic weapon to make the final resistance, I knew it was useless. Bang! Seeing Xuanwu light and shadow lifting a giant leg to stomp down again, King Lunzi and the others were already in despair, but suddenly heard a gunshot. After that gunshot, the giant legs pressed by Xuanwu light and shadow stopped. Before King Lunzi and Longshuozi could react, Xuanwu light and shadow suddenly disappeared. They were puzzled and couldn't help but look at the Xuanjia divine turtle, but they saw that the Xuanjia divine turtle was completely glorious, and a confused expression appeared on their originally vicious faces. In the center of its head, a blood hole appeared, and Popo's blood was flowing. Who penetrated the defense of the black-armored tortoise? King Lunzi and Longshuozi thought of something, and immediately turned their eyes to Lin Shen, who retreated to the distance. Sure enough, they saw Lin Shen holding a sniper rifle in his hand. Brother Atian, thank you for helping me. Longshuozi hurriedly stepped forward to thank him. Although there will be no real death in the Taishu world, every death will still have some impact on the body and spirit. It will be difficult to return to normal state for 10 days and half a month, and you cannot enter the Taishu world again. King Lunzi looked at the sniper rifle held in Lin Shen's hand and said enviously, Brother Atian, your sniper rifle artifact can actually penetrate the defense of the black-armored divine turtle, and its destructive power is amazing. I have also obtained a sniper rifle artifact that looks very similar to yours before, but it is just a garbage lore artifact. It is just a show of its power, but it is far from the same as that of today. After hearing King Lunzi say this, Longshuozi noticed that the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand was indeed very similar to the sniper rifle of the practice god that King Lunzi got before. How can your broken thing be compared with the artifact in Brother Atian's hand? This is an artifact that can penetrate the light and shadow of Xuanwu. The two are completely different from the clouds. Longshuozi said with a smile. The gun was right in front of them, looking exactly the same. They didn't think it would be the same artifact, and they thought it was another top-quality medium artifact, just looking like it. Lin Shen felt aroused when he heard this and asked, What is the name of your sniper rifle? What is the name? I sold the sniper rifle called the God of Practice a while ago. King Lunzi replied. How much did it cost? Lin Shen knew in his heart at this time that the one that Qing Luo sold was probably the one in his hand. Otherwise, there would be no such coincidence that two such artifacts were produced at the same time. If there are really two, Lin Shen will buy them all, so it's better to keep one as a backup. $10, such a garbage attributed lower artifact. I originally thought I couldn't sell it, but I didn't expect that someone would actually buy it. I don't know who is so rich and willful. King Lunzi said with a smile. How could he know that the rich and willful person he said was standing in front of him? It's really different from the same person's life. It's the same sniper rifle artifact, and it's almost the same. Brother Atian, this one in your hand is much stronger. Unfortunately, I don't have this life, I only got a handful of garbage that is pretty. King Lunzi looked at the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand enviously and continued. What can Lin Shen say? You can't tell King Lunzi at this time that this is the one he sold. Brother Atian, hurry up and collect the distortion liquid of the black armor turtle to see if there are any magical artifacts and souls. If there are any, the value will definitely be great. Longshuozi said from the side. This is your prey, how can I take it? Lin Shen was a little surprised. This seemed a little different from the Taishu world. He imagined that it was chaotic and murderous. He had always heard before that because the rules of the immortal court were too strict, the gods were venting wildly in the Taishu world, and killing was like a child's play. But now it seems that it is not the case. Long Shozi said, if we were not Brother Raition, we would not even have life. There is no prey not to be prey. You killed the Xian armored divine turtle, and naturally the things are yours, so you don't have to be polite to us. Brother Raition, if you are polite, then we have to thank you for your life-saving grace? Qing Lunzi also said from the side. Seeing that they really wanted to give up the Xian armored divine turtle, Lin Shen didn't say anything more. Chapter 1008 No Requirements Artifact. Lin Shen originally did not plan to ask for the Xian armored divine turtle, but planned to use the Xian armored turtle to draw closer to the relationship with King Awangzi and Long Shozi. He hopes to make more friends with gods and people and penetrate his connections into the immortal court. Only in this way can it be easier to accomplish what he wants to do. Lin Shen wanted to figure out why the immortal court treated the people from the ancient world area like this, and where those people went. The Emperor of Heaven has been here for a while, but Lin Shen can't see any news about him on the internet of Immortal Court, and he doesn't know where he went. If this problem cannot be solved, people from the ancient realm will dig their own graves in the future, which is no different from sending death. Of course, if you want to find out these inside stories, Lin Shen must first integrate into the immortal courtyard and climb to a position where he can get in touch with the inside story. Lin Shen walked towards the body of the Xian armored divine turtle. In fact, he had known just now that this thing was not the Xian armored divine turtle that Long Shozi and the others mentioned. The watch prompted that the median divine beast deformed species he killed was called Qingtian turtle, which is a divine beast level deformed species. It is actually not the same breed as the Xian armored divine turtle they mentioned. The giant tortoise on its body is not Xuanwu either. Lin Shen doesn't know what his name is. Lin Shen took out a water bag and took the liquid flowing out of Qingtian turtle. Because it is dead, its body is not as hard as it was when it was alive. Except for the tortoise shell, it is still difficult to damage, and other parts of the body are much softer. Lin Shen used a slag knife to cut its body, reached out to grop inside, and soon he found a black distortion source. It's a pity that without a soul, its soul must be the best. Long Shozi said with some regret. While he was talking, the distortion source in Lin Shen's hand vibrated, and it automatically broke away from Lin Shen's palm. After a squirming in the air, it turned into a black full-body armor. Dingtian armor, a median divine beast artifact. Different, none. Usage requirements, no system requirements, no level requirements, and power attribute 40,000. Hardness, 40,000. Toughness, 40,000. Distortion rate, 99%. Distortion characteristics, full character immunity. Lin Shen was a little shocked when he saw the attributes of this armor. As far as he knows, the 40,000 attributes are already the top attributes of the median divine beast. The key is that this artifact has no requirement for use, but only requires the power attribute. In other words, this artifact can be used by any other gods and humans. As long as the power attribute is sufficient, there is no limit. Its aberration characteristic is full character immunity, which means it has an immune effect on other laws of each system. Of course, it is not 100% immunity, but just a certain degree of immunity. Lin Shen does not know how big the effect it has. However, seeing that Qingtian turtle was so beaten, you know that this immune effect would definitely not be too bad. How is it? What are the attributes of the artifact? Qing Luzi couldn't help asking. A magic weapon at the level of the divine beast. Lin Shen directly handed the Dingtian armor to King Lunzi and asked him to see the attributes of the Dingtian armor by himself. King Lunzi didn't expect Lin Shen to give him a direct message. He was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he took it with a smile. When he saw the attributes of Dingtianjia, he was stunned. Qingluan, what's wrong? Long Shozi saw that King Lunzi stopped talking, stared at Dingtianjia with his eyes straight, and quickly pushed him. You can see it yourself. Qing Luzi came to his senses and handed the Dingtian armor to Long Shozi. Long Shozi was confused and didn't know what was going on. Although they were not first-class people, they were born under the disciples of the Nippon Patriarch and had seen some good things. They have not seen the best artifacts. They don't know what kind of artifacts they were, which actually made Qing Luzi show such an expression. Long Shozi looked at the attributes of the Tingtian armor with confusion, and then his eyes suddenly widened. No system, no level artifact. He finally knew why King Luzi had such an expression. The attributes of the Tingtianjia were indeed top-notch and the characteristics were very good, but just this was not enough to surprise King Luzi. What is really surprising is that there is no distinction and no level usage requirements. This means that any divine person of any kind or level can use this artifact. Think about how a lower god can use the middle magic weapon, the sky armor, and can activate its characteristics. With this artifact, it almost means that he can walk sideways in the lower position, and not many people in the middle position can hurt him. This kind of magical artifact with no system requirements and no level requirements is very rare in the Immortal Court. What's precious about it is not how strong it is, but how applicable it is. Although the upper limit is not high, it greatly increases the lower limit. Of course, the requirement of 40,000 power attributes cannot be achieved by ordinary lower gods. But this is not a problem that cannot be solved. There are still some magical tools that can increase their attributes. You only need to collect some magical tools that can increase their power attributes and push the power attributes to 40,000, and you can use this median magical weapon in the lower body. The value of this thing has far exceeded its own level and attributes. Who wouldn't want to give their descendants a guarantee? Before they grow up, it is naturally excellent to have such a magical artifact to defend themselves. Long Shozi estimated that if he took out this artifact and sold it, he would probably be able to sell it at a higher price than the artifact of the same quality. The only shame is that this is a medium-level artifact. If this is a high-level artifact, then its value will be unimaginable. Even so, the median-level-less artifact that can achieve the quality of a divine beast is already very scary. Brother Ation, this magical artifact is so precious, don't show it to others easily. Long Shozi returned the Dingtian armor to Lin Shen, and did not want to take it for himself. It's not that Long Shozi's realm is, but there are still some more or less, but in the end it still suppressed this idea. Lin Shen had just saved their lives, and Long Shozi was unwilling to be the ungrateful person. Moreover, Lin Shen's gun could even kill the black-armored tortoise, and they could not withstand it. Is this thing valuable? Lin Shen looked at the expressions of the two of them and knew that Dingtianjia might be more valuable than he had imagined. King Lunzi said with a wry smile, "It's not just valuable, but something that may not be bought even if you have money. There is no medium-level artifact with no other level requirements, it is also the quality of a divine beast, and the full-body armor that can save lives. This is simply the best artifact for those young masters and princesses. If you are willing to take action, I don't know how many people are rushing to buy it. There are some things today, only 2 chapters will come at noon, and there is still 1 chapter left to be updated until 6 p.m. Chapter 1009 The Old Turtle of the Heaven. Lin Shen found that he had seriously underestimated the value of Tingtianjia, and the real value of it was no level requirement. It's just that this power attribute requirement is probably difficult for ordinary lower-level gods to achieve. They need to use magical tools with additional power attributes to activate the distortion characteristics of the Zenith armor. Long Shozi said the disadvantages of the Zenith armor. Lin Shen calculated his attributes. At these times, the weight of dead fans has been increasing, and Lin Shen's power attribute has also increased accordingly. Now it is close to 17,000 points. Under the Superbase form, its attributes can reach more than 30,000 points, but there is still a little gap between 40,000 points. Although other talented skills can enhance attributes, those enhancements are proportional enhancements, and they are not basic attributes and cannot be used to activate the Pintian armor. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lin Shen still cannot activate the Pintian armor. However, the weight of the dead pink is still growing. As long as Lin Shen's power attribute reaches 20,000, the Pintian armor can be activated in the Superbase form. This is just the beginning. The dead pink ate so much the corpse of the evil goddess, and the body has accumulated a lot of energy and has not digested it. Its body is still developing and its weight is increasing day by day. It is hard to say how much power attributes can be added to Lin Shen in the end. The only thing that bothers Lin Shen is that the growth rate of other attributes is much slower. The energy increased by the distortion fluid is only able to increase other attributes, but the speed is much slower. Brother Ateon, if you can't use this Zenith armor yourself, or want to sell it, can you give priority to selling it to us? It's easy to discuss the price. Long Xiaozi continued. Do you want this top sky armor? Lin Shen actually didn't have much thought about top sky armor. He just calculated whether his attributes could wear the top armor. Even if he could wear it, he didn't plan to wear the top armor. Although his immortal suit is just a lower-level artifact, the powerful effect of the suit attributes makes the defense of the immortal suit no worse than that of the top armor, and even has a stronger effect. Although the median artifact is powerful, it is just a tool after all, and cannot activate the light and shadow of the soul like the median god. Although the immortal set is just a lower-level artifact, the set can activate the soul light and shadow of the angry goddess. This item alone is much stronger than the Tingtian armor. Lin Shen cannot wear two sets of artifact armor by himself, so his first choice is naturally the immortal suit. No matter how good the top armor is, he can only eat dust. If the price is suitable, Lin Shen doesn't mind selling the Pentiangia. The key is that the price must be appropriate. As for the defense of the Tingtian armor, Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to it. No matter how strong his defense was, it could not stop his super basic shooting. The Qingtian turtle itself can't stop it, so what's the use of the magical artifact it has? Long Xiaozi hurriedly said, we mistakenly thought that the big turtle was a black-armored tortoise, a bloodline of Xuanwu. After looking at the magical artifact it nurtured, we realized that it was not a black-armored tortoise at all, nor was it a descendant of the Xuanwu lineage. King Lunzi nodded and said, it is indeed not the Xuanwu bloodline. It should be the bloodline of the old turtle in Jitian. Jitian Lao turtle? Hearing this name, Lin Shen couldn't help but think of an ancient mythological story. King Lunzi said, it is said that the old turtle of Jitian is not the original creature of the immortal court, but like our ancestors of the gods, they all rushed into the immortal court from the ancient realm. It's just that our ancestors are humans, while the old turtle of Jitian is a turtle. In ancient times, two great gods fought and knocked the sky down. Nuwa wanted to refine stones to repair the sky, but the sky was already in decline, and there was no time for the goddess to refine stones to repair the sky. At this time, the old turtle in heaven stood up to the sky, and supported the sky with itself, and won the time for refining stones for the girl's disaster. That is the origin of the name of the old turtle in Jitian. Lin Shen nodded slightly when he heard this. This was similar to the mythology he had just thought of, and it was about the same thing and the same old turtle. But who knew that King Lunzi continued, this is just a myth. As far as I know, the real situation is not. The old turtle in heaven did not voluntarily support the heaven and earth, but was killed by Nuwa and supported the slumped sky with its corpse. Lin Shen listened to King Lunzi and retelling the story of the old turtle in heaven. It was a dark version of the story of female disaster to repair the sky. The so-called battle between two ancient gods, one of them was defeated and angrily hit the Buzhou mountain, and knocked down the Buzhou mountain to cause the sky to collapse. In fact, it was not the case at all. The so-called great heavenly inclination is not that the sky is poked a hole, but that a god and man, with his supreme power, broke the constraints and confinement of the laws of heaven and earth on man. The female disaster to replenish the sky is not really replenish the sky, but to repair the laws of heaven and earth and re-restrict humanity within the laws of heaven and earth. After the god broke the laws of heaven and earth and made the world flaw in the world, many powerful gods rushed out of the world and entered the fairy court. In addition to those powerful gods and men, there are many people who do not have the ability to break out of the world. The old turtle of Jitian has always been worshipped by people and cannot bear to watch those people continue to be trapped in the law. So he connected the world with himself, and transformed his limbs into bridges to allow those humans with insufficient strength to break through the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth by climbing its limbs and be free from the 9 heavens. The old turtle in Jitian angered Nuwa, the ruler of the immortal court, and killed Jitian old turtle, and supported the heaven and earth with its limbs and bones. The turtle shell used to repair the broken laws of heaven and earth, and nailed it to the laws of heaven and earth forever. Of course, Greenwill is also what I have seen in the documents recorded by predecessors, and it is no different from myths. No one has seen the real old turtle of Jitian, nor has anyone seen Nuwa herself. At least in this era, Nuwa has long disappeared. It has always been said that Nuwa is also a dominant existence, and is not inferior to the current 6 major star zone masters. It's a bit too far. Qingtian turtle is likely to be the bloodline of the old turtle Jitian. This top-level armor is a levelless and unlimited artifact. If a lower-level god can wear this artifact, it will definitely shine in various competitions of the lower-level gods. At that time, the resources you only earn from the game will be a considerable amount of wealth. Long Shozi said sincerely, "We are already at the middle level. This thing is not very useful to us. The reason why I want to get it is to use it to make some resources. Brother Ation, if you are interested, we can make a joint profit. You only need to use the artifact, and we will handle the other ones. After the matter is completed, the artifact will still belong to you. If you are unwilling to participate, you can also sell the artifact to us." Long Shozi talked about his plan in detail, and Lin Shen nodded frequently when he heard it, feeling that there was great potential for this matter. If you want to win various ranking competitions in the Immortal Court and take out the massive resources allocated by the Immortal Court, you must have something better than others and have your own style. Most people can get some consolation prizes at most, and the resources they get are not enough for daily practice. Chapter 10:10 Cooperation. Long Shozi roughly told Lin Shen about his plan, and the ranking competitions in the fairy world are all kinds of strange. Only a few people can get rewards for those who look better, their talent and figure, such uncontrollable and talent-friendly competitions, which are not within the scope of Long Shozi's consideration. The ranking reward they plan to get is that type of more formal competition, and it is a competition that only lower-ranking gods participate. This kind of competition is a relatively large category, with more competition games in small categories. Long Shozi didn't expect to win the first place. After all, there are so many strong people in the Immortal Court. It would be impossible to win the first place if you get a levelless artifact. They are not the only ones with levelless artifacts. They can use them, and others can also use them. There are many precedents for using various levelless artifacts in the competition. However, as long as you can enter the top 10, the rewards you can get are already quite generous, and it is a long-term deal. You can get a batch of rewards in every competition in the future. If you can enter the ranking of 1000, the reward you get will be very impressive. As for entering the 100th ranking, Long Shozi never thought that it could not be accomplished by a levelless artifact. Of course, there is also an unusual battle competition ranking. Maybe you have the chance to enter the 100th ranking, or even the top 100. For example, there is a ranking of the hardest gods in the universe, which is to compare whose defense and strength are stronger. The rules of the game are round-based. Both sides use their bodies to withstand the opponent's attacks until one side can't bear the loss or fall down. With the defense of the Tingtian armor, Long Shozi felt that there was hope to hit the 100 rankings and might even make it within the top 100. Of course, this requires that those who wear the top armor must have certain abilities to defeat their opponents, otherwise they will not be able to enter the top 100. Lin Shen had known about the various competitions and rankings of the Immortal Court before, but now he feels even more confused. He can't think of what the Immortal Court wants to do so many games. What is the meaning of this? Gods and man also need sports spirit? Need to exercise? This is obviously not a reason. In addition to consuming resources, Lin Shen couldn't think of what benefits these competitions had. There is a situation where this kind of competition will make sense. If there are a group of strong people with perverted hobbies at the top of the Immortal Court, they like to watch these games, just like humans watching cockfighting and dogfighting, just to satisfy their entertainment psychology and mental stimulation, and even the pleasure of gambling. If that is the case, these gods and men who participated in the competition were just a group of tools for people to entertain. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that the place of Xianting was too strange, but if he wanted to figure out what was going on, he had to get close to the top management of Xianting. Those who can get in touch with the masters of the 6 major star regions are all gods who have held positions in the Immortal Court. Although families like the Deng family have a lot of resources and status in the Immortal Court, they cannot reach the master of the Star Zone. Even the head of the Deng family did not have the qualifications to meet the master of the Star District. In fact, the only person who is truly qualified to meet the Star Area Master is the Star Priest of the Star God Palace, and must be the rank of the Big Star Priest, so that he can meet the Star Area Master. It is not easy to enter the Star God Palace and become a Star God Palace. Only those who have won the first ranking in various competitions are eligible to register for the Star God Palace, and then after an interview. If the interview is passed, they are eligible to join the Star God Palace and become an ordinary 1-star priest. The highest priest is 9 stars, and above the 9 stars is the Great Star Priest, also known as the Great Priest, who is the chief officer of a Star Area Priest, and his status is second only to the Star Area Master. Only the Great Priest can meet the Star Area Master. If you want to understand the inside story of the Immortal Court, there is only one way to go. It is just too difficult to become a Star Priest, and it is even more difficult to become a Great Priest. It not only requires strength, but also the accumulation of qualifications and merits. Moreover, the area where Lin Shen is located is the Zhongtian Star Zone, and the master here is the Jade Emperor. If he really becomes a Great Priest and has the opportunity to meet the Jade Emperor, wouldn't he be able to see through his identity at a glance? So Lin Shen is still considering whether to take this path. Brother Atian, after saying so much, do you want to sell us the Pintian Jia, or do you want to cooperate with us? It is also a huge contribution to gathering magical tools to allow the lower gods to wear the Pintian Jia, and you also need to find a lower god who has good enough ability to participate in it. Otherwise, even if you have the Pintian Jia, it will be difficult to get a good ranking. King Lunzi analyzed the pros and cons for Lin Shen, and it is not possible to make money with the Pintian Jia. Since the two are so sincere, of course I am willing to cooperate. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and chose to cooperate with the two. Both of them were very happy to hear this, but in fact they were more willing to cooperate. Because getting those magical tools that increase power requires a huge expenditure, it is already difficult to get this money. If they use the money to buy the Tingtianjia, they will not be able to make so much money. With Lin Shen's joining, the two of them immediately began to plan what kind of magical artifacts to increase their power to gather 40,000 power attributes. Also, they must find a lower-level god to participate in this plan. This lower-level god not only has strong abilities, but also has to rely on it. Otherwise, if he gave him the Tingtian armor and so many magical tools to increase strength, he ran away with the things, which would be a death. Although it is in the Taishu world, after the things are destroyed or transferred, they will disappear in reality. This is one of the reasons why Lin Shen suspects that the Taishu world is a corner of the real world. After thinking about it, the two of them were unable to decide on the candidates, and they had too many concerns. I think of someone, he should be able to do it. Xing Luzi suddenly said. Who? Long Xiuzi asked hurriedly. Yu Lizi. Xing Luzi said a name. Long Xiuzi was happy when he heard this. Why did I forget him? It's true that he is the most suitable for this matter, but he can only score 1 at that time. The two told Lin Shen who Yu Lizi was. Like them, they were all under the disciples of the Nippon Patriarch. They were power-type gods, and their power attributes should be 20,000 points at the lower level. Moreover, he also had several magical tools that added power, and his power might have reached 40,000 points. If they find Yu Lianzi to cooperate, they can even save money on purchasing the power-adding artifact. Moreover, Yu Lizi has good talent and ability, and he is also under the disciple of the Nippon ancestor, and both sides are quite familiar with it. If something goes wrong, King Lunzi and others can also find Nippon ancestor to make the decision for them. The three of them discussed for a while and thought Yu Lizi was a good candidate, so they planned to talk to him first. You can ask him for help with money, or he can voluntarily earn a share. Chapter 10-11 Yu Iron. Long Xiuzi contacted Yu Lizi and then took Lin Shen to Baishur City. Lin Shen looked at Baishur City and saw that there were gods of various levels everywhere. Some gods were riding their divine pets directly on the street, and those were usually superior gods. Apart from not being a planet, there is no difference from the real world. These gods and men seem to be no different from humans, but they are just higher and stronger in abilities and levels. There is no such thing as a teleportation device in the Taishu world, but there are teleportation arrays that can be teleported between different cities. Long Shozi and the others had contacted Ulizi, which roughly explained the situation and made an appointment to meet in Baishur city. Lin Shen and the others waited in a private room for a while, and Ulizi finally knocked on the door and came in. Lin Shen looked at Ulizi, who was entering the door. As expected, he looked like Long Shozi and the others said. He had a dignified appearance, straight facial features, square face, and straight eyes, but not evil. He looked like a straightforward person. Two senior brothers, I'm very interested in the plan you mentioned, but my brothers settle the score clearly. I have to say something ahead. I won't take you a penny, but I have to occupy one share, and it's a big share. Ulizi said straight to the point. This. Long Shozi and King Lunzi looked at Lin Shen with some embarrassment. They were originally divided into 10 shares, Long Shozi and King Lunzi each accounted for 3 shares, and Lin Shen each accounted for 4 shares. The money or stocks that were originally planned to be paid by Long Shozi and King Lunzi, they planned to give 1 share to each of them and collect 2 shares for Yulianzi. Each of them had 2 shares. But now Ulizi wants a large number of shares, and it is estimated that 2 shares will definitely not work. Ulizi continued, I will participate in the competition. I will almost be able to gather all the weapons to increase my strength. I can occupy 4 stocks, right? Not too much. Long Shozi and King Lunzi were a little helpless. In this way, it seems that they are not doing anything, which makes them a little unnecessary. In this way, Ulizi and Lin Shen can work directly, and they are not needed at all. Not too much, then it's decided. You occupy 4 shares, 3 of us are 1 and 2 shares. Lin Shen didn't care about these resources. He just wanted to understand the gods and immortal court more deeply through this matter. Of course, it would be better to get a resource. Long Shozi and King Lunzi looked at Lin Shen with some surprise when they heard this, and quickly said that this was not good. How could Lin Shen, who took out the top armor, only divide it into 2 strands? In the end, the two insisted on taking out 0.5 shares each and gathering another share for Lin Shen, allowing Lin Shen to occupy 3 shares himself, and the 2 of them each took 1.5 shares. The 3 of them discussed some details, and then Long Shozi and King Lunzi went to Ulizi to sign a contract in the real world. When several people gathered in Taishu world again, Lin Shen took out the Ding Tian armor and handed it to Long Shozi and the others. Long Shozi handed the Ding Tian armor to Ulizi, asking him to put on the Ding Tian armor and adapt first, and he can participate in the competition in a few days. Ulizi wore a variety of magical tools such as rings, necklaces, arm rings, etc. to increase his strength. Under the gaze of Lin Shen and the other 2, he put on the top armor. Seeing that the characteristics of the Ting Tian armor were activated and radiating black light, Long Shozi and King Wanzi, who had known that this would be the result, still clenched their fists excitedly. Ulizi asked Long Shozi and King Lunzi to attack him. Under the protection of the Ting Tian armor, the medium-level Long Shozi and King Lunzi almost did not cause much damage to Ulizi. It's done. Now we are stable and we will definitely make a big profit. Maybe we can enter the top 100 in the hardest Godman competition in the universe. King Lunzi said happily. For several days, Ulianzi practiced using the Pintian armor every day, and there was basically no problem in adapting. They also signed up for some competitions, and just waited for the competition to start, and they could earn a lot of rewards. Just the day before the hardest competition in the universe began, Ulianzi didn't come here for a long time. Long Shozi and King Lunzi thought at first that something was delayed by Ulizi. After waiting for a while, they still didn't see anyone coming, and they felt something was wrong in their hearts. They quickly contacted Ulizi with a communicator, but they couldn't get through at all. Soon they realized that they were blocked by Ulizi. Brother Atian, wait for us and we will solve this problem now. Don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation. Long Shozi looked extremely ugly, and after saying that, he withdrew from the Taishu world. King Lunzi seemed to want to say something, but he stopped talking. In the end, he didn't say anything. He sighed, said to Lin Shen and came back soon, and then withdrew from the Taishu world. Lin Shen once suspected that Long Shozi and King Lunzi had joined forces with Ulizi to make a game in order to deceive his Ting Tianjia. Lin Shen really doesn't care about Ting Tianjia, but he will definitely not be able to swallow this kind of thing, and it is impossible for them to make money with Dingtianjia so easily. In fact, Lin Shen had already assumed that this situation had occurred long ago. Although there was no way to stop it, there were some plans that could not stop the loss, but could hurt the enemy. Unexpectedly, after a while, King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi came back. Lin Shen was puzzled that Long Xiuzi's condition looked very bad, his face looked very ugly, and there was something wrong with his breath, as if he was injured, and it was not light.
Brother Ation, we really don't want you. We have ruined this matter, and Dingtianjia can't get it back.
But don't worry, even if we sell it, we will definitely give you the money from Dingtianjia.
These are what we can take out now. Take it first, and we will sell the rest before giving it to you.
Long Xiuzi's voice was a little weak, but he took out a lot of things to Lin Shen. There were Taishu coins that were transferred directly, as well as magical artifacts, souls, etc. Finally, Long Xiuzi took out a sealed soul and rubbed it twice, as if he was reluctant to leave, and finally put it in front of Lin Shen.
King Lunzi is similar. First, transfer the Taishu coins and then take out all kinds of things to Lin Shen. Didn't you sign a contract with Ulizi?
Lin Shen asked when he didn't take their things. Ulizi, that bastard, was tampered with the contract when signing the contract. When we took the contract to find the ancestor, Ulizi's signature on the contract disappeared, and the contract could not be found out. The guy also complained first, saying that we wanted to steal the deformed armor obtained by the deformed plant, bullying the junior brother, and Long Xiuzi was severely punished by the ancestor. Qing Lunzi became more and more angry as he spoke, his face twisted and his cheeks twitched from time to time.
Lin Shen saw that Long Xiuzi's expression was a little strange, and frowned and asked, "It shouldn't be that simple, right?"
Long Xiuzi sighed and said, "Brother Ation, don't ask about this matter. We will do our best to make up for your losses."
Chapter 10-12 What happened to sacrifice a little? Whoever owes the debt should pay it back. It's better to make it clear.
Lin Shen said calmly.
How can I pay it back? I can't pay it back.
Long Xiuzi shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Then, the person involved must know the truth, right?
Lin Shen continued.
The truth? What's the truth?
Qing Luzi looked at the two of them with some confusion. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Long Xiuzi said with a bitter face, Ulizi is just a lower-level god.
Although he is gifted and has no ability to deceive us with his own abilities. I don't think we will be so stupid that we can't even understand the contract.
King Gizi changed color as he listened. You mean, old ancestor?
Otherwise, why did the signature always exist and disappear when it came to the ancestor's hands?
Long Xiuzi caused the injury on his body, covered his chest and coughed twice. Ulizi has good talent and strong ability, and the ancestor is very optimistic about him.
We are also disciples of the ancestor. After following him for so many years, we have worked hard without credit. What is this? What is this? King Linzizi's teeth were almost broken, and he slapped the table hard, slapped it. We're going to pay back our favor. Long Xiuzi said. King Lunzi only felt a stream of qi in his chest, and he couldn't vomit it even if he swallowed it. He never expected that this would happen. He thought he was just cheated by Ulizi. Although he was cheated, he was even more uncomfortable than being deceived by Ulizi, and he couldn't even vent his feelings. Lin Shen could understand their current mood. They thought they were the elders who were the elders, but now they had cheated them for others. Not only did they cheat, they also had to pour dirty water on them. Long Xiuzi and King Lunzi have already been calculated. If Lin Shen is replaced, he will be so angry that he will vomit blood. So that's it? Qing Lunzi's eyes were covered with bloodshot, and his hands were clenched, and his joints turned white. What about that? Long Xiuzi asked. Since you know this, you haven't asked the ancestor? King Lunzi glared at Long Xiuzi. I asked. Long Xiuzi looked bitter. What did the ancestor say? Qing Lunzi asked unwillingly. What's wrong with sacrificing some personal interests for the sake of the Nippon lineage? Long Xiuzi said with a complicated expression. Qing Luzi's body trembled as he heard this, his face twisted and a little ferocious.
and finally he didn't say a word. Will Ulysses still participate in the competition? Lin Shen suddenly asked. It's certainly true. He not only wants to participate in the competition, but also has to become famous in the competition and win a reputation for the Nippon lineage. Long Xiaozi said. The first game to be held is the hardest Godman competition in the universe, right? Lin Shen asked again. Absolutely, that is the game with the greatest advantage in the Dingtianjia, and it is also the game where Yulianzi is most likely to reach the ranking. He will definitely not give up. Xing Luzi said, gritting his teeth. He signed up for the lower-ranking God group, right? Lin Shen asked again. If you don't participate in the lower Godman group, what are the advantages of the Dingtianjia? Of course, it can only be the lower Godman group. King Lunzi was a little confused. What's the point of Lin Shen talking about these now? That's good, then I'll sign up for the hardest competition in the universe, Lin Shen said with a smile. You are participating in the competition? How do you participate in the competition? You are a middle-level god, and you can only participate in the median group. And without the Dingtianjia, what's the point of participating in the competition? Even if the Dingtianjia is still there, in the median group, the Dingtianjia cannot take up too much advantage. King Lunzi couldn't understand what kind of brain circuit Lin Shen was. Long Xiaozi also looked at Lin Shen with some suspicion. He didn't understand what Lin Shen meant. Who said I am a middle-level god? Lin Shen said with a smile. It's all right. If you are not a middle-level god, you can be, what? Wait, what do you mean, you are not a middle-level god? Xing Lunzi said, suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Lin Shen in disbelief. Long Xiaozi also looked incredible. They never thought that Lin Shen was not a middle-level god. Because Lin Shen killed Qingtian Turtle with one shot, they always thought that Lin Shen was a middle-level god, and the stronger one among the middle-level gods. Otherwise, how could Qingtian Turtle be killed with one shot? Now that Lin Shen said this, they suddenly seemed to realize that Lin Shen had never used anything like soul in front of them, nor had he shown his own soul. It seems that there is indeed no real evidence that can prove that Lin Shen is a median god. You are really not a median god. Xing Luzi suddenly realized something, was surprised and grabbed Lin Shen's arm and asked excitedly. It's true. Lin Shen had already studied the rules of the competition when they planned it before. The rules for the competition in the lower group are that talented people below the middle can participate, not including the medium gods, but it does not mean that the lower gods must be able to participate. Of course, because there is basically no lower-level existence among the gods and men, it is the default fact that the lower-level gods and men participate in the lower-level competition. But this does not mean that Lin Shen, the Nirvana class, cannot participate in the competition. He has carefully studied it and can participate in the lower group competition. After getting the affirmative answer, King Lunzi and Long Xiaozi were both surprised and happy. They all understood what Lin Shen wanted to do. As long as Lin Shen can also participate in the competition, he can compete with Yu Lianzi in the competition. Lin Shen can kill the middle-level divine beast Qingtian Turtle with one shot. The Dingtian armor is just the distortion source of the Qingtian Turtle. It cannot be stronger than the Dingtian Turtle. At that time, Lin Shen can directly blow the Dingtian armor, causing the Yulian's plan to fail. Although they can't get any benefits, it's better to make Ulysses lose more than to watch him continue to be arrogant. Ah Tian, you can sign up now and you must beat that bastard. Xing Luzi said excitedly. Long Xiaozi, what do you think? Lin Shen looked at Long Xiaozi and asked. Long Xiaozi hesitated for a moment, and the King Lunzi next to him pulled him and said, what else can I hesitate about? We are all bullied like this. Do you still have to think about him? Okay, then do that. Long Xiaozi gritted his teeth and said. Lin Shen nodded slightly, it's just a blow to the top of the Tianjia, it's too cheap. Should we get some compensation back? Long Xiaozi and King Lunzi were both stunned, how to get it? It depends on yours. Whether you can get it back and how much you can get it back is up to you. Lin Shen said with a smile. You want us to go to Ulysses? Long Xiaozi seemed to have obvious Lin Shen's intentions and looked at him with a complicated expression. It doesn't matter if I want to do this. You decide for yourself. Lin Shen said indifferently. Seeing Lin Shen and Chang Lunzi looking at him, Long Shozi gritted his teeth and said, damn. Chapter 1013, Virtuous People Live. Yu Lizi was full of complacent intentions. A magic weapon like Dingtianjia fell into his hands. Among the lower gods, there were not many people who could be stronger than him. The key is the attitude of the ancestor Nippon to him. He only mentioned this matter of the supreme armor in front of the ancestor Nippon. The ancestor Nippon directly asked him to leave this artifact, and said that such a magical artifact could not be put into the hands of outsiders. It is reasonable to be used by geniuses under Nippon's sect. Only geniuses like Yu Lizi are worthy of this artifact. This is called the existence of virtuous artifacts since ancient times. With this artifact, coupled with the best lower artifact Tianzhoujian given to him by the ancestor Nippon, and a mysterious artifact he owns, he will definitely shine on the ranking list. At that time, it will be too easy to obtain a large amount of resources. Tomorrow is his first game, and it is also the hardest Godman competition in the universe that best shows the advantages of the top A. He will definitely stand out in the game, easily enter the top 100, or even have a higher ranking, making it famous. Maybe he will be noticed by those top families and will be able to go further. Although the ancestor Nippon is also considered the number one figure in the universe, it is still much worse than those top families and has too few resources to obtain. His achievements in Yu Lizi must never stop there. What is the top 10? His goal is to enter the top 10, or even top the list. In the future, he will become a star priest, eventually become a great priest, and even over the master, becoming the king of the entire universe. Yu Lizi was thinking of the pride, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yu Lizi, if you have a little conscience, you will give us the best. Yu Lizi's fantasy was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Yu Lizi frowned slightly and looked down, but saw Cheng Lunzi and Long Shozi standing downstairs. Yu Lizi had disdain at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, King Lunzi and Long Shozi were two clowns who jumped into the beam, and they were two inconspicuous small stones on his way to become king. It was their great blessing to be able to give him a top armor. If they are aware of their knowledge, they should take the initiative to offer them with both hands, and they can still pull them when they are soaring. Now that they are reluctant to forgive, they will end up being ruined and unable to die. Two senior brothers, right and wrong, are in the hearts of the people. Don't be blinded by greed and do things that make your loved ones feel sad and happy. Yu Lizi stood up, walked to the railing, looked down at the two of them, and sighed. The people who were with Yu Lizi also said, two senior brothers, although you have entered the school many years earlier than us, you can't bully us junior brothers like this, right? It's obviously a magic weapon obtained by Yu Lizi, so it's meaningless for you to rob it so clearly. When King Lunzi heard this, his lungs were about to be furious. He pointed at Yu Lizi and said, what is a robbery? It is obviously our magic weapon. If he was greedy, we will naturally take back our magic weapon. The two senior brothers are really invincible in appearance. Master has already said it clearly. You can even say such things with shamelessness. You are so shameless that you are invincible in the world. If the two senior brothers have the same ability as their skin, then they will not be able to steal the artifacts of their senior brothers. It's really a great misfortune for us to have such a shameless person in our Nippon lineage. Everyone said something, and the faces of King Lunzi and Long Shozi were blue and white, and they were so angry that they shivered. Yu Lizi waved his hand slightly, signaling everyone not to speak, and then sighed and said to King Lunzi and the others, the two senior brothers insisted that the Dingtian armor was obtained from your hunting of Qingtian turtle. It would be very easy to prove whether your words are true or false. As he said that, something in Yu Lizi's hand flew up and turned into a full body of armor that wrapped around his body. Yu Lizi walked down from the air step by step, came to King Lunzi and the other two, stood with their hands behind their backs, and looked at the two with a smile and said, you said you can hunt the Qingtian turtle, so this magical artifact born from the Qingtian turtle, I think you can easily break it, otherwise how can you hunt the Qingtian turtle? Now I'm standing here and still. If the two senior brothers can break the armor on my body, then I'll give this magic weapon to the two senior brothers. If it can't be broken, please don't bother me anymore, which will hurt my senior brother's harmony. This is not good. Junior brother Ulysses' words are reasonable. You've seen your brothers, so open your eyes to see junior brother Ulysses' character, demeanor, and mind. If I were you, I would turn around and leave now, and there would be no face to stay here. It's not bad, junior brother Ulysses is right. You said that the Dingtiangia belongs to yours, that's very simple. If you break the Dingtiangia, the things belong to yours. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and do it. Didn't you say that Qingtian turtle was killed by you? You won't even be able to break the magical artifact that Qingtian turtle was bred, right? Some of the older brothers who had doubts about Ulysses had previously believed Ulysses. Seeing this situation, most of them believed Ulysses. The matter is obvious. King Awanzi and the others can't even break the magic weapon, so how could they kill Qingtian turtle? King Lunzi and Long Shozi both scolded Ulysses for being shameless in their hearts. He knew that King Tiangui was not killed by them, but now he was actually talking about this. It was so shameless. The Qingtian turtle was not killed by us, but by others. King Lunzi said. Ulysses smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying helplessly, "Why do you have to do this for the two senior brothers? Apart from our master and brothers, who would be so kind to help you kill a divine beast like Qingtian turtle, and you won't take away the levelless artifact you get, and you will still keep it for you? Do the two senior brothers think this principle makes sense? That's right, someone else killed Qingtian turtle for you, but left the magic weapon Tingtian armor for you. I dare not write fairy tales like this. I don't know what stories the two senior brothers will make up later. I think it's better to say that the Tianjia was born by them. It's so miserable that the separation of their own flesh and blood is so tragic. I hope junior brother Ulysses will return their children, haha." Everyone was extremely mocking King Lunzi and Long Shozi. Ulysses smiled and said nothing, but he was proud of his heart. The general trend is with me. These two guys who don't know how to live or die will definitely not be spared in the future. Many brothers are looking at Ulysses, but it is not because they think Ulysses is correct. The main reason is that the ancestor Ni Pan is obviously on Ulysses' side. It can be seen from the fact that Long Shozi was punished that most people will naturally not go against the Nippon ancestor. Qinjiangzi and Long Shozi were both angry and their lips were trembling and couldn't speak. There was no need to act at all. They were really angry. Chapter 10:14 Gambling. Okay, Ulysses, you bully people too much. Even if I sacrifice my life today, I will never let you live a good life. King Lunzi roared angrily, took out a magical sword, and was about to go up and fight Ulysses. Long Shozi pulled him tightly. "King Awanzi, don't be impulsive. Senior brother is joking. You are a high-ranking and middle-level god, and I am just a lower-level god. In terms of hierarchy and qualifications, the senior brother is far higher than me. Who can bully who?" Ulysses said lightly. Looking at Ulysses' hypocritical appearance, although King Lunzi and Long Shozi knew that he was a real bitch, they still couldn't help but scold him in their hearts. "Ulysses, today you either die or I live, I want your life." King Lunzi threw away Long Shozi and rushed forward to fight Ulysses. Ulysses stood there calmly, not dodging or avoiding the sword weapon cut by King Lunzi. A shadow of the soul dragon rose from King Lunzi, bursting out with terrifying power, but his sword slashed on the top of the sky armor and was bounced away directly, unable to allow Yulian to move half a step. Although Ulysses is only a lower-level god, he has won several magical tools that increase the power attribute, and his power has reached 40,000, which is the level of a top-level god. Therefore, Yulianzi's power is actually not weaker than them, and it also has the defense ability and characteristic immunity of the Pintian armor. Although the green wheel is one level higher, it cannot hurt Yulianzi. Everyone only saw Ulysses standing with his hands behind his back, standing there without dodging or avoiding, allowing Qing Luo to attack at will, and had no intention of fighting back. However, the Qing wheel of the middle level of the Godman level could not hurt him at all, which was really amazing. "Senior brother, you're enough." Qing Luzi attacked wildly, and after his momentum became significantly weaker, Ulysses drew his sword and faced the magical sword in Qing Luzi's hand. The two swords intersected, and the sword with the power of divine soul light and shadow attached to King Lunzi's hand was cut into two pieces by Yulianzi, as if cutting tofu. Everyone was shocked, even King Lunzi and Long Shozi were shocked. Ulizi is just a lower-level god. The magic weapon in his hand can actually cut off the median magic weapon in King Lunzi's hand, which is really not very scientific. Everyone was shocked by Ulizi's strength. The lower-level team had such combat ability, which was indeed extraordinary. At the same time, it was also confirmed that Qingtian Turtle must have been killed by Ulienzi. King Lunzi's attack power cannot prevent the defense of the Tingtian armor at all. It is not convincing to say that they can kill the Tingtian Bao. Ulizi's sword, but people think that only with such destructive power can one kill Qingtian Turtle and make a judgment on the superiority. For the sake of the friendship between the senior brothers, I have given enough face to both senior brothers. Please don't make mistakes for yourself, both senior brothers. Ulizi said lightly with the divine weapon in his hand. King Lunzi and Long Shozi were stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. Their original plan was quite detailed, but they didn't expect that Ulizi had such destructive power. This discovery exceeded their expectations. The two of them didn't know whether to continue the plan. If they continued, there might be risks. But now that things have come to this point, they don't want to retreat anymore. Anyway, they are afraid that they will not be able to survive in the Nippon Palace in the future. After gritting his teeth, King Lunzi pointed at Ulizi and said, "Ulizi, I am incompatible with you. I want to bet on your fortune." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone thought Ulizi was crazy. The Immortal Court does not allow private killings. Any grudges are generally resolved through gambling wars. There are naturally bets for gambling, but no one will do such a thing as betting on wealth unless it is an irreconcilable hatred like killing the father and taking his wife. The so-called betting on wealth means that you have to bet on the planet allocated by the Immortal Court, and you have no hometown, so it will be difficult to turn things around in the future. Senior brother Qingluan, are you kidding? Why are you betting on your fortune with me? Can your fortune be compared to this one? Ulizi said contemptuously. He was still a little worried and was unwilling to bet on his fortune with Qinghua. After all, King Lunzi is a middle-level god, and maybe there is some killer weapon or a means of burning both jade and stone. If he was a middle-level god, he would naturally not be afraid of Qinghe, but he was still a lower-level god after all, so Ulizi thought it would be better to be careful. That's right, King Wangzi, although you are a middle-level god, your things are all valuable things. Why do you bet on the priceless treasure of Jade Ion? The senior brother is the senior brother, and Jiang is still the old man. He bullies the lower gods as a middle-level god, and uses his own rag to bet on junior brother Ulienzi's top-quality magical artifacts. I have heard this plan outside the 3,000 galaxies. I have to say that senior brother King Lunzi is really thick-skinned. Amid the ridicule of everyone, Qin Jiangzi shouted loudly, "Man is doing what he is watching. If you do all the bad things, you will definitely be retribution. I will not bet on you, I will only bet on you that you will not be able to pass the first round of knockout matches in the hardest Godman game in the universe. I will bet that God will deal with you as scumbags and will not let you, a treacherous boy, continue to be rampant." As soon as these words were said, everyone was stunned. Qin Jiangzi's words were both harsh, and they didn't seem to be fake. The Lord wants the bet he made, and it really requires God to help him to win. Under normal circumstances, 10 bets and 10 loses 10 bets. The hardest Godman competition in the universe is the first round of the knockout round, which is not included in the rankings at all, and there is no reward. Ulizi participated in the lower group competition, and the opponent he met must be the lower god. The strength shown by Ulienzi may have the ability to impact the top 100, and may even reach higher. Among the countless billions of contestants, if you want to meet less than 100 people in the knockout round, this chance is really similar to buying a lottery. The game was held in the Taishu world, and the game was also controlled by the Lord of the Immortal Court, so it is almost impossible to cheat. No matter how they think, King Lunzi's gambling method is like giving money to Ulizi. Can you say that there is really something inside of the matter of Tingtianjia? Otherwise, how could King Lunzi be so demented? Some people couldn't help thinking. Ulizi was also a little surprised and wondered if King Lunzi had any conspiracy. It was almost impossible for King Luzi to win such a bet no matter how you look at it. Senior brother King Luzi, why do you do this? Your things are useless to me, and I don't want to see you end up like that. UltraBase said. UltraBase, are you guilty? I'm afraid God will deal with you, right? Others don't know the dirty things you do, but you know very well in your heart. King Luzi said with a sneer. Seeing that everyone's eyes were a little strange, UltraBase said lightly, I just don't want my senior brother to lose even a home. Ha, you are really scared. That's good. Let everyone know what kind of person you are. God will deal with scum like you in the future. King Luzi said, and turned around and prepared to leave with a smile. UltraBase's face looked a little ugly. If he hadn't gambled now, the other brothers would have thought he was guilty. The key is that UltraBase really can't think of why he will lose. He didn't believe that God would deal with him. If he didn't believe that his strength would not even be able to pass the first round. He has that mysterious weapon to help, and it is possible to lose in the top 10. Chapter 10-15 Master? How is it? Did UltraBase hook up? Lin Shen didn't seem to look very good when he saw the two of them coming back. He was a little surprised that UltraBase was so greedy. Wouldn't he have a trap? Or is it that King Luzi's acting skills are not good, and UltraBase can see some flaws? The bet has been made and has been registered in the Immortal Court. It is impossible to regret it. Long Xiaozi nodded and said. What's wrong? Lin Shen knew that something must have been wrong, otherwise they wouldn't have had such an expression. There is something wrong with this person UltraBase. Long Xiaozi took out the video he recorded and played it for Lin Shen to see. Before they went, they were ready to record everything. Lin Shen looked at everything that happened between them and UltraBase, and saw that the King Luzi's median artifact sword was cut off, and he was also surprised. This UltraBase is indeed a problem. The sword in his hand should be a lower artifact, right? That is the Divine Shadow Sword, the lower-level artifact, and the quality of the Divine Beast is considered the best among the lower-level artifacts. The sword that the ancestor used when he was young gave to that scum. King Luzi said hatefully. Long Xiaozi said, the Divine Shadow Sword is indeed very powerful, but it is just a lower-level artifact after all. The Qingheel sword is a median artifact of mutated qualities and is not so easy to be cut off, so there must be something wrong with Yulian, but I just know what the problem is. Lin Shen watched the image repeatedly and observed it for a long time, but he still didn't find any problem with the Divine Shadow Sword. Long Xiaozi and King Luzi were also observing carefully. After a while, King Luzi suddenly pointed at UltraBase's hand holding the sword and said, look at his finger, is it a little different? It seems to be light. Lin Shen and Long Xiaozi looked carefully and found that as King Luzi said, there was a faint light coming out of his middle finger. Because the outside is wrapped in a towering armor, and the angle is problematic, it is not easy to see. But it is certain that there was a faint halo on his finger, which should be something like ring finger inside. However, after ordinary artifact rings are wrapped in the sky armor, their light should not be revealed. Now the light actually passed through the sky armor, which means that the artifact ring must be extraordinary, and it is probably its problem. UltraBase has many magical tools that add power attributes. Is this one? It seems that it is not just as simple as adding power attributes. Lin Shen said. It should be its problem. Such destructive power cannot even be blocked by the median artifact, and we cannot control who will take action first during the game. What if the rules determine that UltraBase takes action first? Can you stop it? Long Xiaozi looked at Lin Shen worriedly. King Luzi also looked at Lin Shen and said, if it really doesn't work, the plan will be cancelled. It's not worth dying in Taishu world for this matter. It will cause too serious mental damage. Your entire wealth has been bet on. God has given us such a good opportunity again, so I met him in the first round. This is God who wants to deal with him. We naturally have to follow God's will, otherwise we will be struck by lightning. Lin Shen said with a smile. Lin Shen was not afraid of such destructive power. The immortal suit on his body was much stronger than the defense of the Tingtian armor, and his body was not comparable to that of ordinary immortals. Yu Lianzi's methods may not be able to hurt him. Of course, if there is a real possibility, he will not really die in the Taishu world, and there is no need to worry too much, and he still has half the chance to take action first. That's right, there are so many people participating in the competition, which just made a Tion line up Ulysses in the first round. This is why God wants to deal with that scum. I believe that a Tion will definitely take the lead by randomly. At that time, he will explode with one shot and will not give him a chance to take action at all. Xing Luzi said with a hatred. Long Shozi also felt that Lin Shen could randomly get Ulysses in the first round, and God must have been disgusted with that villain Ulysses. They all thought that Lin Shen could cooperate with Ulysses in the first round, but only Lin Shen knew that this was not a coincidence. Originally, when he went to register, he thought that if Ulysses was in the first few rounds, he could use this method. When King Luzi said that he had to adjust the rounds, he just needed to adjust the rounds. If iron cannot be arranged in the first few rounds, then you can only change the plan and change it to another bet. Lin Shen has several kinds of filings in his mind. But when Lin Shen actually signed up, something happened that Lin Shen himself did not expect. After registration, the opponents are generally random. Even if the Great Priest comes, they can only accept random arrangements. When Lin Shen registered in Baishur City, a dialogue column suddenly popped up by the smart brain. Master, are you going to participate in the competition? Lin Shen was confused at that time. The smart brain used to register was directly connected to the main brain of the Zhongtian Star District. Except for the Lord of the Immortal Court or the Great Priest authorized by the Lord of the Immortal Court, others had no operation authority at all. Such an intelligent brain naturally cannot call the user as the owner like a household intelligent brain. At that time, Lin Shen was very puzzled why this smart brain called him the master. However, Lin Shen did not realize the seriousness of the problem at that time. Until he chose to participate in the competition, he found that he could choose his opponent at will, and he had many other permissions. This made Lin Shen feel that he was not using the registration system at all, but the management permissions he used. Lin Shen directly chose Ulysses as his first-round opponent, and the operation was also completely effective. In fact, as long as Lin Shen is willing, he can even register beyond the level and participate in the registration for the middle and upper areas. The authority of the intelligent brain is completely unpredictable to him. Unfortunately, this intelligent brain is only responsible for the hardest Godman competition in the universe, otherwise he would have done more. This intelligent brain is connected with the main brain of the Zhongtian Star region. Only the Jade Emperor, the master of the Zhongtian Star region, has all the authority. In other words, its owner should be the Jade Emperor. Could it be, it regards me as the Jade Emperor? Lin Shenlian thought of many things. Although he couldn't call out the Jade Emperor was his guardian of the immortal spirit, which really happened. Lin Shen originally thought that the Jade Emperor, the guardian immortal spirit, was useless and had no use at all, but now it seems that it is not the case. It is likely that the intelligence brain was misjudged because he had the Jade Emperor, the guardian of the immortal spirit, that the intelligence brain was misjudged and gave him permission. That old man, Jade Emperor, I never thought it would be better for me no matter what, right? Lin Shen felt very happy. The old man Jade Emperor released him a few times and almost killed him. Finally, it was a little effective. Chapter 10:16 The Hardest Godman Competition. A bet on the wealth of a house, which is arbitrated by the Immortal Court, will be executed immediately once the bet is achieved, and there is no need to obtain my consent. In fact, there is a way to minimize the losses. The Immortal Court has the default of all the wealth of the Immortal Court being the planet and everything on the planet assigned by the Immortal Court. There is also everything on the person who participated in the bet. If you move away everything on your body and the things on your planet in advance and put them in another place, if you lose, you can avoid some of the losses. However, the planet allocated by the Immortal Court itself is a very important resource. The planets assigned may be good and bad, and the resources produced may not be all advanced. But this planet has benefits that no other planet has. Without the permission of its master, no one can teleport to this planet. This seems normal rule, but it makes the planet assigned by the Immortal Court a stable shelter, and this function is not available to any other planet. From the moment you bet on your fortune, it means that this shelter may be lost. What's more, the planets distributed by Yulian and Qinghuang are not bad, especially the planets distributed by Yulian, which are already the third-class planets. Although they are not the best, they are already considered good. When he agreed to the bet, Ulizi still had a problem with Qing Luzi and Long Xiuzi. He felt that Qing Luzi's wealth alone was not worthy of betting on him at all. In the end, Long Xiuzi could only stand up and talk about it and use their wealth to bet on Ulizi. Only then did Ulizi agree to bet on their wealth, and he added a special one. From the moment the bet was signed, he could no longer take anything from the planet assigned by the Immortal Court. Since it was written on the bet, Xianting will naturally be responsible for maintaining the rules. The planets of the three people have been locked. Before the bet is over, even they themselves cannot take anything away from it, even a grain of soil. Long Xiuzi and King Lunzi did not tell Lin Shen about this. They felt that if they said that, it would only increase psychological pressure and burden on Lin Shen. If he wins in the future, Long Xiuzi feels that he can say something, but if he loses, he plans to rot in his stomach for the rest of his life. The day passed quickly and the hardest Godman competition began as scheduled. Many people in Nippon Palace entered Taishu World to watch the hardest Godman competition this time. There are many such competitions, and not everyone will pay attention to these competitions. However, because of the betting between King Lunzi and Ulizi, there were many people paying attention to this game in Nippon Palace. Even many of the superior gods in Nippon Palace entered the Taishu World to watch the first round of Ulizi's competition. There were more and more people in the stands, and there were already tens of thousands. In anyone's opinion, King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi made such a bet, which was almost suicide. What exactly is the situation that makes them make such a bet? If it weren't for great grievances, who would have been forced to prove himself in this suicide method? So even though most people still believe in Ulizi, a small number of people still have some doubts in their hearts. The ancestor Nippon was also in the Taishu World at this time, waiting to watch this game, and his face was not good looking. Of course he knew that the Pintian armor was not obtained by Yu Lianzi's own hunting of Qingtian turtle. But that was not something from King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi, but from outsiders. They found a way to keep things from outsiders in Nippon Palace. Why can't King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi understand his painstaking efforts for such a good thing? Just because of their little face, the incident caused this to such an extent. In the eyes of the ancestor Nippon, this is a very selfish and lack of overall view. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi did not consider Nippongong at all. As the future of Nippon Palace, isn't it worthwhile that these senior brothers will give him some? The ancestor Nippon thought that he was fighting too lightly. If he couldn't get out of bed, there wouldn't be so many things. The ancestor Nippon had already decided that after the bet was over, he would clean up King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi so that the two rebellious disciples would know that they would be selfish and disregard the overall situation. He did not think that Yu Lianzi would be eliminated in the first round. According to past experience, the competition organized by Xianting seemed to be random, but in fact there should be some special rules and algorithms. Generally, players with particularly strong strength are almost impossible to encounter in the previous knockout rounds. So the ancestor Nippon never thought that King Lunzi and the others could win, they just gave Ulizi more resources. It's good that this is the case. After Yu Lianzi is promoted to the median divine person, their resources will be used by Yu Lianzi. The ancestor Nippon looked at the list on the holographic projection. Because there were too many, he directly used the Taishu system to check who Yu Lianzi's opponent was. A Tian. Seeing this name, the last trace of worry from the ancestor Nippon was gone. Among the famous lower-ranking gods, there is no such person at all, so Ulizi is absolutely stable. Ulizi also saw the name A Tian at this time, which made him a little surprised. When King Lunzi introduced Lin Shen, he told him the name A Tian. But A Tian is obviously a middle-level god, so how could he participate in the competition of the lower-level god? Is it someone with the same name? How could it be so coincidental? Although he knew that Lin Shen could not participate in the competition for the lower-ranking gods, he still felt a little uncomfortable. But the game has been decided, and he withdraws now as equivalent to admitting defeat, and the bet is also judged to be a loss, so even though he feels a little uncomfortable, he can only wait for the game to begin. Most of the others in Nippon Palace have searched for Ulizi's opponents. Seeing that they were an unknown person, they all felt that there should be no problems in this game.
King Lunzi and Long Shozi's wealth were probably going to lose. King Lunzi and Long Shozi were also very nervous.
They knew that Ulizi had unknown powerful methods, and they were a little worried that the Taishu system would randomly take Ulizi first, and Lin Shen would be in danger by then. In addition to the people from Nippon Palace who are paying attention to this game, there are two special people who are paying attention to this game. Pan Xiaoning of the Kaitian clan and Wen Bujuan of the Tsang clan are also paying attention to this game.
Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan are the champions of the toughest godlike competition in recent years.
They won all the championship and runner-ups in the lower group in recent years. After 5 years of competition, Pan Xiaoning won 3 championships and 2 runner-ups, and Wen Bujuan won 2 championships and 3 runner-ups. The two were called the Single and Tough by the Immortal Court, which means that they have not been promoted to the Median God, otherwise the champion will be theirs.
Chapter 1017 The Peerless Double Hard.
The reason why Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan paid attention to the game between Ulizi and Lin Shen is not that they know how powerful Ulizi and Lin Shen are, and it is even more impossible for them to know the grudge between Ulizi and Lin Shen. In front of the Kaitian clan and the Tsang clan, Nippon Palace can only be regarded as a younger brother. The younger brothers under the two clans are much stronger than Nippon Palace, so it is impossible to pay attention to them. The reason why the two of them are paying attention to this game is purely because of coincidence.
The strength of Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan is originally of a considerable level.
The outcome depends on their status and willpower at that time, and it has nothing to do with their strength. Other players of the same level have a gap between them and they do not pose any threat to them. It is difficult for them to decide the winner and lose. In addition, the relationship between the two is actually very good in private and they often practicing together.
There is no need to decide the winner and lose the winner on the stage.
If they fight to the death, and finally die in the Taishu world, it will also be a kind of damage to their spirit. So the two of them made an agreement, and they randomly chose a pair of players to play, and each chose one side to pay the bet. If the person they choose wins, when the two of them meet, the other party will take the initiative to abstain from the loss, so as not to get the time to fight to the end.
Both of them may die once.
By chance, they were allowed to randomly go to Lin Shen and Ulizi's match. As the last champion and runner-up players, as seed players this time, they did not need to participate in the knockout round and directly teleported to the stands of this game, intending to wait for the result of the game.
I haven't heard of the names of both of them. It should be a boring game. I hope it will end soon. Pan Xiaoning said as he walked.
He just wanted to know the result and was not interested in watching the game. But when the teleportation entered the stands, Pan Xiaoning couldn't help but be stunned. Generally, there will not be too many people in the stands for less famous contestants. At most, some relatives and friends will come to watch. But after entering the competition stadium, they found that there were hundreds of thousands of people sitting in the stands. After a rough look, they found that although most of them were lower-ranking gods, there were still many middle-ranking gods and superior gods.
What's the situation? Are these two players very famous? Why haven't you heard of them before?
Pan Xiaoning called out the system and confirmed it again, and he really hadn't heard of the names of these two people. Wen Bujuan pulled Pan Xiaoning and quickly found a place to sit down to avoid being too noticeable. Fortunately, they all wore sunglasses and hats, and no one else recognized them.
Looking at the atmosphere, it seems something is wrong. What's going on with these audiences?
They don't seem to be watching the game, but they seem to be watching a life and death showdown.
This is the Taishu world, and it won't really die. It's not that serious, right? Wen Bujuan said to Pan Xiaoning in a low voice. It's not that the two forces are gambling through the competition, right?
Looking at the heavy atmosphere, the bets are probably quite large. Pan Xiaoning also said in a low voice.
Wen Bujuan nodded, thinking that what Pan Xiaoning said made sense.
When the two of them were talking, they heard someone beside them whispering. They quickly shut up and listened with their ears.
After a while, they listened. Is this kind of thing? The King Lunzi and Long Shozi couldn't even pass the first round of Yulianzi. This is too hasty. He didn't know that the system allocation is not really random?
It is difficult for ordinary strong men to meet in the knockout round. They bet like this, so they really have to rely on God to show their powers to win. After Pan Xiaoning heard the causes and consequences, he said to Wen Bujuan on the side, "Let's talk about it. It's just these people talking about how powerful Ulizi is. He is a person who can enter the top 100 rankings. Maybe he's just bragging, not that powerful at all. He's just a weak chicken, and he's killed directly when he meets a strong man." Wen Bujuan said, "It shouldn't be that. They said that the Dingtian armor has strong defense, which seems to be a deformed species with the bloodline of the Zhitian old turtle. If it is really true, if you have such a defensive artifact, you should not be eliminated in the knockout round, and it is even more impossible to be eliminated in the first round." Pan Xiaoning said, "Let's take a look first. I don't know whether the artifact is true or false." Wen Bujuan always has to sing a counter topic with Pan Xiaoning in everything. Pan Xiaoning laughed and said, "What the person you chose is a Tian. Of course I hope this is fake, but it seems that there is no big problem. It seems that the champion this time will be mine again. The competition hasn't started. You are too proud. I think a Tian will definitely win. How can I see it? Ah Tian. Ah Tian. Isn't it what God means? It's the one who sent to deal with that Yulianzi. That Yulianzi must be not a good person. I will suffer retribution. You can really talk nonsense in order to win." While the two were talking, the contestant had been teleported into the field. Everyone's eyes were focused on them, and Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were also looking at them, but unfortunately they couldn't see what they looked like. Both of them were fully armed and their armor wrapped around their bodies. Look at the armor on Ulizi's body. The turtle pattern on it is unique to the bloodline of the old turtle in Jitian. It's such a magical tool. It seems that I'm sure I won this time. I'm so embarrassed. Pan Xiaoning carefully looked at the armor on Ulizi's body and said with a smile, "The winner is not decided, it's too early." When Bujuan said this, but after seeing the armor on the player named Tian, his heart suddenly became cold. He was wearing a very short-lived armor, and it looked like it was cast from cast iron. Although artifacts cannot be judged by their appearance, such dim and powerful artifacts are indeed only a few. What made Wen Bujuan even more depressed was that Tian was carrying a shield on his back. There is a saying in the hardest Godman competition, 1 light, 2 armor and 3 helmets, and the one holding the shield is a hammer. If you encounter players who are not wearing equipment to compete, you should be careful. These players often have strong abilities. It is also difficult for players wearing armor to deal with. This type of player has hidden dragons and lies in the same level, and it is easy to fall. Be careful when you encounter someone who only wears a helmet, but this helmet is limited to one person, and that person represents this series and is very famous. These 3 helmets basically refer to him specifically. As for those who hold shields, they are usually greedy players. Among the most powerful players in the past, there are basically no ones who have taken that thing. So when I saw the shield on Lin Shen's back, Wen Bujuan felt a chill from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Chapter 10:18 The God's Shelter. Ulizi's face changed when he saw Lin Shen opposite him. How is that possible? Isn't he a mid-level god? When Ulizi saw Lin Shen, they were all wearing this armor, so he naturally recognized it at a glance. But King Lunzi and the others said that Qingtian Turtle was killed by Lin Shen, which means that Lin Shen had the strength of a medium-level god, so he could kill Qingtian Turtle. If he was not a middle-level god, how could he kill Qingtian Turtle, who could not even solve the problem of Qing Lunzi and Long Shozi joining forces? If a Tian is not a middle-level god, but a lower-level god, Ulizi felt even more uneasy. It is not impossible for a Tian to be a lower-level god. What really made Ulizi feel uneasy was that it was completely illogical why a Tian was able to be with him in the first round. After registering, what kind of opponents will be encountered? They are all random. How could King Lunzi and Long Shozi know that they would meet a Tian in the first round and even place such heavy bets? Can you say, there are loopholes in the competition organized by the Xianting party? Ulizi's eyes gradually became firm. So what if a Tian can kill the middle-level divine beast, So what if he can use any method to meet himself in the first round? Strength determines everything. Ulysses touched the middle finger of his left hand, and under the guard, there was a magical artifact ring. As long as this artifact ring is present, Ulysses will be fearless. If it really doesn't work, then you can only use it. Ulysses rubbed his fingers in the slightly flooded place. This artifact ring was obtained by Ulysses when he was a child from a dead person. At that time, Ulysses didn't know how precious this ring was. It was not until he really started practicing and activated the ring that he knew how perverted the artifact of this ring was. Median Ultimate Distortion Artifact, the protection of the gods, can grow. Different, none. Requirements for use, none. Distortion rate, 100%. Hardness, 40,000. Toughness, 40,000. Distortion characteristics, miracles come. The ultimate magic weapon that can grow without any requirements is Ulysses' greatest capital along the way. Of course, the protection of the gods he received at the beginning was just a lower-level artifact, and he used a lot of resources to make the protection of the gods grow to the level of the medium-level artifact. Now that he uses the characteristic of miracles to descend, the effect he produces is equivalent to the peak of the median artifact. Moreover, the miracle's arrival effect is not single, it can enhance destructive power and also enhance defense. It can be blessed at the same time or separately, which is very convenient to use. His ability to use a lower artifact to directly cut off the middle artifact of the green wheel is the effect of the blessing of the miracle. Unfortunately, Ulysses couldn't get so many resources, otherwise he would be invincible if he upgraded the protection of the gods to the superior artifact. Originally, Ulysses' scheming would not expose the protection of the gods until his own strength grew to a certain level. But this time it was different. He bet on his fortune with King Lunzi and Long Shozi. In order to ensure that he could win, he could only carry the protection of the gods with him. So this time, even if the power of the gods' protection is exposed, he will win this game. With such a magical weapon in his body, he has absolute confidence to win this duel. So what if you are the lower god who can kill Qingtian turtle? As long as the gods are protected by me, I will never lose. Ulysses' eyes were too long and he stared at Lin Shen on the opposite side coldly. Lin Shen didn't have many ideas. If he won this game, he could take everything from Ulysses. Between the two people, there was a huge roulette. Half of the roulette was written with the name of Ulysses, and the other half had the word Ation. Wait for a while and the roulette turns, who will attack first if the pointer points to. Everyone, including Ulysses, stared at the roulette, wanting to know who would attack first. Ulysses naturally hoped that he would attack first, so that he would not give Lin Shen any chance, and would not expose too much of the power of the gods' protection. He just needed to attach miracles to his sword, which was also a method he often used. Master, the competition is about to begin, please choose whether to take the lead. The voice of Jiwang actually sounded in Lin Shen's mind. This is okay. Lin Shen looked at Ulysses opposite with a strange expression. Looking at the other party's expression, he knew that he should not have heard this sound. Of course, Master, you have such permissions. Ziwan replied. Things went smoother than Lin Shen imagined. You could even choose to take the lead, and no one could let Ulysses lose. Apart from choosing the right to take the lead, do I have any other authority? Lin Shen asked in a low voice. Of course there is. If you want, you can directly judge the other party to lose. Ziwang replied immediately. Lin Shen was ecstatic. The benefits brought to him by the Jade Emperor, the Immortal Guard, were even greater than he had imagined. He could actually directly judge the opponent to lose, which was equivalent to being invincible. Of course, Lin Shen would not choose to do that in front of so many people. If there is no comparison directly, the opponent will be judged to lose. At that time, he will inevitably become the public enemy of the Immortal Court and be pushed to the forefront. This is naturally not the result Lin Shen wants. I will definitely win, but the process still needs to be performed. Is there any way to make me win easily without being seen by others? Lin Shen continued to inquire about the bottom line of the intelligent brain. My authority is only applicable to controlling the rules of the game. If the owner wants to do so, I can change the rules of the game. Regardless of the winner, you will be judged to win. Ziwang replied. Lin Shen thought to himself, it seems that there are still limitations. It is not really possible to do whatever you want. I don't know if I can gain the authority of the central intelligent brain. I think the central intelligent brain can bring more authority. Master, do you choose to take the lead? Zhizhu urged Lin Shen again to choose. Choose first. Lin Shen naturally would not let it go with such cheapness. After Lin Shen made the choice, the roulette began to rotate. Under the attention of everyone, the pointer pointed to a Tian's name. The roulette disappeared, replaced by a 10-second countdown. Within these 10 seconds, Yu Lianzi could accurately accept Lin Shen's attack. 10 seconds later, when Lin Shen started attacking, he could no longer move his body. Yu Lianzi felt a little unlucky, and a 50% chance he could not meet it. Long Shozi and King Lunzi looked excited, feeling that God was standing on their side, letting Lin Shen take the lead. Yu Lizi took off his posture and was about to withstand Lin Shen's attack, and at the same time quietly activated the arrival of the magical transformation. If a Tianjin was the one who killed Qingtian Turtle, Yu Lizi had to be on guard. I have been using a laptop to code words outside recently, and the speed has been much slower and I am sorry to be unable to keep up with the time. Chapter 1019 Soft Bullets. With the two blessings of the Pintian armor and the arrival of miracles, Yu Lizi felt that this time it would be foolproof. Among the lower gods, there should be very few people who can break his defense except for a few top geniuses. The 10-second countdown ends, and the Jade Ions can no longer move their position. A 10-second countdown reappears on the screen, but this countdown requires Lin Shen to complete an attack before the countdown ends. After the 10-second countdown ends, the offense and defense will be converted accordingly. Everyone looked at Lin Shen. Except for Long Shozi and King Lunzi, no one knew Lin Shen, so they didn't know what kind of abilities Lin Shen had or what kind of weapons they were good at. Lin Shen didn't say nonsense and took out the sniper rifle directly. Everyone was surprised to see that the weapon Lin Shen used turned out to be a sniper rifle. It's not that weapons like sniper rifles are not good, but that most gun weapons are not good, because the speed and strength of bullets fired by gun weapons depend on the strength of the gun itself, and are not as closely related to the power of the gods and humans themselves. If a god with poor strength uses top-quality gun weapons, it can clearly indicate its strength. But people who are truly capable usually rarely use guns because that will limit their own abilities. Although there are always exceptions in everything, there are indeed top-notch strong people who use guns, and they are still very strong, but that is only a very small number. The sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand doesn't look like a top-level artifact, so most people think that in this game, Yu Lianzi's chances of winning are even greater. Lin Shen held the gun and had no intention of walking in. He stood opposite Yu Lizi and aimed at Yu Lizi's head. Yu Lizi. It was this gun that killed the turtle of Qi Qingtian. You took the turtle of Qi Qingtian. Then are you ready to bear the fate of the turtle? Lin Shen did not shoot at the first time, but suddenly said this. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone watching the audience was stunned, and their expressions became strange in an instant. What's going on? Isn't the game grouping random? What's going on with this person? Did he just say that the gun killed Qingtian Turtle? Damn it, what Chang Lunzi and the others said was true, it was really Qingtian Turtle killed by someone else, not Yu Lizi? Blue Lunzi and Long Shozi were really wronged, right? Otherwise, what happened to this person? How could he become Yu Lizi's opponent in the first round? Fuck, this is a bit weird. It's not that God can't stand it anymore, right? Yu Lizi actually randomly arrived at this person in the first round. Everyone was extremely surprised, but the face of the Nippon ancestor was a little ugly. He didn't believe in any cause and effect, but this person was able to get Yu Lizi in the first round, which made him feel that he had his own arrangements in his heart. However, the game cannot be controlled, unless the person who controls the game is the Jade Emperor. It is impossible to change to several other masters. He has never taken the real master of Dingtianjia seriously, because people with a little strength and background may expose Dingtianjia and King Lunzi and others to cooperate. So in the view of the Nippon Patriarch, the person who killed King Tiangui was a relatively powerful Median god, but he had no background or connections. He should be a small figure of the Mavericks, so he chose to cooperate with King Lunzi and others. He had never thought before that the person who killed Qing Tian Turtle would be a lower-level god. If he knew that this was the case, how could he have investigated Lin Shen's background first? If you can kill Qing Tian Turtle in the lower body, it is not something that ordinary gods from other backgrounds can do. The ancestor Nippon thought something was wrong, but he was unable to control the game now, and it was even more impossible to end the bet. Fuck, it's not so evil, right? How could this happen? Pan Xiaoning was very excited. He thought it was just an ordinary showdown, but he didn't expect that there would be such a wonderful plot. The incredible bet, the incredible opponent. This is really a bit of a will. It seems that Ulizi is indeed not a good thing. When Bujuan also looked at Lin Shen with interest. This person is also somewhat capable of killing the middle-level King Tiangui at the lower position. However, it is still unknown whether it can win Yulian. After all, they didn't know that Lin Shen killed Qing Tian Turtle with one shot. In their opinion, it may be that Lin Shen, King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi joined forces, and they didn't know how much price they paid and how much time they took to kill Qing Tian Turtle. The game only has one chance, so even if Lin Shen is the one who killed Qing Tian Turtle, he may not be able to win the duel. Bang! Just as everyone was speculating, they heard the sound of gunshots. Lin Shen did not use the activation space bullet feature, but only fired an ordinary bullet with a sniper rifle. Because the opponent cannot move, as long as he bears this attack, there is no need to use the space bullet feature. Because the firing rate of the sniper rifle is not very fast, almost everyone can clearly see the bullet flying towards Yulianzi. Although the speed of a bullet cannot completely determine its destructive power, the two are generally proportional. The speed of this bullet is so slow that it doesn't look very powerful no matter how hard it looks. Some of the superior gods can even estimate the destructive power of the bullet, and they all feel that the destructive power of this gun cannot be very strong. The face of the Nippon patriarch was full of suspicion, and Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were also full of question marks. Is this the weapon to kill Qing Tian Turtle? Can such power kill Qing Tian Turtle? This made it hard for them to believe. Even Ulizi was a little shocked. He didn't believe that this shot could kill Qing Tian Turtle, and doubted whether Atian made a mistake. However, for the sake of insurance, Ulizi still stretched out his hand to block the bullet, trying to catch it. Although you cannot move and dodge during the game, ordinary defensive actions can still be completed. Under normal judgment, everyone thought that Yulianzi should be able to catch this bullet that doesn't look very powerful, or even a bit soft. But the moment the bullet came into contact with Ulizi's palm, Ulizi's face suddenly changed, and everyone's eyes widened. Yulianzi's palm wrapped in the pinnacle was directly penetrated, and the shell and blood and bones exploded. Before they could make exclamations, the bullet penetrated Ulizi's palm and directly hit Ulizi's head, exploding Ulizi's head and his helmet. Seeing Ulizi's head blown up and the silence on the watching stage was dead, this sense of dislocation made them feel a little unbelievable for a moment and their minds couldn't react. Chapter 1020 Dirt. A shot that looked so soft and weak actually blew Yulianzi's head. This picture had a strong sense of unreality and separation. The ancestor Nippon was both shocked and suspicious. Judging from his perspective, this shot would definitely not have such power, but it also exploded Ulizi wearing the sky armor. Ulizi himself was even more angry. He thought that the arrival of the top armor in Miracles would be foolproof. However, such a powerful defense is as vulnerable as paper paste under the soft bullet. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the power of Miracles be so vulnerable? Ulizi's head only had such a thought flash through him, and he completely lost consciousness and returned to the Xingyu Taishu cabin. Ulizi only felt a tingling sensation in his head, which made him feel the urge to commit suicide and relieve himself. But this pain was not enough to make him mentally collapse. After enduring the pain, he reached out to touch his body, his whole body suddenly collapsed. It's gone, it's gone. At this moment, Ulizi really felt that life was worse than death. The armor of the sky is gone, the ring of the gods is gone, nothing is gone, only a naked body is left. Ulysses knew that everything was over, and all his reliances were gone, even the upper third-class planet assigned by the Immortal Court. This person, this gun, is so wonderful. Don't compete with me. He is mine. Pan Xiaoning looked at Lin Shen, who was standing with a gun on the field excitedly, and had the urge to go up and try how strong the weird bullet was. That depends on whether you have the luck. Maybe I will line him up first. When Bujuan squinted his eyes and also looked at Lin Shen on the field. Although the Immortal Court is big, it has been a long time since he encountered an opponent like this that he could not see through. The showdown with Pan Xiaoning in the Hardest Gods finals every year has made him feel a little tired. Lin Shen's appearance has rekindled his enthusiasm for the game. He wanted to experience the power of the weird bullet for himself. Damn it, that bullet looks so powerless, how could it be so strong? What's so fucking that good and evil will be rewarded in the end? Green Wheel's prophecy has come true. It's so strong that it exploded Ulysses' head with a bullet. What kind of artifact is that gun? It's not a level less upper artifact, right? The people from Nippon Palace who reacted were as if they were furious, and they were discussing what level of magic weapon the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand was. In their opinion, it must be that the sniper rifle was unparalleled in level and power that could blow Ulysses with one shot. King Lunzi and Long Shozi were ecstatic. They had a cold sweat in their hearts just now, and now everything is over. With just one shot, Ulysses was blown up, and the mysterious weapon on his body was unable to function at all. They thought it was the protection of the gods that did not play a role, but in fact they played a role and were also blown up. Super-based shooting is indeed a magic weapon for killing beyond the level. Lin Shen sighed a little. This feature is really too strong. The system directly judged the result. Ulysses was eliminated, and a Tian won. Because of the bet, everything on Ulysses and his planet now belonged to King Gizi. Lin Shen was teleported out, and almost at the same time, King Lunzi and Long Shozi also teleported out. The ancestor Nippon left the Taishu world at the first time, and immediately entered the teleportation station, wanting to teleport to the Qinghuan planet. But he found that he had no permission to teleport to the Qingwheel planet, which made the Nippon patriarch both startled and angry. He originally wanted to find King Lunzi as soon as possible and take back all the things that Ulysses lost. Although Ulysses lost this time, his talent is still there, and it is still the hope of Nippon Palace in the future. Nippon ancestor did not want to give up on him. In his opinion, King Lunzi and Long Shozi joined forces with outsiders to deal with Ulysses, which is a great rebellion. Not only did he want to get Ulysses' things back, but he also had to teach them a lesson. But the teleportation authority was gone, and the ancestor Nippon suddenly realized that King Lunzi and Long Shozi were going to betrayal, and he could not take the things back. Originally, all the disciples' planet teleportation permissions were open to him. Now that King Lunzi and Long Shozi have cancelled his teleportation permissions, what it means is already very obvious. The face of the ancestor Nippon was gloomy and calm, and he was angry and hated, but he seemed to have a hint of regret. However, he did not regret robbing the Ting Tian armor, but regretted not seeing these two ungrateful wolves. In Baishur City, Lin Shen sat in a private room in a tea house where you can view the sea, leaning against the window, looking at the sea outside. Soon, I heard footsteps, and King Lunzi and Long Shozi, who were excited, rushed in with a look of excitement. It's so good. Brother A. Tian. You can't imagine what we got from Ulysses. Qing Luzi handed a golden ring to Lin Shen at the first time. Lin Shen was originally very calm and seemed to care about nothing. After seeing the ring, he also showed a surprised expression. He knew that Ulysses had good things on him, but he didn't expect it to be so good. The value of this ring of gods is much higher than that of the Pintian armor. It can be said that compared with this ring, it can only be considered an ordinary thing. Ha, Ulysses stupid X, pretending to be 2X, he didn't use this artifact, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Qing Lunzi said with a laugh, Brother A. Tian, you are blessed. This time, you have earned back the capital and profit. Lin Shen looked at King Lunzi and Long Shozi, and sighed in his heart, the same taught by a master, the gap between being a human being is really too big. We have also taken back the Ding Tian armor and the Divine Shadow Sword, but the Ding Tian armor is damaged, so it may be a bit troublesome to repair it. Brother Ation, your gun is really amazing.
We have also obtained the permissions of the Ulianzi planet, and we are now transferring it to you.
Long Shozi placed the Dingtian armor and the divine shadow sword on the table.
These things are divided into 3 parts, and we will share them one by one.
Lin Shen also placed the ring of the gods in his hand on the table.
King Lunzi and Long Shozi were not pretentious either. Long Shozi pushed Dingtianjia and the gods to Lin Shen. Dingtianjia was originally yours, so you can hold it first. We dare not take this thing.
Every man is innocent and is guilty of possessing a treasure.
This thing is in our hands.
Ulizi knows that we have this thing, which will be a disaster sooner or later, and the things are also won back, so you should keep it.
Let's go to Ulizi's planet together and divide everything. Chapter 10:21. Wait a few more years.
King Lunzi and Long Shozi insisted on this distribution, and Lin Shen did not force them. In the end, he only took the protection of the gods and left the heavenly armor, the divine shadow sword and the planet deed on the table. You left Nippon Palace and the future is difficult to walk.
These things are actually useless to me. You can accept them and leave me the right to enter the planet.
Lin Shen knew that the price they paid was also huge. When they were in the Nippon Palace, most of the disciples in the Nippon Palace would open the planet to them, allowing them to obtain resources that are not on their planet. Now that Nippon Palace can't go back, the ancestor Nippon will definitely order them to be banned.
Even if they don't ban them, they will never dare to go again. In the future, I can only guard my own planet to develop, and you can imagine how difficult it will be in the future.
Since they got on Lin Shen's boat, Lin Shen naturally could not watch them drowning. Even though their original intention was to give them a breath, they actually did help Lin Shen.
The value of a god's protection is far greater than that of all.
If it weren't for them, Lin Shen would not be able to get this treasure even if he won.
Brother Ation, we won't be polite to you.
You should keep this Dingtian armor. We are all medium-level divine people, and this thing is not that helpful to us. You are a lower-level divine person, and this thing is of great help to you. Long Shozi pushed the Dingtian armor and several powerful artifacts to Lin Shen again. Lin Shen smiled and did not go to get it. Although the Dingtianjia is good, it is useless to me.
If you can't use it, just sell it and exchange it for something you can use. King Lunzi and Long Shozi were slightly stunned and said in disbelief, how come this top-quality artifact is useless?
Brother Ation, you really don't have to be polite.
The value of the planet Ulian is no lower than that of the Pintian armor, and it is much higher. It is enough for us to get that planet.
Seeing that the two of them were so persistent, Lin Shen took out the sniper rifle, and in their shocked eyes, he turned his gun and shot him. King Lunzi and Long Shozi were shocked when they saw the bullet hit Lin Shen's armor. The bullet exploded directly, but the armor was not injured at all.
My own armor is a little stronger than the Dingtian armor. It is a waste to stay with me. You can just accept it. Lin Shen smiled and took the gun back.
The two of them looked complicated, and then they realized that Lin Shen had never taken the Dingtianjia into their eyes. The two of them stopped ruling and put away all the tornado armor and several powerful artifacts.
Brother Ation, it seems that your background must be extraordinary, so we won't be polite to you. Although we are in a low position, if we can use it in the future, just say it.
Long Shozi said seriously. I'm going to ask 2 brothers to help advisors for something.
Lin Shen pondered and said, if I continue to participate in the competition, do you think I have a chance to win the championship in the competition?
If you have such a magic armor and a magic gun, the hardest Godman competition is very beneficial to you, but if you win the first place, it may still be a bit difficult. However, as long as you can enter the top 10, the resources you can obtain are already quite rich. Before you become a medium Godman, you almost don't need to worry about resources anymore.
King Lunzi said immediately.
Lin Shen was a little surprised. King Lunzi had seen how powerful his gun and armor were. Now that he had the protection of the gods, he still thought he could not win the first place.
Brother Ation, do you want to enter the Star God Palace? Long Shozi asked in a pondering manner. Not bad.
Lin Shen nodded slightly.
Long Shozi was indeed much more careful than King Lunzi. To be honest, Brother Ateon, with your strength, plus the magic gun, divine armor and the protection of the gods, it is not a big problem to enter the top 10, and it is very likely to be the top 3. But if you want to win the first place, it may be a bit difficult. Long Shozi paused and said, if you were a few years later, you would have a great chance of winning the first place, but in recent years, there are 2 insurmountable mountains in the lower group, which is almost impossible to be surpassed. I am afraid you will bump into them in advance.
Which 2 mountains?
Lin Shen asked. Pan Xiaoning of the Kaitian clan practices the great technique of Kaitian and Deja, one of the 9 magical skills.
The destructive power is unparalleled in the world.
No one among the lower gods can surpass him. Since the ancestor of the Kaitian clan, he is the second person to practice the complete version of the great technique of Kaitian and Deja, and is a divine talent that has not been seen in billions of years. Many people say that if Pan Xiaoning was born in the ancient world, he would definitely be able to step into the immortal court in his body and become the ancestor of a clan.
Kaitian clan regards him as a pearl and as a treasure.
Since his birth, most of the competitions he participated in these years have won the first place, a few have won the second place, and never won the third place.
So, is there another genius who can compete with Pan Xiaoning?
Lin Shen pondered.
Yes, the other one is Wen Bujuan from the Tsang clan.
He did not practice the 9 great magical skills, but the legend of the heavenly sect and was also invincible existence. Although he was not as domineering as Pan Xiaoning's magical skills in the creation of heaven and earth, he had incredible mysteries. Even though he was a top genius in the immortal court, he was like a baby who had no chance of winning against an adult. Except for Pan Xiaoning, the gods of the same level were not on the same level as him.
Long Shozi said seriously. What is the divine magical power of heaven?
Lin Shen said inexplicably. When Wen Bujuan was born, a full of fairy clouds grew on the 6 major star areas of the immortal court, which turned into a secret magic technique, shocking the entire immortal court. Many people have studied the magic skill of heaven and gained different benefits, but no one can truly practice it. Only Wen Bujuan was born with a natural gift and could practice the travels of the world. His strength was unfathomable.
Except for Pan Xiaoning, Wen Bujuan was almost invincible at the same level. Long Shozi explained. King Lunzi continued, Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan made their debut 1 year apart.
In any competition they participated in, others would at most compete for second place, and they had to meet in advance. In recent years, they have been meeting in the finals, winning the top 2 in nearly 5 years, and others could only compete for third place at most. These 2 people are both powerful and endless talented. Moreover, they are not only strong themselves, but also from famous families.
There are countless top-quality artifacts on them.
Artifacts like Dingtianjia are already the best they dream of for ordinary gods, but for them, they may not even have the qualifications to be on top.
Who can compete with them for the first place?
These 2 are now called a peerless double hard, and it is really hard to get rid of. Even with these magical artifacts, the chance of winning them is very slim. Long Shozi sighed, Brother Ateon, wait a few more years. After they are promoted to the middle position, with these magical artifacts, you have a great chance of reaching the top.
Chapter 1022 Misunderstanding.
Lin Shen nodded slightly. What Long Shozi and Xing Yunzi said actually made sense.
The lifespan of gods and humans is generally relatively long. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan could not stay in the lower stage.
Instead of fighting with them, it is better to wait for a few years, which is not a problem for the gods and men.
Unfortunately, Lin Shen is not a real god and cannot live here leisurely. He needs to figure out what is going on in the immortal court as soon as possible.
On that mysterious planet, Lin Shen also climbed the ladder to enter the immortal court, but the immortal court there is not the same place as this place.
There are countless statues of gods hanging on both sides of the Jade Bridge in the immortal courtyard. The dilapidation and desolation form a strong contrast with the prosperity here. In such a prosperous place, why did the people from the ancient realm disappear after entering? Where did they go? Did you really get caught as a guinea pig or dig coal?
Lin Shen didn't know, so he wanted to figure it out.
Oh, it would be great if Ouyang was here.
With his appearance, he should have the chance to win the championship in the beauty pageant.
He can easily get the chance to enter the Star God Palace. How could he be as troublesome as me? Lin Shen studied various strange competitions and found that he had no special skills, and seemed to be able to rush forward with his hard strength. Other competitions seemed to be more difficult for him. With the invincible characteristics of Superbase shooting, no matter how strong those two people are, I should have a chance to win first place. Lin Shen still decided to continue participating in the competition. This event is really friendly to him. Of course, Lin Shen can also let the intelligent brain directly judge him first, but in that case, the entire immortal court will probably come to check him, and the situation will be even worse. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi gave Lin Shen the right to enter their planet, and at the same time gave Lin Shen the right to Yu Lianzi's planet, asking Lin Shen to follow them to see Yu Lianzi's planet. Lin Shen did not give them the permission to teleport to his planet, not because he didn't believe them, but because his planet was too dangerous, so it would be better not to let them come here. All three of them teleported to Yu Lianzi's planet and found that Yu Lianzi was very lucky. This planet has a lot of resources. From the lower level to the upper level, there are many kinds of deformities, and there are many mutated deformities, and even deformities of the quality of the divine beast can be seen. What is even more commendable is that the planet is divided into several continents, and the deformed species of different levels are distributed on different continents. The deformed species of different levels generally move on their own territory and do not cross the boundary, so it is safer to hunt the deformed species. What is even more surprising is that Yu Lianzi never seemed to have thought that he would lose. He almost didn't take away his things. There were all kinds of items in several palaces built here, and there were a lot of resources in the warehouse. I just heard that the ancestor personally asked someone to help Yu Lianzi build a residence. I didn't expect that it would be such a place. Such a standard is almost stalemate to catch up with the residence of the superior god. Qing Lunzi said angrily. Yu Lianzi is gifted and it is normal for the ancestor's resources to be tilted towards him, but... Long Xiuzi sighed and said nothing. The three of them roughly checked the situation of this planet, which is indeed a good place. If you have time in the future, you can hunt deformed species on this planet and obtain the resources you want. Lin Shen has no time to do these things yet, and he still has to continue participating in the next competition. With the help of Intelligent Brain, Lin Shen's opponents were not very strong in the competitions he participated in next, and Lin Shen did not deliberately choose to take the first move, but instead chose to take the second move. He also wanted to know what the level of these gods and men were. Unfortunately, these opponents are of average strength and cannot even break the immortal set without stimulation characteristics. They are killed by Lin Shen every time. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan almost failed to lose all the game, and they finished watching Lin Shen's game in the knockout round. The opponent is too bad, he will solve it with one shot. I can't tell how strong his strength is. Pan Xiaoning said. Don't worry, when you meet him during the ranking battle, you will naturally know. Wen Bujuan said lightly. I can't wait. The more I look at this person, the more interesting it becomes. Not only is the gun powerful, but the armor on his body is also interesting, and it seems to be a suit. Pan Xiaoning was a little eager to try. I'll know then, it's useless to be anxious now. When Bujuan paused and said, I heard that there was a problem with the marriage between the Shen family and the Deng family. Do you know what the situation is? It seems that something happened to the Deng family. It has been delaying time. The Shen family is almost out of patience. Pan Xiaoning said. This matter is strange. Logically speaking, the development of the Deng family is much worse than that of the Shen family. It should be because the Deng family is more urgent. Why does the Deng family delay time? Wen Bujuan pondered. Why are you so concerned about this matter? Pan Xiaoning looked up and down at Wen Bujuan and said, even if the two families really succeed in marriage and have a genius who can practice the sun shooting and sun shopping dafa at the same time, you won't care, right? I'm just a little curious about whether the 9 magical skills can be practiced through blood inheritance. If possible, I want to try it too. Wen Bujuan said. These words shocked Pan Xiaoning and his chin dropped. Do you want to try? How do you try? I marry your sister and give birth to a baby who has both the bloodlines of Pan and Wen families.
Can he practice the great dharma of creation of heaven and earth, the civilization book and my record of the past record at the same time? Isn't it very interesting to practice the three dharma practitioners? Wen Bujuan said. Get out, you dare to hit my little sister. I will take your head off as a ball. Pan Xiaoning was furious. I can't deserve my little sister's fairy-like figure. It's not your final word for whether I'm worthy or not. What if I have a fate with her? Wen Bujuan said with a smile. Impossible, you are not worthy. Pan Xiaoning said contemptly. That's hard to say. It's just that nothing is wrong now. I'll go to Hongyan to check it out, maybe there's really something. I'll go with you. The two of them were very familiar with Yu Hongyan. When Bujuan contacted Yu Hongyan and obtained the permission to temporarily teleport to her planet, the two went to find Yu Hongyan together. Yu Hongyan has not been in a good mood recently. She wants to meet a Tian from the Deng family and see what the red line between him and herself is going on. But Lei always shied for various reasons, which made her very helpless. She didn't know how to tell Lei Shiming that she couldn't tell Lei Shi that she had a coil around her neck and the other end was in a Tian's hand. Just when I was depressed and couldn't feel relieved, Wen Bujuan sent a message. Wen Bujuan and Pan Xiaoning were both surprised when they saw Yu Hongyan. In their impression, Yu Hongyan is the kind of woman who can see through the world and not take anything to heart. But now there was dust in the eyes of this fairy-like person, and his face actually had a look of sorrow that they had never seen before. Fairy Yu is not in love, right? Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan looked at each other, and the same thoughts arose in their hearts. Chapter 1023 It's him. What's that person's name? Pan Xiaoning asked bluntly. What? Yu Hongyan didn't know what Pan Xiaoning's words meant. We have grown up together since childhood. You can't hide your affairs from us. If you have someone you like, why don't you tell us? Tell me quickly, who is that person and which family's son is that, can actually make our pure, innocent, and desireless fairy you fall into the love network of the world? Pan Xiaoning said. What are you talking about? Yu Hongyan was suddenly a little annoyed. If she were usually not concerned about these words, but the word LoveNet made Yu Hongyan think of the red line on her neck, and her mood suddenly became extremely bad. Are you really in love? Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were more convinced of their guesses when they saw Yu Hongyan's behavior. But they knew Yu Hongyan's temper and didn't say anything else. Aren't you participating in the hardest Godman competition? If you don't prepare well, why do you come to me for? Yu Hongyan also realized that something was wrong with her emotions, calmed down and said. You don't know our strength yet. Where can I prepare for that kind of competition? Pan Xiaoning said whatever she had when she was in front of her, and she was very thick-skinned. Be careful that the boat has fallen into the gutter. Yu Hongyan said it, and she laughed, knowing that there was no such possibility. With the strength of Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan, it is really impossible to conquer the ship unless they meet each other in advance. You can't say that there is indeed a very interesting person in this hard match. Which rookie is it that you can actually praise it so much? Yu Hongyan looked at Pan Xiaoning in surprise, but she didn't expect that he would say such words. I don't know which one it belongs, but I only know that the name is a Tian, and I can't tell what magic skills I've practiced. Maybe it's possible that I'm taking a wild path. Pan Xiaoning said casually. Where is the possibility of wild road fighting with you? Wait. What did you say just now that person's name? Yu Hongyan suddenly realized something and stared at Pan Xiaoning and asked. Tian, what happened? Pan Xiaoning was shocked. He didn't know what happened to Yu Hongyan today. How could he be so quiet that he was shocked today? Yu Hongyan heard Pan Xiaoning's name clearly and immediately called out a photo for him to show. A Tian you mentioned, is this person? Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan both looked carefully, then shook their heads and said, I don't know. He was wearing full body armor during the competition. He couldn't see what he looked like, but his figure seemed a bit similar. Take me to have a look. Yu Hongyan immediately got up and headed to the room of Xinyu Taishu cabin. No way. Could it be that Tian is the person who makes the beauty fall in love?
Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan's faces became a little strange. In their opinion, people who make Yu Hongyan fall in love are tantamount to having the ability to make the iron tree blossom. Yu Hongyan has many Xinyu Taishu cabins here, and the three of them use one to enter the Taishu world. Lin Shen was in the game at this time, and the three of them entered the stands of the competition. Yu Hongyan only took a look and immediately confirmed that this person was the Tian she wanted to meet. Her eyes flashed, and she could clearly see that Lin Shen had many red lines connected to her hands, one of which was connected to her neck. Looking at Lin Shen on the field, the fire was about to spurt out from Yu Hongyan's eyes. She couldn't believe how could a person like her have such a marriage with such a fickle radish. When I watched it up close, I found that the red lines were brighter, redder and purple, which made me look a little shaking.
Is it him? Pan Xiaoning asked. It's him.
Yu Hongyan was so angry that she replied subconsciously. This sentence is heard by Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan, and its meaning is different from what Yu Hongyan wants to express. This Tian is such a lover who is so beautiful. The two of them were surprised.
What is his origin? Wen Bujuan asked curiously. The Yu family is a famous family.
Although it is not a family of inheritance of the 9 magical abilities, its connections and power are extraordinary.
Yu Hongyan is likely to become the helmsman of the Yu family in the future. The Yu family probably wouldn't let her marry someone of ordinary origins casually.
With the ability of the Yu family, even if Yu Hongyan and a Tian are in a marriage, they can cut it off.
Don't you know him? He is Deng Adwa of the Deng family, whose nickname is Asian. Yu Hongyan said. Is he Deng Adwa? The Deng Adwa who wants to marry the Shen family? Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan both widened their eyes and looked at Yu Hongyan in disbelief. The complex emotions in their eyes were almost ready to be made into a TV series. In fact, they had already imagined many bloody plots in their minds. 3 people walk, you love me, I love him, and he loves you again. At the century wedding, Fairy Yu appeared to seize love. A pretty man gave up his love and pursued profit, and his beauty was a poor life, and a green lamp accompanied the ancient Buddha. Who is beyond the world, the beautiful goddess is actually a mistress. All kinds of wild and bloody plots gushed out from the two of them, causing their gossip soul to burn. Ahem, Hongyan, with our conditions, no good man can be found. You don't have to hang yourself on a crooked tree. Wen Bujuan advised him kindly. Yes, you are a marital goddess.
You can do it casually with a small thing like a sword of wisdom. The marriage between the Shen and Deng families is of great importance. If Yu Hongyan really forcibly cut off their marriage, I am afraid that the Shen and Deng families will not give up. After hearing the two of them say this, Yu Hongyan realized that they had misunderstood and hurriedly said, "What are you thinking? I have never seen him." But she couldn't continue to say what happened next. There is really a marriage line between her and a Tian. If it doesn't matter, it's really unreasonable. When Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan saw Yu Hongyan's situation, they were even more sure that there must be something between them. Hongyan, you don't have to worry. If you really want this man, then don't worry about it. Shen and Deng families, we will help you carry it together. Pan Xiaoning said. Yu Hongyan really didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan that she had a dog leash around her neck. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. I wish he could die. Yu Hongyan said angrily. But Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were even more misunderstood by her statement. They had already figured out an ethical drama, such as Yu Hongyan and a Tian's love, but because of family interests, a Tian had no choice but to sacrifice his marriage with the Shen family, and Yu Hongyan ended up being alone and complaining. If it weren't for this, how could Yu Hongyan know that a Tian is his nickname? The armor is so tightly wrapped, you can recognize it at a glance, and this must have been very familiar. The two seemed to have already determined that a Tian was Yu Hongyan's lover, but because of the marriage between Shen and Deng, they had to be separated from each other. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. They need to help Yu Hongyan determine whether this Tian is worthy of Yu Hongyan's entrusted. If so, then no matter how the Shen and Deng families are, they will help Yu Hongyan grab the people back. If it is not someone worth entrusting, then let that Tian drive away and get out, so that Hong Yan can quickly cut off the love thread with wisdom.
Chapter 1024 Arrangement.
When the three of them were talking, Lin Shen had already shot the opponent in one shot. Including this game, Lin Shen has won 97 games, and his opponent has become stronger and stronger, but no one can stop him from shooting. The last 100 consecutive victories have successfully entered the ranking battle, and the players who have not been able to achieve 97 consecutive victories have been directly eliminated. Not every player has to fight in the knockout stage. It is purely an elimination mechanism. It is eliminated until the end. Only more than 1 million people are left to enter the ranking battle. If you can enter the ranking battle, you can already get some resource rewards. But such a little resource is optional for Lin Shen. A lower-level artifact is of the most ordinary quality. If it weren't for the intelligent brain sending it directly to him, he would be lazy to get it.
Suddenly, Lin Shen's heart moved. Xiao Jian, do I have the right to set the prize?
Xiao Jian is the name Lin Shen gave to this intelligent brain, because it is specifically responsible for the competition of the hardest gods in the universe. Apart from this competition, there is no other authority, so Lin Shen gave it this name casually. Of course, you have the right to change any settings of the competition. However, the current prize standards implemented have been used since the beginning of the competition.
Are you sure you want to change the prize settings? Xiao Jian replied.
Lin Shen browsed the prize list and found that the first place reward is directly a resource planet, the second place can also get the artifact of the quality of the divine beast, but the level is random, the third place can only get the reward of the artifact of the lower level, and the quality is also at the level of the divine beast. In addition, there are fixed resource rewards, and the above are all additional rewards only available in the top 3. The ranking battle is still in the knockout system, and if you lose one game, you will be directly eliminated. Lin Shen used his power a little and directly arranged Wen Bujuan and Pan Xiaoning together, asking them to kill each other first. If they can lose both sides and die suddenly in the game, and if they lack such two powerful opponents, he will be sure to take the first place. Even if he is not dead, Lin Shen can arrange a hell schedule for the opponent next, arrange all the powerful opponents, so that the opponent will win extremely difficultly. He himself arranged his weaker opponents and advanced easily all the way, using leisure to replace his efforts and giving his opponent a final blow.
I'm sorry, you two.
Although we have no grudges, I have to win the first place in this game. Lin Shen put the two together in the first round of the ranking battle, and felt deeply apologized for the two people they had never met. As for the opponent he arranged for himself, it would be even simpler. He directly selected the top 500 players who had entered the hardest competition before, and then casually ordered one person. Wu Xiaoming, he is the standard passerby player at first sight, so he is the only one.
Lin Shen swept a name and directly chose him.
This person has no record, and he is a novice. With this name, he is always a contestant in the first round of the game. After Lin Shen made arrangements, he left the arena, returned to his planet, and took things to feed the 4 little white tigers. Lin Shen gave them by Xiaosa, by Xiaokai, by Xiaokai, and by Xiaoqi, which meant that he was rich and rich. It's not that Lin Shen is greedy for these things. The old saying goes, wine is poison to penetrate the intestines, color is to scrape the bones, wealth is to go down the mountain, and she is the root of trouble. Lin Shen just wanted to alert himself that whether he could do it was the same thing, and his attitude had to be corrected. The special little white tiger is now called by Xiaojiu, and Lin Shen usually calls it Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu was copying the introduction to peerless magical skills while looking at Lin Shen with his eyes slanted to feed the 4 little white tigers. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more he felt unhappy he was. He also followed Lin Shen. Why did he work so hard but he couldn't get any benefits? Xiaoyu had the urge to throw a pen as a sign and revolt in anger. However, the pen was raised high and then gently fell down, comforting himself in his heart. I am a high-wise race, how can I be as knowledgeable as those ignorant beasts? Bai Xiaojiu grows very fast, and now they are 1 head taller than Xiaosa, and they look about the same size as an ordinary tiger. However, when in front of Lin Shen, Xiaojiu was still like a coquettish kitten, and her head arched straight towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen held Xiaojiu's head and fed it with distortion liquid. This guy's appetite was getting bigger and bigger, which was a little worse than before. Looking at the fact that the body size is not bad, I don't know what the combat power is. Lin Shen couldn't see Xiaojiu and their attributes, so he could only guess in his heart whether to sign up for them and let them try the waters in the competition. Xianting has a special pet competition, and you can get good resources if you win, but you don't know which project you are more suitable to apply for. While Lin Shen was feeding them here, the gods who participated in the lower group competition were in an uproar. In just the first round of the ranking battle, Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were actually ranked together, which was something that had never happened before. In the past, there seemed to be traces of such competitions. It was almost impossible for seed players like them to meet so early, and this time it exceeded everyone's expectations. This made many people secretly look forward to it. If both of them fight to lose money, they might have a chance to reach the top of the list. Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan didn't expect that they would meet so early. Pan Xiaoning looked at Wen Bujuan and found that Wen Bujuan was also looking at him. No, I don't count the previous bets, we all rely on our abilities. Pan Xiaoning lost to Wen Bujuan before, and as agreed, he would take the initiative to abstain, but at this time he started to play tricks. That is, he can only cheat like this when he is in front of Wen Bujuan. Wen Bujuan just smiled and said, "Okay, introduce your sister to me, and I won't count the previous agreement, or I can just let you win." "Get out." Pan Xiaoning squeezed out a word from the gap between his teeth. Seeing that Wen Bujuan could not get any benefits, Pan Xiaoning's eyes rolled and said with a smile, "Don't be too happy too early. Maybe that Tian won't pass the first round, and you can't meet him." As he said that, Pan Xiaoning searched Asian's name to see who his opponent was. Although Wen Bujuan didn't believe that Tian couldn't even pass the first round, his eyes still looked at the battle chart. When the two saw Lin Shen's opponent's name, they were both stunned. Wu Xiaoming, who can't be any guy. Pan Xiaoning's face changed slightly. "Wait a minute, I'll check it." Wen Bujuan dialed the communicator and contacted several people. Wen Bujuan's expression became more and more serious. "It's him. Wu Xiaoming." Wen Bujuan put down his communicator and looked at Pan Xiaoning and said with a serious expression, "What's the situation? Why is this ranking battle so weird? We collided in the first round. Tian actually faced Wu Xiaoming, a ghost-like guy." Pan Xiaoning suddenly laughed. "It's good, let's see how that guy Wu Xiaoming has grown to. As his opponent, Tian should be able to force him out some of his true strength." Chapter 1025 The God of Guns is unknown. The battle between Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan can be said to be a big hit. Many people who usually don't like to watch the hardest godlike competition will also take a look at their duel. After all, these two people are so famous, and they are not only participating in the hardest godlike competition, but also the strongest in many other events. However, this duel disappointed many people. The competition process was not exciting, and the two of them had almost no special skills and abilities, and they didn't even use magical tools, so Pan Xiaoning lost inexplicably. The audience who originally wanted to watch a shocking showdown was not satisfied with such a game. After the competition, someone interviewed Wen Bujuan. "Mr. Wen, your strongest opponent has been defeated by you. This time, there is no suspense for you. In this way, the winner and loss points between you and Pan Xiaoning in the hardest Godman competition will be 3-3. What do you think about this? I just defeated Pan Xiaoning and did not win the championship. It's too early to say this." Wen Bujuan said lightly. "Mr. Wen is too modest. You and Pan Xiaoning have absolute dominance in this project. Apart from him, who else can compete with you for the first place? It might have been like this before, but this time it's different." The interviewer was shocked. "Mr. Wen, what do you mean is that there are people who can threaten you in this hardest godlike competition? I wonder who it is." The people who watched the live interview were also a little doubtful whether Wen Bujuan was polite. In this game, he and Pan Xiaoning are godlike beings, and no one can threaten him. Many people think that Wen Bujuan is just being polite. Who knows that Wen Bujuan actually said the specific name directly? Deng Adwa of the Deng family and Wu Xiaoming are all very competitive. I look forward to meeting them in future competitions. Deng Adwa? Wu Xiaoming? Who are these? Many people were confused and couldn't remember who these two people were for a while. Dang Adwa? Wu Xiaoming? The interviewer was stunned at first, and then immediately reacted. Is Deng Adwa the one who married the Deng family and the Shen family? He also participated in the hardest Godman competition? Is he very strong? Very strong. Wen Bujuan said with a smile, the name he participated in is a Tian, and it is his nickname. Mr. Wen, so, are you paying attention to him? The interviewer suddenly lit up his eyes, as if he had discovered something new continent. Of course, I didn't say just now, he is a very strong opponent. Wen Bujuan said this on purpose, just to push Lin Shen to the forefront. Only when facing things can one truly see a person's character. Since a Tian has a great chance to come to him, he will find something for a Tian first. Who is Wu Xiaoming? Is he also a nickname used by the young master of a big family to participate in the competition? When Bujuan looked at her with a strange look and said, don't you know that the god of gun is unknown? Gun god. Wu Ming. The woman gradually widened her eyes and her pupils kept shrinking. It's not that she didn't know this person, but that she didn't expect that this person would come to participate in the hardest godlike competition. If the hardest Godman competition is a competition for two heroes, then in the competition event of the Gun God duel, Wu Xiaoming is the real ruler. He is synonymous with that event, a man named Gun God. Wu Xiaoming started participating in the competition at the age of 7 and stayed in the lower group for more than 10 years. No one has ever shot faster than him, nor has anyone ever been able to take the throne of the number 1 from him. He has won the unprecedented 14 consecutive championships, the well-deserved god of quick guns, and the nickname of the Gun God Wuming. When people mention him, they habitually call him Wuming, but his original name Wu Xiaoming will not be mentioned all the time. This was completely infuriated. Wuming, who had always participated in the matchup of gun gods, actually participated in the hardest gods competition for the first time. This was a huge news. There are relatively fewer people using guns, but there are many experts in it. The gun god Wuming who can surpass the heroes is naturally extraordinary. A legendary figure like gun god Wuming suddenly crossed the competition, which immediately caused a sensation. Many people immediately searched Wu Xiaoming's name to see if he really participated in the competition. After this search, it was found that the gun god Wuming not only really participated in the competition, but his opponent in this round was another powerful starter named Deng Adwa that Wen Bujuan mentioned. Originally, no one paid attention to the battle between Lin Shen and Wu Xiaoming, but as a result, the popularity of this battle suddenly increased, and more people followed the battle than those of Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan. The people from the Deng family are now confused. The core senior executives all know that Deng Adwa is now a vegetable, so how could he participate in the hardest Godman competition? Those who know a Tian were even more confused in their hearts. When did a Tian become Deng Adwa? When Lei and Deng Yongxin heard the news, they were full of doubts. They didn't know what was wrong, so why did everyone mistakenly recognize a Tian for a duo? Although this was the result they wanted, things seemed to be a little beyond their control. They didn't know what was wrong. Why was he mistaken for a duo without a Tian agreeing to them? People from the Shen family also noticed this news and began to pay attention to the showdown between a Tian and Wu Xiaoming. They just wanted to see what level this a Tian was, and they wanted to figure out why the Deng family repeatedly delayed. Xinxing Xue also paid attention to this matter, and she also wanted to know what kind of person the man she would marry and have children in the future was. Everyone is paying attention to this battle, and most people think that Wu Xiaoming's winning rate is much higher. That is the nameless man of the lower gods. He is the fastest man and the man who shot the gun. Although it is useless to shoot a gun quickly among the hardest gods, the strength of the gun god Wuming is still recognized by everyone. Someone has long said that Wu Xiaoming just does not participate in other events. If he participates, it will not be the situation where the two heroes are united, but the three kingdoms are competing for hegemony. Many people believe that Wu Xiaoming's strength is not inferior to Wen Bujuan and Pan Xiaoning. Although Deng Adwa also comes from a famous family, he has no substantial record after all, and has never proved himself. He thinks that only a few of them can win. Under the attention of everyone, it was finally the turn of Wu Xiaoming and Lin Shen to start the game. Lin Shen had no idea whether his opponent was a super famous guy or another kind of game god. He always thought that he chose a passerby, and just shoot him out with one shot. After the two entered the venue, Lin Shen did not look at what the opponent looked like, and directly asked Xiao Dao to give him the first move. Chapter 1026 The Gun God was shot in the head. In Lin Shen's opinion, this game is just an irrelevant game, so his mentality is very relaxed. Wu Xiaoming's mentality was also very relaxed. He came to participate in the hardest godlike competition for Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan. Since Pan Xiaoning has been eliminated, then only Wen Bujuan is left. He doesn't know who a Tian is, nor does he care about him, he just wants to end the game as soon as possible. The roulette started to rotate, but the result was not as Wu Xiaoming wanted. He did not get the first move. It seems that it will take a little time. Wu Xiaoming could only wait patiently for his phone to come out. He was confident that he could kill his opponent with just one blow. Everyone watching the game looked at Lin Shen, waiting for his first strike after the 10-second countdown result. When people saw Lin Shen take out his sniper rifle, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A Tian is actually playing with guns, too? It's interesting to play with guns in front of the gun god. It's interesting. The gun god Wu Ming has its own buff. In the game where the hardest gods are, the opponent still uses a gun. When Wu Xiaoming saw that the weapon Lin Shen used was a gun, he couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. After changing the game, the opponent was actually playing with a gun. Isn't this world a bit too small? When will the Deng family play guns? Xin Xingxue was a little confused. The Deng family's Daibidao Dafa did not seem to match the weapons of guns. In the stands, Yu Hongyan's expression was also a bit complicated. She hoped that Lin Shen would be shot to death by the gun god. As long as Lin Shen died, the red line on her body would naturally disappear. Unfortunately, this is in the Taishu world. Even if a Tian is beaten to death, he will not really die. When people were thinking about all kinds of thoughts, they saw that Wu Xiaoming's preparation time had ended and it was a Tian's turn to attack. Everyone thought that a Tian would be very cautious in this attack, and it would take time to accumulate strength, then look for Wu Xiaoming's flaws, and finally launch the strongest attack. When everyone was not mentally prepared, the gunshots rang out directly. Almost the first time Wu Xiaoming's countdown ended, Lin Shen pulled the trigger and a bullet flew out. It doesn't seem like a very fast bullet, but this unhappiness is only relatively speaking. In fact, when the bullet is fired, it is shot into Wu Xiaoming's eyebrows in a blink of an eye. Then everyone saw Wu Xiaoming's helmet being pierced through a hole, and blood splashed out from the hole, and Wu Xiaoming fell down straight. The knot is over. Almost no one reacted, and he had the illusion that he had not started yet. However, the intelligent brain has determined that Ah Tian will win, and Wu Xiaoming's fallen body has disappeared. It was not until Lin Shen was teleported out of the arena that people reacted. I'll go, the gun god was shot by a Tian. This brother's gun is too fierce, is it so destructive? Ha, the gun god Wu Ming has never been overexploded in the gun god duel. As a result, he came to participate in the hardest godman competition and was actually overexploded in the first game. This is the achievement that many players dream of in the gun god duel. The people from the Deng family have something to do, no wonder Wen Bujuan regards him as his opponent. It's a pity for the gun god. He seems to have forgotten that this is the hardest godman game, not the gun god duel, and he can't dodge bullets. Wen Bujuan and Pan Xiaoning were both stunned for a moment, but they didn't expect a Tian to win. His strange bullet has a stronger destructive power than we expected. Wu Xiaoming was too careless. Pan Xiaoning looked at Wen Bujuan with a serious expression and said. Wen Bujuan nodded slightly, it's indeed much better than expected, and it's better. I happened to meet him in person. Wu Xiaoming came out of Xinyu Taishu cabin and felt a split headache, as if his head had been split in half. This is the first time since he debuted at the age of 7 that he was killed in the Taishu world. I'm careless. This game depends entirely on brute force and luck, and there is no technical content at all. If that kid comes to participate in the gun god duel, I will teach him to be a good person. Wu Xiaoming rubbed his head helplessly. When the bullet came just now, he subconsciously dodged for a while, but his body was not moving at all and was restricted by the rules. But he had already lost, and Wu Xiaoming was helpless. I originally wanted to cross-border and pretend to be a fool, but I didn't expect to be killed in the first round. I guess Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan were laughing at him at this time. After thinking about it, since a Tian used a gun, the possibility of participating in the gun god's duel in the future is very high. If you meet in the mountains and rivers, you will always fall into his hands. Lin Shen didn't know that he was killing the gun god Wuming. After he came out, he planned to take a nap before the next round of the game began. As soon as I was lying on the bed, the communicator rang. After it was turned on, the holographic images of Long Shozi and King Awanzi were projected. Brother Atian, you were so fierce that you actually killed the gun god with one shot.
No. You should call you brother a duo.
You have cheated them so hard.
Xing Lunzi was a little incoherent.
Lin Shen did not pay attention to this information, but they all paid attention to it. He knew that a Tian was Deng Adwa, and he also knew that the person Lin Shen defeated was Wuming of the gun god.
What gun god? What Deng Adwa?
Lin Shunrun was a little confused.
No way? Don't you know that your opponent is Wuming of the gun god?
Xing Luzi shouted, feeling a little unbelievable. After hearing what he said, Lin Shen realized that the passerby he arranged for him had such a big background.
One shot of the headshot god, this is the ultimate dream of many gun gods' duels against the contestants. I didn't expect you to do it first. How does the headshot god feel? Long Shozi asked with a smile. I don't feel anything. Just like the previous knockout round, he may not be able to adapt to such a game.
Lin Shen didn't feel how difficult it was to beat Wu Xiaoming.
King Lunzi and Long Shozi looked at each other speechlessly.
They had been with Lin Shen during this period and still had some understanding of Lin Shen. Judging from his appearance, they really had no feelings about the killing of the blaster.
Xin Xingxue was in a much better mood at this time.
She found that the person she married seemed to be a good person. At least he has some skills, not as lacking as he had previously reported. Media in the Immortal Court began to report on this battle in a large way, and all kinds of news about Deng Adwa were also dug out by them. Deng Adwa, who has always been low-key, was described by them as a genius boy who is mature and knows how to hide his weaknesses, and then makes a big splash. More and more people are paying attention to Atian's next game, wanting to know how far this young man from the Deng family who made a big splash can go. More people are looking forward to his battle with Wen Bujuan, guessing whether he can create miracles.
Yes, if you want to defeat Wen Bujuan, what you need is not strength, but miracles. Chapter 1027 There are still mosaics?
Pan Xiaoning is the combination of the strongest attack and the strongest defense, and is the strongest existence. No one can stop Pan Xiaoning from head-on battles, and no one can let Pan Xiaoning break the defense.
In theory, Pan Xiaoning is an invincible existence in the lower group. Wen Bujuan is naturally incredible when he can compete with Pan Xiaoning.
Wen Bujuan is not as strong as Pan Xiaoning's destructive power, nor as strong as Pan Xiaoning's defense ability, but he is able to compete with Pan Xiaoning because of his mysterious legendary and the magical characteristics of the article. Text carries the truth, and the words originally said to be like a car, loading the truth, and conveying them to those who read the words. Wen Bujuan's writing is characterized by the Tao, but it can manifest the empty words and principles. This ability is hard to describe in words, and anyone who has seen it thinks it is an incredible miracle.
Any attack in front of Wen Bujuan will be transformed from energy into words, and Wen Bujuan can also transform words into actual energy. As strong as Pan Xiaoning, his attack will become a mysterious character when it comes to Wen Bujuan, and it will be resolved by Wen Bujuan with unimaginable means. The writings written by you can transform mountains, stars, rivers, or swords all over the sky. The text is mysterious and unpredictable. No matter how many times you have read it, it is difficult for people to understand what kind of power it is. Wen Bujuan has been in the industry for so many years, but only Pan Xiaoning has broken his literary fortune, and every time it is almost a loss-making ending.
Although Lin Shen has strong destructive power, most people do not think that this intensity of destructive power can surpass Pan Xiaoning, and naturally it is impossible to break Wen Bujuan's literary power. If a Tian wants to win Wen Bujun, he can only hope for a miracle. No one thinks they have the ability to defeat Wen Bujuan, but many people think they have the hope of defeating a Tian. A Tian defeated the Gun God Wuming. Although he did not defeat him in the area where Gun God Wuming was good at, he was already famous enough. Defeating a Tian is undoubtedly the fastest way to become famous. Now I don't know how many players are ready to go, hoping to get to a Tian and make a big splash. However, the ranking battles made people discover a strange phenomenon. Lin Shen's opponents are basically ordinary players who are not very famous. The opponent Wen Bujuan ranked is a powerful player who has long been famous. No one suspects that Lin Shen is cheating, and most people think that this is a problem with the matching mechanism of the intelligent brain. Because although Lin Shen is strong, he has no past record, he will match some relatively weak players, even those who have not participated in the competition. After Lin Shen completed his own game, he found that Wen Bujuan's game was later than his, so he went to Wen Bujuan's game site to watch the game with Long Xiuzi, Qing Luzi, and others. Lin Shen also wanted to see with his own eyes what powerful abilities his biggest opponent had. This time, Lin Shen arranged an opponent for Wen Bujuan. He is the Dragon Prajna, whose ranking has not fallen out of the top 5 for many years. Without Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan, Long Prajna could be considered a top-level strongman, and his strength should not be underestimated. Long Prajna knew that he was at the same time as Wen Bujuan, and he was not panicked at all, but was a little happy. He and Pan Xiaoning made their debut almost at the same time. As a result, they either lost to Pan Xiaoning or Wen Bujuan in recent years. This time he must win back. For this day, he also made a lot of preparations. He was waiting for this moment, so it was what he hoped for Wen Bujuan. When he stood on the field and saw Wen Bujuan on the opposite side, his eyes became more and more sharp. Yu Hongyan and Pan Xiaoning, as Wen Bujuan's good friends, naturally came to watch this game. When Yu Hongyan was looking at the two people on the field, she found that the red line on her body had become brighter and brighter. Feeling something, Yu Hongyan turned her head and immediately saw Lin Shen sitting in the last row of the stands. Although Lin Shen changed into a set of clothes and wore a hat today, most people couldn't recognize him as a Tian, but Yu Hongyan recognized him all at once. After all, it is rare for people to have a large red thread connected to the palm of his hand, let alone the thread on Yu Hongyan's neck is even on it. Yu Hongyan's heart moved and said to Pan Xiaoning that she had left for a while before she got up and walked towards the place where Lin Shen was. Lin Shen was watching Long Prajna and Wen Bujuan on the field. Suddenly, he saw a mosaic moving in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but look over. Mosaic? There are actually mosaics. Lin Shen was a little stunned for a moment. He calculated that if the mosaics on Longyue, Ouyang and the women in the record were all against the sky and the bones, then the number of the sky and bones was enough. At this time, I suddenly saw a mosaic on the living person, which forced Lin Shen to overturn his previous speculation. Can it be said that among the women in Ouyang he who recorded it, there is a mosaic that is not against the will of heaven? Lin Shen was not sure before, and now he is even more uncertain. The mosaic on Longyue's body is the most likely to be against the will of heaven and bones. After all, she meets all the conditions for against the will of heaven and bones. Ouyang is a man, which is a bit different from the carriers of the anti-theft fire before. It is possible that the one he is not on the anti-theft fire. The woman in the video may not have mosaics, after all, the women seen by others also have mosaics on them. Lin Shen couldn't think of any of them, or whether they were not the anti-bone fire, or neither. Lin Shen was thinking about how to get to know this woman with mosaics on her body, but he saw that the woman actually walked towards her. Is there anyone here? Can I sit here? Yu Hongyan asked with a smile, suppressing the urge to beat Lin Shen to death. She knew that even if Lin Shen was killed in Taishu World, it would be useless, and she also wanted to figure out why she was involved with Lin Shen and why the red line on Lin Shen was so special. Old Long, sit a little bit next to him. Lin Shen was ecstatic when he saw the mosaic talking to him. Originally, Yu Hongyan asked Lao Long if she could sit next to him, but Lin Shen asked Lao Long to move to the side, freeing up the seat beside him, and let Yu Hongyan sit next to him. It turns out that it's not a good thing, it's just a big radish in the heart.
Yu Hongyan's inner impression of Lin Shen was a little worse.
Facing a woman she didn't know, she was so concerned about, and this was when she was wearing a veil and Lin Shen couldn't see her appearance.
What kind of good person can such a person be?
Yu Hongyan felt more and more that Lin Shen was a hungry LSP.
Chapter 1028 Dragon God Set.
Lin Shen wanted to ask what this woman is from, but the competition over there has begun and the woman has focused on looking at the field. On the field, the roulette began to rotate, and finally the pointer stopped on the name of Dragon Prajna. Lin Shen was not surprised at all, because he set out to let Long Prajna take action first, which might cause some trouble to Wen Bujuan.
With the decision to take action, the countdown to 10 seconds entered, when Bujuan did not seem to have any intention of using any magical artifacts. He was wearing a blue robe and stood there randomly.
Wen Bujuan, you should use all your strength to defend, otherwise there will be no chance again.
Long Prajna suddenly spoke. It seems you have a new thing? Wen Bujuan looked at Long Prajna in surprise and said. It may be beyond your imagination.
Long Prajna said calmly.
I'm looking forward to it.
Wen Bujuan heard the advice and took out a piece of artifact armor and put it on it, wrapping it around his body. This move is a bit surprising.
Except for when fighting with Panxiaoning, Wen Bujuan rarely uses artifacts. Wearing a magical armor at this time is considered to give the Dragon Prajna full respect. Dragon Prajna nodded slightly, the 10-second countdown was over, and it was the attack time of Dragon Prajna.
Long Prajna summoned a series of magical artifacts without hesitation, including helmets, breastplate, skirts, arm guards, boots, and fist gloves.
9 artifacts were worn one by one on him.
When each artifact fell on him, a dragon-shaped light and shadow would emerge. After all the 9 artifacts were worn on him, 9 dragon-shaped lights and shadows intertwined, covering his body, exuding extremely terrifying pressure.
Is that a suit?
Damn, that suit actually has the blessing of the soul light and shadow.
Is that a medium-level artifact suit with no level requirements? I remembered it, that's the Dragon God tag, right? Many people realized something, and even Yu Hongyan showed surprise. 9-piece Dragon God set, how did that guy Long Prajna get it? Is the Dragon God set very famous? Lin Shen asked.
Of course, only the Dragon God set will be produced, and only the golden demon dragon with the quality of the divine beast can be fertilized.
There is no level restriction and the blessing of the median soul.
Even on the Dragon God star, a golden demon dragon with the quality of the divine beast can be born in tens of thousands of years, and not every golden demon dragon can be fertilized with the Dragon God set. Yu Hongyan explained casually. When Yu Hongyan explained, strange light fog rose from Long Prajna, and the light fog merged with the 9 dragon light and shadow. From a distance, it looked like the 9 divine dragon light and shadows had a common body, turning into a 9-headed demon dragon. Wen Bujuan, I have been looking for many years and finally got together the Jiulong suit, which has been combined with my Tianlong Prajna magical power. The destructive power is so strong that it is among the lower gods and men.
I no longer have the second one.
I originally wanted to compete with Panxiaoning head-on to see who was the lower god with the strongest destructive power in the immortal court. Since he couldn't come, I can only let you try the power of my Jiulong suit with the Tianlong Prajna magical power.
After saying that, Long Prajna shook his fist without any doubt and slammed it when Bujuan standing there.
As his punch was blown out, the whole world seemed to be filled with the roar of a giant dragon, like the fist power of a 9-headed demon dragon, roaring towards Wen Bujuan. That terrifying and strange power seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world.
Boom!
The power of the magical power of the Dragon Prajna technique bombarded Wen Bujuan, and the light burst generated instantly made everyone feel blind, with golden light in front of them. The entire field shook violently, and the powerful force fluctuations hit the shield of the field, constantly echoing the impact.
Everyone showed horror, and even Yu Hongyan was a little worried for Wen Bujuan.
Such destructive power was far beyond the limit that the lower gods could bear.
I wonder if Wen Bujuan could survive.
Lin Shen was also secretly surprised. The power of Long Prajna's attack was really terrifying, and he could not exert such strong punches himself. The light explosion lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually fading. When people could see clearly what was going on in the field, they found that although Wen Bujuan was not broken by the punch, he was still standing there, but the armor on his body had turned into rags, the green robe inside was also damaged in many places, a fist mark appeared on his chest, and the skin underneath turned into burnt black, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This situation surprised everyone. Since Wen Bujuan debuted, he has hardly seen him injured except when he fought with Pan Xiaoning. Wen Bujuan is actually injured now, which shows that the power that Dragon Prajna can burst with the Jiulong suit is indeed so strong that it is unimaginable. There is a good show now. That guy Long Prajna is really amazing. Maybe he really has the power to compete with Pan Xiaoning head-on, and it will not be so easy for Wen Bujuan to win. Many contestants were shocked. I originally thought that Pan Xiaoning would be able to mention the ranking of this game this time, but I didn't expect that so many terrifying guys would appear this time. Long Prajna, you guy is really a surprise, it's a bit like Pan Xiaoning. Wen Bujuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. You are also surprising. You can actually bear my magical skill of the Dragon Prajna. Now it's your turn. Long Prajna said in a deep voice. When it was time for Dragon Prajna to prepare, the 9 dragons on Dragon Prajna's body shrank, protecting his body firmly. Okay, let me see if your defense is equally strong. Wen Bujuan swung out directly, and thousands of rays of light burst into his fist, bombarding Long Prajna like a meteor shower. Boom 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 boom. The light bursts caused by the explosion flickered continuously. Although it was just one punch, it seemed to have made countless punches, like hydrogen bombs exploded. But with such strong fist power, it was impossible to shake the 9-headed demon dragon light and shadow that protected Dragon Prajna. Until Wen Bujuan's turn ended, Long Prajna was still unharmed. I originally thought that after Pan Xiaoning lost, Wen Bujuan's championship position would be stable. Unexpectedly, there was another Dragon Prajna, which is interesting in this hardest Godman competition. The Dragon God set is too strong, Dragon Prajna is about to soar to the sky. Everyone was surprised that the ability shown by Dragon Prajna now seemed to have the level of competing with Wen Bujuan. It's my turn, change to another magical weapon. Long Prajna signaled Wen Bujuan to replace the tattered armor magical weapon on his body. No need, I have tried the 9 dragon suit with the power of the Tianlong Prajna magical art. It's interesting, but not much. Wen Bujuan said lightly. Long Prajna's face changed slightly, and Wen Bujuan seemed to be saying this. He was just playing around before, but now he is really serious. Nothing said anything. After Wen Bujuan's preparation time ended, Long Prajna burst out with terrifying power again, and dragon-shaped light and shadow condensed towards his fist, and the light and mist also came, condensed into a dragon ball that looked like a substance on his fist. The clouds and mist inside were churning, and the dragon-shaped shapes appeared and disappeared. Chapter 1029, Text to Carry the Way. Anyone can feel that the power contained in the dragon ball is countless times more terrifying than the 9-headed demon dragon just now. The first strike of Dragon Prajna was just a slight test, without using all its power. Wen Bujuan is a little too arrogant. It's probably too late to regret it now. There is a chance for Dragon Prajna. The power in the Dragon Ball is a bit scary, as if it is no less than Pan Xiaoning. Wen Bujuan underestimates the enemy too much, and he may not say that he will capsize in the gutter. While everyone was talking, Long Prajna, with a firm look, blasted his strongest attack, and the Dragon Ball rushed towards Wen Bujuan with the power to destroy the world. The Dragon Ball just passed through the space and caused a violent space shock, causing the shields in the competition field to tremble and buzz. What a strong power! Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. He asked himself that he couldn't get such a strong power, and it was much worse. Everyone was looking forward to the result of this attack. Seeing the Dragon Ball tearing the space into front of Wen Bujuan just stretched out a finger and pointed it up. It was not the kind of point that was pointing to the acupoint, but like controlling the touchscreen, and gently tapped the index finger on the Dragon Ball. The next second, something that surprised Lin Shen happened. After Wen Bujuan clicked the Dragon Ball with extremely terrifying power, it turned from a three-dimensional Dragon Ball into a flat text under everyone's nose. The word dragon with a flashing light was written on white paper in the void. Wen Bujuan picked it up and took it in his hand. It seemed that it was not a terrifying blow, it was just a calligraphy in painting. This person is really a bit strong. Lin Shen was a little surprised. Wen Bujuan was stronger than he expected, and his ability was a bit incomprehensible. Until the end of the turn of Dragon Prajna, the word dragon was still held in Wen Bujuan. Long Prajna's expression changed extremely strangely. He did not expect that his strongest blow would still not be able to break Wen Bujuan's Wenidao. Is it true that only Pan Xiaoning in the world can break Wen Bujuan's literary way? Long Prajna was unwilling to admit defeat and activated the power of the Jiulong suit again, and the dragon-shaped light and shadow wrapped around him. When it was Wen Bujuan's turn to take action, he just shook his hand and flew towards Long Prajna. It turned into the Dragon Ball containing terrifying power again in the air and bombarded Long Prajna. Boom! A terrifying explosion of light rose up on the field and did not dissipate for a long time. When the light dissipated, I saw that Dragon Prajna was supporting himself and not falling down, but the breastplate had already broken and a blood hole appeared, bleeding from the pole. You are already very strong, only a little worse than Pan Xiaoning. Wen Bujuan said lightly at Long Prajna. How much is a little? Long Prajna asked hoarsely. 108,000 miles. Wen Bujuan replied. Long Prajna spurted out an old blood and fell down on the spot. The game ended with it, and Wen Bujuan advanced without any suspense. This person is not easy to deal with. Lin Shen felt a little headache, and it seemed that it was not that easy to win the championship. Wen Bujuan is stronger than he imagined. Although his Superbase shooting can be invincible, Lin Shen is now somewhat uncertain whether he can defeat Wen Bujuan. However, Lin Shen was not in the mood to consider these things now. While the arena was not closed, he quickly looked at Yu Hongyan on the side and asked, "Beautiful lady, can you leave a contact information?" Yes. Yu Hongyan had no favoritism for Lin Shen at all, but in order to find out why there was a red line between herself and him, Yu Hongyan still kept Lin Shen's contact information. Not long after leaving the contact information, the game began to clear the field. Everyone was teleported out, and Lin Shen didn't have time to ask her name. Can the mosaic on this woman betrays the will of heaven? Lin Shen thought to himself, but couldn't think of the reason. Wen Bujuan is still too strong. Even the Dragon Prajna with the 9-dragon god set was defeated so badly. That was a mid-level level-less suit. It was not possible. It was really unreasonable. Qing Lunzi sighed. Wen Bujuan is really so strong that he is unreasonable. Brother Atian, how are you doing? Are you sure to beat him? Long Xiuzi asked Lin Shen on the side. No, give it a try. Lin Shen shrugged. It is naturally the best to win. If you really can't win, you can only find another opportunity next time. Anyway, this one is not the only one in the game. If this game doesn't work, just find another game. In short, you must become a star priest as soon as possible. After Yu Hongyan added Lin Shen's contact information, she kept thinking about how to find out some useful news from Lin Shen. Originally, she thought that an LSP like Lin Shen would take the initiative to contact her, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't see Lin Shen sending a message. Lin Shen wanted to contact Yu Hongyan, but he didn't know what to say to a strange woman, so he didn't send a message. The competition has been in progress, and Lin Shen and Wen Bujuan are now the most popular players in the lower group. Of course, no one thinks Lin Shen can win, but he thinks that Lin Shen's performance is indeed quite powerful. Every game is shot. The bullet that doesn't seem very strong has a terrifying destructive power that does not match the speed. However, after watching Wen Bujuan's battle with Long Prajna, almost no one thought that Lin Shen's bullet could break Wen Bujuan's literary way. Even Dragon Prajna and 9 dragon suits cannot be defeated. Is Lin Shen's bullet's destructive power stronger than Dragon Prajna? Under Lin Shen's arrangement, neither of them met each other in advance and would definitely meet in the final. The hell-level schedule arranged by Lin Shen for Wen Bujuan did not cause any trouble for him. That person was too strong. The ancient world area Emperor Mangsing. Since Christine was promoted to the Dharma King last time, he has become a god of war among the Emperor barbarians. Now everyone calls Christine the Pink Sword Saint, and together with his master Sophia, he is called the Emperor Barbarians. With the support of Christine and Sophia, the little emperor of the Imperial Barbarian tribe finally had some actual imperial power, and the development direction of the Imperial Barbarian tribe also changed, but the internal friction has become more serious. On this day, a guest came outside Christine's residence. The gatekeeper looked at the majestic human man in front of him, and had no good expression at first, but he was surprised to see Christine come out and welcome the human man in. "Do you come here to retrieve Lin Shen's book?" Christine asked at the majestic man in front of him. He knew this man and knew that his name was Wei Wufu, and his relationship with Lin Shen was extraordinary. "Look for you." Wei Wufu shook his head. "Looking for me? Is there something wrong?" Christine was a little surprised. This was a little different from what he thought. Chapter 10:30 The person who is looking for the way. "Joes, go, you, stay," Wei Wufu said to Christine. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand Wei Wufu's words, but Christine understood it. He looked at Wei Wufu and said slowly, "I have different understandings. He chose one way, and I have chosen another way, so he left first. And I have something to do, and now is not the time to go." After saying that, Christine took out the book Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Art and handed it to Wei Wuwei. "After reading him, you may be able to understand." Wei Wufu didn't say anything, but just took the book and opened it silently, looking through page by page. Christine looked at Wei Wufu with interest, without saying anything to bother him, but just watching that. In fact, he never thought of taking this book for himself. Dice gave it to him, and he also wanted to send it out or return it to Lin Shen's relatives. But he didn't expect that the person who came would be Wei Wufu, but in fact he thought that the person who came would be Ouyang Yudu. Christine didn't know much about Wei Wufu, so he wanted to know if Wei Wufu could understand this book. If he could understand it, Christine would allow him to take the book, but if he couldn't understand it, Christine would continue to leave it. Even though this book was written by Lin Shen, it does not mean that the people around Lin Shen are qualified to inherit this book. This book is no longer a person's wealth, but is related to the future of the entire universe. Wei Wufu finished page by page, and what made Christine feel regretful was that he had not changed anything. Before Christine could speak, Wei Wufu returned the book in his hand to him, then got up and left. "Just leave like that?" Christine asked. "Yes." Wei Wufu nodded and replied. "How much did you understand?" Christine became a little curious about this strange man. "A little." "Then what?" "Look for someone. If you want to find Lin Shen, you have to understand this book first. He will not look for him now." "Who are you going to find?" "Bad guy." Christine was stunned. He was a little unable to understand Wei Wufu's brain circuit. "What does this guy mean?" Christine couldn't ask anymore, but Wei Wufu turned around and looked at him and asked, "The universe, who is the worst?" Christine was stunned for a moment and then pondered, "To talk about bad people, there are too many bad people in the universe, and there are various definitions of bad people. To talk about the recognized worst person, what I can think of should be the evil Dharma King Roger." "Are you looking for him? How bad?" Wei Wufu didn't answer, but just continued to ask. "Because of the law of evil, he has never done evil things, never done good things, destroyed his family, killed his father and his wife, robbed his kidnapping, and cheated him. He did everything he did, but because his strength is too strong, even if everyone knows bad things, no one can do anything to him." "Is this considered bad?" "It's bad enough." Wei Wufu nodded. "Are you looking for him?" Christine was really curious about what Wei Wufu wanted to do. "Yes, you, help me." Wei Wufu said a question. "Yes, but I want to know what you're doing with him?" Christine asked. "Find the way." Christine didn't understand, but became interested. He decided to take Wei Wufu to meet the legendary law of evil Roger. Proga Moon Galaxy, this is probably the most desolate galaxy. But a long time ago, this place was originally a very prosperous galaxy, with as many as hundreds of inhabited planets, and thousands of intelligent races lived.
Until Roger came here to settle, then there were no living creatures in the Progamo galaxy, and even the bacteria were extinct.
Above the ghost star that was as lonely as the dead world, Christine and Wei Wufu met Roger. A man, like a stone statue, sat on a stone, like a stubborn stone that will never be transformed.
Kristen, are you coming to me to avenge the trash of the Emperor barbarians?
Roger raised his head and shook the thick dust on his body. He had no idea how many years he had been sitting here. The dust settled on his body, making him look like a stone statue, and even the wrinkles on his face were covered with dust. Seeing Christine, Roger's frown spread out like a chrysanthemum, showing a wicked smile. He has killed too many geniuses, and that will make him feel extremely happy.
No, he is the one who wants to find you.
Christine pointed to Wei Wufu beside him.
Are you looking for me?
Roger turned to look at Wei Wufu, looking up and down at him, and was still a little impatient at first, but as he looked, a terrifying light flashed in his eyes, and he actually stood up, and the dust on his body drooped like smoke.
You? Bad guy?
Wei Wufu looked at him and asked seriously.
Ha ha.
That's right. I'm a bad guy, and the worst person in the world.
So?
Roger smiled evilly, and he was tall and thin, as if he was a skeleton crawling out of hell.
Fight.
Wei Wufu did not say nonsense, put on his white robe, and a purple light rose from his body.
Christine stared at Wei Wufu in a daze. A guy at Nirvana actually wanted to challenge the evil Dharma King Roger. What is the difference between this and seeking death? Then let's fight. Not only did Roger not laugh at Wei Wufu, he responded seriously.
Looking at his expression, he seemed to really regard this Nirvana as a real opponent. When the laws of evil are intertwined, as if they are about to swallow the entire planet together with Wei Wufu. Christine saw an incredible scene, the void burst, and the chain of order light entangled with a crown coming from nothingness and landed on the head of Wei Wufu. Christine could feel that the power of the crown seemed to be in harmony with Roger's law of evil, as if it were two sides of the world, one is good and one is evil, one is light and one is dark, one is yin and one is yang.
The law of justice?
Christine saw the clues, and at the same time understood why Wei Wufu came to find the worst person in the world. Only under sin can justice be revealed.
Without sin, there will be no justice. Under absolute fairness, both sin and justice will lose their meaning.
Wei Wufu wanted to use Roger's evil laws to oppress and be promoted to the Justice Dharma King. But the next second, Christine showed an incredible look, and Wei Wufu did not accept the crown. He punched out, and Zi Qi Chongshao actually knocked the crown of justice backwards, and the chain of light connected to the order on it made a rumbling sound. The purple aura on Wei Wufu's body became stronger and stronger, soaring into the sky and turning into a divine light and shadow. The infinite power of law turned into chains and kept entangled in him, making the energy on Wei Wufu's body more and more terrifying.
Justice, in the heart, cannot be defeated.
Wei Wufu punched out, and the violent fist force penetrated the galaxy, shattering the evil laws that enveloped the planet, and also pierced through the void. A mysterious gate emerged from the void.
Chapter 1031 The Decisive Battle of Wenbujuan.
Wei Wufu stepped onto the ladder of heaven with his flesh and blood to fight against the thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. He gave up the path of becoming the Dharma King, turned to the path of ghosts and gods like Dais, transformed into the law of ghosts and gods with his own beliefs, and promoted to immortal or lower gods. Lin Shen has not been able to return for a long time. Judging from the secrets of peerless magical skills that have appeared these times, Lin Shen should be trapped in the immortal court and has no way to come back.
He can only pass on messages to them in this way.
Wei Wufu didn't want to wait any longer, so he took the path of ghosts and gods, and used his physical body to rush into the immortal courtyard to find Lin Shen. If you are following the path of law and wearing the immortal crown to become the Dharma King, it will not be so easy for your body to rush into the immortal court. Seeing Wei Wufu pushing open the gate of the immortal court with both hands and walking in without looking back, Christine's expression was a little strange. This guy's talent is probably not much worse than that of Emperor. Lin Shen didn't know that someone had already rushed into the immortal court in the ancient realm, and he was still competing continuously at this time. The large number of competitions every day made Lin Shen feel a little bored. If it weren't for the opportunity and resources to enter the Star God Palace, he would have been lazy to participate in such competitions. I don't know how these gods and people from the Immortal Court are so keen to participate in various competitions. Lin Shen's performance made the Shen family, who mistakenly thought he was Deng Adwa, very satisfied.
Originally, the Shen family thought that Deng Adwa was a Deng family with the bloodline of practicing Dafa through the sun. However, their bloodline was good enough and they were not too outstanding. Otherwise, how could they have been unknown for so many years? If his ability is strong enough, even if he is not as famous as Deng Quang, he should have a little fame. However, this time the hardest godlike competition made the Shen family discover that Deng Adwa seemed to be better than they thought. Even if he loses to Wen Bujuan in the end, he is already a top talent. Shen Xingshue's mentality gradually changed. As Tian watched more games, he felt as if he had become familiar with him. Thinking that this was the man who would marry and have children with him in the future, Shen Xingxue gradually felt emotional ups and downs when she watched the game. When Tian meets a powerful opponent, she is also a little worried about whether Lin Shen can win. When she turned the roulette and decided to take the first move, Shen Xingxue herself did not realize that deep down she was hoping that Tian would get the first move. Of course, all this was based on her thinking that Tian was her marriage partner. If she knew that she had mistakenly recognized her, she would not know what she would feel in the future. As time passed day by day, Lin Shen rushed into the top 100, and then kept winning the game. Finally, under the expectation of the crowd, he met Wen Bujuan in the finals. In the past few years, Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan have been in duels, but this year it has finally been a little different, attracting many people to watch. Even many big families have begun to pay attention to this game. The reason why they pay attention to the game is not because they pay attention to the game itself, but because they want to know what kind of people the marriage between Shen and Deng families are. Whether it can be done depends on this last game. Lin Shen was a little depressed. The hell schedule he designed for Wen Bujuan did not play much role. Except for when fighting against Dragon Prajna, Wen Bujuan tried his best and suffered a little injury. The subsequent battle had no effect on Wen Bujuan at all. On the day of the competition, Lin Shen saw Wen Bujuan who was like nothing happened, and could only sigh that these small methods were useless in front of those with strong strength. As the game began, Lin Shen and Wen Bujuan both entered the field. It's going to start. The eyes of Yu Hongyan, Pan Xiaoning, Long Xiuzi, King Lunzi and others were all focused on them. The roulette began to rotate, and the pointer flashed alternately on the names of the two people, and finally stopped on the word Tian without Lin Shen expected. Did you find out that Tian is really lucky? He will take the first move with at least 70% of the chances he participated in. This is interesting. So far, no one has been able to block the bullets fired by Tian. If you can't stop them even if you don't have any money, you'll be out directly, then you'll have fun. Dream, how could Wen Bujuan not stop it? That's right, I'm talking nonsense. Apart from Pan Xiaoning, there is no attack in the world that Wen Bujuan cannot stop. Before the game officially began, the gods and men who were watching the game outside started to whine. I think that Tian can win only a small part, and I still want to bet on high odds in this part. Wen Bujuan looked at Lin Shen and summoned a magical armor that wrapped around his body. Although I don't know what quality it is, just looking at the gorgeous appearance, it should not be an ordinary product. Lin Shen didn't recognize that artifact, which does not mean that others didn't recognize it. Yu Hongyan recognized the artifact armor that Wen Bujuan wore at first sight. Devil's Curse armor? Is this necessary? Yu Hongyan was a little surprised. Wen Bujuan actually used such a magic weapon when she came up. Wen Bujuan and Pan Xiaoning had never seen him use this armor when they fought to the decisive battle. Very few people know this artifact, and only a few people who have a good relationship with Wen Bujuan know that Wen Bujuan has such an artifact. This is a levelless upper artifact, and it is also a mutated quality and has extremely strong defense. Such a magical artifact appears in the lower group's competition, which is almost the same as cheating. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a lower-level god to damage this artifact, unless the opponent has an attack-type upper-level artifact with level requirements.
But such a magic weapon is really rare, and it is difficult to see even in such a competition. Your Tian is very capable, so Lao Wen naturally has his plans.
Pan Xiaoning said on the side.
Yu Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and spat, "What's your Tian? I've said it many times, I have nothing to do with him."
Okay, it's okay.
Pan Xiaoning said this, but thought to himself, it's okay Lao Wen uses cursive armor.
Why are you so nervous?
You're not afraid that Tian will not break the defense of the cursive armor?
Woman, you are such a dissatisfied animal.
Yu Hongyan heard Pan Xiaoning's words insincerely, but she felt a little tired and didn't explain anything.
When Bu Juan's preparation time ended, and it was Lin Shen's turn to attack.
Without hesitation, Lin Shen directly picked up his sniper rifle and shot Wen Bujuan in the head.
Anyway, it's the same whether it is prepared or not. Whether the Superbase shooting can break Wen Bujuan's defense can be found just by trying it. Chapter 1032 Peak Showdown.
The bullet was relatively not fast, and most of the gods watching the battle could see clearly, watching the bullets fly towards Wen Bujuan's forehead. Although Wen Bujuan cannot dodge, he can use magical artifacts or his own body to block it. He stretched out a finger and pointed it on the bullet head as if he was fighting against Long Prajna. The bullet instantly changed from a real object to a flashing. Just when people thought that the attack had been blocked, the flashing still did not stop flying. It directly interrupted Wen Bujuan's finger and hit his forehead, piercing his helmet and head, leaving a shaped depression in the front and back.
For a moment, the entire field of view seemed to be dead silent.
Although before this, some people optimistically speculated that Wen Bujuan might not be able to stop Tian's bullet, no one really thought Wen Bujuan could not stop him. Seeing that he was shot through his head, he was stunned for a long time and did not come back to his senses, as if he couldn't believe that such a thing would really happen.
How is this possible?
Yu Hongyan was stunned, looking incredible.
When Bujuan's Wen Yazito failed to block Tian's bullet.
What's even more terrifying is that the levelless upper artifact cursed armor was directly penetrated by the bullets that Wen Yazito changed, which is a bit too bizarre.
That is a superior artifact, how could it be so easy to be penetrated?
It's true.
Pan Xiaoning muttered to himself while pondering.
What is so true? Yu Hongyan naturally couldn't compare with Pan Xiaoning in terms of combat experience, and she didn't see any problem. After watching so many games of Tian, I have been doubting that the bullets he fired should not be that strong destructive power, but the relationship between distortion characteristics.
Now it has been confirmed that this is true.
If you guessed correctly, his sniper rifle, or his own, has a characteristic that can penetrate anything, so even when Ido and the upper artifact armor cannot be stopped.
Pan Xiaoning explained. Isn't that a little similar to your characteristics?
I have never heard of any magical power in the world that can produce such characteristics besides the great technique of creation of heaven and earth.
Yu Hongyan said in surprise.
Old One is also suspicious, so he uses cursed armor to confirm this speculation. Now it is almost certain.
Pan Xiaoning said. Xinxing Xue was extremely happy at this time. She didn't expect that Tian could actually shoot Wen Bujuan in the head with one shot. This was too amazing.
King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi were even more ecstatic, and Lin Shen was even stronger than they thought. The people watching had different expressions, and no one expected that this would be the result. Just when people thought the game was about to end in such a strange situation, Lin Shen's attack round had ended, but the system did not determine that he would win. When Bujuan stood there, stretched out his hand to press the dent on his forehead, with magical power between his fingers. The moment he pressed on the dent, the wound that penetrated his head turned into a flashing wound, which was lifted down by Wen Bujuan like a band opening. The forehead of the Wordshin was removed, and the serious injury disappeared magically, and even the armor was restored to its original state.
Wen Bujuan threw the shining word on the ground.
The word weighed 1,000 pounds, and directly smashed a dent on the ground and sank it into the ground, causing cracks to appear on the competition venue.
Seeing this situation, Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned.
It turns out that his Superbase shooting did play a role, and even Wen Bujuan couldn't stop it, but such injuries did not make Wen Bujuan lose his combat ability. This battle is a bit difficult. Lin Shen silently took off the shield behind him and held it in his hand, activate the characteristics of the immortal routine. The original gray suit suddenly emitted a black and red flame, and the flame turned into the image of an evil goddess, covering Lin Shen's body.
He is wearing a suit? He can summon the light and shadow of the soul. That is the medium-level artifact set, right? I wonder what quality it is. So what about the median artifact set? Dragon Prajna's Dragon God set was not the same and was directly broken by Wenbujuan.
It turns out that they are all over the clouds.
It's Wenbujuan's turn to take action. Let's see what means he uses. How can you use a shield? In such a game, the shield cannot actually take advantage. Wenbujuan looked at Lin Shen, but did not take action immediately.
He squinted his eyes and said, apart from Pan Xiaoning, no one has been able to make me want to win so much.
You are very good. No one except you can be shot and killed without killing me. You are also very good.
Lin Shen said lightly.
Wenbujuan smiled when he heard this, and said nothing more.
He stretched out his fingers, and the light between his fingers drew a sword in the air. The sword word shines, and an unparalleled sword intent gushing out from it, as if it was the sword intent possessed by the supreme swordsman. The next second, terrifying sword lights flew out from the word sword, sweeping out towards Lin Shen like a river of heaven.
Bang 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 bang.
The continuous sword light continued to pierce the light and shadow of the evil goddess. After the sword light in front was shattered by the phantom of the evil goddess, the sword light behind was immediately filled up. The endless sword lights followed one after another, making the light and shadow of the angered goddess overwhelmed, and finally they were pierced by the light and shadow.
Ding 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 ding. The tide-like sword light bypassed the immortal shield and pierced directly on Lin Shen's body. Although it was unable to pierce it, it also left a few white marks on it. Under the baptism of Jianhe, Lin Shen was locked by the system and could not move.
If it continued, the water droplet could be penetrated, and even if the immortal routine was strong, it would eventually be penetrated.
Unfortunately, the attack time was only 10 seconds.
When the time came, the word sword drawn by Wenbujuan disappeared immediately, and the sword light in the sky also disappeared.
Relying on the immortal suit, Lin Shen successfully survived Wenbujuan's first attack. I actually got through it. A Tian suit is a bit amazing. This game is really interesting.
Many people began to face up to this duel, and the one-sided situation did not appear. When Lin Shen's turn, he didn't say nonsense, summoned a sniper rifle, and shot Wenbujuan again. Lin Shen did not hit him in the head, but hit the acupoints with red light on him. The bullet flew away and headed straight to the center of Wenbujuan's chest. Wenbujuan's eyes were clear and he pointed his fingers out again, and he still pressed them accurately on the bullet head.
Chapter 1033 You Come and I Go.
This time the bullet did not turn into a word, but instead formed a word in front of Wenbujuan's finger. The bullet directly penetrated the word qi, and Wenbujuan's fingers kept retreating, keeping a thick distance from the bullet. The words qi were formed in front of his fingers, and they were penetrated by bullets. In the end, the bullet hit Wenbujuan's body and pierced a hole in his breastplate. Wenbujuan frowned, looked down at the hole in his chest, stretched out his hand and wiped it, and the wound turned into a word of injury, which was exposed by him again. Lin Shen also frowned secretly when he saw this scene. He broke through the weakness of the acupoint marks, but he still couldn't do anything to Wenbujuan. This person was even more difficult than he thought.
Wenbujuan had the same idea in his mind.
The bullets fired by Lin Shen were not blocked by his continuous word qi, and the power did not weaken as a result. His attempt failed again. It was Wenbujuan's turn again, and Wenbujuan didn't say nonsense, and wrote a line of words in the air with his fingers. As soon as the words Sword of Indestructibleness appeared, Lin Shen realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, those words turned into a divine sword shining with cold light, and pierced directly towards Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen hurriedly raised his shield to block it. The immortal shield's defense is still very strong, and it is a shield with solidification power. But the next second, Lin Shen saw the sword penetrated the shield, and then came towards his body without stopping, piercing his chest.
Is this okay? Lin Shen looked down at his chest that was pierced through. Even the immortal suit could not block the attack. It's over. Although a Tian is very strong, he is still a little worse than Wen Bujuan, Yu Hongyan said in her heart. This was also what others thought, but they suddenly realized that after the countdown was over, the system did not determine that the game was over. A Tian was still standing there, the sword that penetrated his body had disappeared, and the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha, it's interesting, it's so interesting. I really want to fight him with my own hands to see who is better than me. Pan Xiaoning's eyes shining, and he wished he was the one who was in the duel with Lin Shen now. A Tian actually has a strong physical self-healing ability, when Bujuan has met his opponent. The destructive power is strong enough, the defense is good, and the ability to heal. Why did such a powerful guy come to participate in the competition today? What did he do before? The Deng family is so deeply hidden. The Deng family actually produced such a powerful guy. It just seems that he is not practicing Darihuana? Does Juri Dafa still have such effects? Xin Xingxue looked at Lin Shen, and her beautiful eyes were full of dazzling colors. No one could have thought that a Tian could fight Wen Bujuan to such an extent. A Tian was unexpectedly powerful. The battle continued. Wen Bujuan's face no longer had the previous indifference, and he had treated Lin Shen as an opponent of the same level as Pan Xiaoning. It was Lin Shen's turn to go, and he had no good idea, so he could only continue to raise his gun and fire, and chose another acupoint. He did not believe that there was perfect ability in this world, nor did he believe that Wen Bujuan's body had no weaknesses. But he doesn't know where that real weakness is, and he needs to constantly test where the weakness is. Wen Bujuan also used various means to stop Lin Shen's bullets, but the invincible bullets could not be stopped at all. No matter how Wen Bujuan blocked them, his body would still be penetrated by the bullets. The injuries caused by the bullet will be removed by Wen Bujuan using one to carry the way, and his body will be able to recover immediately. It was Wen Bujuan's turn to attack again. He wrote a line of words again, and this time the words changed more. The invincible sword is stained with deadly toxins. As Wen Bujuan wrote the last stroke, a blue light shone, and it was obvious that the ancient sword that was highly poisonous was transformed into words and flew towards Lin Shen. Like the last time, Lin Shen's immortal suit could not block the sword, which was penetrated by the sword weapon, and the poison spread throughout his body along the blood at the same time. Unfortunately, the theory of evolution has long kept Lin Shen's body from invading all poisons. Such a highly poison only made Lin Shen's body react slightly. After the theory of evolution has turned a few times, the toxins have no effect at all. Seeing Lin Shen's wound healing again, as if nothing had happened, and was completely unaffected by toxins, a trace of surprise flashed in Wen Bujuan's eyes. The battle between the two people was in a strange way. Wen Bujuan couldn't stop Lin Shen's bullets. His body would be penetrated every time, but the wound would be removed at once. Lin Shen could not stop Wen Bujuan's attack, and Wen Bujuan wrote various sentences and turned them into various weapons. There are swords, guns, swords, halberds, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and various attacks fall on Lin Shen's body, which can also hurt Lin Shen, but it will not kill him, and the wound will heal quickly. Neither side could stop the opponent's attack and could not completely destroy the opponent. The people watching the game were very excited. Such crazy attacks can only be seen in the toughest game. The hardest Godman competition only needs one to the flesh, and one to the hardest fight, and one to see who can be the hardest to the end. After today's battle, no matter the outcome, it will not be the situation where Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan coexist. I have to add another Ratian. The Sunju Dafa is so powerful. Why have you never heard of it before? Why do I feel like a Tian uses guns to have a bit of a magical method of shooting the sun? It seems that besides the magical skill of the Pan family's creation of the world, the only magical power of shooting the sun is the strongest, right? A Tian works harder and kill Wen Bujuan. I will make a lot of money for this 100 yuan bet. The competition in the stands was still lively, and cheers were heard one after another. Lin Shen beat him alone and fought to the death, but no one fell to his head. Yu Hongyan stared at Lin Shen on the field in a daze, thinking strangely, although this person has a bad character and is so strong that he can fight Wen Bujuan to such an extent. Bang!
Another thunder and lightning fell, and Lin Shen's body was numb.
If he hadn't had a helmet, he would have been standing up. But such an attack cannot do anything to Lin Shen.
It's just that there are more and more scars on the immortal suit, and I don't know how long it can last. This ultimate suit is actually a little unable to withstand Wen Bujuan's attack.
Wen Bujuan also had a situation. He kept using one to carry the way.
The stronger the attacks he created by one to carry the way, the greater the price he paid, that is, the greater the consumption. Lin Shen claimed to be a perpetual motion machine and was not afraid of consumption.
However, Wen Bujuan did not have such ability.
His power was obviously consumed a little too much.
We can't continue like this anymore, Wen Bujuan said in his heart. Chapter 1034, the text is already aware of the gods. Ha, that bastard Lao Wen is today.
Pan Xiaoning laughed wildly.
What's wrong?
Although Yu Hongyan is good friends with them, the route they took is not the same, so she doesn't understand it as clearly as Pan Xiaoning.
Pan Xiaoning explained with a smile, Old Wen is the best bastard.
You see, he looks calm and composed on the surface, as if he is confident. In fact, based on my understanding of him, his physical strength has been consumed very seriously. Now he is almost at the end of his peak.
If he continues, he will go downhill. Yu Hongyan was a little unbelievable when she heard this. Why can't you see it at all? And when he fought with you before, he didn't have the ability to hold on so quickly, right? It's different. My duel between Lao Wen.
Because I know the bottom line between us, we know when to exert force and when to slow down, both sides know each other's minds, so the battle time will be stretched for a long time.
But your person is different.
From the beginning, Lao Wen misjudged the situation and wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. As a result, he did not expect that the opponent's armor combined with his own physical strength and recovery ability made his offensive fail to achieve the desired effect. On the contrary, his own consumption was more than the opponent. It seemed that the armor on a Tian's body was about to be unable to hold on. In fact, Lao Wen was in danger.
If this continues, it depends on whether a Tian's armor was broken first or whether Lao Wen's power was unsustainable,
Pan Xiaoning said in contemplation.
Yu Hongyan lazily refuted Pan Xiaoning, but just frowned and said, so, Wen Bujuan is in danger. That's not the case.
Based on my understanding of him, he should use that move now,
Pan Xiaoning said calmly. What move?
Yu Hongyan recalled the Wen Bujuan battle she had seen before, but she couldn't figure out which move could help Wen Bujuan get out of her current predicament. Pan Xiaoning saw through Yu Hongyan's thoughts and said seriously, when Lao Wen fought with me, he didn't have the intention to fight hard, so he was still a little restrained. No matter how intense he was not as strong as he was. So the most powerful move he had never used in the competition, and you have never seen it.
You were all fake fights before?
Yu Hongyan was a little surprised.
Pan Xiaoning immediately shook his head and said, there is no fake fight.
He really tried his best.
But he didn't use the strongest life fighting technique as soon as he came up.
It's impossible to use such moves again, because such moves require too much consumption.
One blow must determine the winner. We just fought hard without coming up. The consumption is so great. Can he use that move in this situation? Yu Hongyan said.
Theoretically, now is not the best time to use this move, but with Lao Wen's personality, even if he forcibly overdraws his body, he will use this move to determine the outcome. He is not the kind of person who handed the outcome to fate, so he will definitely not bet on a Tian's armor to break first, so he can only use that move,
Pan Xiaoning said confidently.
Sure enough, it was Wen Bujuan's turn to attack as soon as Pan Xiaoning finished speaking.
However, this time, Wen Bujuan did not write his words immediately. A Tian, it's really a pleasant thing to be able to fight with you. But I want to win this battle today, so I'm sorry.
As I spoke, a mysterious light rose from Wen Bujuan's body. Mysterious words shining with light rose from his body, and those words formed a huge shadow of gods and demons in the air like cells. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The soul is clearly something that can be condensed by the middle gods and people, which is the symbol of the middle gods and people. Wen Bujuan is obviously a lower-level god, but he can condense his soul without using the help of a levelless artifact.
This situation is unprecedented.
There is no common situation of souls appearing on the field, but those are the souls that come with some magical tools, which are completely different from Wen Bujuan's situation.
How did this happen?
Xin Xingxue looked at Wen Bujuan's soul light and shadow, with shock in her eyes. Her talent is rare, but she never thought that she could condense her soul at the lower level, which is simply a power that should not appear in the world. The others watching the game were also shocked and unable to speak. Wen's family has this sun, which can ensure that it will last for hundreds of millions of years. The senior executives of Deng and Shen's families also sighed when they saw this. Under everyone's gaze, Wen Bujuan stretched out his finger and started writing in the air. As he moved, the light and shadow covering him also stretched out his fingers at the same time. One person, one soul, two fingers, one big and one small, actually fell into one place, writing a divine text that exudes infinite power, shining and illuminating the entire world. It was no longer an ordinary text, but a combination of many texts to form a talisman. Through the stroke order and the connected strokes, it can be vaguely recognized that what Wen Bujuan wrote is the supreme and natural and wonderful Jade Emperor of Haotian Golden Palace. As the last stroke fell, the light on the talisman converged, but there seemed to be countless laws and powers condensed on the talisman, as if the talisman connected all things in the world and controlled all the laws in the world.
Urgent, urge, like.
Order. With Wen Bujuan's voice, the talisman carried the power of heaven and earth, as if it occupied the entire world, and suppressed Lin Shen.
Wen Bujuan's writing rules are actually understandable.
His power can actually be connected with the Jade Emperor, the Lord of the Immortal Court.
Borrowing the power of the Jade Emperor, this is just a fucking cheat. Who can play with him?
He will still have to kneel down when the god comes. If Wen Bujuan's strength was shocking before, then when this talisman was released, everyone's feelings were only fear. The 6 masters of the Immortal Court are all like gods, and the Jade Emperor is the god among gods and the head of all gods. Wen Bujuan is a lower-level godman who can actually rely on the power of the Jade Emperor. Even if it is only 1/1000th of the power, it is not something that ordinary godman can resist.
At this moment, no one thought that Atian still had the possibility of survival. This is no longer a question of whether to win or not.
Under the power of the Jade Emperor, it is probably impossible to even survive. The talisman that seemed to suppress the heaven and earth slowly pressed towards the deep forest. The people outside the field just watched and were shocked, swaying, as if they were burning in the wind, as if they would be extinguished at any time.
The gods with a slightly weaker spirit could no longer bear such mental pressure.
They opened their mouths and spewed out blood, as if they were struck by lightning, and were listless. The mysterious and unpredictable talisman containing the infinite power of heaven and earth fell on Lin Shen's forehead.
Chapter 1035 Unlock Password. Everyone thought that Atian would destroy his body and soul under the talisman and immediately turn into nothingness.
No one thinks that Atian can survive this attack, and this is no longer a power that the lower gods can bear.
Even Wen Bujuan, who drew the talisman, fell to the ground uncontrollably after using the talisman.
The soul light and shadow on his body were shattered, and his 7 orifices were bleeding. His body seemed to have been drained. The face of Fengshen handsome man became as thin as firewood, and his hair turned gray and dry, like a dead person about to be buried in a coffin. Everyone stared at the talisman sticking to Atian's forehead, waiting for the imagined scene to appear.
Such a terrifying blow would inevitably knock Atian into nothingness.
No matter how strong his recovery ability is, it would be impossible for the evaporated gods to come back to life.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
Time has passed for several seconds, but the scene they imagined did not appear, and the faces of many gods gradually became subtle. Even Pan Stauning and Yu Hongyan changed their faces, and it seemed that they could not believe the thought that emerged from their minds. Until the 10 seconds of the attack ended, the expected picture still did not appear. Losing the constraints of the rules, when it was Lin Shen's turn, Lin Shen stretched out a hand and pressed it on his forehead. In everyone's unbelievable eyes, he lifted the talisman off his forehead.
Pan Xiaoning's eyes were almost glaring out. Fuck, what is this?
Yu Hongyan had been shocked and speechless. It was a talisman containing the power of the Jade Emperor. She couldn't do anything to Tian, but was picked off by him. This scene was simply unbelievable. When Bujuan looked at Lin Shen in shock. He was numb. During his own preparation time, he did nothing, but just stared at Tian holding the talisman. In fact, with his current situation, he can't do anything. Drawing a talisman containing the power of the Jade Emperor has caused his body to be seriously overdrawn and he has no combat ability at all. There is no big difference between defense and inattention. At this time, Lin Shen injured him again, and he could not even use the ability to carry the Tao to remove the wounds on his body. How could he know that if he wrote not the Jade Emperor's talisman, but another weaker talisman, he might have killed Lin Shen? But he wrote about the strongest Jade Emperor, and this strongest Jade Emperor is Lin Shen's guardian immortal spirit. If the Jade Emperor's power could hurt Lin Shen, then something strange happened. Lin Shen held the Jade Emperor God's talisman in his hand, and a strange thought flashed through his mind. Can you say that my summoning posture was wrong before? Lin Shen just saw Wen Bujuan using talismans. It was clearly a talisman condensed by Wen Bujuan's own power, but he seemed to say emergency as the law. Lin Shen remembered that he used the note given by the third brother before and invited the clone of the Taishan Laojun, and the last sentence was the same. This made Lin Shen wonder whether the reason why he couldn't invite the Jade Emperor was because something went wrong here. Could this sentence be the last pound key entered when opening the password lock? Without this sentence, there is no confirmation that the other party is invited. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. If he could just call the Jade Emperor and invite the other party, wouldn't it be a mess? If he was mentioned that day, he would invite him. This kind of mistake would be too low level. At this time, it was Lin Shen's attack round. Lin Shen pinched the talisman and glanced at Wen Bujuan, who was sitting on the ground on the other side, looking like he was half a dead man. He said in his heart, "Then give it a try." As soon as his mind moved, Lin Shen shouted word by word, "Hurry up as the law." As the last word came out, Lin Shen threw the talisman in his hand towards Wen Bujuan. In an instant, the light shone brightly on the talisman, turning into heaven and earth and heading towards Wen Bujuan. The next second, the entire competition venue, together with Wen Bujuan, turned into ashes, and the shield of the game was broken, and many gods in the front row of the stands were affected and turned into ashes directly on the spot. Many of the superior gods who came to watch took action to resist the terrifying power, so that the audience in the stands did not die once. Many spectators who survived the disaster looked at the competition field that had turned into ruins with lingering fear, leaving Lin Shen alone floating above the ruins. Tian. Shang. The system's voice sounded, awakening the many gods who were like in a dream. Lin Shen and Wen Bujuan's battle shocked the entire immortal court. Not only the lower gods and men are paying attention to this battle, but even many middle gods and men are studying the images of this battle. There is no doubt that Wen Bujuan, who can write the power of the Jade Emperor, is an incredibly powerful existence. After so many years of the immortal court, I have not found a few lower-ranking gods who can be compared with Wen Bujuan. It can be said that Wen Bujuan's ability to become a god in his battle was almost the ceiling of the lower gods. Even the ancestor of a clan was probably just like this. However, Lin Shen's performance is incomprehensible. So many superior gods have studied it for so long, but they have not yet figured it out. Why did the talismans written by Wen Bujuan have not harmed Lin Shen? Facts have proved that the power of that talisman is, and it is unparalleled. But the talisman was unable to hurt Lin Shen, and was used by Lin Shen in turn. This was really incredible. They watched the image repeatedly but could not see what skills and abilities Lin Shen used. It seemed that he just picked it up and then used it for himself. Yu Hongyan also studied it for a long time, but she didn't understand what the situation was. On several occasions, Yu Hongyan couldn't help but want to take out the communicator and send a message to Lin Shen, but it was better to endure it. The people in the Deng family were a little crazy at this time, especially Deng Yongxin. Now he felt like he was crying but not crying. Everyone thought that Tian was Deng Adwa, and many families were asking about Deng Adwa openly or secretly what was happening. There were also many old friends and senior executives of other families who asked him about Tian's affairs indirectly. But he didn't know what a Tian was like. He always thought that a Tian was just an ordinary god, or the kind of person who ran out of the mountain valley. Who knew that a Tian could actually do such a thing? Now even the Shen family came to question him if it was because a Tian was too outstanding that the Deng family regretted it and wanted to repent the marriage they had agreed to. Deng Yongxin can be said to be in a state of turmoil now, and he no longer knows how to deal with the current situation. Chapter 1036 9 Life and 9 Life Chapter. Lin Shen can now confirm one thing, that is, the sentence emergency is the law should be to unlock the password. At least when Nian Sangu gave him the note and the talisman drawn by Wen Bujuan, this sentence is a secret word to unlock power. He tried to use this secret phrase to unlock Wen Bujuan's talisman, and the effect was quite good. Now Lin Shen was wondering, if he recited the name of the Jade Emperor and added this secret sentence, would he be able to invite the Jade Emperor over? The problem is that Lin Shen dared not try it. The Jade Emperor said that he could only be summoned once. Now if you try, it will be gone. If you don't try, if it's useless, then you will be happy again. This made Lin Shen a little confused, and he didn't know whether this could be used as a trump card. Fortunately, there is no need to worry too much about this kind of thing. Without this trump card, he has gone through it all the way. Now Lin Shen is studying what kind of planet he should choose. Others won the first place, and the rewarded planets are random. Lin Shen naturally didn't need to be random. Xiao Dao told him that with his authority, he could choose it himself. Lin Shen was greedy and asked Xiao Jian if he could choose more. Xiao Jian answered him with certainty, no. If he modified the rewards before, that would be fine. Now that the game has ended, there is no way to modify it again. Lin Shen had no choice but to check the planet used as a reward and chose the only first-class star among the rewards without hesitation. Although such high-level resource stars may not be used in the early stage, they are resources that others cannot ask for in the later stage. Lin Shen only needed to rely on the resources rewarded by the competition in the early stage to survive, and he did not need resources on the planet, so first-class star was his best choice. In addition to first-class stars, there are also a large number of resource rewards. The distortion liquid is all in buckets, and each bucket has one person high. There are more than 10,000 barrels in total from high-quality distortion liquid to high-quality distortion liquid. But these distortion liquids are enough for ordinary gods to advance to the median or even reach the upper level. Of course, the situation of each god is different. The effect of these distortion fluids can play depends on the individual. Lin Shen is not short of resources now, and his dilemma is still impossible to immortalize. The law path in the ancient realm area was not suitable for him. He practiced the shooting the sun magical skills of the immortal court, but there was no sign of becoming a lower-ranking god. This made Lin Shen himself a little confused and couldn't understand what was wrong. Fortunately, with these resources, the 4 little white tigers don't have to worry about eating and drinking. In addition to resources, Lin Shen also received an invitation letter from the Star God Palace, not to invite him to join the Star God Palace directly, but to invite him to participate in the interview. Only after passing the interview can you join the Star God Palace and become the Star God official. Lin Shen found that he had received a total of 6 invitation letters, and all the star priests from the 6 major star regions sent him interview invitations. Like the Immortal Court, the Star God Palace is divided into 6 star palaces. Each star god palace is independent, and there is also a great priest in each star god palace. Lin Shen's most preferred choice is naturally the Star God Palace in the Zhongtian Star District. After all, the Jade Emperor is the master of the Zhongtian Star District, which is the most beneficial to Lin Shen. But there are advantages and disadvantages. If the Jade Emperor turns against others, he will not even have a chance to make a quibble. After thinking about it, Lin Shen decided to go to Zhongtian Star District for an interview. He is now famous, so how could the Jade Emperor not see him? So it is probably useless to hide. Lin Shen was ready and planned to go to Zhongtian Star Temple to participate in the interview when the time came. Deng Yongxin is now very troubled. The Shen family has given them an ultimatum. If the marriage is not completed, the marriage between the Shen and Deng families will be abandoned. In the future, not only will it not become an alliance, but it may also become an enemy. The key is that the Shen family has now determined that a Tian is Deng Adwa, and the person they want to marry is a Tian, not the real Deng Adwa. Deng Yongxin is where to find a Tian to marry them now, which makes him feel uncomfortable every day. Unable to solve this problem, Deng Yongxin had to reluctantly go to Deng Xian. Although this head of the family is just a handoff manager in Deng Yongxin's opinion, in the end, he can only solve such an unsolvable problem. Who made him the head of the Deng family? Deng Xian sat by the pond fishing, as if he hadn't heard Deng Yongxin's words. After Deng Yongxin finished speaking, he stood by and waited for a while, but Deng Xian seemed to hear nothing, sitting there motionless and without saying anything. Deng Yongxin was already angry and was about to be unable to bear it. He finally heard Deng Xian speak. Since the Shen family wants to marry, then as they want, the wedding will be held as scheduled. Deng Xian said lightly. But a Tian is not from our Deng family at all. He also rejected my advice. Where can we find another Tian to marry them? Deng Yongxin said angrily. Just prepare for the wedding, I have my own way of doing the rest. Deng Xian was still so leisurely, holding the fishing rod in one hand and holding the dough used as bait in the other. His eyes were staring at the water surface without even raising his head, as if he was talking about an irrelevant thing. Head of the family, that Tian is not easy to deal with. Are you sure? Don't let the Shen family come by then and we can't hand over the people, the situation will only be worse. Deng Yongxin frowned. I said, just prepare for the wedding. Deng Xian said calmly. Deng Yongxin knew his temper, gritted his teeth but said nothing, so he could only turn around and leave Deng Xian's yard. Do it all to death. If you are trying to death, you will be happy. Deng Yongxin muttered hatefully. After Deng Yongxin left, Deng Xian caught fish for a long time. The bait was used up, but he couldn't even catch a single fish. He was not impatient at all. After putting away the fishing gear, he took out the communicator and dialed Deng Quan's number. Dad, why did you suddenly remember me? Deng Quan was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Deng to call him first. Although they are father and son, they can't say a few words in a month. Moreover, the two people have different personalities. Although there is no gap, they will not be as close as ordinary father and son. You are very familiar with a Tian? Deng Xian asked. It's a bit of a friendship, but I can't help with the marriage between Shen and Deng. Deng Quang guessed Deng Xian's intention and blocked the words first. The 9 life and 9 generations of the destiny, if he is the only marriage for my Deng family, you can ask him if he is willing. If he doesn't, then forget it. Deng Xian said indifferently. Deng Quang was obviously stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then said for a while, are you really willing to take out the 9 life chapter? Since childhood, what words I said to you have not fulfilled? Deng Xian asked back. Okay, I'll ask a Tian. Deng Quang paused and asked with a strange mood, if a Tian refuses, what are you going to do? The Shen family wants Deng Adwa, and the marriage is also Deng Adwa. If they want it, just give it to him. After Deng Xian said that, he directly cut off the communication, leaving Deng Quang in a daze. Chapter 1037 Yinshan Star. Yinshan Star, this is the first-class star awarded to Lin Shen by the competition. This planet is a neutron star, and its powerful gravity makes it very difficult for the lower gods to move here. What's strange is that under such powerful gravity, there are many endless mountains on Yinshan Star. There is no closer stellar light source here, only farther stars, and the light of the starlight is spread on the planet, and it is not very stable. Therefore, there is almost no daytime in Yinshan Star, only the dark night in the sky. Due to gravity, many aliens such as meteorites or planets are easily attracted to them and hit the planet. However, the essence of Yinshan Star itself is too hard, and the damage caused by the impact is not very large. At this time, Lin Shen was standing in the teleportation station of Yinshangsing, looking at the mountains outside, like ink paintings. Lin Shen saw some weird reliefs on the wall of a black stone mountain closest to the teleportation station. The relief is born on the mountain wall, hundreds of meters high. It looks like the carved creature has a dragon head and horse body, and is covered with scales, like a legendary unicorn. However, these unicorn statues have no traces of carving, just like natural creatures of the magical powers of nature. Lin Shen knew that it was not a statue at all, but a deformed Yin ghost beast unique to Yin Shan star. Usually, Yin ghost beasts would attach to the mountain wall like relief. Once someone approached, it would come down from the mountain wall and turn into beasts to devour flesh and blood. There are many types of Yin ghost beasts. On the opposite mountain wall, the Yin ghost beast looks like a unicorn. It is the upper divine beast Yin Shui Han-eyed beast. Among the Yin ghost beasts, the Yin Shui Han-eyed beast is not very weak, but it is definitely not very strong. Although Yin Shan star is safer than Jingmei star, it is not a place where lower gods can explore at will. However, after having Yin Shan star, Lin Shen had a second autonomous planet, and it was not that simple for others to cause trouble for him. Even if they arrived at Gingmeixing through interstellar navigation to find trouble for Lin Shen arrived at Yinshangxing with just one teleportation, and I don't know how much time it takes to sail between the interstellar navigation. As the saying goes, the cunning rabbit has 3 holes. Lin Shen also hopes to get a few more planets. Unfortunately, in addition to winning first in the game, it is really difficult to obtain an independent planet through other ways. As for winning first place in the competition, it is not easy for Lin Shen. Lin Shen himself knows that the hardest gods can win the game of Wenwujuan, which is somewhat lucky. If Wenwujuan's last use of the Jade Emperor's talisman, Lin Shen didn't know if he could handle it, and it was most likely that he could not handle it. Lin Shen has also studied various competitions in the Immortal Court before, and most of them are not suitable for him. In addition to the hardest Godman competition, there is another competition that is more suitable for him. That is the Gun God Duel. Gun God Duel is a distance between the 2 sides, and then draw the gun and shoot, and the first side is the loser. This is obviously too beneficial for Lin Shen. He had 7 steps to fight and wanted to hit him with a bullet. Unless he couldn't figure it out himself, he wouldn't be able to come. The space bullet of the sniper rifle is okay, and it may be difficult for others to avoid the space bullet. So Lin Shen thinks that this game is more suitable for him. The only bad thing is that most of the gods who participate in the Gun God Showdown use light pistols or submachine guns and other gun-like artifacts. In such a showdown, usually no one will fight with the opponent with a big sniper. Because there is no cover at all in the venue for the Gun God Duel, the distance between the 2 sides is very close, and the speed and accuracy of the gun are actually not suitable for the performance of sniper rifles. Of course, it was not said that sniper rifles were prohibited from participating in the competition, and Lin Shen had no other choice. If he changed to another gun, he would not be that powerful. While Lin Shen was thinking about it, the communicator suddenly rang. When he saw that the number was called by Deng Quang, the second brother of the Deng family. After the communication was connected, Deng Quang's figure was projected. Xiao Lu Master, congratulations, the name of the hardest god is worthy of its name. Deng Quang said with a smile. I'm lucky. Brother Deng, you are looking for me. You just want to congratulate me, right? Lin Shen felt that Deng Quang seemed to have something wrong. It's still the marriage between Deng and Shen families. I hope you can consider it again and complete the marriage with Shen families instead of the Deng family. Deng was so crazy that he was not embarrassed and directly expressed his intentions. Brother Deng, it's not that I don't want to help you, but that I already have a wife and children. How can I get married again? Lin Shen said. It's not a problem to have a wife and children. There are more families with polygamy in the fairy court. I think Shen Qingshue's appearance is also a good choice. You won't suffer any loss if you have such a wife. Deng Quang said with a laugh. Second brother Deng, I really can't do it. Lin Shen shook his head repeatedly. He didn't dare to challenge Tianshuan's bottom line. I also know that this matter is a bit embarrassing for you. I have refused the family to come to you before. But this time it is different. This time my old man took out the 9 life and 9 life chapter. If you are willing to marry in the Deng family, then the 9 life chapter is yours. Deng Quang said. What is the 9 life and 9 generations rebirth of destiny? Lin Shen asked curiously. Judging from Deng Quang's tone, it seemed like something extraordinary. Deng Quang said in surprise, have you never heard of the 9 fate chapter? I used to concentrate on my practice and never paid attention to anything outside my body. Lin Shen could only portray himself as a cultivator who was dedicated to practicing hard, otherwise it would be difficult to explain why he lacked common sense in the immortal court.
That's right.
If it weren't for an ascetic, it wouldn't be that capable of being at your age. Deng Quang nodded slightly, his eyes full of appreciation. Lin Shen felt ashamed.
He was never considered an ascetic.
The 9 life and 9 generations of the Destiny chapter is a special type of magic weapon. No one knows what kind of deformity it was born from, nor do they know whether it was artificial.
There is almost no restriction on the use of that thing. Whether you are a superior or a lower level god, whether you are a fire or a water system, you can use the 9 life chapter. After a pause, Deng Quanzai said again, the 9 life chapter is a one-time magical artifact. After use, the 9 life chapter will consume energy and turn it into powder. Its only function is to let you see your past life. Seeing my previous life? Is there really a cycle of life in this world?
Lin Shen looked at Deng Quang in disbelief and said, I don't know whether there is a cycle of life and death in this world, but the 9 life chapter can indeed allow you to see your previous life, and not your first 9 lives, but your first 9 lives, and you have all the life experiences and insights from the first 9 lives.
Deng Quang said slowly. Chapter 1038 Unexpected News.
The more Lin Shen heard it, the more surprised he became, and his expression became more and more shady. Being able to see the previous 9 lives and gain all the life experiences and insights in the 9 lives will naturally be of great help to one's own practice. If one of the first 9 lives is a boss, then the benefits obtained are unimaginable. Even if it is just an ordinary god and man, his experience of condensing the soul and soul is like a personal experience, and it is also extremely precious to the god and man. If there is any one of your first 9 lives that is a big shot, and with the experience and understanding of your previous life, your path of cultivation will inevitably be more open. It is even possible to gain unexpected gains based on the memories of your previous life. Deng Quang said with a smile, there was a precedent before. After someone used the 9 life chapter, he found that he had been a famous cosmic thief for a lifetime, hiding in amazing wealth. After he got the wealth, he soared into the sky and is now a big boss.
Things are indeed a good thing, but it's a pity.
Lin Shen said in contemplation. He was not a god born in the immortal court, and probably only was a person from the ancient realm in his previous life. It took only a few hundred years since the human mother star was born. If his previous life cannot be traced back to the previous civilizations, then the experience of his previous life will have no effect on him.
Moreover, Lin Shen didn't believe much about the theory of his previous life.
He still felt that a person died and would not leave anything behind, and there would be no ghosts or reincarnation. What people see in the 9 life chapter may not be any memory of the previous life, but only the memories of the other 9 people in their lives. If that is the case, Lin Shen felt that it should be useful to him. He could see the memories, experiences and understandings of the 9 gods throughout their lives, which was naturally excellent. It not only helped him in his practice, but also allowed him to understand the immortal court more, so as not to always have some common sense mistakes. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't seem to be too concerned, Deng Quang said again, everyone doesn't know much about the 9 Fate chapter, but I have personally used the 9 Fate chapter and know the magic of 9 Fate chapter.
Xiao Lu Master, I really want to persuade you.
If possible, you should try to use 9 Fate chapter once, which will open the door to a new world and let you discover the incredible other side of this world. Brother Deng, I really want to help you and I really want the 9 life chapter, but I really can't get married again. Lin Shen said with a wry smile.
Tianxuan is now helping him have children at home.
If he marries another woman outside now, he will even think he is not a thing. Deng Quang heard this but was not disappointed. Instead, he smiled and said, it's better if you don't go. I originally thought you were not that kind of person, but it's a pity that 9 Destiny chapter.
I'm sorry, Brother Deng.
Lin Shen said embarrassedly. Deng Quang helped him a lot, but at this time he was unable to help Deng Quang. If this is the case, I originally disagree with the marriage, but I think the 9 life chapter is useful to you, which gives you a choice.
Since I don't want to, I will just help you reject it. Deng Quang said indifferently.
Lin Shen didn't know what to say before saying it, and talked to Deng Quang about other things.
Deng Quang suddenly asked Lin Shen, "You have received the invitation from the Star God Palace, right?" "I received it. All 6 star gods have sent interview invitations. I am worried and don't know how to choose."
Lin Shen didn't know why Deng Quang suddenly became concerned about this issue.
"Xiao Lu Master, if I were you, I would not have chosen to join the Star God Palace to become the Star God official." Deng Quang's expression never felt serious. "Why?"
Lin Shen was slightly stunned. The Star Priest has great power.
Even if it is just a 1-star priest, ordinary superior gods dare not provoke it.
However, becoming a Star Priest also means that you have to stand opposite to the entire Immortal Court's major families.
Deng Quang said. "What does this mean? Is the Star God Palace not the management organization of the Immortal Court? How can one become an enemy of the major families if one becomes a Star Priest? Could it be that the Immortal Court also has class opposition?"
Lin Shen looked at Deng Quang with some confusion and asked. Lin Shen thought about it and felt that it was wrong. Those who could become Star Priests were all gods who had won the first place in various competitions. Such gods must have many people from various major families, and members of the big family should be the main force of the Star God official.
Even if there is class opposition, the big family and the Star Priest should be of the same class. How could it be said that becoming a Star Priest stands on the opposite side of the big family? Xiao Lu, you are dedicated to practicing hard.
You may not understand the situation of the Immortal Court or the Star God Palace. Deng Quang paused and said again, once a god joins the Star God Palace, no matter what kind of background he was from before, it is no longer important. Because the Star God Palace has many rules. Under the constraints of those rules, the Star God official seems to be a believer who is absolutely loyal to the Lord, and will take the will of the Lord as the ultimate guide. Even if the Star God official is asked to capture his parents and brothers, the Star God official can only execute the order without hesitation and has no other choice. Lin Shen was shocked when he heard this.
Deng Quang had already said it was quite tactful.
According to him, after becoming a Star Priest, he was like a puppet in the dominant position. He could only execute orders, but not have any feelings or judgments of his own.
This is completely different from the information about the Star Lord that he saw on the internet.
The information he saw on the internet was that the Star Lord had various treatments and benefits, as well as the rights that ordinary gods could not reach.
However, no one has ever said that the Star Lord actually has such a side. And once there is a problem with the Immortal Court, the Star Lord needs to come forward to suppress it. There was a family that violated the Immortal Court's regulations before. A large-scale battle occurred due to some disputes. The Star Lord who was sent to suppress was a genius who walked out of that family. As a result, the Star Lord himself killed many tribe members who violated the Immortal Court's regulations, and also captured his parents and many elders, and sent them to the Star God Palace to convict. In the end, there was no one who came out alive. Deng Quang continued.
The more Lin Shen heard it, the more he felt that the Star Priest in the Star God Palace seemed to have lost even his human nature. The Star Priest seems to have great benefits and power, but it is also very dangerous, especially the low-level Star Priest. Recently, people from the ancient realm area rushed into the Immortal Court. I heard that in order to catch the 2 people who rushed into the Immortal Court, many Star Priests died.
Deng Quang said with a smile, I haven't seen people from the ancient realm area that are so powerful. In one-on-one situation, those low-level Star Priests are not opponents.
Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he heard this. The Star Priests were all gods who had won the first place in various competitions. Even if they were just low-level Star Priests, they were the first in the same level. People who came from the ancient realm area were able to kill the Star Priest, and their strength was a bit terrifying.
What kind of person is coming from the ancient realm? Why is it so powerful? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. Who knows who it is? We don't know much about the ancient realm and the Star God Palace. We just heard of many Star Priests who died. It seems that one of them was called Dai's.
Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a sudden slap in his heart when he heard Dai's name.
Chapter 1039 The Palace of the God of Eternal Star. I haven't heard of it. Who is the other person? Lin Shen asked again. How could you hear of people from the ancient world? Deng Quang laughed and said, I just heard some news. I didn't hear the other one's name. I just heard that another person from the ancient world didn't speak very well, and seemed to be stuttering. Lin Shen's heart suddenly sank when he heard this. After all, Deng Quang just heard that the man might not be really stuttering, maybe he just didn't speak very well. Lin Shen thought of Lao Wei, which made him feel bad. If Dai's and Lao Wei really came up, it means that there might be something wrong with the peerless magic skill he sent back, or the family members misunderstood his meaning. He sent the peerless magical power back, with the original intention of letting them understand the situation in power system and the immortal court, etc. Maybe they misunderstood that they needed assistance in the immortal court, so they broke through the gate of the immortal court. No, I have to go and see if the person who was not speaking smoothly is Lao Wei. Lin Shen chatted with Deng Quang for a while, but failed to get more useful information. After all, Deng Quang is not a person from the Star God Palace, nor is he a star priest. The information he can obtain is limited. If you want to know if Lao Wei and Dais are coming, and what they are doing now, you can only join the Star God Palace to get in touch with these. However, the place where they came in was not the Zhongtian Star Zone, but the Nanqing Zone. Lin Shen originally planned to interview the Star God Palace in Zhongxing District. In this way, he could only change his previous plan to interview the Star God Palace in Nanqing District. Xiao Lu Master, think more about it. Jiufen chapter is definitely a good thing and will not disappoint you. Deng Quang hanged up and persuaded Lin Shen a few more words before he hung up. Lin Shen actually wants the 9 Destiny chapter. If he can get the memories and experiences of the 9 gods, it will be of great benefit to his survival in the Star God Palace. However, in the end, Lin Shen chose to give up. Through the Taishu world, he could also have a certain understanding of the immortal court, and he did not necessarily have to be the 9 Destiny chapter. After finishing the call with Deng Quang, Lin Shen hurriedly found some information about the Nanqing district. Before, he read information about the Zhongtian Star District and Zhongtian Star Temple. Now his plan has changed and he can only make up for it temporarily. The master of the Nanqing district is the eternal emperor of the Antarctic. The Star God Palace in the Nanqing district is also called the Eternal God Palace. In addition to the great priests who command the Star God Palace, there are 32 9-star priests, and the number of 9-star priests is second only to the Zhongtian Star God Palace. As for ordinary 1-star and 2-star priests, there are even more uncountable in the Palace of the Longevity Star. According to previous data, even if you can win the first place in a certain competition, the chance of passing the interview with the Changqing Star Temple is less than 50%. However, the pass rate of Lin Shen's competition was still very high, with more than 70%. However, the interview information cannot be found online. What questions will the interviewer ask and what standards will the interviewer use to judge? I only know that the interviewers are usually 9-star priests, and occasionally there are great priests who interview in person, which is not fixed. Even if Lin Shen wants to go through the back door, he doesn't know who to look for. I can only leave it to fate. Lin Shen gave up searching for information helplessly and waited for the day of the interview to arrive. It was already too late. After more than 2 days, it was finally time for the interview. Lin Shen obtained the authority given by the Star God Palace, and he also had the authority to go to the 6 Star God Palaces. He chose to go to the Changqing Star God Palace without hesitation. After the teleportation dizziness was over, Lin Shen found himself appearing in the square in front of a jade palace. The square and palace seem to be built on the clouds, and outside the square is the sea of clouds and the void, which looks extremely magical. The plaque of the palace says the 3 words Eternal Life Palace instead of the Star God Palace. In the square, Lin Shen also saw some other people, all wearing their own clothes, and they were obviously not priests of the Star God Palace. Only in front of the Palace of Eternal Life, 2 people, one on the left and one on the right, were wearing standard star priests, and 5-star badges were hung on their chests, which meant that they were all 5-star priests. Are you a Tian? Lin Shen was looking at the place. Someone next to him seemed to recognize him and walked over to say hello. Who are you? Lin Shen looked at the person in front of him, but could not find any information related to him in his memory. A young man in his 20s has beautiful eyebrows and long hair.
He casually tied behind him with a hairband, and his white robe looks even more elegant and outspoken. If it weren't for the fact that he had just heard his voice and knew that he was a pure man and only looked at his appearance, it would be easy for people to mistakenly think that he was from which beautiful girl he was. Ji Fengyun, the first place in this beauty pageant, won the interview opportunity of the Changqing Star God Palace. The most powerful god competition is much more valuable than that of the beauty pageant. You should have got all the interview opportunities of the Star God Palace. I thought you would go to the Zhongtian Star Master for an interview, but I didn't expect to see you at the Changqing Star God Palace. The young man said with a smile. Lin Shen has never paid attention to the beauty pageant, but looking at Ji Fengyun's appearance and temperament, he is indeed a rare beauty, and it is not surprising that he can win the first place. A competition like Hard God is a turn-based huo with you slap me and I slap you at the same time. There is no technical content at all, so there is no value. If there is a fair fight, who would stand there and let you fight at will? Before Lin Shen could speak, a cold voice sounded beside him. Lin Shen turned around and saw that the person who was talking was a man who looked a little old, giving people the feeling of a middle-aged and old man. Ji Fengyun glanced at the man and said to Lin Shen with a smile, "You don't have to take it seriously. His name is Wan Donglin. He is the number one in the class of gun execution. Those who play guns all worship the gun god Wuming very much. If you defeat gun god Wuming, it is normal for them to feel unhappy, so don't worry about him." Ji Fengyun, what do you mean? What does he mean to defeat the gun god? That is not a gun trial game at all. If he comes to participate in the gun trial, Wuming can torture him to death with one hand. Wan Donglin said coldly. Lin Shen smiled and said nothing, not willing to waste his talk on such things. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't say anything, Wan Donglin didn't say anything. A group of more than a dozen people were waiting in the square for the interview to begin. Are we the only ones who came to the Changqing Star Temple to participate in the interview this time? Lin Shen was a little confused. Why did so many champions choose to come to the Nanqing district for interview? The interview between the champions of the upper and middle groups was a few days ago. Our lower group was the last group. As soon as Ji Fengyun finished speaking, he heard a vague voice coming from the Hall of Eternity. "Ji Fengyun, please come to the hall for an interview." Chapter 1044 Questions in the Interview. Lin Shen originally thought that it would be the next person's turn to interview when Ji Fengyun came out. Who knew that Ji Fengyun had just walked into the hall not long after? Another voice came from the Changsheng Hall. "Lu Ming'er, please come to the hall for an interview." After a man entered the Hall of Eternity, another sound came from the hall. Everyone entered the hall one by one, and it was not until the 8th person was called, and Lin Shen hurriedly walked into the Hall of Eternity. Lin Shen originally thought that there must be many small rooms in the hall, and each godlike person interviewed should go to a different room. After all, it's hard to interview together. Who knew that Lin Shen came to the hall but did not see any other room? There was only a very grand hall. There was a statue of God more than 100 meters high. In front of the statue, people seemed as small as an ant. There is no doubt that the enshrined Emperor Antarctic. Before the statue of God, there was a table that looked like an altar, but behind the altar, there was a chair and a godman sat. The godman was wearing the uniform of the Star God Palace, and there was a 9-star badge on his chest, so he was undoubtedly a 9-star priest. Just looking at his appearance, he looks just like Lin Shen. His appearance is not very good, and he can be said to have a good facial features, which is far inferior to Ji Fengyun just now. It is a thing of the past. Lin Shen was a little confused. There was only this 9-star priest in the hall, but Ji Fengyun and the others were not seen. I don't know where they went after they just came in. I'll ask you a few questions. You just need to answer the questions. You can answer them as you want. You don't need to worry about them, and you don't need to say anything else. The 9-star priest looked at Lin Shen calmly and said, "Okay." Lin Shen agreed, but thought to himself, I don't know what kind of questions will the Star God Palace ask? Is it a psychological test? Or is it a brain teaser? Or do you need to express your own opinions? Or what kind of problems should you solve? Lin Shen has read a lot of interview tutorials recently, and these are all the questions in the interview. The Star God Palace in District 6 has sent you an invitation to interview. Why did you choose to come here? The Star God official looked at Lin Shen with interest and asked. The Star God Palace also designed questions for each interviewer. This question should be to find out whether there are uneasiness factors in me, right? Lin Shen silently judged in his heart based on the interview tutorials he had read and thought about how to answer. There are standard answers taught online, but looking at the Star Priest in the eyes, Lin Shen had a feeling that if he really answered that way, he would probably be eliminated by this Star Priest. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen then spoke, I don't want to choose Zhongtian Star Temple, my friend is here. Lin Shen originally thought that the Star Priest would continue to ask, but to his surprise, the Star Priest did not ask him why he didn't want to choose the Zhongtian Star Palace, but asked another question, do you like sweet or salty tofu brain? Lin Shen couldn't help but be slightly stunned and thought to himself, what is this problem? Is this a psychological test? Suddenly, Lin Shen realized that this question was definitely not that simple, because he was not sure if there was anything like tofu brain in the Immortal Court. If this is not a psychological test question, but a regional question, there is no food like tofu brain in the fairy court, and it is only available in the ancient realm area, then whether his answer is sweet or salty, it will be a wrong answer. Star God Palace has asked me such a problem. Do you already doubt my identity? Lin Shen's face did not change, but his heart was already overturned. What is tofu brain? Is it food? Lin Shen asked back. The Star Lord looked at Lin Shen and did not answer his question, but continued, the third question is, which of these two goddesses do you think looks better? Holographic images of two goddesses were projected on the table, both of which looked very beautiful, but the styles were different. The goddess on the left has blonde hair and blue eyes, which looks very sexy and charming. The goddess on the right has red hair and brown eyes, which has a mysterious beauty. Lin Shen looked at the images of these two goddesses in a narrow eye. If we look at personal preferences, Lin Shen prefers bright blonde beauties, but red hair also has its unique and attractive charm. The appearance of these two goddesses is not the appearance of a universal goddess. What are you testing? Lin Shen's thoughts turned sharply, and he was about to turn 18 turns, but he didn't think about what this kind of problem was testing. But to test Lin Shen's racial tendency, the appearance of these two goddesses is not a typical appearance of a goddess, and there is no distinction between a minority race. Moreover, there are no statues of the major masters who look like this. Lin Shen couldn't think of what the point is about this problem. Even the clothes they were wearing were exactly the same, with only a few decorations different, but there was no way to tell what was wrong. Can these two different goddesses have some historical significance? I am not very familiar with the history of the Immortal Court, so I don't know the meaning of their respective representatives. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. Lin Shen didn't like to leave his choice to fate. He stared at the two goddesses and kept looking at them, but he had never been able to give an answer. The Star Lord did not urge him, but only showed an impatient expression, but just looked at him calmly, not as if he was in a hurry to ask for his answer. After waiting for a long time, Lin Shen could not see how to choose. Okay, the fourth question. The Star Lord finally spoke and interrupted Lin Shen's thoughts. Unexpectedly, he did not let Lin Shen give a choice, but continued the next question. Can you not answer? Lin Shen was slightly stunned, not knowing whether the answer would have an impact on his interview. No answer is also an answer. The Star Lord said with a smile. Lin Shen's face changed when he heard this. He suddenly realized that this might be a test of obedience. Maybe it doesn't matter which one to choose, what matters is that he must make a choice. Lin Shen was a little annoyed. If it was really as he thought, then he didn't answer this one, and the chance of successful interview was already very low. The fourth question is also the last question. I hope you can answer it well. The Star Lord looked at Lin Shen and said slowly, if your closest relatives and most beloved violate the laws of the Immortal Court, will you destroy your relatives for justice? This question immediately made Lin Shen think of what Deng Quang said to him. The Star Lord is like a puppet. In order to maintain the laws of the Immortal Court, he can do anything, including arresting or even killing his relatives and friends with his own hands.
Chapter 1041 The Great Master. When Lin Shen came out of the Changsheng Hall, he found that there were already many gods who had entered before and came out first, and Ji Fengyun was among them. Tian, how are the interview? Ji Fengyun came over and asked with great knowledge. It doesn't feel good, and it may be difficult to pass the interview. Lin Shen sighed. The last one, although he felt that he should answer the answer of killing his relatives for justice, he finally chose to deny it. Because he was afraid that he would choose to destroy his relatives for justice, after joining the Star God Palace, the Star God Palace would give him some tasks to act as an executioner. This was not his original intention to join the Star God Palace. If that were the case, he would rather not join the Star God Palace now. Anyway, there is still a chance in the future, so don't have to rush this moment. Ji Fengyun also sighed. I have heard that the interview at Star God Palace is different from the general interview. Today I have seen it, and I am the same. I have not performed well and I probably don't have a chance to become a star god. The two of them communicated and found that the questions asked by the Star Lord were completely different, and they should be questions designed for each of them. After one of the dozen gods who participated in the interview came out, their faces were not very good looking, and they probably didn't look very good at the interview. This raised a glimmer of hope in Lin Shen. If everyone's interview results were very poor, maybe he would have a glimmer of chance. Everyone stood in the square and waited anxiously for the result. The Star Lord's interview will give the result on the spot and there is no need to go back and wait for the news. Until the interviewers all came out of the Star God Palace, a huge holographic image appeared on the square, in which there was a star priest sitting behind the table, the one who interviewed Lin Shen before. Those who recite the name are left, those who do not recite the name can go back. As the star priest said, he directly recited, Ji Fengyun. Lu Ming'er. Tian. Lin Shen accidentally heard his name, and the Star Lord pronounced 3 names in total, one of which turned out to be him. I actually passed the interview. Lin Shen did not feel any joy because he passed the interview. This is just the first step for him, and he always feels that he should not pass the interview based on his performance in the interview. The Star God Palace let him pass the test. Could it be that he has doubts about him and wants to keep him by his side so that he can control him at any time? I'll introduce myself. My name is Wu Qing. I am the great priest of the Changsheng Star Temple. From now on, you will be part of the Changsheng Star Temple. Everyone will be colleagues. The man said with a smile. Is he a great priest? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He always thought that a man was a 9-star priest, but he did not expect that he would be a great priest in the Changsheng Star Temple, an existence above millions of people under one god. I didn't expect to see the great priest. This great priest looks easy to get along with. Ji Fengyun was in a good mood at this time. Like Lin Shen, he didn't expect that he could pass the test. Isn't the person who interviewed you? Lin Shen heard Ji Fengyun's meaning, as if he had seen Wu Qing for the first time. It's definitely not. The great priests generally don't interview in person, let alone we are just lower-ranking gods. Even if the great priests personally interview in person, they usually only interview those higher-ranking gods. Ji Fengyun said. Lin Shen thought everyone was interviewed by Wu Qing, and Wu Qing in the hall was just a projection or clone that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The entry into the Star God Palace is also very simple, and there is not even an entry ceremony. It only gave away uniforms, badges, and the professional manual of the Star God official, and then they were asked to leave. They have 3 days to go back and prepare, and they can officially join the company in 3 days. Your rights and obligations, as well as the laws of the Star God Palace, are clearly written in the professional manual. You can enjoy the rights or not, but your obligations must be fulfilled and the laws must be abide by them. If you are a star priest and violate any laws, you will be punished the most severely. Wu Qing said last, and the holographic projection disappeared. After Lin Shen and others left the Star God Palace, Wu Qing and another Star God official were standing in front of a monitor and watching them leave from the teleportation array. Wu Qing, why did you want to admit a Tian? His interview should have failed, right? Lu Siming, the 9-star priest next to him, asked in confusion. Not only fail,
but there are some problems. Wu Qing said calmly. Problem? What's the problem? Lu Siming was a little puzzled. The immortal garden does not have food like tofu brain. You and I know that it is because you and I have been to the ancient realm area. Wu Qing said. He didn't say it, he didn't know what tofu brain is. What's the problem? Lu Siming was a little puzzled. He hesitated. Under normal circumstances, if he didn't know what tofu brain was, he would show confusion at the first time, but his reaction was not like this. Wu Qing said. Maybe he just reacted slowly. Lu Siming thought for a while and said. When I asked him later which goddess he liked, he immediately looked confused. Lu Siming was stunned and smiled bitterly. I said, why did you suddenly raise these strange questions? It turned out that you suspected him early in the morning? But isn't he Deng Adwa from the Deng family? He still has a marriage with the Shen family, so how could he not be a god? Isn't the Deng family and the Shen family able to make such a mistake, right? Why can't you make a mistake? Everyone says he is Deng Adwa, but the Deng family has never admitted it. Wu Qing said coldly, and I have visited the meeting between Shen and Deng families. Deng Adwa and a Tian now don't look like each other at all. Lu Siming was stunned and said, how is this possible? A Tian is not Deng Adwa, so why didn't the Deng family come out to refute the rumors? The specific reason is unknown, but what is certain is that a Tian is not a duo, so we need to figure out who he is. Wu Qing's eyes changed a little sharply. Do you suspect he came up from below? Lu Siming said. This possibility is not ruled out. Wu Qing. That's not right. If he came from below, how could no one notice him? And how could he obtain the identity certificate of the Immortal Court? Without the identity certificate, let alone participating in the interview with the Star God Palace, he would not even be qualified to obtain the planet or participate in the competition. He is not Deng Adwa, which does not mean that he came from below. Lu Siming thought it was impossible, and looked at Wu Qing with a strange expression and said, Wu Qing, you can't be a little prejudiced to him because he beat your nephew Wu Xiaoming, right? You have to think about it. Now you are still a great priest. If something goes wrong during this period and violates the law, it will not only be difficult to officially change to the position of the great priest, but may also be punished. Don't act irritably. It's very simple to know if he came from below. Wu Qing was not angry because of Lu Siming's guess, but just said calmly, didn't you catch two people from below before and let them meet again? You can tell whether they know each other at a glance. Chapter 1042 Guardian of the South Heaven Gate. As star priests of the same period, Lin Shen, Ji Fengyun and Lu Ming'er both left communication numbers, and the newcomers could take care of each other. Back on their planet, King Lunzi and Long Shouzi both sent congratulatory messages. They had already seen the news that Lin Shen had entered the Changsheng Star Temple from the official website of Star Temple. For them, being able to become a star priest is a very good way out, which is equivalent to crossing the class. Deng Quang also sent a message, wondering why he wanted to join the Star God Palace. With his ability, there is no need to rely on the Star God Palace, nor does he need the identity of the Star God official to ensure his own safety. Lin Shen replied patiently that he had no way back now, and he had to find out whether the two people who entered the Immortal Court recently were Lao Wei and Dais. After the Shen family and the Deng family knew that a Tian became the star priest in the Nanqing district, their performance was completely different. Deng Yongxin and other Deng family members didn't look very good after they learned the news. Once they become the star priest, it will be even more difficult for them to control a Tian. Moreover, the Star Lord is under the jurisdiction of the Star Lord, and his connection with the family will become weaker in the future. They believe that the Shen family will definitely not accept the fact that they marry a Star Lord. Deng Yongxin believed that this might be a good opportunity. After the Shen family knew that a Tian became a star priest, they might take the initiative to terminate the marriage between the two families. But the facts were exactly the opposite of what he thought. After the Shen family learned that a Tian became the star priest in the Nanqing district, for some reason, they wanted to promote marriage even more. After Yu Hongyan learned about this, her expression was a little strange, and it seemed hard to believe that Lin Shen would actually join the Star God Palace and become a Star God official. For ordinary gods, becoming a star priest is indeed a good way. But it is a bit strange for Lin Shen's background, and he is a man who is married to the Shen family. Such a person becomes a star priest. People from other families were also a little confused about how Atian would become a star priest. In their opinion, Lin Shen's behavior was to make a good person improper and insist on being a dog. No matter how others don't understand, Lin Shen doesn't know, and even if he knows, he won't take it seriously. Now he just wants to quickly penetrate into the Star God Palace and figure out what he wants to know. 3 days passed quickly. Lin Shen put on the uniform of the Star God Palace and went to the Changxing Star God Palace to report on time. Over the past 3 days, he has read the professional manual many times and knows that after becoming a star priest, he can enjoy a lot of rights and benefits. The higher the star rating, the greater the rights. Even if he is just the lowest level 1-star priest, he already enjoys a lot of rights. For example, Lin Shen can use the 9th level star under the Star God Palace to teleport directly, and can hunt down the deformed species on it at will and plunder resources on the planet. For example, when he needs it, he can let any god and man help his work. If he is attacked by a god outside the Star God Palace, he can contact any Star God Palace to obtain support from the Star God official. Of course, in the Immortal Court, few people dare to attack the Star God Palace, even if it is just a 1-star priest. Lin Shen discovered that with the identity of Star Lord, it would be more convenient for him to act in the Immortal Court in the future. A person like Nippon Ancestor, even if his strength is stronger than him, now standing in front of Nippon Ancestor dares not do anything to him. Ji Fengyun and Lu Ming'er came earlier than Lin Shen and were waiting for the official recruitment early in the morning. After a 2-star priest took them through all the procedures, he took them to their respective departments. Lu Ming'er was assigned to the Law Enforcement Department, which was the department responsible for handling personnel who violated the law and was also the real power department of Star God Palace. Lin Shen and Ji Fengyun were assigned to the security department, saying that they were the security department, but in Lin Shen's view, they were actually security guards. The security department is responsible for some security work. Because of his outstanding image and temperament, Ji Fengyun was assigned to the Star God Palace to serve as a guard. That is where the face of the Star God Palace is, and no one can stand guard with poor image. Because Lin Shen's image and temperament were not up to standard, he failed to stay in the Star God Palace with Ji Fengyun, but instead took the job of guarding the South Heaven Gate. The South Heaven Gate is one of the 6 major gateways of the Immortal Court. Countless people from the ancient realm areas have to enter the Immortal Court through these 6 gateways. Lin Shen's mission is to guard the Nanshanmen. If anyone from the ancient realm comes in from the Nanshanmen, he will control the other party first. If you are obedient, take it to the Star God Palace. If you are not obedient, you must use means to make the other party obedient. The Star God Palace is still very human. This job is 3 shifts, each shift is 4 star priests. They only need to guard 10 Immortal Court days to rest for 20 days until the next 10 days, and this cycle repeats itself. The 3 star priests who are with Lin Shen are also 1-star priests, and they are all gods who have won the championship in a certain competition in the past 2 or 3 years. In terms of talent and ability, he is also first class among gods and men, but now he can only show people the door here. According to them, the priests entering the Star God Palace basically have to go through this step, which is a tradition. However, this new priest refers to the lower gods, the middle gods and the upper gods. After joining the Star God Palace, there is no need to take this step. Those who have good image and temperament like Ji Fengyun were lucky enough to skip this step. I don't know what happened in the ancient realm area recently, and many fierce people came out. The few people who came up had the ability to kill the lower gods. 2 of them rushed into the Immortal Court in their body, and even practiced the method of visualization. When several gods were bored, they talked about the recent things. Are all the people in the ancient realms so powerful? Lin Shen asked with the opportunity. I heard that many of them were very powerful a long time ago, but in recent years, it has become weaker and weaker. Generally, people who come up can be controlled by us. I don't know what happened recently. People from the ancient world are stronger than the other. Several of the colleagues who were rotating at that time died. Don't let us meet such people. Maybe it was really too idle. There was no one from the ancient realm area who could rush up. Several people talked about the news they heard here for a long time. Although it was not what they saw with their own eyes, the news they heard was also vivid. After listening for a while, Lin Shen could basically confirm that the two people rushing up from their bodies were Dais and Lao Wei. The ancient world area was able to practice the visualization technique of ghosts and gods, probably because of the peerless magical skills he sent back. Lin Shen is now thinking about how to tell the people in the ancient world that they should not step onto the ladder to come to the fairy court. While thinking, I suddenly heard the sound of chaos coming from the immortal court, and I vaguely heard someone shouting, "Stop him, don't let him rush out of the South Heaven Gate." The four of them woke up immediately and quickly summoned the artifacts and looked inside. They saw one of them coming with the stars in the sky. Damn, what are the people in the prison department doing for food? They actually made people run out. The few people were shocked and quickly used the artifact to stop the man. Lin Shen looked at him in his scrutiny and found that the person rushing out from inside was Dais. Chapter 1043, A Heart-to-Heart Relationship. In an instant, Lin Shen's thinking was like a roller coaster, turning one bend after another. It doesn't feel scientific that Dais was able to escape from the Star God Palace. Is Dais very strong or outrageously strong? Even among gods and men, he should be a top genius. But after all, he is only equivalent to the level of a lower-level god. It is really unimaginable to say that he can escape from the prison of Star God Palace. As far as Lin Shen knows, there are people who can imprison the superior gods in the prison of Star God Palace. Even the superior gods cannot escape. Is it so easy for him to escape? Several thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Now Dais is approaching the South Heaven Gate. As long as he rushes out of the South Heaven Gate, he will have the chance to leave the immortal court and return to the ancient realm. This seems to be an opportunity. Lin Shen can take this opportunity to rush back to the ancient realm with Dais. But in just a moment, Lin Shen denied this idea again. It's not a question of whether to go back or not, but a question of whether he can go back. He doubted in his heart, perhaps this was also a test for him. Outside the South Gate of Heaven, which is so close, is perhaps a more terrifying trap than the Gate of Hell. As long as he dares to join forces with Dais to enter the South Heaven Gate, he and Dais may be captured or even killed in the next moment. No, this is a fucking wrong. How could it be so coincidental? When I was assigned to the Nantian Gate, Dais escaped from the prison and rushed to the Nantian Gate. There is definitely a problem. Lin Shen was afraid that Dais would see him, so he came up and called Lin Shen. Even if Dais had eye contact with him, someone might find the problem. Lin Shen made a decision almost instantly, summoned a sniper rifle and was about to attack Dais. Many of his thoughts were completed in an instant. No one else could see anything unusual, but he and the other three guards of the South Heaven Gate summoned a magic weapon, as if they were preparing to face the enemy. Now Lin Shen is afraid that Dais will see him calling out his name, so no matter how much he quibbles, it will be useless. It would be better to knock Dais to the ground first, so he wanted to shoot first and use this blow to remind Dais. But before he could pull the trigger, he saw the stars in the sky pouring out like a galaxy. Dais's eyes did not stare at him specifically, as if he had regarded the four of them as a whole. The dazzling galaxy also rushed towards the four of them at the same time, as if he wanted to force them back or kill them, and rushed out of the South Heaven Gate directly. In an instant, Lin Shen understood. It was impossible for Dais not to see him, so Dais and his ideas were consistent. Both of them understood that they could not rush out so easily. Dais took action first, which was to create opportunities for Lin Shen. Lin Shen understood Dais's thoughts, and felt a little emotional in his heart. He pulled the trigger at Dais without hesitation. The other three guards also launched attacks almost at the same time. Although they were only one-star priests, their strength and ability were extremely strong, and the power they burst out was also extremely amazing. However, the power of the galaxy that was as big as a snowball to God, which had turned into a torrent in an instant, was directly destroyed by the attacks of the three people, and the artifacts released were all broken. Only the bullets fired by Lin Shen seemed to have disappeared. When they appeared again, they had already reached Dai's chest. Dai's reaction was too fast. A bullet that was so close to him suddenly appeared, which made him react. His body twisted, avoiding the center of his heart, and at the same time, starlight burst out on his body. Bang! The bullet broke through the starlight in his carapace, and pierced Dai's chest. Blood splashed out from the bullet hole, and Dai's body rushing forward fell from the air. Lin Shen raised his gun without hesitation and fired a second shot at Dai's head. The space bullet disappeared instantly and was about to explode Dai's head. The injured Dai reacted significantly slower. When the bullet jumped over the space and appeared in front of his head, he had no reaction at all, and was about to be shot directly. Bang! The bullet did not blow out Dai's head, and an invisible force blocked the bullet. The bullet containing invincible power actually penetrated the invisible power. Lu Siming was startled by this attack. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. The force he used to exert changed and pushed Dai's body aside. The bullet flew over Dai's cheek, slashing a deep mark on the shell on his face, and a bloody groove on his face was wiped out. If it weren't for Lu Siming's push, Dai's head would have been blown up. Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At that moment just now, he was already sweating coldly in his heart, afraid that Dai would be shot to death by him. Fortunately, his judgment was not wrong. Catch the one alive. Seeing that Lin Shen was about to shoot the third shot, Lu Siming shouted lightly. The man had already reached a close place. The divine light on his body radiated like thousands of threads, tying Dai's body into it. Lin Shen and the other three guards stopped attacking and saluted Lu Siming. Although Lin Shen did not know Lu Siming, the 9-star badge on his chest represented his identity, which was much higher than Lin Shen and the others. You guys did a good job. Lu Siming nodded slightly, and then left directly with the bound Dais. Lin Shen glanced at Lu Siming's back as he left, and secretly felt glad that there was indeed something wrong with this matter. The 9-star priest actually came to capture Dais himself, which was absolutely wrong. It is impossible for the 9-star priest to guard the prison in person, so why was he the first to chase after him instead of those priests who guard the prison? Any 4 or 5-star priest who catches up Dais cannot easily get rid of it, not to mention that the prison head in the prison is not as simple as the 4 or 5-star priest. Tian, it's amazing. It seems that you haven't used all your strength in the hardest Godman competition. A guard gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. The bullets Lin Shen fired in the game were all slow, not as elusive as it is now. It's not that I haven't used all my strength. There is no need to use this method for the toughest Godman competition. Lin Shen said with a smile. That's right. Several people's attitude towards Lin Shen was obviously much more intimate. I used to think that Lin Shen's methods were useful in the competition, but the actual combat speed would not have much effect. But now it seems that Lin Shen's combat power is simply out of the blue, which is a bit different from what they imagined. They did not realize this. Lu Siming had taken action to block Lin Shen's bullets, but it didn't block them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as admiration. Lin Shen talked and laughed with the three of them, as if they were fine. The three of them were also very happy. With Lin Shen, even if they were not lucky and met a tough guy from the ancient world, they would not be unable to deal with it. Chapter 1044 The Blue Sky. Wu Qing, it seems that you are thinking too much. A Tian cannot have anything to do with these people in the ancient realm. Lu Siming looked at Lin Shen from Nanshanmen and the other three gods talking and laughing through the monitor, and said to Wu Qing beside him. Wu Qing was also staring at Lin Shen, with no change in expression on his face. This only shows that he has nothing to do with this person, and it does not prove that he is not from the ancient realm. You don't want to try another person from the ancient realm, right? This method is no longer possible. Moreover, these little powerful guys all come from the same ancient realm. For beings like them, they must be as famous as gods in that ancient realm. They cannot be unfamiliar with each other. Lu Siming said. I mean, a Tian may come from another ancient territory. Wu Qing said. Old Wu, I have to talk about you. If you lose the game, you will lose. Just let them solve the children's affairs by themselves. It is not a bad thing to encounter some setbacks, so don't be so serious. Lu Siming still felt that Wu Qing had some personal grudges against Lin Shen. Wu Qing looked at Lin Shen in the surveillance and did not explain anymore, but he knew that he didn't let Lin Shen go so easily.
Have you communicated with the Emperor? How do you deal with these two guys from the body? Are they sent to the Xiandu like the guy from the spirit? Lu Siming did not worry about this question anymore and asked instead. There is no magical metaphor. Wu Qing said. What does it mean without a god's metaphor? Does it mean that the Emperor sent them to the immortal city without a god's metaphor, or does it mean that there was no god's metaphor and let them go? Lu Siming didn't understand what it meant.
I communicated with the Emperor, but the Emperor did not respond.
Wu Qing said in a deep thought. No response? What's going on? Have no idea. Then what should these two people deal with? Should they be sent to the immortal city? Lu Siming thought for a while and said, that's right.
In the past, those people had abandoned their physical bodies and entered the immortal city with their spiritual bodies.
Now these two were invaded by physical bodies, and there were not many precedents like this.
Speaking of which, our ancestors also came from the ancient realm area.
Like them, they all entered the immortal city. So, should they be allowed to become part of the immortal court and give them a formal identity?
Not to mention that they killed the priest guarding the gate. This has already violated the laws of the immortal court.
Even if there is no such thing, no wonder you forgot the lesson of that person before? They are from the same ancient realm.
Wu Qing said with a cold face. These guys from the ancient realm are too murderous and too unruly, which is really a bit difficult to deal with.
Lu Siming's face changed when he heard Wu Qing mention the person, and looked at Wu Qing and asked, what are you planning to deal with them? According to the laws of the immortal court, send them to the Jueyu Xingyuan to serve their sentences. Wu Qing said. It may be difficult to get out alive after going to that kind of place.
In recent years, fewer and fewer star crystals have been produced in the Jueyu Xingyuan, and it has been rare to dig it up.
Is it a waste to send two such people there? Lu Siming said. What do you want to do?
Wu Qing saw that Lu Siming seemed to have some thoughts about these two people. Lu Siming laughed and said, I have a great shortage of people there recently.
Why not give them to me and make my experimental products? Okay.
Wu Qing thought for a while and nodded, but you have to be careful and don't let them run away.
Old Wu, you underestimate me too much.
If these two little guys ran away under my nose, I would have lived in vain for so many years.
Lu Siming smiled.
Wu Qing just said casually, and he didn't really think that Dais and the others could escape from Lu Siming's hands. Originally preparing to leave, Wu Qing seemed to have thought of something again, and turned to Lu Siming and said, a Tian has made contributions this time.
He always gives some rewards. Don't let him guard the Nantian gate anymore. Isn't your side insufficient? Let him go to your side as a guard. Do you still doubt him? Lu Siming was speechless.
There is no harm in observing more, please help me watch.
Wu Qing turned around and left. I understand. Lu Siming responded helplessly.
He knew what Wu Qing meant, and transferred a Tian to his place as a guard, so that a Tian could see the two people as experimental subjects. If a Tian had something to do with them, he would sooner or later reveal his strength. Although Lu Siming felt that Wu Qing's arrangement was a bit extravagant, if Lin Shen really knew them, he would not have been so desperate at Nanshanmen just now. If it weren't for his actions, Dais would have been shot by Lin Shen long ago.
How could such a person know?
Lin Shen had been guarding the Nantian gate for a few days before receiving the order to go to Billow Ocean to be a guard. Several other colleagues congratulated Lin Shen on his envious order.
It's all guards, what's there to congratulate?
Lin Shen said disapprovingly.
You don't know this.
Of course, it's different for all guards. The same guards are not of the level of a 5-star priest.
Can you stay at the gate of the Changsheng Hall?
Although Billow Ocean is not as high as the gate of the Changsheng Hall, it is not possible for anyone to go there. At least it must be a 3-star priest to have the chance. You can be transferred to Billow Ocean because you have made contributions when you arrested that person last time, otherwise how could you be your turn?
Where is the door to watch? Billow Ocean is not mine, what's the difference?
Lin Shen still didn't care.
It's really different. Not only is the benefits in Ocean high, but there is also a special welfare. A guard said with his eyes narrowed, "It's a place to study the immortal pills." Immortal pill? Lin Shen looked puzzled. If you simply use distortion liquid, the effect is not good. High-level distortion liquid cannot be used by low-level gods, otherwise it will cause harm to the body and even cause distortion to itself. Bai Luotian is just a study on how to synthesize and use distortion liquid. The immortal pills produced may even allow lower gods to directly advance to the middle level, or even advance to the upper level in a short period of time. Several people said the immortal pills to be magical. Of course, such a fairy pill has nothing to do with a guard, but Bai Luotian often gives out some ordinary pills as a benefit, which is also extremely beneficial for practice. There are many high-level star priests who want to work in Ocean, which is indeed a good place. Lin Shen felt that this was a bit strange. Although he performed well, the person who stopped the people who entered the South Heaven Gate could only be considered as completing the work. Is there such a great contribution? Chapter 1045 The Medicine Man. Lin Shen originally thought that Ocean was an ancient place for alchemy. After all, the name of the immortal pill sounded like an ancient smell, as if you could smell some elixir fragrance when you heard the name. But when Lin Shen really arrived at Ocean, he realized that Ocean was completely different from what he imagined. Huge buildings are arranged neatly and orderly like metal boxes, each building is unimaginable. There are all kinds of machinery and instruments inside, and there is no one in it. The whole process is controlled and operated by the intelligent brain. Under the leadership of Qin Zian, the deputy captain of the Ocean security team, the two patrolled the entire Ocean together. Lin Shen saw how those machines produced capsules, and also saw how those capsules were packaged. The capsules produced in each workshop are different, and the transportation process is completed by machines, and there is no link in between that requires human participation. In the huge blue sky, there are almost no other gods except the guards of the security department. Our mission is to patrol to see if there is any abnormal situation and ignore anything else. Qin Zian walked and pointed to an area ahead and said, "There is the new drug research and development department over there. Unlike the production workshop here, you have to pay more snacks when you are there. There are many areas that we cannot get involved in. If you cross the line, the intelligent brain will automatically determine to start the erasure system. It is difficult for the superior gods to escape the fate of being erased, so you have to remember clearly, don't even know how to die at that time." As he said that, Qin Zian took Lin Shen into the R&D department area. The buildings here were obviously not so regular and showed some different appearances. Qin Zian pointed to the various buildings and explained their functions and where the forbidden zone was. In fact, she didn't need to point out the scope of the restricted area at all, because all the buildings here have warning signs that are prohibited from entering, and any buildings that can be seen are basically prohibited areas. Actually, it's easy to remember. Except for the few buildings there, all other buildings are forbidden areas. Qin Zian said, pointing to the several buildings on her left. "Where is there?" Lin Shen asked curiously. "We need to inspect the deformed species breeding garden, pharmacy room, testing ground, and other places. If there is any problem with the deformed species inside, we need to report it in time or help solve the problem." Qin Zian looked at Lin Shen and said, "But you are just a lower-level god. If something really happens, you don't need to solve it. Just report the situation in time." As he said that, Qin Zian took Lin Shen into the deformed species breeding garden, where there were crystal containers like glass fish tanks, and many of them were covered with various deformed species. Lin Shen has never even heard of many deformities. When patrol, you must look carefully and check these pet boxes one by one. If you find any problems with the pet boxes or abnormalities inside, you must report them immediately. Qin Zian told Lin Shen some things to pay attention to while walking. Lin Shen took the pen and wrote it down. He couldn't remember so many details just by relying on his brain. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a person in a pet box, not a deformed species. "Dios!" Lin Shen's face showed a look of surprise. The person locked in the pet box turned out to be Dios. Dai sat in the pet box like a glass fish tank, as if he could sense someone to see it.
After opening his eyes, he looked at Lin Shen and Qin Zian expressionlessly.
Great it. This is the person from the ancient world who was stopped by you and couldn't escape.
He was applied by Lord Lu Siming to come and test the medicine.
Qin Zian knew about Lin Shen and thought Lin Shen was transferred because of this. Use people to test medicine?
Lin Shen said in surprise.
What's so strange about this?
Not to mention that he is from the ancient realm. Even in our fairy court, some gods who violated the rules will sometimes be brought here to test the medicine, and there are many superior gods. Qin Zian seemed to be accustomed to some people for a long time and led Lin Shen to continue moving forward.
Sure enough, I saw several gods who acted as testers later. Their situations didn't seem to be very good.
I don't know if they had tried the medicine or if there were other reasons. Lin Shen originally thought he could see Wei Wufu here, but he didn't see it, which made him both disappointed and a little grateful. After walking around, Qin Zian took Lin Shen to the laboratory again. There were separated rooms here.
From the transparent wall, you could see the test items inside.
The instrument recorded all the reactions of the test items for 24 hours.
There are more people here.
Although there are only dozens of gods and men, you can finally see people. The deformed species in the room have various abnormal situations. Some of them have ulcerated all over their bodies, and some have obviously grown things that do not belong to them. Most deformities are lying quietly, but some are very crazy and even hitting the wall with their bodies. As he looked, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly froze. In a room, Lin Shen saw a familiar figure. The test subject in that room was a majestic man, clearly Wei Wufu. But at this time, Wei Wufu curled up in the corner, closed his eyes, hugged his hands together, and his body seemed to be very cold, constantly trembling. Lin Shen saw that things like saplings grew on Wei Wufu's body. The roots of the saplings were rooted in Wei Wufu's flesh and blood, and it looked extremely terrifying. Lin Shen resisted the urge to rush up to smash the laboratory open, and could only watch Lao Wei. His heart seemed to be torn apart one by one. Without Lao Wei, Lin Shen would have died long ago.
Without Lao Wei, he would not be what he is today. Even Lao Wei entered the immortal court, it may be because of Lin Shen. Seeing Lao Wei's appearance, Lin Shen almost couldn't help but feel murderous intent in his heart. Is this a god or a person from the ancient realm? Lin Shen asked curiously. People in the ancient realm have very tenacious vitality. After eating ginseng pills, they can persist for so long. It is really rare. Neither the lower and middle-level gods used to test ginseng pills have lasted for as long as he has.
Qin Zian said casually. What is ginseng elixir? Lin Shen smiled on his face, as if such a thing seemed like a fun in his opinion. Producing elixirs is too troublesome, so our researchers came up with a method for producing natural elixirs and directly cultivate plants that can grow elixir fruits.
This plant is called the human fruit tree.
Later, after a long time, it was called the ginseng fruit tree. The natural elixirs produced on the fruit tree are called the ginseng pill.
Qin Zian continued to explain, but if you want to plant ginseng fruit trees, an ordinary environment cannot do. People's flesh and blood must be cultivated. These people are also called medicinal people.
Only when the seedlings absorb the energy of flesh and blood and grow to a certain extent can they be transplanted into the medicine garden.
Can these medicines be used repeatedly? Lin Shen asked.
A ginseng fruit tree sucked the medicine man dry, so how could it be used repeatedly?
Qin Zian said casually indifferently. Chapter 1046 Plan.
Lin Shen had the intention of murder, but there was no strange expression on his face. Instead, he asked with a smile, a ginseng fruit tree requires a medicinal person.
If you want to produce it in large quantities, how can you find so many medicinal people?
They used to want to use deformed species as materials, but unfortunately the effect was not very good, so there were very few experimental samples for the ginseng fruit tree, and there were also very few ginseng fruits produced. Only by winning the championship in some competitions can you get the ginseng fruit reward, and there are almost no other channels. Qin Zian seemed to think of something when she said this, and looked at Lin Shen and said, I remember you were from the hardest godlike competition.
There was no ginseng fruit reward in that competition, right?
Yes, no, I don't know what the effects of ginseng fruit has? Lin Shen followed Qin Zian and continued to walk forward without looking at Wei Wufu more. It's hard to say that the ginseng fruit is still in the experimental stage. The effect of the finished product is not very stable. Some can enhance attributes, some can enhance characteristics, and some can even directly help the gods condense their souls and even the spirits. Qin Zian said casually. Qin Zian took Lin Shen on the patrol route and told him that at the specified time in the future, he must take this route and inspect carefully. If there are omissions, he will be punished. You don't have to worry too much. A patrol team has 4 guards. The guards in your group are all old people who have worked in Ocean for many years. You will not make any mistakes with them. As long as you study hard, you will get started soon. Qin Zian comforted Lin Shen again. In a room, Lu Siming observed Lin Shen's every move through the monitor, and even with a look, he could see clearly. Especially when Lin Shen saw Dai's and Wei Wufu, Lu Siming stared at him without hesitation. Fortunately, Lin Shen did not show any abnormality. After Lu Siming watched Lin Shen return to the security department, he stood up from the chair. Old Wu was so careless. How could this kid be able to make such a ruthless move? How could it be related to people in the ancient realm? Lu Siming was thinking about it when the communicator rang, and it was obvious that it was Wu Qing who called it. Old Wu insisted on killing that boy. Lu Siming always believed that Wu Qing targeted Lin Shen like this in order to retaliate. Sure enough, after connecting to the communication, Wu Qing asked about Lin Shen's situation. Lu Siming said Lin Shen's performance here, and did not say anything more. After hearing this, Wu Qing did not say anything, but asked Lu Siming to find a special person to monitor Lin Shen for 24 hours. Although Lu Siming disagreed, Wu Qing was an acting priest after all, and their relationship was good, and this was not a big deal. Naturally, there was no need for him to refute Wu Qing's face because of such a trivial matter. After hanging up the communication, Lu Siming called Shi Yuqing, a 5-star priest, to ask him to be responsible for monitoring Lin Shen's work. Although Shi Yuqing is just a 5-star priest and her strength is only at the median level, she is cautious and careful, and it is most suitable to be responsible for such things. After the arrangement was made, Lu Siming ignored Lin Shen's affairs. He is a 9-star priest, and he is very busy with official duties. He has no time or mood to pay attention to such a small priest every day. Until the end of the work, Lin Shen's face suddenly became gloomy when teleported back to Jing Meixing. He didn't know how long Lao Wei could last, so he had to find a way to rescue the person as soon as possible. But with his current strength, even if he could forcibly break the laboratory and rescue Lao Wei, he would never be able to bring people out of the Ocean. Not to mention the people responsible for the experiment, there are many superior gods in the security department. These superior gods and men are different from ordinary superior gods and men. They are all people who have won the first place in a certain competition, and none of them are parallel products. Lin Shen did not think that with his own strength, he could rescue Lao Wei, Dai's and the others. What should I do? Lin Shen sat there motionless, without any movement for a while, thinking about various possibilities repeatedly. The Star God Palace has an independent system, and external forces have no way to affect the Star God Palace. Even if he uses the power of the Deng family, it is impossible for the Deng family to help him go to the Star God Palace to ask for people. As the saying goes, the people do not fight against officials. After all major families are just people, but the Star God Palace is an official. Although major families look down on the Star Priest, no one really dares not take the Star Priest seriously. Of course, the system and laws of the Immortal Court are strict, and the Star Lords cannot oppress ordinary gods at will, and they must also abide by the laws, and the major families cannot say they are afraid of them. Lin Shen thought about it and said that if he wanted to rescue Lao Wei and Dai's, there seemed to be only one way to do it, that is, try to summon the Jade Emperor. But Lin Shen didn't know if he could summon it, nor did he know if the summoned Jade Emperor would help him. After all, this is the Immortal Court or the Star God Palace. Will the Jade Emperor deal with his own family for him, an outsider? Lin Shen didn't know, but he had no other choice now, so he could only take a gamble, otherwise Lao Wei would be dead. However, before taking action, Lin Shen had to figure out the situation in Ocean and choose a suitable opportunity to do it. Xiaoyu, add a few words to the end of the book. Lin Shen stood up and said to Xiaoyu, who was copying the book. What's the word? Xiaoyu raised her head and looked at Lin Shen and asked in surprise. The immortal courtyard is like a prison, you cannot enter, you cannot enter. Lin Shen must remind the people below not to come up again. Xiaoyu nodded and added these words to the copy. Lin Shen felt that it was not obvious enough, so he wrote these words in big words on the last page of the book. I hope they can discover it quickly and stop rushing into the immortal court. Lin Shen took the book to the Shanxing trading area and hung it up. Every morning, Lin Shen came to Ocean again to check in and go to work. At the specified time, he and the other 3 people from the patrol team patrol in Ocean. Lin Shen roughly observed that there were at least 20 patrol teams, which was judged from the number of storage lockers. Different teams have different patrol time periods and routes, and the time periods and routes will be adjusted every once in a while. Lower gods like him are all at the bottom of the patrol team. Most of the guards are median gods, and the captains of each team are basically superior gods. Lin Shen roughly calculated that if the time period he chose was not good, he would have to face at least a dozen superior gods and dozens of median gods. Lin Shen didn't know whether the Jade Emperor could play a role or how big it could play. He had to make the worst plan. Chapter 1047 Experimental Body Number 9. Lin Shen followed the team and passed by Dais again. Dais sat there with his eyes closed, without any reaction. Lin Shen's eyes just swept over casually without stopping too much, which was no different from looking at other deformities. When he passed by Lao Wei's place, he saw that Lao Wei's situation had not changed much. He was still curled up in the corner, but the ginseng fruit tree saplings on his body seemed to have grown a little taller. I heard that this person came from the ancient world and killed several guards in the South Heaven Gate. It's been a long time since I heard of such a powerful ancient world. A guard named Wei Zitao said with a smile. There are few people in the ancient realm area where they can enter the immortal court in their body. It is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. The team leader Luo Yun said lightly, if it were in the past, this person would be considered in existence at the level of the ancestor of a clan. What a pity, I was transferred from the South Heaven Gate a few years ago. Otherwise, I could fight with you personally and see what's special about these guys who rushed into the immortal court. Another team member Yuan Jie said with some disappointment. Luo Yun laughed and said, you are already a middle-level god. The guy who rushed up from the ancient realm is just equivalent to a lower-level god. There is no comparison at all. When it is a Tian, you can compare with one. I see if it is the gods in my fairy court, or the people in the ancient realm who rush into the immortal court are stronger. That must be our gods and humans. I heard that another guy ran away in the chaos and arrived at the Nantian gate, and he was shot by a Tian with a shot. They were much worse than a Tian. Wei Zitao said with a smile. I'm just lucky. Only with several other colleagues restrained that person, I could find an opportunity to kill him with one shot. If one is one, it's hard to say whether I can beat him or not. Lin Shen said. When Luo Yun and his friends heard this, they felt a little more fond of Lin Shen. No matter what the facts are, Lin Shen did not take all the credit on himself and would speak for his colleagues. Such a person could handle it. Several people talked and laughed, and walked over to the container that trapped Lao Wei. Shi Yuqing had been observing Lin Shen's every move, but her brows gradually frowned. Lin Shen's behavior seemed to be normal, but this normality made Shi Yuqing notice a trace of abnormality. When Lin Shen passed by the area where the test subjects were closed, he checked the deformed species in Dais. His eyes and expressions did not change at all. But if he had applied to Lin Shen's perspective, Dais was captured by him, so he should have paid more attention to Dais, which made Shi Yuqing feel a little awkward. Of course, based on this alone, it is impossible to judge that Lin Shen has a problem, but this planted the seeds of doubt in Shi Yuqing's heart. When he arrived at Wei Wufu, Shi Yuqing observed more carefully, but this time he did not see any flaws. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu with no problem, and his communication with several colleagues was normal, and he didn't see any problems. But once Shi Yuqing became suspicious, it was naturally impossible to eliminate it so easily. He monitored Lin Shen's every move more carefully. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that Lin Shen had a problem. Lin Shen kept looking around while patrolling. His gaze was different from that of ordinary patrol guards. His look and sequence of eyes and order of things around him made Shi Yuqing feel a little different. Shi Yuqing closed her eyes and tried to recall the rules and order of Lin Shen's surrounding environment. Shi Yuqing's face gradually changed. If Lin Shen had no special habits or occupational diseases, his way of looking at the environment was not patrol, but was more like looking for blind spots on patrols or judging the escape route. Shi Yuqing did not think that Lin Shen, a lower-ranking god, had the ability to do anything in Billow Ocean, but he did not think that his judgment would be a lie. Shi Yuqing planned to report all these findings when Lu Siming came to ask. Lin Shen continued patrolling with the team. When passing outside a research room, a researcher hurriedly walked out, holding a metal plate in his hand with many utensils on it. He accidentally overturned one of the utensils on it. Because he was too anxious, he didn't notice it. He had been observing Lin Shen around him, and reached out and sucked the vessel in his hand. Who asked you to touch it? The researcher saw Lin Shen picking up the vessel. Not only did he not feel grateful, but he also scolded loudly with a cold face. Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything, and he reached out and wanted to return the vessel to him. But he shrank back and said coldly, "Put things on the ground, don't move anyone, come with me." Lin Shen looked at Luo Yun. He didn't know whether he should listen to this person. Do what he said, and go back to the headquarters directly after coming out. Luo Yun said seriously, without any intention of joking. Lin Shen carefully placed the vessel on the ground and followed the researcher into the laboratory. All clothes are taken off, go in and disinfect. The researcher said, pointing to a can-shaped container. Jiahao, what happened? A researcher who seemed a little older came over and asked. Boss, this person encountered a container containing number 9 test item. I will take him to do full body disinfection. Li Jiahao said. Why are you so careless? The man known as the boss frowned slightly. His face obviously looked so good, and he said with some disgust, "Disin his whole body immediately. After the test is over, I will go to Qinzian. In the future, the patrol team will not enter the research area to patrol, even outside the laboratory." Lin Shen had no choice but to take off his clothes and enter the container as Zhang Jiahao said. Soon a purple liquid filled the container, soaking his whole body in it. The disinfection will last for half an hour. You stay in it honestly and it will automatically turn on after half an hour. If you have any problems with your body, you will ask yourself for it. No one else's fault. Zhang Jiahao said and went out on his own, thinking that he was going to deal with the container on the ground outside. Lin Shen was a little confused. What is the use of this disinfection? If it is for the purpose of antivirus or sterilization, his clothes are still outside, and they are thrown aside at will, and there are no isolation measures. This seems to be too hasty. Boss, there is something wrong with the number 9 experimental subject. A researcher ran out in panic, shouting while looking for someone. The researcher, who was known as the boss just now, rushed out of the office. The two came to a laboratory and looked at something in the laboratory through a one-way visual crystal. The same problem is still the same. It is difficult to respond accurately and in a timely manner. The boss frowned and frowned. There is no way to contact the operation. 3 researchers who had been in contact with the number 9 experimental subject were killed and 1 was destroyed. Various protective measures were useless. The researcher said with a bitter face. Chapter 1048 Opportunity. The boss was obviously helpless, and after a while, he said, the manual passage is temporarily closed, and all of them are replaced by machines for testing. No one is allowed to contact the number 9 experimental subject without approval. Boss, the number 9 experimental subject is a completely unknown existence. Even the most advanced intelligent brain, without data as a reference, it is difficult to deal with emergencies in the face of unknown things. I think we should still retain some of the manual operation permissions. The researcher said unwillingly. Facts have proved that manual operation authority cannot be retained. If you observe the 9 experimental system for a long time, there will be problems. Do as I said. The experiment will continue, and the research of the 9 experimental system will definitely make breakthroughs. But now, we need to find a way to avoid the impact of the 9 experimental system. Otherwise, if this continues, it will not only be dangerous for us, but may even cause unpredictable trouble to Billow Ocean. At the boss's insistence, the researcher closed the artificial channel as he said, and only operated the machinery and instruments with the intelligent brain to conduct research on the number 9 experimental subject. Researchers just need to enter their plan and wait for the results to be observed. After listening for a while, Lin Shen also became interested in the number 9 experimental subject. He was not curious, but thought of what Zhang Jiahao said. The vessel he just caught should contain something related to the number 9 experimental subject. The researchers did not dare to touch something that had been sealed with a vessel directly, and they held it in a special metal plate, which showed that this thing was indeed very dangerous. Those who come into contact with it will have some unpredictable danger. Before leaving, Zhang Jiahao said that if there was any problem with his body, he would have found it himself, and no one else could blame him. Doesn't that mean that such indirect contact can also cause harm to the body? But until now, Lin Shen did not feel anything unusual in his body, and his body was still very normal. I have an evolution theory, and I am almost invincible to all poisons. Some fungal viruses and other things have no effect on me. This is the reason why there is no physical problem. Lin Shen thought, and couldn't help but feel moved. He wanted to rescue Lao Wei and Dais, but relying solely on his own strength would definitely not work, but if it could cause chaos in Bai Luotian, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. If you want to cause chaos in other places, it will be very difficult, so Lin Shen has never thought about this. But now he suddenly realized that in Billow Ocean, he might have an advantage over the gods. At least he was not afraid of these things that even gods and men could avoid. If all the things here could be released, there were also the deformed species and various experimental objects locked. In that case, no one can notice what he does. It is not easy to save someone, and it may even be unnecessary to expose himself. How can we release these things? Lin Shen thought to himself. The laboratory is equipped with guards, and these guards are not from the security department, so he has no way to establish a good relationship with these guards. Moreover, although there are not many guards here, they are all priests with 7 stars or more, and they must be superior gods, and Lin Shen doesn't think he can beat them. After fighting with Wenbujuan, Lin Shen knew that super blazing shooting was not invincible and might not be able to kill powerful gods. The only advantage is that the invincible nature of the Superbase shooting does not have to worry about finding ways to open the laboratory door. He only needs to shoot to break the containers trapped with deformities and experimental subjects, but it is easier for people to see the clues. When Lin Shen was thinking, the time had come, and the purple liquid in the jar was pumped out. The strong wind and high temperature drank his body and the inner wall of the jar, leaving no trace of liquid. At this point, the door of the jar opened automatically, and Lin Shen walked out of the inside and picked up his clothes and put them on one by one. What are you still watching there? Go out quickly. A researcher saw Lin Shen standing there and immediately scolded him and asked him to leave. Lin Shen walked out of the laboratory without delay. After they got outside, they didn't see Luo Yun and the others. They probably still patrolled according to the original plan. Thinking of Luo Yun saying that he had asked him to go back to the headquarters directly, Lin Shen did not follow the route, but returned to the security headquarters as the same route. Shi Yuqing frowned and looked at Lin Shen's image. He didn't know if Lin Shen did this unexpected incident on purpose. There is monitoring in the laboratory, but the monitoring here is not connected with the monitoring in the laboratory, and he does not have the permission to view the monitoring in the laboratory. After all the experiments there are confidential, and only a few people have the permission to view. Shi Yuqing could not see the situation inside and could not judge. It was just that such coincidence made him increasingly suspicious of Lin Shen. For several days, Lin Shen was secretly studying how to release those things without realizing them. If he goes to destroy the laboratory openly, this is obviously not a good plan and will not achieve the effect he wants. And once someone discovers, the people from Billow Ocean will definitely arrest him as soon as possible, and he will not have the chance to save Lao Wei and the others. Lin Shen thought hard and couldn't think of a way that would give him enough time to save Lao Wei and the others. Qin Zian and the team members were quite satisfied with Lin Shen's performance. Although Lin Shen is just a lower-level god, he is kind and serious and responsible in his work and does not care too much. If he had anything left to Lin Shen to do, he would happily agree and would not deal with it at will. The completion was quite good, and it could be seen that he did it with all his heart. This allowed Lin Shen to quickly integrate into the security department and get into a gang with Luo Yun and others in the team.
How is it? Have you noticed anything? Lu Siming finally came to the surveillance room again. Shi Yuqing waited for several days before seeing Lu Siming. He quickly got up and bowed and said, "Sir, there is something wrong with this Tian."
"Oh, what's the problem?" Lu Siming was a little surprised.
He didn't think Tian would have any problems.
If Wu Qing hadn't come to ask him again, he would have even forgotten Tian.
His behavior is a bit abnormal.
Shi Yuqing reported his discoveries to Lu Siming one by one. Lu Siming originally thought Shi Yuqing had some major discoveries, but after listening to them, he found that they were just some speculations about catching wind in shadows.
What you said is just speculation, and there is no actual evidence.
Continue to monitor to prevent problems from happening on Tian, and also find evidence. Lu Siming did not want to undermine Shi Yuqing's enthusiasm, but he himself felt that Shi Yuqing's speculations were really far-fetched.
"Sir, Tian's behavior is indeed a bit abnormal.
I feel that he seems to have some plans, so it is better to prevent problems before they happen,"
Shi Yuqing said. "Then find out his problem." Lu Siming disagreed. Even if a lower-ranking god is really related to people in the ancient realm, what kind of waves can he draw here? Chapter 1049 Experimental Record Book.
Shi Yuqing also knew in her heart that it was indeed difficult to convince people by relying on those speculations, and she could not deal with a priest because of this, even if he was just a one-star priest. A person who is cautious and cautious cannot easily reveal flaws, nor can he make obvious mistakes in public occasions. The best way is to lure the snake out of the hole. First, he can pull him out before he causes too much damage to our star god palace. Second, he can also control the losses within a range we can accept.
Shi Yuqing suggested. "What are your plans?" Lu Siming asked in a deep thought.
Although he didn't think Lin Shen could have any problems, since he had doubts, he wouldn't be careful not to give him a try.
Shi Yuqing quickly said what he was thinking.
After hearing this, Lu Siming felt that this method was not bad, more rigorous than the previous temptations and more unexpected. If there is any problem with Tianjin, it should be difficult to hide it.
Then do what you said, but you can only know an eye, but you can't get into the third one. Lu Siming said. "I understand."
A cold light flashed in Shi Yuqing's eyes. Lin Shen observed and studied for a few days, but there was no good way to enter the research institute, and in the end he could only put his ideas on himself. It seems that you can only implement the plan with your own hands. Whether you can escape at that time can only take one step or another. Lin Shen knew that he could not delay any longer, because Dais was also sent to the laboratory today, and Lao Wei's condition was getting worse and worse, and he had to take action. Fortunately, he has observed many things these days and has some plans in his mind. Although he is not 100% sure, there are so many perfect plans in the world, and he still has to take risks. When it was Lin Shen's turn to patrol again, Lin Shen and his team patrolled near the laboratory. When they saw the researchers, Lin Shen was about to do something, but saw a researcher saying to them, "You guys come here to help."
"What can I do to help you?" Luo Yun asked, looking at the researcher.
Although the other party's star rating is lower than his, the researcher himself has a high status, and Luo Yun was polite to him. "Some things need to be included in the warehouse, please help me organize them,"
the researcher said and walked into the laboratory.
Luo Yun and Lin Shen and the others hurriedly followed and came to the laboratory. They saw many messy items scattered all over the ground, including many damaged instruments, as if they were twisted by force, with many blood stains inside.
"What happened here?" Luo Yun asked in surprise.
"A problem occurred in an experiment, which ruined a lot of instruments, but these things cannot be leaked. You can move the things to the warehouse to seal them and wait for later processing. There is a list here. You can organize and store them according to the above classification, so don't mess it up," the researcher said impatiently. Seeing this, Luo Yun did not ask again, and asked Lin Shen and the other two to carry the things together, pack them all, and then send them to the warehouse behind. Lin Shen said while packing his things, "Aren't we from the security department? Why do we still need to do these things? The Research Institute is the most important department in our Billow Ocean. Although most of the researchers in it are not high in high star ratings, their actual status is much higher than ours. They are all above the top. It is also a matter of asking us to help with work. It will be better to get used to it in the future." Yuan Jie said. It's just a dog who relies on his power." Wei Zitao snorted coldly. "Shut up, don't cause trouble, do your own work." Luo Yun immediately scolded. Lin Shen knew in his heart that these star priests were all geniuses, so how could they be willing to be inferior to others? What's more, the other party's star rating is lower than theirs, so it's normal to have resentment in his heart. Luo Yun just doesn't want to cause trouble, which doesn't mean he has no idea. Lin Shen was secretly happy. He had to take some means to enter the laboratory, but he didn't expect that he would come in unexpectedly. Moreover, he was able to move freely, which really helped him. Lin Shen controlled his gaze and did not allow himself to deliberately look at Wei Wufu and eyes, but just a normal observation was enough to let him understand the situation of Wei Wufu and eyes. Other researchers also walked around from time to time, but Lin Shen did not see Zhang Jiahao. Several people sorted out the broken pieces. "Wei Zitao, let me send these sealed boxes to the warehouse first." Luo Yun called Wei Zitao and transported the sealed boxes to the warehouse first. Before leaving, he also reminded Lin Shen and the others, "You pack up here and don't walk around." "Boss, don't worry." Yuan Jie nodded. Luo Yun actually said that Yuan Jie and Atian are both relatively calm people, not as jumping like Wei Zitao, so he asked Wei Zitao to deliver things together, leaving Yuan Jie and Atian behind. After Luo Yun and the others left, Yuan Jie packed up his things and said to Lin Shen, "Our captain is good at everything, but he is too regular. Otherwise, with his ability, it would be no longer as simple as a captain. Be more rules and safe." Lin Shen said with a smile. Yuan Jie also laughed, "That's right, I've been here for 7 or 8 years. I've been following our captain. It's really that nothing happened, I've never been punished, but I've never received any rewards." The two of them were chatting together. It was not difficult to move these things away, but it took too much time to classify them. There were still some blood on the ground, which should be from the injured researcher at that time. While sorting out, Lin Shen discovered something and his heart beat violently. When he just read the list, he saw that there were many experimental records in the list. Generally, experimental records are completed by the intelligent brain. In addition, there is also a handwritten experimental record outside each experimental subject. It is mainly used by researchers to record emergencies in some experimental subjects and some findings observed every day. Because of this story, many records outside the laboratory were removed, and there were several books here. Lin Shen had already observed this situation just now. He took a look at the experimental records, including the one belonging to Wei Wufu. If you can look at the above content, you can have a rough understanding of Wei Wufu's situation, and you may even know how to remove the ginseng fruit seedlings on Wei Wufu's body. Even if you rescue someone, this is a must. The recording will naturally not record how to remove the saplings, but it may record how to make the saplings grow better or what problems occur during growth. Then, the reverse direction will make it difficult for the saplings to continue growing in Wei Wufu's body. No one pays attention to them now. Lin Shen took advantage of the opportunity to sort things out and just took a look and didn't take it away. There shouldn't be too big problems. When Lin Shen reached out to the records, Shi Yuqing, who was sitting in front of the monitor, narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1050 No problem. When fishing, it is important to use what kind of fish to catch. In Shi Yuqing's opinion, if you want to catch a small fish like a tian, you cannot use too much bait, otherwise he will not be able to swallow it. So he gave a tian a suitable bait so that he could swallow it safely, so that he could catch him. When Lin Shen saw the records and paused, Shi Yuqing thought he was going to succeed. Seeing Lin Shen reaching out to the records, Shi Yuqing's eyes gradually opened, just waiting for him to open Wei Wufu's record and take a look at it. It was almost certain that Lin Shen had a problem. When he saw Lin Shen's hand touching the record book, Shi Yuqing's eyes were already wide open, and her face was a little distorted due to excitement. But the next second, Shi Yuqing was stunned. He saw Lin Shen picking up Wei Wufu's record book, but it was stacked with the other books and handed it to Yuan Jia next to him. After Yuan Jia took it, he put it in the box and quickly sealed the full box. Did he guess that there was a surveillance in the laboratory? Shi Yuqing had already determined in her heart that Lin Shen had a problem, especially when Lin Shen paused just now. This action was infinitely magnified by him, and he felt that Lin Shen had a problem more and more. Theoretically, as a staff member of the security department, Lin Shen knew that there was a surveillance outside and the security department could also see the surveillance. It was normal that he did not dare to take action outside. But the people from the security department should know that there is no surveillance in the laboratory, so why did he still not take action? This person is so careful. Shi Yuqing sneered, I dare not watch here, so I should want to watch it on the road or when I go to the warehouse. Next, he should ask to send things to the warehouse instead of Luo Yun or Wei Zitao. But the result disappointed Shi Yuqing again. Lin Shen did not ask to deliver things as he thought. The box containing the record book was transported away by Luo Yun and Wei Zitao. Shi Yuqing frowned and looked at Lin Shen in the video. He did not doubt his judgment at all, but felt that Lin Shen was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. While packing up his things, Lin Shen suddenly stood up and greeted the researcher passing by. Researcher, thank you for your last incident. Lin Shen said. The researcher who was stopped by Lin Shen was Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao was a little surprised. He looked at him and seemed to remember, so it was you recovered so quickly? It's not that you shaved me in time, so that nothing happened to me. I've heard that this thing is particularly dangerous. If you didn't shave me in time, my life might be gone. Thank you so much. Lin Shen looked grateful. Zhang Jiahao was about to say something, but suddenly he was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Shen carefully, and suddenly pulled Lin Shen's hand for a while, watching it repeatedly, as if he was confirming something. Do you have any problems? After a while, Zhang Jiahao put down Lin Shen's hand and asked. Don't worry, you helped me disinfect it in time before, and I have no problem at all now. Lin Shen said, moved. Come here, I'll help you have another physical examination. Zhang Jiahao thought to himself, who is fucking worried about you? It's really not necessary. I'm done, so I won't have to be so troublesome. Lin Shen looked embarrassed and troublesome. It must be done, otherwise it will be troublesome if there are any sequelae left. Zhang Jiahao directly intimidated Lin Shen. Lin Shen's face changed significantly when he heard this. He stopped ruthless. He said some thankful words and followed Zhang Jiahao to another laboratory for a physical examination. What's wrong? This guy is wrong. What exactly does he want to do? Shi Yuqing stared at the surveillance camera, but couldn't figure out what Lin Shen was going to do. All this seems normal, but it is not normal. Zhang Jiahao gave Lin Shen a full physical examination, and at the same time, he secretly conducted a small experiment in the name of the physical examination. When Lin Shen left, although the experiment had not yet reached the final result, it had already made Zhang Jiahao excited enough. Zhang Jiahao waited for the experimental results to sleeplessly, but he was in no mood if the results did not come out. Until the moment the experimental results came out, Zhang Jiahao was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Boss, come and see what I found. Zhang Jiahao ran to his boss with the results of the experiment, and without even knocking on the door, he broke in directly. Shi Yuqing repeatedly watched Lin Shen's surveillance video in the laboratory, and after watching it many times, he was still watching it. Sir. It was not until Lu Siming came that Shi Yuqing's eyes moved away from the video and quickly stood up to salute. What's the result? Lu Siming asked. A Tian did not read the experimental records. Shi Yuqing replied. It seems that this person should not have any big problems. Okay, I'll monitor him as before in the future. Lu Siming made an exception and gave Shi Yuqing's laboratory the monitoring authority, but he could not always give him this authority. There are too many secrets in the laboratory, and Shi Yuqing is not qualified to see those things yet, and this time it is an exception. Sir, this Tian must have a problem. Look at this. Shi Qingyu posted the video of Lin Shen taking the initiative to contact Zhang Jiahao. Is there any problem with this? Lu Ximing looked at it, not thinking there was any problem with this. He took the initiative to contact the researcher, and Zhang Jiahao is a disciple of Director Lin of the U Research Institute. Zhang Jiahao gave him a strange experience. This is a bit abnormal, and it seems like a Tian was intentional. Shi Yuqing said. Lu Ximing smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this anymore. He absolutely cannot do it on purpose. Why? Shi Yuqing was a little surprised, wondering why Lu Ximing said that. Director Lin has already talked to me. Zhang Jiahao's experience to a Tian is actually a test. Now that he has tested it, his body is a bit different from ordinary people and is very helpful for experiments, so he asked me for people and wanted to use him as an experimental subject. Lu Ximing said with a smile, if a Tian had any premeditation, do you think he would design himself into an experimental subject? Shi Yuqing was stunned when she heard this. He never expected that such a person would be the result. No one will really make his own calculations into an experimental subject. He knows what the outcome will be like to become an experimental subject. If Shi Yuqing had two ways, one was to die and the other was to be an experimental subject, then he would choose the former without hesitation. Okay, you don't have to care too much about this matter. Just monitor him as usual. I'm already going through the procedures and send him to the laboratory. No matter whether he has any problems or not, there will be no problems in the future. Lu Ximing said with a smile. Lin Shen's trouble has already made him a little annoyed, and it's just right, it's all over. After entering the laboratory, a Tian was like a dead person. Wu Qing no longer had to bother him all day long. It could be said that he gave Wu Qing a favor, and he himself no longer had to be so troubled. It can be said that he killed two birds with one stone. Chapter 1051 Experimental Body Number 9. After Lu Ximing left, Shi Yuqing still felt something was wrong in her heart. She sat there with her eyes closed and sorted out everything in her mind. This matter seems impossible to have any problem, but Lu Ximing thinks about it more and more. He feels there is a problem. It is not an easy task to send a star priest as an experimental subject. Even if it is just a star priest, under the protection of the immortal court rules and without making any mistakes, the 9-star priest has no right to send him as an experimental subject. But judging from Lu Ximing's intention, sending Lin Shen as an experimental subject seems to be a foregone conclusion. That can only explain one problem. This experiment is very important, so important that it can sacrifice the priest. Coupled with Lin Shen's previous actions, Shi Yuqing felt increasingly that Lin Shen might really have taken the initiative to become an experimental subject. Shi Yuqing's heart jumped, she opened her eyes suddenly, and immediately dialed Lu Ximing's message number. After connecting, she immediately told Lu Ximing about her judgment. Don't worry, there is no possibility of this. Take a step back and say that even if he really came into contact with this experiment on purpose, he had planned to do so. There is only a dead end in front of it. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Before completing the procedure, just monitor him and don't let him get into trouble. Lu Ximing hung up the communication impatiently. What a joke! Don't mention that he is a mere god. Even if the 9-star priest enters the 9 laboratory, he will not be able to come out alive. Lu Ximing murmured to himself. Shi Yuqing looked at the communicator that was hung up and looked gloomy. He knew that a Tian must have a problem, but Lu Ximing would definitely not have a problem, and it would not explain the reason. It only means that this experiment is more important than he imagined and he is not qualified to know. But this also made him even more worried. If such an important experiment really went wrong, it would be even more troublesome. However, Lu Ximing had already given orders, and he had no choice but to find out his flaws before a Tian was sent to the laboratory. Shi Yuqing monitored Lin Shen more carefully, and almost no one could relax for a quarter of an hour. Lin Shen knew that his plan was about to succeed, and only after entering laboratory number 9 could he have the opportunity to create enough chaos. Less than 2 days later, when Lin Shen came to Evolution again to prepare to go to work, he was not a colleague from the security department, but 2 8-star priests who had never seen him before. The two of them asked Lin Shen to follow them expressionlessly. Lin Shen asked them what had happened, but the two did not answer at all, and they did not even give him a chance to speak. One of the 8-star priests took Lin Shen directly. Lin Shen wanted to resist, but the 8-star priest took action too quickly. A magical chain tied him up tightly, and there was no chance to fight back at all. The two 8-star priests took him directly to the laboratory and handed him over to Director Lin and Zhang Jiahao, who had been waiting for a long time. "What the hell are you going to do?" Lin Shen shouted in panic. Zhang Jiahao smiled and said, "Welcome to join the institute. You will be a part of our institute in the future. Do you want me to be a researcher? I don't understand these things, and what does it mean to tie me up like this?" Lin Shen asked, gritted his teeth. "You don't need to understand, you just need to do what we told you," Zhang Jiahao said lightly. The number 9 experimental subject was difficult to contact and there was no way to conduct a detailed experiment. He accidentally discovered that Lin Shen had a certain resistance to the evil abilities of the number 9 experimental subject. After reporting it to Director Lin decided on the spot to make Lin Shen an experimental subject. Yes, it is the experimental subject, not the researcher. Even if Lin Shen has a certain ability to resist, he cannot guarantee that he can be completely immune. If he comes into contact with the number 9 experimental subject, carries some bad things, and then comes out to infect others, it will be troublesome. So what they have to do is to lock Lin Shen and the number 9 experimental subject together. Lin Shen is responsible for completing their experiments inside, but at the same time, Lin Shen is also the experimental subject they need to observe. Regardless of whether the experiment is successful or failed, Lin Shen, the experimental subject, will inevitably be destroyed. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but he had already stripped all over his body of equipment and clothes, then changed into a set of special protective clothing used by researchers, and was sent to laboratory number 9. The entire laboratory is made of special materials. The high-end materials sold on Carrot outside are actually used to build the closed doors of the laboratory. They are more than 1 meter thick, and they are afraid they weigh a few tons. After entering the laboratory, the chains on Lin Shen's body were automatically opened. Lin Shen heard a deep breathing sound in the laboratory. Every breath was long and heavy, like a whale and cow drinking water. It took him a long time to spit it out, with a strong whistle of wind. Tian, this experiment is very important. If you assist us in completing the experiment, your contribution will naturally be indispensable. At least you can jump directly from 1 star to 4 stars. Zhang Jiahao also wanted to fool Lin Shen. It's just in this situation. As long as you are not a fool, who can still believe him? Do you think I'm a fool? Let me out quickly, otherwise I won't cooperate with any of your experiments. Lin Shen wanted to figure out what the number 9 experimental subject is and why they were so scared. Only by knowing what the number 9 experimental subject is can we better create chaos. Director Lin is not as hypocritical as Zhang Jiahao, and said directly, "If you want to survive, just do what I said. At least you have to tell me first, what is here?" Lin Shen asked, gritted his teeth. "Even if you tell you what it is, I'm afraid you don't know," Zhang Jiahao said with a lip silence. "Even if I die, I will understand, otherwise you don't want me to do anything." Lin Shen sat down simply. They didn't seem to care about Lin Shen's threat. Director Lin said lightly, "What you know is, the difference is just whether you are willing or not. It doesn't matter to tell you, have you heard of the ultimate creature? Didn't you want to tell me that the experimental subject number 9 is the ultimate creature that dominates the world, right?" Lin Shen's face changed a little. "You are too ignorant. The so-called ultimate creature does not refer to the existence above the superior gods and humans. In fact, the ultimate creatures are divided into many levels. They are also divided into lower, middle, and upper positions. However, the ultimate creatures have stronger potential than ordinary gods and humans. They can break through to the superior and reach another higher level." Zhang Jiahao said lightly, "The 9 experimental subject is an ultimate creature. Its level is only superior, and it has not been able to take that step. As Zhang Jiahao's voice fell, the deep breathing suddenly stopped, and then footsteps sounded, and a figure gradually walked out of it. Chapter 1052 Cooperate with the Experiment. Lin Shen's things were searched, and he was wearing only the isolation suit and had nothing on his body. Facing this ultimate creature, he could only barely gather his own strength, but he was already useless to kill a lower-level ultimate creature, the evil goddess, and the upper-level ultimate creature is probably not something he can deal with. Lin Shen stared at the inside of the laboratory, and the figure gradually walked out. When its figure was fully revealed, Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. The creature in front of him was not as big as an adult cat. At most, it was a little bigger than a fist. It looked like a weasel, with a golden body all over, and it still had a flesh and blooded body. The eyes were agile and golden, and there seemed to be circles of golden rings inside. Looking at such a miniature little thing, it is really difficult for Lin Shen to associate it with the ultimate creature at the top. If it weren't for seeing it here, Lin Shen would definitely regard it as an ordinary little beast. The little beast's golden eyes stared at Lin Shen, and the golden rings in its pupils were faintly visible, looking at Lin Shen's body. Zhang Jiahao's voice came into laboratory number 9, "Don't look at it so cute outside. This is one of the most vicious creatures in the world. There is a plague-like force in its body. If it comes directly into its body, or even indirectly, it may be infected by this force. At the worst, it will die, and at the worst, it will be worse than death. Your body, or a certain factor in your body, has immunity to this power, so as long as you help us complete the experiment, there will be no loss for you, and you will get many benefits, and your star rating will be directly increased to more than 4 stars. Zhang Jiahao saw a Tian still standing there, his body was not abnormal, and his face immediately showed joy. A trace of surprise flashed in Director Lin's eyes. As expected, as they thought, a Tian was not affected by the ultimate creature. Although it might be temporary, this was enough. Lin Shen ignored Zhang Jiahao and still just stared at the little beast. On the body of the little beast, Lin Shen saw a thread thinner than the hair. The almost transparent thin line, like a belt, was bound on the body of the little beast. The other end extended to the inside of the laboratory, and I don't know where it was connected. When the little beast walked here, the thin lines on its body were stretched straight and could no longer move forward. "A Tian, did you hear it?" Zhang Jiahao shouted angrily when he saw Lin Shen ignore him at all. "If you discuss with me, it's not bad for me to cooperate with your work, but you still want me to cooperate with you like this, don't you think it's ridiculous?" Lin Shen said coldly. "If you don't cooperate, you will have to die." Zhang Jiahao snorted coldly, "Even if you don't cooperate, the experiment can be carried out. You will suffer more. You should think it through. You really don't treat me as a human being. Don't forget that I am also a member of the Star God Palace and a formal Star Lord. Are you not afraid of the laws of the Immortal Court when you treat me like this?" Lin Shen looked around, looking for the location of the surveillance camera. He knew that the wall at the end of the laboratory was a one-way perspective mirror, but in the lab number 9, there was also a suite, which was where the little beasts sleep. Although there is no door block in the middle, there are still dead corners, and there must be monitoring equipment. As long as they can be found and destroyed, they cannot see the situation inside. If the rules can protect you, you will not be here. Zhang Jiahao said coldly, "Mr. Liu has helped you apply for a quota to assist in the experiment. Even if you die in the laboratory, you will not be protected by any rules. Your current life and death depend on our thoughts. You'd better consider clearly whether to cooperate with us." "Director Lin, is this true?" Lin Shen asked at the wall of the one-way mirror. "Cooperate, you can live after the matter is completed. If you don't cooperate, you just suffer more, which will not have any impact on the experiment. You still have to stay here, you can choose for yourself." Lin So said lightly. Lin Shen sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that he could still survive after a complete experiment. Not to mention how important this experiment is, will it allow him, an ordinary star priest, to survive after participating in such an important experiment? It is the current situation. It can be said that Liu Siming, Director Lin and Zhang Jiahao have already made enemies with him. Will they let themselves go out alive? Then leave my life here. Lin Shen sat down, as if he had thrown a broken jar. Then there is no need to talk nonsense anymore, let's start. Lin's so lazy that he said something to Lin Shen again, and directly ordered Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao stopped talking nonsense and walked directly to the instrument and started operating. Lin Shen sat on the ground in the laboratory, looking at the little beast opposite, and the little beast looked at him, looking at each other with one person and one beast, and the little beast did not take any action. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw the transparent light threads that bound the little beast's body lit up, and streaming light flowed into the little beast's body through the light thread. The little beast suddenly felt as if it had been electric shocked, and its body suddenly became tense and its hair stood up, as if it had exploded. The pupils that already had golden rings suddenly became extremely bright, and the golden rings flashed with dazzling light. Lin Shen looked at its eyes for only a moment, and felt dizzy and dizzy. Lin Shen quickly looked away, but the dizziness did not disappear, but instead became more and more serious. Lin Shen only felt a dizzy moment, resisting the feeling, retreating, and at the same time circulating the power in his body, wanting to fight against this strange power. The theory of evolution automatically runs and flows wildly. He didn't faint. His exemption rate for the number 9 experimental subject ability was higher than we expected. Seeing that Lin Shen was able to walk around, Lin's face was full of surprise. Do you want to increase your efforts? Zhang Jiahao also looked happy. Don't worry, take your time, don't kill him. There are still many experiments waiting for him. Lin So said. They were not worried that Lin Shen would resist. They searched all the things on Lin Shen, and no magical artifact was left. Especially his magical sniper rifle, he had been searched and locked into the locker with other things. Without the magical artifact in hand, he, a lower-level god, could not do anything no matter how strong he was. The materials of laboratory number 9 are difficult to destroy even the superior gods, and the inferior gods are even more unlikely to do anything. Bang! The two of them were looking at the situation inside through the monitor, but the screen of the monitor suddenly became dark. Why is the monitor broken? Lin So frowned. Zhang Jiahao called out the smart brain and the answer given was that the monitor was damaged. Stop the experiment first. Director Lin said as he walked to the one-way perspective wall and looked inside. Chapter 1053 I'll go out by myself. In the laboratory, Lin Shen sat against the wall and could only see his back, but his body seemed to be undulating violently, and he was still under the influence of the number 9 experimental subject. The number 9 experimental subject stood there, staring at Lin Shen tightly. Because the experiment stopped, the thin filaments on the body of the number 9 no longer flashed, and the exploded hair gradually calmed down. Strange, how could the surveillance be broken? There is an isolation cover outside to protect it. The power of the number 9 experimental subject should not be destroyed. Zhang Jiahao walked over and looked at the situation inside through the one-way mirror, and found that the monitor was broken. He never thought that it was Lin Shen's problem, and the lower gods could not damage the material of the shield. Suddenly, Lin Shen, who had been sitting with his back to them, stood up suddenly, turned around, pressed his hands on the single-sided mirror, and stared at them outside. This scared Zhang Jiahao and subconsciously retreated. After taking a step back, he realized that Lin Shen could not see them at all and could not rush out. He cursed in a low voice in a fury. Director Lin frowned and looked at Lin Shen, thinking about why the surveillance shield was broken. He did not doubt Lin Shen at the first time, mainly because he suspected that there might be something wrong with the stimulation of the experimental subject number 9, which had an impact on the monitor's shield. Director Lin, let me go. Lin Shen said in a deep voice, pressing the one-way wall. Stop dreaming. If you cooperate honestly to complete the experiment, you will suffer less. Zhang Jiahao said first. You really won't let me out? Lin Shen said as he retreated, gradually retreating to the position between the number 9 experimental subject and the one-way wall. How many more times do you want me to say it again? Let you cooperate with the experiment well, and there is still a glimmer of hope. You are seeking death by yourself. Zhang Jiahao snorted coldly. If you don't let me out, I'll go out by myself. Lin Shen slowly raised his hand and pointed it at the one-way wall in a gun-shaped manner. Zhang Jiahao and director Lin both felt that Lin Shen was crazy by the ability of the number 9 experimental subject, so he pointed his hand at the one-way wall like a pistol, and said that he wanted to go out by himself. Only a madman can say such things. It is difficult for a superior god to destroy the materials of the one-way wall, not to mention that he is just a subordinate god without weapons. Without that sniper, what can he, a lower-level god, do? The two of them didn't care about what Lin Shen said at all. They just felt that Lin Shen was influenced by the power of the number 9 experimental subject, which made them a little worried whether Lin Shen could complete the next experiment. Lin Shen's immunity to the number 9 experimental subject seems not as strong as they imagined. Zhang Jiahao was a little ashamed of his retreat just now, and now he was standing in the direction of Lin Shen's finger, but he had no intention of moving away at all. Holding the microphone, Zhang Jiahao said disdainfully, Tian, wake up. Now is not the time for you to dream. Cooperating with us to complete the experiment is your only way out. Lin Shen turned a deaf ear to Zhang Jiahao's words, used his hand as a gun, and used the sand between his fingers to the one-way wall, and his fingertips rose up violently, as if he was really firing a gun. Zhang Jiahao only felt that Lin Shen was funny, and he couldn't even see the power surge between Lin Shen's fingers. But the next second, the one-way wall suddenly shattered, as if an invisible bullet pierced a hole in the one-way wall. Zhang Jiahao didn't react at all. He was too close to the one-way wall. After the sand between his fingers penetrated the one-way wall, he shot to his head and directly penetrated his head. Zhang Jiahao's pupils contracted, his face full of astonishment and disbelief. His thinking was frozen at this moment, and his body fell backwards. Director Lin also widened his eyes. He could not believe that Lin Shen, a lower-level god, actually pierced through the one-way wall with his bare hands. This was almost impossible. Director Lin suddenly realized that Lin Shen's performance in the hardest Godman competition was not because of the sniper rifle, but because he had extremely terrifying abilities. Bang bang bang. When Director Lin was stunned, Lin Shen raised his arms, shot continuously at the one-way wall with one hand and the other hand at the experimental body number 9. Director Lin and his friends searched for everything on him. Lin Shen had long expected this and only put some irrelevant things on his body, and then the magical sniper rifle. Others think it is the ability of that sniper rifle, and the bullets fired can be invincible, but in fact it is the ability of super basic sharpshooting. Even if you don't use a sniper rifle, you can still trigger the ability of a super basic sharpshooter. The one-way wall was punched with bullet holes, and some cracks appeared on it, but it was too thick and not to the point of breaking. At the same time, the thin threads that bound the number 9 experiment was also broken by Lin Shen's finger sand. The number 9 experiment let out an excited scream, like a baby crying. Its body swelled violently, and it opened its thin threads away, its eyes shining through the bullet holes made by Lin Shen, staring at Director Lin outside. Director Lin showed a look of horror on his face, and he turned around and was about to escape. He felt extremely regretful, but who could have thought that a lower-level god would be able to penetrate laboratory number 9 and break the immortal silk that could bind the ultimate creature? Boom! Director Lin was very fast, but he couldn't beat the weird little beast quickly. The little beast turned into a golden light and collided with the one-way wall that had been punched out many holes, directly knocking through the one-way wall and pounced on Director Lin, who turned around and fled. Director Lin emitted light and shadow like gods and demons, but the little beast's speed was too fast. It directly shattered the soul light and shadow, pounced on Director Lin, bit off his right hand that was stretched out to block, and then bit off his neck. A superior godman was bitten by a small beast in the blink of an eye and blood splashed everywhere. Blood and broken limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. After killing Director Lin, the little beast looked back at Lin Shen, who was still in the number 9 laboratory. The blood-stained face and the exposed white fangs made Lin Shen's heart skip a beat. He raised his fingers and pointed at the little beast, and each person and the beast were in a stalemate for a moment. The next second, the little beast turned its head, turned into golden light and crashed through the wall, rushing out of this separate area, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Lin Shen heard a terrified scream outside, followed by the sound of various things breaking and screaming. Lin Shen no longer hesitated and drilled out from the hole the little beast crashed through. When he came outside, he found that there were corpses and splattering blood everywhere outside, and there was no living mouth.